rapaziada. Mas esse samba tá certo? Ih, mas esse samba tá do avesso, é isso mesmo? Vamos embora! Ele vai do avesso, não, ele vai do avesso. Só quem samba do avesso é que bate no verso da palma da mão. Ele vai do avesso, não, ele vai do avesso. Só quem samba do avesso é que bate no verso da palma da mão. Frita o olho no mesmo peixe, copo d'água faz cafuné, engrossando de fininho. Diz em silêncio o que quer, pra voar de pé no chão tem que jurar de pé junto uma prece. Escalando a confusão, escorrega, se estica e amortece. Ele vai do avesso, não, ele vai do avesso. Só que samba do avesso é que bate no verso da palma da mão. Ele vai do avesso, não, ele vai do avesso. Só que samba do avesso é que bate no verso da palma da mão. Frita o peixe no mesmo óleo, sem embrulho, só cafuné, avisando com jeitinho que confusão já não quer. Sai pra andar de pé descalço, raspando no asfalto a coraça que cresce, refazendo a proteção. Isso é raro, mas claro que acontece. Ele vai do avesso, não, ele vai do avesso. Só que samba do avesso é que bate no verso da palma da mão. Ele vai do avesso, não, ele vai do avesso. Só que samba do avesso é que bate no verso da palma da mão. Mas do contrário é ironia, viés e sarcasmo só contradição. Só pode de tudo se feita a vontade do avesso do não. Mas do contrário é ironia, viés e sarcasmo só contradição. Só pode de tudo se feita a vontade do avesso do não. Me deixa, tá na hora de embalar tua queixa, molha a palavra se lembrando. Esquece, escapole anunciando, saindo por cima até parece. Frita o óleo no mesmo peixe, copo d'água faz cafuné, engrossando de fininho. Diz em silêncio o que quer, pra voar de pé no chão tem que jurar de pé junto uma prece. Escalando a confusão, escorrega, se estica e amortece. Ele vai do avesso, não, ele vai do avesso. Só que samba do avesso é que bate no verso da palma da mão. Ele vai do avesso, não, ele vai do avesso. Só que samba do avesso é que bate no verso da palma da mão. Que ele vem devagarinho do avesso. Sai do samba de fininho, todo mundo do avesso. Devagar, devagarinho do avesso. E sai do samba de fininho do avesso. Mas se alguém lhe perguntar por que anda de lado esquivando, esmorece. Quem sou eu pra contestar? Não demora que o mundo já anoitece. Ele vai do avesso, ele vai do avesso. Só que samba do avesso é que bate no verso da palma da mão. Ele vai do avesso, não, ele vai do avesso. Só que samba do avesso é que bate no verso da palma da mão. Só que samba do avesso é que bate no verso da palma da mão. Só que samba do avesso é que bate no verso da palma da mão. Que maravilha, rapaziada. O negócio tava ao contrário, depois ficou do avesso, depois endireitou. Esse é o puro suco do Rio de Janeiro. Que maravilha!
Llego a la casa, te llamo y no respondes. Sé que no estás, pero no acepto tu ausencia. Trato de no llamarte, es algo inevitable. Ojalá mañana mi corazón se calme. Veo tu rostro en la calle, en el café donde te conocí. Le pido a Dios que regreses a mí, ya no me quiero rendir. Veo tu rostro en la calle, en el café donde te conocí. Le pido a Dios que regreses a mí, ya no me quiero rendir. Nena, nuestro amor vale la pena. Oh, nena, mi amor caliente es tu condena. Oh, nena, nuestro amor vale la pena. Oh, nena, mi amor caliente es tu condena. sé que hay tiempo para huir. Lo que hemos soñado yo lo veo venir. Mira que tu ausencia me hizo comprender y ahora te lo juro no te voy a perder. Veo tu rostro en la calle, en el café donde te conocí. Le pido a Dios que regreses a mí, ya no me quiero rendir. Veo tu rostro en la calle, en el café donde te conocí. Le pido a Dios que regreses a mí, ya no me quiero rendir. Nena, nuestro amor vale la pena.
Mira que vale la pena.
Nena, mi amor caliente es tu condena.
Dime, dilo.
Cuando llego a la casa todo se desplaza, el amor nos abraza una piña colada. La playa, la brisa, Caribe, tambor, bailando, sintiendo todo nuestro amor. Juntito aquí estamos desde Venezuela, es inevitable el amor que nos quema. Me derrito por ti, ahora yo quiero estar dentro de ti. Inevitable, 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 inevitable tu amor. Inevitable, inevitable, inevitable. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Nuestro amor vale la pena. Oh, nena, mi amor caliente es tu condena. Oh, yeah, nena.
posso escutar. Toco o meu samba para o povo se arrastar. Olho a natureza e a beleza natural, a alegria que hoje é carnaval. Pego a viola, o pandeiro, o tamborim, visto a fantasia, a euforia vive em mim. Rezo pela vida, pelo amor e pela paz. Hoje é festa, brigas nunca mais. Acorda e corre pra ver a cor do mar. O sol já tá pra nascer, vai clarear. Acorda e corre pra ver a cor do mar. O sol já tá pra nascer, vai clarear. Vamos sambar. Acorda e corre pra ver a cor do mar. O sol já tá pra nascer, vai clarear. Acorda e corre pra ver a cor do mar. O sol já tá pra nascer, vai clarear. Vamos sambar. Vamos sambar. Vamos sambar. Vamos sambar.
We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. Rhythm got me skanking, had me feeling like I'm Fred Astaire. Bread was kinda short, but I was smelling like a millionaire. Claimed their opposition when we stepped in, they were running scared. Man, we're louding up the atmosphere. Too much chatty, too much catty. I just lit a fatty and it came from Cali. I'm not really here. I was in the clouds, I don't ever take the stairs. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. This another level, this one over here is very rare. This another level, this one over here is very rare. I was in the corner sweating till the lights came. Man, don't ever sleep, step out on this night train. Right brain, man will blow your mind like a migraine. I was bossing up these spots, pulling something out my socks. Man was shuffling out of blocks, phone and vibrate. I don't need to talk to Frank, I did it my way. Never slipping, never tripping, never violate. We don't gas around here, we on a higher rate. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare.
making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of passion's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win out.
And it's all done. I'm Strolling with it.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Natus!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
The Intel Extreme Masters Rio 2026 is brought to you by ESL in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, and DHL.
Good afternoon, gamers. We have one more day of the B stream at Intel Extreme Masters Rio, and maybe more standoffs like that to come later on in the broadcast. The fight for the Pharmacy Arena is on. We've already got 4 teams confirmed, and this lower bracket is about to eliminate a few more.
It's been a grueling run. We've had a couple teams already exit the competition, and we will bid farewell to a few more here today. Maybe some surprises that have caught us off guard a little bit. We've got some fantastic games lined up here to round out the B stream for IEM Rio.
Yeah, super excited. I mean, some players that we followed for a very, very long time in Red Canids, of course, and then some of the players on Spirit who we've known for a long time from their very first forays into professional Counter-Strike in their academy roster, but now, of course, they are world superstars of Counter-Strike. So, really looking forward to it. But Red Canids, I mean, I feel for them. They will have played both Vitality and Spirit at this tournament. How about that?
Yeah, welcome to the big leagues, Mr. Rentu. Of course, this is his first S-tier event, only his second LAN throughout his entire infant career, and he really has been thrown straight into the furnace. So, yeah, we'll see if he's able to find a way to make it work. But ultimately, I mean, it's all about the experience, right? And let's just hope that they don't go out with a whimper.
Yeah, indeed. We can have a look at the brackets and see exactly where we are at the moment. Of course, this is the Group A upper bracket. We saw the obvious win for Vitality, but then the real tough test for Vitality against a hunterless G2. Who would have thought that that particular edition of G2 with TAC standing in from their academy would have pushed Vitality that damn hard all the way to the end of regulation on map 3. Incredibly impressive. And then Spirit, who we're about to see coming in here, getting absolutely obliterated by Falcons. So we've got 2 teams already confirmed for the Pharmacy Arena in the upper bracket, and now Spirit have to fight for their life.
Yeah, Falcons continue to own Spirit so long as it's not at the major, which was like the most important of all the series they've played against each other. And that was the one where Team Spirit, or shall I say Zway, was really able to upheaval of Falcons on that occasion. But yeah, that game yesterday was just a really good look for Falcons. Since they got that win over 3D Max, so they came back on map 1. They just haven't looked back since.
I mean, yeah, they've barely lost any rounds, right? It was 9 rounds in that series, and since that 9-3 deficit to 3D Max, it's been an absolute destruction for them, and no one is standing in their path at all. Here is Group B, which of course we focused on a lot on this B stream over the course of the event so far. Aurora having a little bit of a test against Hortu on map 2 and not looking entirely clean, and that is why for me, Maus managed to take them down so comfortably late last night. Furia guaranteed to play in the arena. They all do battle with Maus later on to find out who goes through to the semis and who has to make do with the quarterfinals. I'm really excited to see how Furia will do because they have never missed a playoffs at IEM Rio. They know how important this event is to them, of course, playing in front of their home crowd. And it always seems like they ramp up when Rio comes around.
I mean, as we even saw in that interview from K Serrato, how he mentioned that a Brazilian team has never won at a Rio event either, right? And they're hoping that maybe they can be the team to buck that trend. Legacy out of contention. Red Canids need to beat Spirit here today and then try and win another game later on down the line to get there. So at least Furia, the most expected team to actually make a run, have gotten themselves into the arena already.
Here's our schedule for the afternoon on our B stream. Red Canids versus Spirit to come. Now, you'd think that would be a stomp, but you never know. Land Counter-Strike can provide some crazy things.
Surely we know.
Surely we know, but Red Canids are playing at home, hometown buff. I'm kidding, it should be a stomp. Aurora versus Bait to come after that. That one could be a little bit more shaky for Aurora. Because they're not really been the Aurora we kind of know at this event. Of course, we know Xantares is being troubled by that hand injury. He's not been playing too well, maybe obviously a little bit hampered by that. And Bait have the ability to punch up to some of these teams at this level when they're feeling it, right? So we'll have to see how that goes.
They also have nothing to lose, do Bait. They're the big underdogs. Either way, more on that later. That'll be the next game we cover here on this stream. It is, of course, Spirit versus Red Canids. We can zero in our focus on that particular game. Spirit find themselves in the lower bracket, backs against the wall. There's going to be an angry donk on the server as well, looking for some redemption with what had transpired yesterday with him posting his lowest rating of his career so far. And that's a really scary prospect for Red Canids that he's going to be taking his anger out on them.
Absolutely, right? I mean, it's a weird state for Spirit. It goes without saying they house one of the most naturally gifted players of all time. If it's not a team effort, it doesn't work, right? And very clearly, things aren't really working all too well for them right now. I thought at the time that getting Zontix back and moving Tinir around and putting Magix as in-game leader wasn't something I was against whatsoever. But they just haven't been ready yet, and they've been really, really inconsistent. And even Donk has been inconsistent as well. That 0.3 rating, as you say, is the lowest of his career. And look, every great player has an off day. Recently, the entirety of Spirit are having more off days than they would want.
I mean, it's just proof that it's taken us a long time, but it's proof that Donk is also human. We first thought he was this lab specimen that could never actually fail and have an off day, but finally, with a sample size of 1.5 years at the highest level of the game, we now do get to see, even longer than that, two years at the highest level, we get to see that, yeah, okay, Donk can also have a game where he disappears, and obviously, like you kind of highlighted, maybe it's a systemic issue, broader problem than just Donk himself.
Yeah, and Rentu, of course, we had a quick conversation about him yesterday, and we've had 2 great interviews with him at this event, one with us and one with Harry. I mean, it's actually crazy that he made his HLTV debut in 2026 at the beginning of the year. He only played CCT with a mixed team. He played a couple of those smaller events with Red Canids Academy. All of a sudden, he's on the main team, and he's debuted at his first S-tier tournament, playing both Zaiwu and Donk. Incredible.
I mean, that's one way to rack them up, right? Some big names that he gets to go against on the server. As we get a look at the veto here, Trav, it's going to be Mirage picked by Red Canids. It's the map we saw them pick yesterday against Gentlemates. It's the map we saw Donk struggle on against Falcons. Teams picking Mirage into Spirit quite consistently. Now, I don't think that's because they think there's a weakness there for Spirit. I think it's more down to the fact that it just so happens to be a coincidence that those are good maps for the teams that have played against Spirit. It's ancient for the favorites. And then which we certainly shouldn't, require a decider, we will go to Overpass.
Yeah, and if Red Canids do get to Overpass, remember what Shay was able to do to Gentlemates yesterday. But as you say, it would be a massive surprise if this series goes 3. This is a chance for Spirit to warm up into the tournament, feel a little bit better about themselves after what Falcons did to them yesterday.
Absolutely. Try and regain some confidence. There's going to be an exec into the safe bomb side. Red Canids keeping things extremely simple in the pistol here, trying to minimize the variance and what could then go wrong. And it's going to be Rentu to draw first blood. Tania pressured in the back lines here and towards CT. He's got some support coming through there that's actually going to enable him to keep his life intact. And Zontix will get a multi as Red Canids run into a brick wall.
Oh, that's a shame because it was such a good start. Hang on a second. Drop has an opportunity. Slow 1 versus 2. He knows where both these players are, but the mid-range dualies from Magics will close it out. And yeah, that was actually not a bad call. As you say, it was simple for Red Canids. They delayed those flashes pretty well, really blinding up the Balk player terribly. But in that they broke through, Tania was able to survive just about long enough to get Zontix in to help.
Yeah, exactly. That's the key detail, right? Is it was a matter of seconds at that point. And I think it's actually a really rough round for Red Canids to lose because when you're such a massive underdog as they are in this series against Spirit, pistol rounds become insurmountably more important. Because pistol rounds are so variable, volatile, it closes the gap between teams at that point because of, like I say, how much variance there is to pistol rounds. And that's where you got to try and capitalize as the underdog because you're going to have a far more difficult time in the gun rounds, obviously, and then, of course, when you're ecoing as well. So I feel like if there ever was going to be a world in which there'd be any chance for Red Canids to do some damage, pistol rounds were a requirement from the word go.
Exactly, and now, unfortunately, they're going to go for the full eco to play for the guns in the third, just waiting for Spirit to use some of their utility. So they have to repurchase it. So I'll take this opportunity to maybe tell you guys a little bit more about Red Canids. I'm sure there are many Spirit fans tuning in here. Maybe have never seen a Red Canids match ever. You've got Cowes, of course, who used to play for Pain. He's currently on loan from Pain at Red Canids. You've got Shay, loaned from Imperial, who is brilliant in that third map against Gentlemates yesterday. We already touched on Rentu a little bit, so worth mentioning Drop as the in-game leader, of course, formerly from Furia and MIBI, was part of that Furia team that made the playoffs at the Rio Major back in 2022. That's that Magic and Zontix going to be holding in very easily here, and there we go, they only lose one player. No worries against the full eco. So yeah, I mean, Red Canids, as a reminder as well, came all the way from the open qualifier through the closed qualifier. They qualified with history, by the way. Didn't even qualify with Rentu on the team. But yeah, it's been a long journey for them to get here, and I'm sure last thing they were expecting was to play both Vitality and Spirit at this event.
Well, there was a game that I found where Drop did play against Spirit back in 2024 at ESL Pro League. And it was MIBR who beat Spirit 2-1, so maybe some Spirit enjoyers have seen Drop before. It was a big game there where, like I said, they eliminated Spirit from Pro League. Now, obviously, yeah, long time ago, sure, maybe a stronger team even with guys like Insani in the mix as well. But, hey, they have been on the receiving end of Drop's devastation before. Do I expect it to happen again? Yeah, absolutely not. But just a little tidbit.
Indeed. First gun round for Red Canids. How do they begin their series and what is a crazy test for them? Rentu Glass Cannon on the AWP to begin. Utility is starting to dwindle a little bit. Shay will use one of the final smokes they have for that window position. Does look like they're preparing for some kind of a B split because of the positioning of these underpass players, but they could still make their way into connector. Of course, they know that will be donk territory.
Yeah, probably avoid that at all costs, I imagine would be part of the game plan. They've checked their boxes really nicely so far with how they've progressed through the round. Efficient utility usage, obviously not much of a contest in towards middle here from Spirit. It is going to be Magics and Zontix who get tested over towards this B-bomb site. There goes your Lurker, Drop removed from the equation, but they've advanced really far forward. Magics boosted up on the box, will be the one to receive contact. Does a hell of a lot of damage and a kill in that combination as well. Donk tries to force the issue. He wants to get ahead of his team there because he recognizes there's that window of opportunity, but he'll lose his life out. Shiro's taking a lot of damage as he's burned to the flames. Cowes will turn in time to tear his head off, and it's Tania left in the clutch.
Huge round from Cowes. Wow. As you say, Donk really forcing the issue early. He wants to get into the game early after how he got obliterated against Falcons yesterday, and I don't blame him. But now Tania has got no kit in this clutch. Cowes will give up his life for information, but now Davides is set up on bench. Headshot angle, headshot taken. First gun round for the Brazilians, and it's the Chilean to close it.
Ah, very good work coming through there from Red Canids, and maybe just too much space and respect being given up here by Spirit. I mean, the first time they actually kind of clock what's going on is when Magix takes contact when he's boosted up on the box, and when you're in that position, you're not normally the guy who's supposed to be taking first contact. So I feel like Red Canids have done a really good job of getting super far forward before Spirit had even kind of realized what was going on. That kill on Donk there was certainly a key frag. Donk really trying to force the issue, and it ends up costing his team quite a lot.
One of the main things that we haven't had a chance to touch on yet is the fact that Halley is not with Spirit at Rio. He has some health issues that he needs to sort himself out with, so we hope he feels and gets better. But Sotfik is with them, and of course Sotfik has so much experience playing with both Donk and Zontix and Artfrost at the time on that Spirit Academy team. He's also been the main coach and often player when he had to stand in for the Kiyosuke version of Spirit Academy as well. So, you know, if there's one person that knows these players incredibly well that isn't Halley, it would be him. So it's good for Spirit to have him around. But, of course, we know that Halley was one of the main pieces of the Spirit organization that would put in a lot of work for the calling.
I mean, this is his team, right? And it kind of feels like at the moment, Magix is more just a conduit for Halley and what's going on in the server. And I don't expect Magix to really be taking a huge amount of space in terms of dictating how the team is going to be playing until he's really been able to come into his own as a captain. I mean, obviously there was that interview from Overdrive where he said it could take up to 2 years. And I think that was maybe a little bit misconstrued by the community, that he's not saying we'll start winning in 2 years. Get back to that point, because there's a big moment here with Shiro on the AWP, and he's just going to get destroyed by drop, and the first responder is Zontix, and there's not much he can do about it. I think Spirit have already accepted their fate in the round. Magix is jumping and hoping that Donk can come through and bail him out, and while Donk does get the kill, Magix goes down. And that is going to be Red Canids doubling up their round count. But Trav, just before I let you jump back in, just to finish off the points I was making there, I think it was misconstrued with what Overdrive said when he said that it's going to be 2 years for Magix to be a good captain. It doesn't mean that they get a 2-year runway and that's when they can start to expect results from Spirit. It means that for now, it is just going to be Halley's team and Halley's vision that Magix is then implementing in the server.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that's a bad way of looking at it at all. Good damage here by Tanir, by the way. Him and Donk both actually will limit drop to being the only man alive. Red Canids after that gun round win. Zontix will keep his Galil. And yeah, that fighting con was very awkward. Mostly for Shay, to be honest with you, when he had such little ammunition remaining and Magix is hopping around like a kangaroo, inadvertently baiting perfectly for Donk, funnily enough. But there we are.
Good start. Win the first gun round, convert against the Force Spy, tie up the scoreline. Opportunity now against the Eco. Tactical timeout called early here by Spirit. Notice that there was a lot of talking from Magix in the tac timeouts last time, not so much from Sotfik, and it doesn't look like Sotfik is chiming in a whole lot. Maybe a couple words coming through from him. Lots of listening going on. For Red Canids, extremely important that they come out the gate swinging here. They're not going to be making a comeback against Spirit if they start like, 8-1 down or something like that. It's going to have to be them from the word go putting pressure here on Spirit if there's going to be any chance for them.
Of course, Zontix, as I said, did keep the Galil. And as you'd expect, he drops it over to Donk. Let's see if there's anything you can do with the Galil. If it's an AK, then you know what's going to be happening. But you know the Galil is excellent. Let's see if Donk can prove it to be so. Flashing toward ramp, maybe trying to get these pistols into position to go for a push. Donk has got the wider angle with the 5-7 close, but there's no one there to receive it at the moment. Canids are taking their time and going about this early stage of Mirage very calmly against Spirit, not getting ahead of themselves, not going for anything too crazy on these anti-ecos and anti-forces. They've got space here.
A little fake thrown into the mix here. Spirit have peeked behind the curtain and kind of realized what's going on. Problem is that Donk's hero Galil is on the polar opposite side of the map where the action's going to go down. Now, there's a lot of time between this fake that's been thrown here by Red Canids and them actually pulling the trigger on the execute into the speed bomb side. And that window of opportunity now starts to close because Donk is charging in this direction. There's already 3 players in position here for Spirit. Donk is going to arrive on the scene soon enough. Not when the execute gets going, but he will be here to try and help his teammates out. First frag found from Davideus. Zontix's Deagle's got to connect. There's Dong. He's now nestled into the bomb site. He can be a really big problem for them to have to deal with now. But he's all of a sudden the only problem that they have to deal with, and they'll make it happen.
Oh, and 3 players tagged up. 2 less so than drop, but Tania cannot work his way in with the 5-7, and Red Canids have the lead. You joked with me before we went live, over-under on Red Canids getting more than 10 rounds in the entire series. I definitely thought over, and you agreed with me. But, you know, I think Spirit at the moment, as we saw against Falcons yesterday, sure, they've already beaten Liquid in this tournament, but every bloody team's beating Liquid at the moment. That's not really a very impressive result. They just don't look like themselves as an entire collective recently, and they've been so inconsistent with their results.
Absolutely. I mean, there's a lot of things that Spirit are trying to figure out at the moment. Apparently, there's a lot of players just on different wavelengths, and trying to get balance within the team is something Donk spoke about, that they're struggling with a lot of different ideas swirling around. And it means that there's a big disconnect within the squad at the moment, which means if there ever was like the slightest, slimmest of chances for Red Canids to push Spirit, it would be today. It would be here on this occasion. They're going to leave their hearts on the server here at their home event. Going to have to overcome one of the best teams in the world, though, even on their off day. They've still got Donk.
But Red Canids, mate, have Davideus. We all, we as a duo have covered Davideus a lot over the years in Tier 2 Brazilian Counter-Strike and lots in South American ESL Challenger League, for example. And we know, of course, he's a major playoff player now with Pain. But now he's back on Red Canids. He's fragging a lot better than he ever did on Pain. Obviously playing lower tier South American opposition, but he's looking at the Davideus we know and love. Flash through that short smoke, and Shay will entry Zontix perfectly. Donk on the rotation straight away. Magic's out under pressure, playing jail on the B bomb side. But there's still that lurk up top connector, and they could go back, and they are going to, I think.
Donk could cut this round down at the legs, though. Yeah, he's dropped the bomb carrier, and... Oh, it's Shiro, excuse me, not Donk. I just saw the EM4. Donk was in that position earlier. Shiro making a really good play there to actually get the kill, and then he's going to be able to get the AWP as well. And if the job wasn't done initially, it should be now. Is there enough time? I think there's just enough time here. Donk is going to realize that he maybe has an opportunity to catch this player on the cross. Kawes not going to be able to get across, and now it's just about prioritizing his life. And Donk will survive long enough here to get his team across the line and tie up the scoreboard here for Spirit.
Davideus does actually get the kill, which means no one on Spirit survives winning that round. So their buy will not be good, and Red Canids will be the first people to realise that and recognise that. They'll know they've got a good opportunity here, and they're actually going to call a timeout to discuss it. As you can see on your left of your screen, the buy is not going to be good. At 3 MP9s in this gun round for Spirit. We've seen Jane call a half buy on rounds like this before.
Yeah, I mean, it is obviously very unorthodox. Oh, he's doing the challenge, Trav. He's doing the streamer challenge, trying to see how many he can get in 20 seconds. Probably not going to top own his numbers, but you're right that this is unorthodox to kind of half buy after winning a round. That is very Jame-esque, but yeah, I mean, if you're Spirit and you're such massive favorites, you're probably not going to be giving up that sort of ground here against Red Canids.
Yeah, just don't treat them with too much respect, or otherwise you could easily get caught, and they might still, who knows. It's not over until it's over. A little bit unsure, Red Canids, about how to go about this purchase. One of the main reasons why they called that half buy, or called the tack pause, sorry, to go for this force buy with the Deagle, Tech 9, Galil, and a couple of AKs. So it was a really good play from Shiro in that previous round, really taking the initiative there, getting the bomb dropped in underpass and immediately dropping down, picking up the AWP, getting the second kill. It was excellent trading by Kawes, but there's no time to cross, and Donk puts a stop to what Red Canids wanted to try and do. And
this is one of those rounds where you take a... Oh, sorry, man, go on.
I was going to say that I mentioned the lack of quality weaponry for Spirit. Yeah. They're already out of util. Missed Windows.
Yeah, Red Canids. I was going to say, let's play the game of guessing who won the previous round based on the buy for both of these teams, because this is like difficulty level impossible. Red Canids have gone B a lot. In fact, they've looked to go B every single round, bar the pistol, and then obviously in the previous, they try to pivot away from B late in the round. Now, they're going to explore into this A side, Tania goes through that A ramp smoke. He's got Shiro in tow. In the meantime, Red Canids have just slowly crept their way down the ladder into this A-bomb site, and it's going to be Zontix who pays with his life for that information. You're not going to expect Shiro again. Maybe they do. You're definitely not going to expect Tania as well, but Tania's gone down. That puts Shiro in a bit of a pickle, stuck between a rock and a hard place, and he will battle back for 2.
Pretty good, but Kawes on low HP will immediately destroy Magix, and that leaves Donk last alive again. I'm afraid he will not be winning this one. Incredible work from Red Canids, really well parsed through Palace there. Walking down the ladder silently. We saw Heavy God do that yesterday for G2 and get a really clean quad kill. This time, it's a double from Kawes and a double from Drop that will secure a 4-3 lead for Red Canids. And again, just the lack of utility for Spirit and just plain weaponry really coming back to bite them there. That's the opening kill from Kawes. If he actually goes down to that CT position, that would actually make a big difference for the mid-port portion of that take.
Yeah, I think you're right. That's probably the linchpin in the round there. That kill going Red Canids' way was maybe one of the main determining outcomes of the round, even though it was one of the first kills in the round. And then I like that late activation on the player coming through from ramp. So Red Canids prioritizes a hit through Palace. And because they've got that extra man who comes late through ramp, he gets the intel as we do follow the smoke all the way through to make sure they land it this time, which they do. Thank you, Mr. Shev and Jonas, our observers. But yeah, that late activation through ramp was also a key detail to make sure that Red Canids had the intel, that there was already one player advanced in ramp and then a second in the corner there as well. So neither of those players able to catch Red Canids off guard, as Donk will use Tania as bait on the end of his fishing rod there to enable him to get an opening kill with this hero rifle.
Yeah, this M4 that was kept over is going to try and be the main thing to get Spirit back in this, and Magix actually has made quite a bit of noise pushing forward to grab that AK, and Shay, you can tell by his facial expression on that push forward, it's been taken and they know Magix is there, and that is why Davides creeps out ramp on a timing. Good job. And now Donk from stairs, it already will pre-nade it though and destroy it. Shay, good job.
Oh.
And that's 5-3.
Indeed it is, and it's about trying to prioritize keeping the rest of these players alive here for Red Canids. One of the main struggles for Spirit on the CT side of Mirage has been trying to figure out their best way of going up, setting themselves up, because Tania has always been a catwalk player. He was a catwalk player on Gun 5, he was a catwalk player for Heroic on the CT side of this map, and then when he came into the team to replace Zontix, he was the catwalk player as well when he joined the team, and then Zway became the A anchor, right? Now, they continue to juggle these roles around where Tania is now the A anchor here on Mirage, and Zontix has returned back to his position on catwalk, which is where he had always played. And I feel like Tania has certainly been struggling in that A anchor role here on Mirage in particular.
I mean, getting Tania in particular into this Spirit team felt like a slam dunk at the time. I mean, we covered him so much in Gun 5. I mean, we remember that Gun 5 team with him and Yellow, who's obviously now on Paravision, was slapping people about in Tier 2. Tania was incredible. He carried that over to Heroic when it was kind of a temporary move to begin with, and he was so damn good, Heroic kept him. But yeah, it's just not the Tania we remember from those days, even against that really good Tier 1.5, Tier 1 opposition in Heroic. And it's a shame because we know what Tania has got in his locker. Let's see if he can show a little bit of it today. Even, you would think, against Red Canids, we could see a very good level from him. But Kawes waiting on ramp. Tania goes looking, will get deleted. Eventually, Zontix gets his kill from short. A rare headshot on Davideus. 4v4, but look at the damage.
Feels like they're lacking the AWP on Shiro as well. Again, they're not going to have it here. Fundamental part of their defense is Shiro with that sniper rifle on the CT side, and the CT sides have been a big portion of where Spirit have actually been struggling. Their T sides have been alright, and again the defensive half proving to be a problem here against Red Canids. We've got a game in our hands, 4v4. Damage done, like you say, to both Donk and Zontix as Red Canids zero their sights in on this B-bomb site.
We smoke from Magix on a good timing. 4 players walking in for Red Canids. 45 seconds left in the round. They've got plenty of utility, not just for the take, but for the after plant as well. Magix will switch hands there, maybe to make him feel a bit more comfortable on that sort of angle. Now Zontix will shift back to help. Magix will once again put himself in jail. This is my favourite position, but it's usually only good for a 1-for-1. Ollie and Van. And they're going to try and make the push now. Zontix is here on time, but they need to get at least a kill apiece here. Will that Molotov spread on bench? I don't think it will, but it's a brilliant clear from Shay. Goodness gracious me. Zontix now having to stand tall. He gets one, but he needs more, and he can't grab it. Drop will push him out of the round. 10 seconds for the plant. They're going to be okay. Rentu's got the line. He'll miss, and Shiro will get that kill with the M4. As unfortunately, one of the kind of patterns we've noticed with Rentu under pressure as the newbie to the team, he is a bit prone to the odd miss. Now Donk and Shiro in the retake, the two best players on Spirit to try and make it happen. It might have to be Shiro, but Drop is going to stand tall. 9 HP to spare, and Red Canids right now are in full control.
Getting loud in and out of the server as well. They're trying to add insult to injury right now and pile that pressure onto Spirit, who should never have had any serious problems coming into the series here against Red Canids. But all of a sudden, they're under the cosh, they're under the pump, and they're feeling the heat here in Rio.
Shay is starting to show us, not just on the player camera reactions, but what he was able to do against Gentlemates on Overpass yesterday. He was the key factor to eliminating the Spaniards from Rio and keeping their home event alive. It's crazy.
Get that bloody AWP in Shiro's hands, man.
I know, it's crazy how much work he's been doing with the M4.
Has he even had an AWP once? I mean, I know he picked up an AWP and he got that kill in lowers, but that was picked up off of a Red Canid's body. I'm not sure if he's actually started around with the sniper yet here, and we're already 9 deep on Mirage.
Oh dear. Spirit. Someone send out a search warrant.
Also, it does deserve to be said that Red Canids players are looking exceptionally sharp here in the server today, man. If we took the nameplates off, I think that was Red Canids, Spirit on the T side with how sharp they've been looking with their first bullet accuracy, their sprays, and this is all while Rentu has yet to really come online here with his AWP.
Yeah.
Going to slow things down here. Our Red Canids look to see if there's anything untoward here in the round, recognizing that Spirit will be on the low buy and maybe expecting them to make some sort of a play.
Something I mentioned to you yesterday as well, that we know that Drop has got plenty of experience playing on Furia and MIBR. One of the things that he really struggled with on both of those two terms was big pressure moments in big games, and he used to really fall off individually as the in-game leader, or not. He's the in-game leader here, and he's playing really, really well in a big game against Spirit. 11-5. Cowes knows there's a bit of default presence there from Magix. He's going to try now bait for Tania. They're going to clear it properly, especially with Drop coming through. There we go. Clean as you like. And this half buy is going nowhere. Rentu will get a second kill for his confidence. And it's 7-3.
A win and a half now guaranteed for Red Canids on the T side of Mirage. Sure, it's their map pick, but they could have picked any map in the world, and I wouldn't have expected this to happen against Spirit, who are looking a little bit shell-shocked right now, because not only are they behind, I mean, sure, it's still map 1, and we're still in the first half, but that pressure of them just having been such overwhelming favorites coming into the series, as soon as you check the scoreline and you're like, damn, we're down 7-3, that expectation means that the pressure builds exponentially at that point.
Yeah, Red Canids will have come into this game with nothing to lose, and sure, they did that against Vitality, but we know Vitality are pretty impenetrable. Spirit, not so. Oh, great flash in middle, the delayed one from Drop at 1 minute 30. Take the headshot on Zontix, Cowes will entry Tania on A, and Donk only just gets there in time. Rentu, spotted on ramp, will not choose to fight that, and nor will Donk, to be fair. So 4v3 to work with.
And again, going back to their good old faithful here, it's only Magix on this half of the map right now. Do they get a read on this to start to rotate anybody across? I mean, Magix is even focusing on middle right now. And so there's nobody home. This is probably going to be a situation where once they realize that they end up just committing to the save, unless Magix can find a quickfire double. I don't see any way back into this one. They still have residual util to deploy here in the post plant as well. Magix plays cat, not by choice. Forced backwards by the nade. And this is round over. 8 out of 11 now going red Canids' way. When do we start to panic? Do we hit that button already?
This is crazy. My word. Red Canids maybe keeping an eye on what Falcons did to Spirit yesterday and trying to take a few leaves out of that book. Shiro has an AWP, but guess what? It's only an exit kill. And I think one of the main things I want to praise Red Canids for, which, you know, a separate thing from what you already have, is the fact that they've kept this extra utility once they had taken a bomb site. They can afford to throw all their players in here, by the way. There's no problem with everyone going down because they've got all the money in the world for the final round of the half. They will give that hunt a go. But only a couple of kills for Spirit as consolation.
And say what you want about them not having Hallie here, about Magix being a new IGL in the infancy of that domain. This is the CT side, boys. This is where you're supposed to just have your individuals winning their duels, making good individual decisions based on their own game sense and their own situation as well, and then kind of coming together as a unit in that regard. Woo! It's anything but that, quite the contrary. It's Donk to fall first here. Red Canids on course for 9. They've been really good at converting these opening kills into round wins. Can they do it again here to really ramp this half home?
And Shiro knows he has to stick around. He needs to try and find something to answer back, but that nade almost exposed him in that pick toward under. Now, again, it's a round where Spirit have lost an opening kill and they're scrambling in the rotations. They might just get caught in transition again. Wouldn't be the first time. We've got 3 over toward A at the moment. Zontic's holding on to short, having to worry about both middle and B. Tanir now close ramp. Flash will come through to give him a look, and he needs to deliver from it. Thankfully, Kowers is full blind from it, and he will be able to upgrade to the AK. But now Rentu can set himself up from the catwalk position. Shiro peeks it, could be in trouble. Rentu will take it. On his S-tier event debut, he's killed both Donk and Shiro in a singular round, beyond his wildest dreams. Now Magix. Drop. Will drop, but Magix might need one more, but Davides gives him no time whatsoever. Ridiculous swing. And now Zontix, he might not even be called into action from short here. They're going through CT to A. It's going to be on Tanir, I think. Stuck in sandwich, but he's going to be cleared by the Rentu Tech 9. I can't believe what I'm witnessing at the moment. Zontix 1v3. And all 3 angles are well set up for the crossfire. Utility, used, kit available, but Rentu's going to make it a quad kill. It's 9-3, but not to Spirit, to Red Canids. Do not rub your eyes. You are really witnessing Red Canids up 9-3 on Team Spirit. The lowest ranked team in the tournament that came all the way from the Open qualifier is troubling some of the best players in the world.
Yeah, big time. They're a real thorn in Spirit's side right now. It was a 3-all scoreline at one point on Mirage, and then it was just a hot 6-round streak coming through from Red Canids, putting Spirit on the back foot, proving already that they can bleed here in this series against Red Canids.
I can't believe I'm saying this. I'm going to give you the old caster cliche. They need the pistol, Spirit. Not Red Canids. It's Spirit who need the pistol. 3-9 behind. They're walking in through Palace. Already a resmoke coming through there at a really good time. Unfortunately for Drop, though, he'll get destroyed by Donk. And in comes the entry man himself. Gets himself 2 off the bat. Ren2 will put him down, though. Great confidence for Ren2 after that quad kill to end the half, after he had a very slow half overall. Maybe now feeling it a little bit more. There's actually some Molotovs and some extra flashes to work with here, and it looks like Spirit want to try and attack jungle. Cowes knows it, though. Playing safe. Yeah. Great tap on Magix. Cowes has been so clean so far, and there's 2 more to add to the tally. Tane will find Ren2 on the trade, though, and Davideus is circling on the spot, trying to find Shiro, and he can't. It is now all down to Cowes in the 1v2. And I think Tanir and Shiro have got this one under lock and key, and that's a great headshot from Tanir. So the must-win pistol does go their way.
Yeah, really well done there. I mean, Donk with an explosive opening kill there through the smoke to set the round in motion. And then he combines that with the second important frag as well. Spirit then feel like they can't really commit to the original plan of taking deep CT control. So they instead reroute and try and go towards jungle. That gets emphatically shut down by Cowes with a phenomenal double kill. Those are some really clean shots coming through from him. It starts to get quite concerning at that point there for Spirit, but they regain control and they get it across the line to set this second half in motion. Long road back for them here on Mirage, but they've got to keep that belief.
Now look at this for Davideus. Not really a boost you see all too often. And these are the rounds you really got to be careful with. If you are Spirit, you've done all the hard work. Now don't throw it away against the FAMAS, MP9s, 5.7 and Scout. Shay's even got immediate counter utility if Davideus sees anything. But the bomb's going back toward middle. It's only Tanir lurking here at the moment.
Spirit just trying to get an idea of what's going on in the round as they start to take some shape themselves. 1-3-1 split, keeping their options available. Player in Palace, player in Apartments. Both extremities covered. And it looks like they're just going to route their way up catwalk into B. Now, how do Red Canids respond to this, considering they've got 2 players in this corner? Not going to be spotted initially by Donk, but it's really awkward to try and take fights in towards catwalk from these positions, and Donk will come through just in time as he cuts the scaffolding down from underneath Davideus. That is going to enable the Apartments player, and it's now impossible for Ren2 on the Scout. Should be,
there's
at least.
one, but yeah, it was only ever going to be one. To be fair, he's done very well to get that one. Magix will find Drop, and that means Cowes has nothing to do. And ideally, you probably try and keep the FAMAS, even though it's only a FAMAS, and he will fall away. So well done, Spirit there. They parred it well. And yeah, unfortunately for Davideus, that tree trunk, as you say, did get cut down. So no impact to be had from that position.
It was probably... I reckon he was licking his lips because he hears those footsteps and he realizes, I'm about to get this jewel here on Tanir. Look at how long Tanir was in position, and then Davideus hears him starting to advance. Then just as Tanir was about to show up in Davideus' cross, that's where Donk rounds the corner and gets the kill, and Davideus all of a sudden is like, mate, why did you... Oh, you didn't run away. You died. And that means the stack is no longer assembled, or the boost at least. And that will be Spirit at least closing the gap.
And often in these sort of games, it is a little bit harder for the underdog to hold on CT side because, realistically, Spirit do have way more advanced tactics than Red Canids probably have, right? And it's a very common pattern that a favourite does make a T-side comeback, even if it's the unfavoured side of the map.
Absolutely key point to nail there, Trav, especially when you combine that with the fact that it's going to be Donk on this T side. He's going to be exceptionally difficult here for Red Canids to contain and to try and win these isolated duels where they can't always be the one that are calling the shots in the round, playing at their own pace, dictating where they go on the map. Instead, they're having to receive Spirit and try and deal with what's being thrown at them. That can be insurmountably more difficult as the underdog. And another factor to consider is, of course, Red Canids would have had some hope coming into this one, but they probably also did consign themselves to the fact that this wasn't going to go their way when they realized that they drew Spirit. Then they get themselves 9-3 up on the half, and all of a sudden, in that break between halves, it's like, guys, like, we're in control. This is actually like our game to lose all of a sudden. And then reality can start to set in like, oh, damn, this is our game to lose. And all of a sudden, it's like, we never expected to be here. How are we here? What's going on? And that can start to overwhelm you a little bit.
Matt, calm down. You're not the one being overwhelmed. It's Red Canids being overwhelmed right now.
I am a little bit right now. Yeah, well, Spirit are too.
Oh, dear.
I'm a very empathetic person, Trav. I'm feeling their emotions.
Yeah, very valid. Very valid. Cowards will do well to get the kill on Zontix, but unfortunately, it's going to be still very difficult for these two digs to hold on. Drop dancing around on the bench. He's got Davides on default with him, but they should be cleared. And even though Drop does actually dig Donk out of the round, they have space. And I say they have space, I mean, Tanir's 6 HP, Magic's is 22. This was not easy by any stretch. And Red Canids can still lock them in with some aggressive exit positions here.
Yeah, I mean, any damage or any further damage would certainly be welcomed. Already 2 kills in the round. Tanir is low. They could get one more frag. That would be fantastic here, just to force Spirit to rebuy a lot of their weaponry. I mean, Shay says, mate, it's all on you because I'd like to keep this AK in play. And Kawes will find the timing. And like I said, Tanir and Magic, they're both low. Kawes is not at all trying to win this round right now. It's just about trying to keep DTs in and around this bomb. And yeah, good. There's no way Tanir's going to get far away enough, right? Not on 6 health. Maybe. Oh, in fact, yeah, only just. Oh, nope, not even.
Okay.
4 kills in the eco.
Yeah, not bad. Really not bad. Keeps Spirit a little bit more honest. Yeah, I mean, we know that some of these Red Canids players do have big event experience. I mentioned Drop earlier. Obviously, we know Kawes played big events with Pain. He's not even, permanently signed to Red Canids. He's only on loan from Pain. Shay is on loan from Imperial. You could argue that Red Canids don't even have a full team in that sense. But, yeah, they are proving that they are no pushovers whatsoever. But now, real difficulties will begin on the CT side. Rentu has got his AWP out. He's had one very, very good round in this series. That was at the end of that first half. But it can't just be the one.
For me, it's this gun round. It's this gun round for Spirit where they'll settle back into the map if they can make it work. We've seen this picture. We've seen the story already before here on the B stream between 3D Max and Falcons, where 3D Max went up 9-1. And then on the T side of Inferno, we had that masterful comeback from Falcons, where they went on to win the map 13-10. Can Spirit replicate that here against Red Canids to dodge this bullet?
Yeah, I'm feeling a lot less concerned for Spirit now, and I'm feeling more concerned for Red Canids. I'd love to see a crazy upset, but it's going to be difficult from here, even with a 9-6 lead. Shiro will entry drop, there goes Davides, Magix will find him, and now all of a sudden Shay alone on B. He doesn't have any help here whatsoever as they're going to close in on him from short and apartments. This split is going to make him feel a lot of pain, I'm afraid. Needs to get the kill immediately on Tanir, but Tanir does not allow it, and Rentu needs to get out of there ASAP. Kawes as well to find that kill on Magix, but even he might not be able to save. Donk almost catches him. But the gap is 2, and they will be hunting, as you say.
All right, everybody with me now. Let's have a nice deep breath, because this has been a ridiculous map so far. Okay, cool. Listen, Spirit are back. They've drawn within 2, and they're going to be feeling a whole lot better about this than they were 5-10 minutes ago. Really good for their confidence as well to battle back on this T side, go flawless so far with 4 consecutive rounds, and build themselves into this T side.
And whatever happens from here, Red Canids can say, look guys, well, we made them sweat. So we should be proud of ourselves.
Oh, yeah.
But of course, still in the lead, they'll still believe that they have a way to win the map. But let's see, we've got that Ren 2 AWP coming in this round, even though we don't have much around it. 3 Deagles and an MP9. Actually, utility isn't that bad considering it's a half investment. Sure, looking for the jump spot.
I mean, he's going to need some kills here, or he's going to have to save the AWP, because they get 3,400. That means he will be up to enough money to afford an AWP, but only just in the next round. A couple kills will push him over the edge to get that Kevlar and some extra utility, but it's a bit of a gamble here from Rentu.
Much prefer the angle on top of the pot in ramp from Kawes. This one's a little bit easier to pre-fire, I feel like, but Shiro's creeping in, and maybe that shadow advantage will help out Kawes. Looking for one more, and Donk will drop as well. That's the bomb, but he sees the AWP on the ground, and he's like, ooh, shiny, and goes a bit too deep for it. But the round's on.
Poison Chalice in a way, but you're right, he's done the damage and given his team a chance here in the light investment with those 2 kills. Kawes has been a monster here on the server. 21 frags, 17 rounds deep. Can his team finish off what he has started? Spirit to slow things down. They pump the brakes because they want to try and keep this CT side guessing as to where they're going to go. That's a big miss from Rentu. Extremely costly. Magix has heard the reposition coming through from Connect. He's going to look to close the door in on that player, but it doesn't matter because Tania will hold his own to get both those frags. Can Davideus deny the plant? Absolutely. Now with only 18 seconds left, this could cause a problem. He's got the AWP as well, and he's going to connect on the shot to finish off the job.
Davideus, there's the individual ability from one of the best Chilean players we've ever seen, maybe the best Chilean player we've ever seen. That is what we want to see, and that is the kind of round which could get Red Canids closer to that finish line. Oh my goodness, Tania did so much work, even on low HP, to get that second kill in Connector. It felt like they were under complete control for the majority of it until that bomb plant was denied.
Yeah, what's up with that positioning on the plant though, Trav? I mean, why hasn't he actually just tucked himself in behind the box completely? Because he actually did reposition initially, but he didn't go far away around enough the box there to actually completely cover himself from CT. Extremely costly mistake there from Tania.
Yeah, almost like he was a little bit flustered after those 2 kills he got, and with how low HP he was really panicking to get that plant as ASAP when he didn't need to rush it. I thought for sure Rentu missing that shot on ramp was the round-ending mistake. But now all of a sudden, with the damage that's been done to Spirit in a couple of these previous rounds, if Red Canids win this one, Spirit have no money at 11-7 down. Nightmare.
Oh man, all of a sudden, and they were kind of coasting back into the game, but losing that round throws a big spanner in the works. Some questionable decisions made, some mistakes made. Red Canids will open up their account here in the second half as a result. And like you say, if they win this 11-7, probably becomes 12-7. And then Spirit need 5 in a row to force overtime.
Yeah, it's been a pretty quiet game by the standards of Davideus, but impact kills are what matters. If they win a singular round, you've made up for it. And he's done it. And now on B, Drop is holding on. Donk is going to go down already. Davideus is there to help. He knows it's a short player coming through, but he's out of bullets on that M4. Now Shay is stuck. Zontix is looking for him, but he's the bomb carrier, and he's going to get caught. Bomb dropped in apartments. 20 seconds left. It's a great kill from Shiro, but rotations are in. And Magic still only has that Mac 10. He can't do anything about it. Shiro, can he even get away and save? Rentu will miss another sitter. He's missed so many shots in this game, which really makes it even more impressive. The Red Canids are winning 11-7. They're 2 away from winning map 1. After time?
Oh, and Shiro could after time. He will. He's gone unless he can connect on that shot, which he doesn't. Maximizing the pain right now in on Spirit. And you can see some serious concerned look on their faces, Donk head in hands, as they're on the brink of this first map getting away from them.
What a kill to take. Good call by Red Canids to rotate into B as they did. They had players in insurance policy positions. Again, Drop getting very important kills in pressure moments. And look at the money for Shiro. $350. He can get a smoke and a decoy if he wants. What's that gonna do ya? Nothing.
With only 2,400 round loss bonus behind them, it's not like it gets much better for him in the next. Spirit don't really have any option but to play for overtime from here. Red Canids have come alive on the CT side. super impressive that they've been able to jumpstart their campaign after having lost the first 4 rounds with a half-buy win. That brain fade there from Tania has really caused some havoc now for Spirit.
My word.
Red Canids are on the brink of winning this first map in this lower bracket affair against Spirit. Donk is 11 and 14, Trav. Not numbers synonymous with him, even on his bad days. When you combine that with the fact that it's against Red Canids, it looks even worse.
All they're going with here is the smoke and double flash. A bomb plant will be the goal to get any extra money for Shiro. Red Canids know they have an incredible opportunity here to confirm at least overtime and have many opportunities, 5 opportunities to win map 1. Zontix will give that one a little bit of a cheeky glance, but nothing doing. Drop holding the angle. They've got full mid control with short being covered by Davides. Drop covering the under push. This plant is getting less and less likely by the second.
All signs point in the direction of Red Canids getting themselves up to map point on Mirage, their map pick. 5 of them to be precise. If they can get it done here in round 19, they've kind of realized what's going on here ahead of time. They've rotated some players across. They've got a really good crossfire set up. 2 players on the bomb site, 1 on Cat. This should be impossible for Spirit to penetrate. And there we go, just dropping left, right, and center. It is going to be Spirit who are going to have to win 5 rounds in a row to force us into overtime. Oh my goodness,
this is not clean at all. You can immediately tell, even though they're playing against mostly Glocks in this round, Red Canids are so nervous. There's barely any headshots hit in that round and lots of whiffs. They are feeling it right now because they know the position they are in. Their home event, a chance to pick up a map against the top side. What an opportunity.
Alright, Spirit. Your life here on Mirage now hinges by a thread. Red Canids on the brink of doing the unthinkable. Winning the series, impossible coming into this game. Winning a map, extremely unlikely. But now we have to question everything we know. Because Red Canids have completely shape-shifted here the entire fabric of this series.
Rentu, now would be a lovely time to hit some shots to relieve the pressure on your riflers. That one stunning quad kill he got at the end of the first half got them that 9-3, but he's been absent since. Donk and Magix have a gap. They're going to work their up connector, and that's a lovely opening on drop. And now Kawez is under some pressure. He'll get deleted immediately. And the under bulk player in Davides surely has nothing he can do with this one. And there we go. A double peek will come through, and Donk will get a double. So, step 1 of 5 complete.
Yeah, and made to look easy as well as they go through the motions and processes without much of a complication. Checks and balances all intact for Spirit in that round. Not much of a contest in middle, able to get a lot further forward than what Red Canids would have been comfortable with. And then just that explosion up connector. 2 kills in quick succession, then that third added to the tally soon afterwards. Rentu and Shay looking to save their weapons. Tania looking to keep them locked in.
Oh.
Great frag found from him, and he's got the position now on lock here for Rentu.
Oh, poor Rentu, getting destroyed from every which angle. So, they stay alive for 1 round longer. How much longer will it be? Red Canids are going to use their final timeout of this game. If they get to overtime, they will be given 1 more. Both teams will, obviously.
And this is what I was talking about earlier, where Red Canids may even be in disbelief because obviously there wouldn't have been any pressure coming into the series for them, knowing they were playing against Spirit. There was no expectation whatsoever. All of a sudden, they're on map point of map 1. Like you say, they're probably feeling pretty damn nervy right now. They've got to continue to do what's worked for them up until this point. 1 moment is all they need to conclude proceedings here on Mirage and get that job done.
And obviously for those of you who maybe aren't aware, Spirit are playing without Hallie at this event. Hallie, the coach, is having some health issues, so we hope he gets better soon. Sotfik, the academy coach, standing in, but Sotfik has all the experience in the world with bringing up Donk and Zontix and Artfrost, it would have been at the time, the main core of that academy roster. Oh, what can Davideus do? They pulled out the secondary AWP, and it's a great kill on Shiro. Step 1 in this gun round. 2 MP9s on Shay and Kawez are a little bit of a concern, but Drop has an M4. And already, with that opening kill, Spirit are leaving the A-bomb site entirely.
Great time to bring the double AWP to the table here. A bit of a gimmick for Red Canids that normally can at least get you 1 round in the half, by virtue of catching your opponents off guard with that second sniper rifle. It has spilled the blood of Shiro already. Spirit now clustered together in towards middle, and Davideus continues to plague them with the second AWP. Magix has been felled, and now he's going to have to call this round from the sidelines.
Isn't it crazy that they pull out that secondary AWP and immediately it finds impact? Oh, it's going to find a third as well. Davideus looking to try and end Spirit here once and for all, but he does get a little bit over peaky. That is a freebie for Donk on the trade, but there are still 2 more CTs on this A-bomb site. Nading toward jungle, they're going to try and cross through. There's still the Kawez MP9, and there it is. Zontix removed. Donk is all alone, 1 versus 4. In other situations, I would say absolutely he wins this one, but there's no time. Still finds 2. 3 total, and an incredible headshot on Drop, surely. Not a clutch from Donk at the very last gasp. Look where Shay is. He's playing time in Palace now. He knows he's coming. Oh, it's so nervy, jumping at Donk. Who's winning it? It's Shay. They made it difficult for themselves, but there's nothing candid about that performance from Red Canids. That was impressive. Spirit are in trouble.
Oh, we nearly get that Donk moment that we so desperately desired, and you can see the look on his face, the disbelief. He cannot fathom the fact that they've lost a map here, the first map of the series in this lower bracket. My god, Donk nearly saves the day for Spirit with an unbelievable 1v4 attempt, but his efforts go in vain, and with that, Red Canids have gone up 1-0 here in this lower bracket second round matchup.
Isn't it incredible that Rentu was struggling on the AWP for so long in that game? Had 1 incredible round, sure, but it's Davideus picking up that secondary AWP. Here we go, we see it on the replay. Unbelievable multi just when it was required, and Red Canids are in an incredible position. Spirit looking like they are nowhere at the moment. 13-8 win for Red Canids. Unreal. We'll see you in a minute.
Double peek, he's getting his shot. Unbelievable! Something special to throw this decoy, and that's exactly what happens. Canids, we are back!
Placement matches set your starting point. Face It rating measures your impact as you climb. The soft ELO reset narrows the gap between the highest ELO players and the rest of level 10. Your starting point will be based on your recent ELO in activity. We're introducing Face It rating, so you can see exactly how much you stack up against others at your level. Face It rating measures how much your actions have increased your team's chances of winning the match, taking into account the full situation. Season 8 launches April 22nd. Good luck and have fun.
There's no one but I know.
Whatever happened to make a fool out of me? I was lost in the idea of it all. Too many years I've been suffering here, burning down right now. And I don't know where I run to, but it could be oblivion. I dream I was making love to a whole new life. Learn my lesson once, I'll skip the reminder of what's left for me. If I turn around, you let me down.
One and squandered it.
Where's Chopper now, huh?
Probably streaming.
They've thrown that fast cross smoke, so Exorcist takes a pot shot. Tucks on Karin is noted. Ooh, peeks in, clean headshot. That's what you want to see. He's got the aim, and so is Tack.
He was completely blind.
Yep, full blind headshot. They're crossing. Very loud about this. Masuta's going to have that first tap. A nice headshot from Masuta. He's done very well here. Solid as a rock. Triple kill from Masuta, starting as they mean to go on.
Okay, well, tempering the pace of G2 with that one. Tack very fortunate to get that kill while completely blind. It's all about Exorcist, getting the opening, slowing them down, playing towards Car. Here it is, Bosch. Yeah, had a pack to choose from.
Could have got two there. That second tap, not too far off.
And then Masuta just unleashes, liking his addition to the team.
Let's go, les gars.
And in with the force. Sampius boosted up, gets a tag. Gravity brought low. Might want to get out of lower tunnels if he can. That's a Famis that he could give over for free.
Push Cat, your own peril, Mac, as Scout was surveying.
I think it was interesting with that interview as well. Freya touching upon, hey, saying you're playing with less pressure. And right there, Natus getting into, we had very limited time with TAC, right? That just reinforces what I'm talking about in terms of the thin strat book.
That's what makes it so admirable how competitive they have been. Not only against Vitality, but the fact that they've got to take this one.
If hit.
3 on 3. Nuts flattens the Maka forced off, and the A site is just a scout. Looking like a second round conversion coming their G2's way. 3D Max a fumble. Oh, it's Meek. They tried to bring the fight and just flattened by the Tech-9 of Nerds.
We saw a lot of this as well. Pack roll stuff from G2, just silently slinking up Cat in a lot of early rounds. Now this one wasn't immediate, but still with that group play as TAC has been let off the leash to try and hunt Gravity down, and he's not too far away. The low HP on Gravity after that scout tag. He's been noted towards suicide. Everyone else will spring to action to remove this and try and wipe the board. So Gravity is going to do his very best to hold on to this, but I think Natus, with this flank, should have him dead to rights. I'm going to hit the shift key. Keep running, Gravity. You're right where I want ya.
Oh, a moment I thought he was going to try and go for an outlandish knife attempt. I mean, it makes sense financially, you know, it would have been nice to get the extra injection of cash, get some Pius on an early AWP presence, but regardless, I mean, winning the second round, it's going to kind of redeem the lost pistol. Let's see it from Nerds' POV.
Too easy.
First couple of clicks, just really, too easy. I think that's a great way to summarize it.
Well, the lay of the land is this. You just got owned on your map choice. You've gone out and had a team huddle. You said, boys, it's fine. Dust 2 up next. We can pull it back. You know, let's bring some energy. We don't want to get eliminated here. We don't want this to be the end. You come in, you win the pistol. And then you just get stripped by a force spy. So the high that you were just riding from doing the hard work, everything you just talked about outside, immediately you get reset to the feeling you had on Inferno.
Yeah, a very familiar feeling. Didn't block that either. Cross smoke lands.
There's a variation that you can throw that is much harder to block. All right, well, clearing out carts. I can't think it was the last time I saw the T side with 3 Famises, but here we are.
How far do they get them? Gravity. Chips away at Mattis, gets across to the ramp, another body shot from Lucky's Deeg. Maka will finish off the job with his USP. Nothing else really for 3D Max in this one. Gravity, they know he's around the smoke somewhere, and wow, uses his Deagle well. Nails a headshot onto some Pius before the round it comes to its foregone conclusion.
Yeah, and unusually that wasn't a force back from 3D Max. That was just a couple of pistols invested. So I guess they're going to take another round right now, which is the same, and then go full guns into the follow-up. I don't see them buying right now with Maka at 4K, Masuda at 3.7. This is going to be another round that's essentially the same thing. And it's not the most glamorous approach. It's also not the most competitive approach, but it does mean that their first gun rounds will have an AWP for Maka, all the bells and whistles. You won't be playing from behind, being more limited. But it also means that you give G2 a 3-1 lead in the early stages of their map choice. The confidence brewing.
Mattis tests the mid hold and Masuta will fall.
I think with what we're seeing from G2, and regardless of what happens in that other series, you might even say that G2 are the favorite now.
We know one sunny day doesn't make a summer, but Red Canids are feeling hot at the moment. They've just taken a map against Spirit, and I tell you what, now all the pressure is on the favourites' shoulders.
I mean, yeah, it does feel that way. I feel like this break would have served them extremely well to try and reset between maps because they've just suffered an anomaly. Nobody ever would have expected Spirit to have lost a map against Red Canids. Now, the conversation shifts to, are they actually going to lose the entire series and get eliminated by Red Canids? Because that would just be completely unthinkable.
I mean, especially when you look at the Red Canids team as it stands, right? I mean, they haven't even been that great in regional South American tournaments. That's something I really want to bring up here going into map 2, right? Because Ancient coming in here, Red Canids, they have a 50% win rate on it with 20 games played. It's way more than Spirit play Ancient, because in general, Red Canids play more matches than Spirit do. They're grinders, of course. But they've lost a team called Dash, which aren't a very good team in South America, a local LAN in Brazil. And they've also lost to teams like Marsborn and 9Z and Odic as well in ESL Challenger League. So they haven't really got much form on this map. If Spirit want to answer back, well, not if they want to, they have to. It should be here.
I mean, Red Canids even got hammered by Gentlemates on this very map yesterday. A 13-4 loss was what they suffered against the Spaniards. So surely this will not be done into Spirit looking to try and turn up the pace here as they charge through Donut in towards the say bomb site, and they're just going to thrust themselves straight through that smoke. The game plan was always to get the trade, and they've managed that successfully. There's a lot of pressure here from Red Canids. They're looking to try and unsettle Spirit before they actually get the bomb down, but Spirit will hold their own, and they just want to continue to force these fights. They're really looking to kickstart their campaign here on the second map.
It's a 2v2 temporarily on the A bomb site, but Magic's will now activate, and they know where he is, so they might try and force the issue a bit quicker on the A site to anywhere near that bomb, but I think they now realise they're pincered in and they're just looking for the kills, and with that option being taken, it's not going to work out all too well. Spirit are going to hold on, Zontix will get the kill, and Tanir will finish it off with a triple, and Spirit will start well on Ancient.
As they did on Mirage, they're 3 for 3 in pistols, if you can even believe it. They lost map 1 13-8 after having won both pistol rounds on Mirage. They even converted their pistol rounds as well, Trav. It's not like, okay, they won the pistol, but then they lost to the 4 straight afterwards. Nuh-uh. On both halves, they won the second round, which makes it even more catastrophic and unbelievable that that map got away from them.
The natural force.
This is history in the making, and Spirit do not want to be on the wrong side of this history.
Funnily enough, Red Canids don't have history on the team anymore.
True.
Good attempt from Kawes, but Donk was always going to get the frag, and there we go. Drops in with the MP9. Will manage to get Donk out of the round, but the force won't pay off, and Spirit forcing their way into B will pay off. Will be a 2-0 start, and Davideus and Rentu will try and keep what they've got to have something to use in round 3.
This is good for Spirit just to settle themselves into the game here, because those cracks from Mirage would very quickly start to creep into here on Ancient if they got off to a poor start as well. Instead, with the strong start, they can paper over those cracks and start to build themselves into the second map.
And yes, for those of you who are just joining the broadcast, that dot, that white square on your screen at the top of the scoreboard, that's not a bug. It really is one map to Red Canids.
(13-8) as well, like I said, it was dominant. Gun rounds looked so good. Individuals were extremely sharp for Red Canids as well, which was very impressive. Outgunning Spirit was not a sentence I expected to say coming into this broadcast, but that absolutely was the case on the previous map. I feel like there's going to be an element of Spirit, just like I said, looking to kickstart their campaign here on Ancient by brute forcing their way through these first couple of rounds and just trying to boss Red Canids to remind them who the real boss is on the server.
Yeah, there's that sort of thought process to it, I think. I think there were certain moments on Mirage where Spirit tried to play like the dominant team. They tried to play assertive and play like they're the favourites, which obviously they are, even without Hallie on the team in the coach slot for this event. But yeah, Red Canids had a couple of individual moments. I mean, Rentu getting that crazy quad kill at the end of the first half, which was kind of his one impactful round of the game. That was superb, and then Davideus decides, well, Rentu, you're missing a few shots. I'm going to take matters into my own hands. He grabs a secondary AWP and then gets a crazy triple to help assist that final round. absolutely incredible that Donk attempt went down to that close a clutch with Shay and Palace. I'm baffled that it got that far, but Shay got it done, jumping around with that MP9, using that movement accuracy. You know, that was nerfed on the MP9 relatively recently.
Yeah. I mean, a 1 versus 4 in like 20 seconds was what Donk had to try and deal with, and he got extremely close to making it happen. And it was actually really good to see that Shay didn't choke that one out, because I feel like most players in that situation just almost like a deer in the headlights get completely shell-shocked and have no idea what to do. But he didn't give himself any time to actually think about it, right? Because like you say, he just kept jumping around, and Vincere was able to finish off the job and complete the map for his team and make good of that ridiculous multi out of Davideus' second AWP, as we now sink our teeth into the first gun round here on Ancient.
It's funny, I mean, I mentioned that Red Canids play a lot more than Spirit just because they grind out those local lands in South America to try and make the major and try and just get better as a team, try and get Rento a little bit more experience. As a reminder, it's his HLTV debut at the beginning of the year. This is his big event debut, S-tier debut, whatever you want to call it. And now he's played both Zyro and Donk at his first event. That is not something most players can talk about.
Yeah, what a scalp this would be as well. And then there'd be one best of 3 away from getting themselves in the arena. And if you beat Spirit, that would give you all the belief in the world that you could get the job done. Simple and direct is the name of the game here from Spirit, just surging their way in towards this B-bomb site. I suspected this would be the game plan from them. Brilliant utility usage there. Shay and Drop never stood a chance.
This is a little bit more like it. 4-0 will be the score, and Red Canids might not even be able to save here, because I think the hunt will already begin in a matter of moments. Shiro still has that Mach 10. There's no reason for him to keep hold of it. He should be pressing W and looking for the exiting Davideus, Rentu, or Kawes ASAP. There we go. They've all left the bomb now. Made sure they've come at this saving attempt from Red Canids from 3 different angles too, so they know that there's been no one to slip a gap and get a crazy ninja or something like that. All angles have been cleared.
Yeah, these kills would go a long way as well, because if they can pry at least 2 of these 3 guns out of the hands of these Red Canids players, it means that they actually won't have enough money to justify the buy in the next. And there are those 2 kills I was talking about. And oh, no way! In the last tick of the round, Donk is going to round the corner, demolish Rentu, send him packing. No survivors for Red Canids, as Spirit have come into map 2 with a bang.
Yeah, not much you can do about that. Look at the buy they have now on the half. Back down to the 5.7s and Deagles and MP9s. I would like to see Red Canids play... Oh, there we go. That's classic Donk out middle with the transfer. That was his signature on this map for many a moon, and still kind of is in a way. He's stay alive though. He's being pressured from Jaguar, but oh, poor Drop.
Oh,
that's unfair.
Let them play. So well done from him. I mean, sure, this is against the half buy, but really just flexing his muscles right now is Mr. Donk. And maybe that little 1v4 attempt at the end of Mirage kind of brought him back into the fray here to a degree, because obviously he was nowhere to be found throughout the rest of the map.
Yesterday.
Completely unlike what we're expected to seeing from him. And yeah, you're right. Yesterday as well was unheard of from the young Destroyer. But now, 5 kills, and we're in the 5th round here for Red Canids across the board. There's a 6th at least as the ragdoll goes flying. Davideus, have you got a big moment here with the Stairs of Eagles on the right side of the map? And he's got the pillar to play around, but he can't connect on that first shot.
Yeah, a little bit more invigorating hand slaps from Donk as well. You can tell that the motivation never wanes. He's always been very matter-of-fact in every interview he's ever done, and anything he's ever said to anyone, really, teammates or talent or any publication. He just wants to win, whatever it takes. And whether he plays badly or not.
So, not nearly as stoic as someone like Zontix in terms of what sort of emotions he's feeling. It's always very easy to get a read on the state of mind of Mr. Donk based on his player cam, that's for sure. He doesn't shy away from showing his emotions. As we see Red Canids looking to try and take initiative here in round 6, trying to open up their accounts. It's going to be Donk, though, who opens up this B bomb site with a great opening kill on Rentu, and that's going to allow for his teammates to come through straight afterwards. A brilliant flash onto Shay, who's chased back in the corner and hunted down by Donk himself.
I think
again.
it's fair to say that normal service has resumed already. Poor Rentu is having a bit of a shocker. I mean, they had plenty of time to get that kill on ramp, but just whiffed pretty much everything. And that is probably what comes with the nerves and the hype of winning that opening map. And just it being your first big event in general. Sure, it's, vague comfort that your first big S-tier LAN is won in your home country. It's like he's had to travel into Europe for the first time to play this event. But yeah, he's kindly put, he's being outclassed at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, who would have expected anything less at this level of the game, to be completely real with you? Like you say, return to schedule programming coming through here with the series between Spirit and Red Canids. Fantastic start here for the favorites to try and put to bed what had transpired on that previous map. Bit of a rude awakening for Red Canids.
Yeah, and we came into the series saying we wanted to see Donk look like Donk again after what Falcons did to him yesterday. Magic's once again his comfort place on the team, as we know.
Literal right-hand man.
And yeah, already he's trying to warm back in on Ancient. Yeah, I mean, I think it's always been a thing that's been synonymous with some of the biggest talents in any world sport. They more often than not wear their heart on their shoulder. And yeah, as you mentioned, Donk is exactly like that as well. At the moment, Red Canids, I'd love to see them throw a little bit more caution to the wind because nothing is going right now. And this is a free hit on Ancient. Like, you really shouldn't be a map up anyway, even though you played so damn well. Just press a W a little bit, try and get in the faces of Spirit. Don't treat them with respect and see where it gets you. And it has got them a kill back this time on Coward.
I feel like they have. I feel like they've tried that a little bit already, with their swinging in towards mid and some early jewels being taken. But you are right that I like the word you used there, free hit. I think that's a great way to describe what Ancient is for them. But right now, they're the ones who are being clapped in the server. And it's a great read from Spirit after that early death goes down over towards the B bomb site and they get that kill on Donut. They just use that to ride their way into a vacant A site. Flawless here from Spirit as they assume full control. There also was a life game from Kawes on Mirage, must be said. A 2.01 rating from him, by far his best performance against a tier 1 team in his career. Odds of that have happened. The odds of that happening were extremely low. Odds of him replicating that performance twice in one series, surely 0. So we're going to need to see the rest of the team trying to find some sort of a semblance of that level here as well, if there's going to be any chance for Red Canids.
Again, they're hunting the saving players of Shay and Kawes. Probably not long for this world. There goes Kawes, and Shay now stuck in Jaguar, but he's managed to Scarpa in time, so he's done well. But yeah, I mean, again, as I said before the map begun, not a good map really for Red Canids at all. They've managed to find a way to beat Sharks on the map, a regional rival. But the only regional rival they've beaten recently is Glories at that Bet Boom Circuit X LAN. Previously, they'd lost to 9Z twice, Dash, which I mentioned, at that Fergie in-house tournament. And they've also lost to Marsborn. And if there are some North American fans in chat, Marsborn mentioned. That was an overtime loss against Marsborn, which was not a good look. And as you said earlier, I mean, Gentlemates destroyed them yesterday on 13-4. So maybe this is to be expected. This probably is what Mirage should have looked like. But as I said, free hit, see what they can do. But at the moment, Spirit know what they can do, and they're in full control.
It's also very good to see that they've been able to reset like this, even without Halley between maps. Just try and pull the team back in line, give them some advice, just get them level-headed once again. This is going to be a big test for Magix in the infancy of his IGLing career as well, suffering a map loss like that against Red Canids and then being in a position where he has to like re-galvanize the team and get everybody with their heads back in the game and make sure he keeps his head in the game. So certainly a challenge in that regard. And a bit of a challenge here in the round for Red Canids, as they're able to make something work with these weaker weapons. A couple pistol kills coming through for them. All of a sudden, it's a 5 versus 2.
Lose it from here. Look at the setup they've got. I mean, even Drop will get a kill through the wooden cave. So all of a sudden, out of completely nowhere, Spirit get a little bit more lackadaisical and get punished for it. That 5-7 stack gets all the damage. Rifles can be picked up for free. And with all 5 players alive, that'll do wonders for their money.
Yeah, absolutely. I was just about to say, we have had a 13-0 on Ancients already, with Na'Vi besting bait on that map 2 days ago. And I'm glad I didn't say it before this round, because then I would have been accused of obviously jinxing it. However, it's going to be Red Canids who get the round done, and they make it look easy. Like you say, maybe Spirit just getting a little bit relaxed there in that round, a little bit complacent, and it costs us.
Hey man, whatever we say will always be accused of caster cursing things. I don't believe in it personally, but there we are. Watch this. Donk's going to get a crazy entry. See, he didn't curse that one. Davideus will Davideus will go down immediately. And now he's going to try and press the issue even further behind the smoke. And Shay has no idea, I don't think, and nor will Rentu. They're giving it cursory glances, but Donk's ready. More ready than ever before. And look at the third. A clean tap on Shay. And he'll say bye-bye in this round. Donk's looking for them all, pushing through red. 2 players residing here, looking to try and clear every single angle. Here sees Drop. Oh, it was so close to the 4th, and you could tell he really wanted that 4th on the possible ace. But in the end, all that matters is that Spirit win another clean round. It's going to be 8-1, and Tania is rounding on these 2 saving players as well. Cowers is more stuck than a stuck thing in this corner. Trying to brawl his way out, but he'll get traded by Tania. And now, as you can see, Donk knows this is what it is more like for Spirit.
Yeah, brilliant round coming through from him. Bouncing back immediately after they lost to the half-buyer as well is a key win there for Spirit, just to make sure that there's no momentum whatsoever born off of that round win there for Red Canids. You see that graph that came out from Luz Raposa recently about first bullet accuracy?
I didn't, but I know he does good content. Educate me.
So who's at the top? Have a guess.
Is it Donk by chance?
It's not Donk. It's not Donk, which was crazy. It's Frozen. Frozen has got the best first bullet accuracy out of any tier 1 player, which is just ridiculous. Donk is obviously right up there, but it's top 3 Frozen, Rops, and Donk.
Well, there you go. Save Frozen. Any agreeers on that one? I'd imagine so.
Just everybody watching this game, no doubt.
Good kill from Shay. Tania will go down. Get a couple of consolation rounds at the end of this half. 9-3, 8-4. This will keep them in the conversation. If it's a 10-2 or 11-1, we know it's 100% cooked. It'll be a nicely cooked meal for Team Spirit to get to Overpass ASAP. I said earlier, right, I mean, we were thinking that Overpass would never be happening between these 2, but Shay was brilliant against Gentlemates on Overpass yesterday. If he can rekindle some of that, then we might still have a game rather than what we are expecting to be a bit of a walkover in map 2 and 3. Drop's holding on really well here, though. Gets himself a double on Donk and Zontix. Now Cowes knows what's going on. He might choose to push ramp here, one of the more unexpected places to be at this stage of the round. But look where Magix is. And Rentu, even though Magix is last alive, oh, he's got a freebie, but now I don't think it's going to have any impact in the round, thankfully. Never mind. Rentu reads it well, falls all the way back, even making noise with it, plays it a bit safer, and gets a nice kill. So that's 2 for Red Canids.
Yeah, really well done coming through there to at least get themselves a second run and try and give themselves something to work with going into the second half. I mean, obviously, even if they win these last 2 to get 8-4 on the board, that would be far from desirable, but it means that on paper, they haven't lost the map in the first half.
Lane about to be taken. Pretty fast opening to the map for Spirit with how they went about things, and it looks like they're going to run it back here, and Cowes was not ready. That's more of the explosive Tania we saw from the Gun 5 and Heroic days. No holds barred, B bomb site taken. And sure, the Red Canids rotation is multiple on shelf, maybe go for a flank, but And Zontix is still there to hold for that alongside Shiro, and that smoke is covering it off to make that retake impossible. So even with the money in the bank they've got going into the final round of the half, they're already committing to a save because they know they're probably going to be hunted anyway.
Yeah, true. I mean, they have been already at one point in this half. It's Spirit going back to their good old faithful. That's just been their default when they've lost a round is, all right, let's just brute force our way back into B. As you say, they catch Kawes completely off guard by progressing forward before he's even been able to drop that smoke. So they're already way advanced ahead of that smoke grenade, get that kill on Kawes, and with one frag, that's already round over. And now, I mean, now it is map over in the first half. Even if this is 9-3, there's no world in which Red Canids are going to be able to come back from a 9-3 deficit on the T side of Ancients against this informed Spirit who have looked a hell of a lot better. Donk online, the rest of the team doing their job to a really good level as well. Far more convincing.
It is, and right now the focus is just getting themselves out of this small hole they have dug for themselves, but they'll know it's only a very, very small step on where they want to be. Mentioned that their form, how inconsistent it's been since those changes that have come through to the team. You know, I think I was pretty happy that they brought Zontix back and moved Tanir into something a bit more comfortable, but it hasn't really panned out that way to begin with, and it's looked very uncomfortable overall for the entire team. At least this game, which should have been way more comfortable than this, is looking a bit more free for Spirit here. Davides is going to try and make something happen with the M4 in middle this time, pushing around this smoke. Donk looking for the late entry on this occasion, and there's nothing you can do sometimes when Donk is on the other side. Another example of it there.
Nice lineup there from Drop to actually take down his opposite number. IGL versus IGL, not really a duel, more just a frag coming through there from Drop to bring it back into a 4 versus 4 as Spirit will set their sights in on A. Donk left his own devices on middle. He's going to have to hold this ground here to try and circumvent any rotations. Try and keep this donut player focused in on middle as well. Not a duel you want to be taking when Donk's in this sort of form, but Shay says, I don't care. Destroys him, and that's going to allow for him to now turn his attention back into A. He's going to drop this advanced smoke to give himself a bit of room to work with, but Tanir will deny with a really well-timed spray. Smoke doesn't completely expose the planter, and Rentu with the no-scope on the follow-up, though. Extremely unlikely on that second attempt, but he's actually gotten the frag.
Zontix needs to make something happen from Temple, but he's going to look away as soon as two players encroach in his position and then just ignores it entirely. Okay, Zontix, bit of miscommunication there maybe. What can Shiro do with the rifle? Behind default box against Rentu, Drop and Kawes, there's one tap. Looking for a second, he's going to get encroached upon by Rentu. Shots have been missed, but Drop will figure it out. The Red Canids do manage to scrounge a third round at the end of that half. They got a 9-3 on map 1, they won the map, but Spirit's a 9-3 up here. They should win the map. We'll see if they can in a few minutes. More like the Spirit we know and love, both in the server and out of the server, with the attitudes on the side of Donk and Magix. Bit of support between the two of them. They need it right now because there's still a map down. They haven't secured Ancient yet, but it should be done in a matter of minutes.
Absolutely the direction that the game is trending in right now. Spirit's in complete control, and there should be no world in which that wanes here on Ancient, completely destined to take this to the decider, which would be Overpass, and will be Overpass, shall I say, with all the confidence I have in Spirit finishing off the job. And, I mean, they may be on the CT side, but that's not going to stop them from attacking here in the pistol.
Yeah, already having a look in middle to see if Red Canids are preparing for a shout, but they're going to see the Jaguar stack instead. Now Shiro with the dualies, immediate double kill. 2 guns are better than 1, and maybe he's going to get 3 kills. Beautifully held. And now Rentu and Shay are left a little bit confused about what to do next. Rentu might be the play with the utility, but the unfortunate part is now he's got no teammates around him to use it for. And that bomb, of course, also dropped on the edge of Jag. Try and put a molly in there to force a couple of players at bay, but Shiro is not being cleared, and maybe it could be a Shiro moment here. There is 4 going for the reload, almost jumps at the last player with the knife, but who cares because Donk's there to help. So important round to start the second half for Shiro. A nice quad to get them to double digits.
Sheriff Shiro on the scene slaughters the foxes. My goodness, he goes hunting and he does a brilliant job by finding all of those kills. I mean, the fact that he's even able to get those first 2 frags initially, and then he even has time to get the smoke grenade out and then get the pistols back for that 3rd kill was just sublimely done from him. 4 for 4 in pistol rounds now, Trav. Spirit have had not a single loss. They haven't had any problems in that department throughout this series.
No full eco.
And now, yeah, just the Glocks for Red Canids.
To breathe.
All they've got.
What did you have to fuel yourself for the broadcast today?
Oh boy, I had quite the meal. 4 eggs scrambled beautifully into some toast with cheese on top, an avocado, and a tomato.
Okay, I didn't expect that to be that extensive for that answer, but
I know.
You don't disappoint me usually with that. With those answers, I gotta say.
I've been eating some big breakfast lately, man. What about yourself? What did you go for?
I went for my classic sandwich and some crisps because I'm British, you know, and all that.
Love how you emphasize British with like an even more.
Yeah,
British
I pronounce my
accent than what
T's,
you
man.
normally
I pronounce
speak
my
with.
T's. That's all I'm saying. I do it properly.
I appreciate that. I won't lie. Otherwise, I don't know if you're saying 3 or free. Either way, what I know is this round is free for Spirit. It's 3 rounds for Red Canids and 2 away from Spirit taking us to a
full
decider.
eco done. Now we can actually cast the game again. Actual interesting round upon us. Let's see if Red Canids can show something on a slight recovery, or if we're going to speed run to Overpass. (11-3) the score. Natus is going to keep the MP9. No AWP for Rentu, unfortunately. And it looks like Red Canids might go for something a bit pacier off the bat. We know how easy it is to hold W onto either one of these 2 bomb sites on Ancient and get onto the sites quickly. And Donk will only hold on for 1. A bomb site taken. Davides' luck actually does find Magix, as we can see him retreating from middle now. But Zontix has dealt with Rentu, and that's an annoying one. That's a bomb on the floor now that they're going to have to creep forward to grab, and a lot of time on that smoke is elapsing.
They've also double mollied, so that's going to cost them an extra piece of utility to work with, but at least Davides will find that frag on Zontix, who is just frustrating them through from CT. Tania now in Donut. Is he going to look to try and make a play? If he goes 3, might be able to deny this bomb plant. That's not going to happen for him. Drop will get his gun out, but not in time to deal with Tania. Thankfully, Kawes is on the scene to restore calm and get the job done, as Red Canids will keep themselves on Ancient for a little bit longer.
I said earlier about Red Canids maybe throwing caution to the wind and just giving this one the good old college try, and I think going for that rush A there was that, and I'm glad to report it hasn't failed too horribly. There's that Davides lurk I was talking about. Great replay to catch that. Kawes will hold on for some more impact after how good he was on map 1. As you said, repeating that is pretty impossible, and he's not repeated it, but something to talk about there on the hold. Now, Spirit's money is on the edge of being broken. So we could have an 11-5, and if we do, it should be 11-6.
That would make sense, considering the financial status here for Spirit and Red Canids. They're looking to make moves early on in the round. They've already scaled 4 players up through middle, just waiting for that smoke and donut to fade, and that might be their moment to then look to accelerate. But it's Donk who's on the scene with one of these 3 rifles, and deep space has been taken by Zontix in A main, and there's no pressure on him right now. So he might be a really difficult player to try and uproot if they do commit to the exec. But this one lone smoke here is going to be enough for Red Canids to reroute and reassess the situation.
Donk's job in that round, or in this round thus far, was to just jiggle Donut and see if they were advancing. In the end, his presence alone, his aura, have kept them at bay from Donut, and Drop is going to do the damage instead. They burst their way through Red Room, and the help from Shay to take Donk out to make sure that Drop didn't get caught on the secondary angle works really well. Zontix now alone on A, and Magic's alone in Jaguar. Red Canids now just need to group up, make their call, and they should have that 11-5 I was talking about. Can Zontix be a bit of a snake in the grass here? There's one. Shay was low, but now they know where he is, and they should be enclosing upon him from Donut. They've got utility to use in that position too. Zontix does find one more, but now the Molotov will be an issue, and that plant should be able to come through. The lurk from Canids works well. Find Magic's advancing. That's twice now Magic's has been caught by a Red Canids lurk, and Zontix will be trying to get out of there.
Yeah, well navigated here from Red Canids. As you mentioned, the aura from Donk and the smoke grenade as well force them back from Donuts. They decide, okay, let's try and rather take this through middle, and then it's a really good flashbang to set those 2 players up that were advancing through Red Room. That was a Ren 2 flash thrown there. I think it was Drop and Shay that then combined really nicely there to actually get that control, get themselves a flurry of frags. 3 kills in quick succession here between them. Sets the round up brilliantly. And at this point, Red Canids, they just try to keep Spirit here for a little bit longer, kind of deprive them of some of that momentum that they've built up throughout Ancient up until now, and try and hype themselves up as well. It would improve the mood in the camp if they could, get 7, maybe 8 rounds here on Ancient before they inevitably lose the map, compared to what would have been losing like 13-3 potentially. You just feel a little bit better about yourselves, and that can help going into map 3.
Exactly. Full Eco coming in here so we can give you the A stream update. G2 did beat 3D Max 2-0. Quite a comfortable one as well. 13-6, 13-1. Some Pius and Natus leading the way. And Tak once again playing very, very well. The lack of pressure maybe on G2 at this event, but Some Pius is the interim in-game leader. Nertz is that secondary caller with that help. Is making G2 perform at their best. Good kills from Zontix here. Rare headshots with the dig from him, but he will go down to Kawez. Now, let's see if Red Canids can keep this comeback trail going.
Also, that means we have confirmation of what will be our lower bracket final match here in Group A, G2 versus the winner of the series. And that would be for a spot in the Rio, at the arena at Rio.
Pharmacy Arena.
On stage. Yes, sir. That's what they're playing for right now, is to book themselves a date with G2. And that would be later on tonight, by the way, Trav. That means 2 best of 3s in one day.
Well, in current form, I'd pick G2 over Spirit, if I'm completely honest with you. Even with Tak. Anyway, fast play coming in here, already mid-control for Davideus, and he does best donk on this occasion from Shell. Finds Shiro as well. And they're starting to work their way back into this game. Kawez playing around this smoke, Magix, or they're going to bypass each other, but Magix gets his vision back first. Now there are 2 more players where that came from. Davideus looking to find one more headshot, and he does as Tania tries to come and help out. Deleted by the Chilean goat. 3v2.
Yeah, they're trying to figure out what to do here, because they saw Zontix earlier on in the round. They saw that he was the one that retreated back through Donut. Ren2 holds the flank. Really well done. They recognize that they've got to force these CTs to make some sort of a move. Ren2 punishes that move. They know that Magix was over towards B not too long ago. And so they will just charge across over at A, that vacant bomb site. And that's another gun round going their way. So maybe they're prying the door open ever so slightly, just trying to get their foot, jam their foot in between the frame and the door, and see if they can ask some questions here of Spirit on Ancient, which seemed like it was a formality at one point. You could also see the miscommunication, by the way, in middle in that round, because after Donk goes down, Zontix decides that he's not hanging around. He looks to retreat back through that smoke. At that moment, Shiro goes through the red room smoke to fight in middle. So Shiro and Zontix on completely different pages at that point.
Davideus will close it with a quad, and there'll be no saves for Spirit. These from the Davideus POV. That hop up on the little shelf near Jaguar to get that kill on Tanir was particularly clean. And of course, Davideus knows what it's all about. Getting into a major playoffs in the Americas. Making one with pain. Going all the way to the semi-finals. An incredible tournament for him. Now back on one of his older organizations, where he really made a name for himself on Red Canids. And he's fragging as good as he ever used to.
Yeah, against some of the biggest and best names in the world, making it even more impressive. Just going back to the point I was making as well, I mean, that has kind of been one of the big issues that Spirit have highlighted, is that they're frequently not on the same page. And we could see it there in that round with how Shiro and Zontix weren't really able to combine as well as they probably could have in that situation. Making plays that kind of contradicted one another. The CT side has been where Spirit have been struggling, and maybe, just maybe, we're seeing those issues creeping in here on Ancient as well.
It's these sort of...
They'll still be breathing easy, but not much if they lose, not a whole lot if they lose that next gun round.
Obviously, an issue if they manage to find this round, but these often can get out of hand, even from these sort of positions. Zontix MP9, big shadow advantage, and now Shiro is here with the P250, but Zontix has to watch into that main position. He can't help because he's occupied by Shay. Even though he does take Shay out, the A-bomb site's taken comfortably, and Donk may get a headshot, but it's only on the retreat. AK for Magix to grab after Donk gets that kill, and I'm sure that will be dropped over to the man himself in the next round.
$11-8 makes for far better reading than 11-3 ever did, that's for sure. Seemed like it was a closed case at that point. If they win this next gun round, all of a sudden, I reckon there's a little bit of a cause for concern at that point. This is going to deny some of that momentum that Spirits had built up with all the success they had throughout the majority of the map preceding this little fight back coming through from Red Canids.
We spoke about how Kawes had a bit of a lifer on map 1. I think it's important to mention for me that Drop is playing very well as an individual while being the in-game leader. Something that I touched on at the beginning of the series is that often Drop has really fallen off individually in big pressure moments, in big tournaments, when he was in-game leading / just playing as a rifler for Furia and MIBR. But he's having a good one here when it matters to try and keep his team alive in his home event.
He's been really good throughout the tournament so far. Been very impressive. Where's the flash? He's going to go straight through. Dry is the name of the game. That plan's never going to work out against Donk, who does the damage with the triple. Made to look easy as usual. And that should set Spirit to get themselves up to map point.
2 KD, and again, as we saw earlier, he's hunting for more, but Drop will put him down this time. They're going to be a little bit careful. 2v5s can get out of hand. They do know Drop is stuck. That is the Donk we know and love. Especially on Ancient, just controlling middle all by himself, pretty much. Rentu and Drop now working their way up ramp. It's their last port of call, their last option, really. Rentu does have the bomb on his back, does have utility as well, to be fair. But there's still 2 players here. Magix has got the line, he's got help from Tanir. Every angle's being covered. They have got up a very long way, though. That's going to be a nice clear for Drop. Unfortunately, doesn't go down for his trouble, so Rentu, the new boy, S-tier event debut, but wall banged out of the round. There's not even a chance for a plant and to be set up, and that is what can happen at this level.
Yeah, I appreciate the effort there of what you were trying to set up yourself for Rentu in the 1v3, but just denied before you can barely even finish punching in the digits. It was a really risky approach, trying to walk through the smoke at that point. I mean, Donk at the worst of times is still able to find multi-kills from those sorts of positions. That's as easy as it's going to get for him. And now 4 chances here for Spirit to seal the fate of this map and take us to Overpass to settle the score here and see which of these 2 teams will be eliminated here at IEM Rio 2026.
Got Paul creep past the Jag smoke to help clear up middle. That is the extra prong that was kind of missing. They had it, but Bonk deleted it in that previous round. And now Magix might be going for the peek forward. Bit of a gap on that right side to work with. And now Drop Nose is close, trying to get that damage through the paper-thin walls of Jag. Going to fall back now, though. The bomb is dropped still outside middle. They haven't made a call yet at all, have red Canids. Still just holding in their default. The booster might be clear red room, but no one at home.
Yeah, Spirit are saying we're not going to give this one to you by just clashing straight into you at the start of the round and then maybe just losing this by virtue of Jules. You're going to have to come and get it. And you've seen the high-low setup in Cave with 2. Well, how about the AWP in the mix there as well from Shiro? There were 3 players looking in that direction. However, red Canids have been able to find a big gap here as they carve their way through middle. And Spirit have got no idea that this is happening right now. Penny will start to drop for Shiro as he starts to consider it, but the attention is being kept on B by this little bit of a fake that's being thrown. Are they setting themselves up for a B split? They very well may be, and that will keep Shiro's attention away from middle. And now, off the back of losing that party, making their way up ramp, they decided they actually have to try and shift their focus in towards A. Zontix on the tree, and then you've got a player who coops himself up in Temple. Zontix will show his position, and then that allows for Donk to step up with the brilliant double kill. As Spirit have got their campaign back on track as they bounce back on
that is more like it from Spirit and from Donk. He was completely shut out of play by Falcons yesterday, and in this opening map, even though he almost had that incredible 1v4 at the end to try and save Spirit, he was also not at his best. That is more like it, and a brilliant map from him. His first appearance really in Rio, showing what we all know he is made of. Red Canids have to go to Overpass to try and create what would be the upset of the year, maybe, so far.
Double peek, he's getting his shot. Unbelievable!
Something special to pull this decoy, and that's exactly what happens.
Canids, we are back!
There's only embers left in what was a fire, and all the loneliness got me feeling tired. It's aching in my chest, it's like a live wire, and the only way it's gonna end is when I can see you again. And down, I need something better to do than spending hours thinking of you. Pour another, I've had a few.
every moment can be precious like this. So come on, here's something you don't want to miss.
I gotta get up. And I won't stop, no. I just can't waste time talking. Gotta save my soul. Gotta get out of here. Yeah, it's the last thing I do. Got to get through to you. Got to get out. Come on, got to get out. Got to get out. Gotta get out of here. Got to see what's out there for me. I'm just a nomad. Come on. And where I go's where I be. Come on. I can't help but follow my own beat. Yeah. And Lord, just know I gotta be out of here. I just keep wanting more. There's gotta be a better place. I gotta get out of here. So you can't hold me back no more. Got to get out. 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 Got to get out of here. I gotta get out. Yeah, yeah. Come on, got to get out of here. You can't hold me back no more. Got to get out. Come on, got to get out. Got to get out. Gotta get out of here. Got to see what's out there for me.
Spirit have looked like shadows of their former selves at Intel Extreme Masters Rio over the last couple of days until that map of Ancient. Sure, it's only Red Canids, but Donk is back, putting in the numbers we know he can. 26 kills, 13 deaths, 2.07 rating, and 134 ADR. They're going to need more of that, though, to confirm keeping them alive in the lower bracket.
I mean, surely it is just business as usual here once again, with Spirit bouncing back the way that they did on Ancients and looking a whole lot like the team we'd expected coming into the series. I don't think that's now going to be derailed again, because sure, it's one thing to have a slow start and get completely off guard. Maybe they were complacent coming into map 1, just expecting to dominate on Mirage and coast through the series. They then get that rude awakening. They look really good on map 2. Now surely they remain locked in and finish off the job, right?
You would think, and of course, something that you mentioned yesterday, Overpass, Orpa's map, Rentu is not really looking like the player that he wants himself to be at this level. He's been really struggling throughout this entire series, and when you've got Shiro as your counterpart to go up against, maybe you can expect that, especially on your big event debut. But he's going to need to show up here to give Red Canids any chance at all.
Absolutely. Red Canids going to be starting off on the CT side as they did on Ancient, and I think it might be really difficult for them to try and contain Spirit on this T side. Sure, Overpass T side, generally speaking, is quite difficult, but I think that the pace and ferocity that Spirit are going to bring to the server here might just completely blast Red Canids out. And oh boy, if they hadn't already had a good enough chance with all players alive on the server here for Spirit as they get the bomb down, they've been able to boost the player up into heaven. At least Kawes will draw first blood, and second added into the mix as well. A bit of a resistance put up by Magic, though. Magic's rather with a quick fire double will certainly help. No kit in play means time is of the essence.
He'll go down, and Drop and Shay will do some good work. And now Zontix is 1 HP from heaven. That bomb is being defused, but it was just in vision, and they might get all the kills, but I'm afraid for Red Canids it won't be enough.
Terrorists win.
Oh, well done from Zontix. It felt really awkward when he was so low on health, and all of a sudden he was the last man left alive. That boost into heaven ends up paying dividends as Zontix is able to get 2 key kills there from above and find the frag on the diffuser just in time. That was the necessary kill. His prioritization was on point. And it's Spirit who come out the gate swinging here as they pick up on Overpass where they left off on Ancient.
Yeah, Force Spy will come through. They have enough to get Shay on the M4. That's what the update to give you $50 per kill gives you. The extra opportunity to buy a bit more if you actually do get all the frags in the pistol, even if you lose the round. 3 MP9s around the Rentu Scout as well. And I'll mention it one more time. Pretty crazy that it's his debut in a big event, and coming from the Red Canids Academy after only playing a couple of events prior, 1 LAN as well in Sao Paulo. That was pretty much it. He's already played in Intel Extreme Masters against both Zaiwu and Donk.
It was either Spirit or Falcons here in this lower bracket game, so it would have been super difficult regardless of who he came up against. A trial by fire for Rentu in only his 2nd LAN event of his career, and he's got a hell of a test ahead of him here over on the A-bomb side. A Force Spy back from Red Canids to try and respond to the pistol round where they had lost it out. He is the only man here right now, and he's fallen back into Bang.
Yeah.
And this should be impossible for him to hold on by himself with only a scout.
Yeah, unfortunately, this stack will not be successful unless Rentu does something unbelievable, or Spirit second-guess themselves and go back B, but I don't think they're going to be doing that. They will focus all of them on A now, and that nade does critical damage. Poor Rentu. Not even given an opportunity to shoot 1 bullet. Shifting away with that scout, and we could have a bit of a unicorn round here. I mean, Magic is on the hunt, which means he may be able to get a kill on Rentu as he shifts away toward B, but they are committing to a 5v5 save here, are the CT side.
I really like their decision not to actually try and shift the defense away from B. They gamble stacked on that B bomb site. They bet on black. The ball swings around the board and it lands in red, and so that's unfortunate, but it means that they will be able to keep all 5 of their players alive here and save their money and still effectively have a 4-sport set of weapons to work with. So I think it's some good decision-making, the think tank there from Red Canids. Rentu able to get far away enough to survive the bomb explosion. It's going to be Spirit who go up 2-0.
Yes, a compilation of the entire round from Cowers' POV. That's all he was able to do.
That's how I listen to my voice notes. 2x speed.
That's unfortunately sometimes the reality of professional Counter-Strike. If you guess incorrectly, that's what you've got to do. Anyway, Spirit will be very aware that they have exactly the same purchase in this round as they had in the previous. M4 on Shay still in play. They might not know about it. And guess what? Cowers is in the same role again.
Can we get a counter going of how many times he's had to jump here in these past
Do you think
few
he's
rounds?
a mouse wheeler or a spacebar jumper?
Oh, I hope for his sake this is a scroll wheel jump going on right now and he's not having to push space every time.
I'm a disgusting spacebar user, I hate to admit.
Just outed yourself, Trav. Why would you do that live on broadcast, mate?
Hey, man. Hitting headshots is what matters. Rentu can't, though. And, oh, he gets a tag, but, yeah, no 360. Trick shot to work with here.
We'll give him some style points.
But no kill points, I'm afraid. Rotation up is pretty quick for Davideus, and Tanir is close. Thing is, Davideus is very exposed from bathroom, and as soon as these players creep up, they're going to catch him in the side. Does well to find one. He's got some help, actually, launching into the action, but that help will now be deleted as Donk finds drop. And Shiro will manage to just clip Shay out of the round as well. And Cowers is a smoke and a kit, but there'll be no ninja possibilities here. He's buying next round anyway. He might give it a look, just for the hell of it.
That's the only chance, right? That's the only way he could conceivably win the round is if Spirits exit the bomb site early, he gets a kill on one, drops a smoke while defusing, and makes some magic happen. It's definitely his plan and what he's hoping for. One player already making his way down to B. Second following suit, but he's going to have to run from here, and that's the problem, is the steps are going to be heard, and oh, he hasn't even gotten himself close enough, unfortunately. He shies away, Trav.
Disgusting.
That will be the 3-0. Yeah, indeed. Unfortunately, doesn't roll the dice. Some damage done, at least with a couple of kills coming through from Red Canids as they're going to be buying up in this next round. It's Spirit who come out the gate swinging. Can they get this first gun round under their belts as well? Because that would really solidify their strong start here on Overpass.
And yesterday, when Red Canids were able to beat Gentlemates in that game we covered on the B stream, it took incredible moments from Shay on the T side to get that game one for Red Canids. And is that really replicable? I'm not so sure. So they needed to get a handlehold in the game here very quickly, otherwise it's going to be disappearing from them. Expectedly so, but yeah, they've had a chance given to them by their brilliant Mirage, and it would be a shame if they went with the whimper.
True. True. Because they weren't able to bring nearly the same sort of ferocity to Ancient with what we saw out of them on Mirage. But I mean, that was to be expected, considering the struggles they've had on that map in general. Tanir going to have a duel offered up to him. It's a really good understanding of the angles here from Kawes with the position that he's taken up, that he can't be spotted from lows and that he can just step out and immediately force that fight. But he has lost Avadeus in water already. Spirit look to build themselves in this round now, taking some shape. They have kind of kept their options open with Donk feeling out towards long and Tanir in lowers, but with the time ticking, they're going to have to make a decision, and it looks like the B bomb site's where they're going to try and finish this round.
And Rentu playing from Pillar, he has to get this opening kill. He's whiffed a few of these from this position already, and even more so now Cows has gone down. Oh, it's going to be awkward. They should just get completely enclosed upon. Zontix will find drop, and Rentu is so stuck. Oh, it's so uncomfortable to watch. Usually in those situations, your riflers are there to support you. So his like complete committal to that position looks really ugly.
Yeah, all his friends were dead. And unfortunately, that makes it super awkward for him. Much like the sign suggests, no playing ball here for Red Canids just yet on Overpass, as they remain on a duck. That kill there on Kawes, I think, was the really key frag in the round there to completely open up that B-bomb site. There was even a team flash in the mix. Zontix got completely blinded up by a flash thrown over Monster Tunnel, but he was able to regain his vision in time. And that makes it impossible for Ren to left to his own devices. Not able to do the Guardian.
No, that is the thing that my brain goes back to every time I see that position with an AWP. And the dream is real as he mounts all 5. Mouse sports are no more. Isn't it crazy how I can remember the Castle Lions from like 2016?
I mean, yeah, absolutely. Props to you 10 years ago. It was a completely iconic moment, though. There's a reason it's called the Guardian, because really only one man's capable of piecing those sorts of moments together.
Good times.
Right, Trop, what you got for the team here? Absolutely not the start that they would have been hoping for. I mentioned that, obviously, generally speaking, the rule of thumb is you love to start on the CT side of Overpass. But I actually think when you're such a massive underdog like Red Canids are in this game, I think there's a weird case to be made to actually want to play on the T side first, or maybe it's more so not wanting the big favorites to get to start on the T side, where they get to come into the map, dictate the pace of the game. I know it sounds crazy, but I've seen it happen all too often where you have this massive disparity between teams, and when the favorites start on the T side, they just run away with the game by getting to, like I say, dictate the pace, play on their own terms, warm up into the game as it goes on, and not have to remain static and wait for the game to come to them. It's what we saw happen on Mirage, right, where Red Canids started on the T side, completely blew Spirit out the server. Not saying that would happen here again, but I think it's really tough to try and start on the defensive half against an already warmed up Spirit.
Another 4-man setup on B for Red Canids, and another round where Cowes is committed to his role. Poor guy. That's how he spent the entire map so far, it feels like. Either that or saving. Anyway, it's a similar setup. Ren 2 alone on A with the Scout. Spirit, no, they don't need to just run in willy-nilly. Take their time, set up on long, use the utility around bathroom to block off green bin, block off truck. They're going to work their way in now. Shay's there to help, and actually there is a rotation a little bit quicker this time. There are going to be 4 players on site. They could be locked behind some utility still. Actually, Shay will hold on to find Magic. Says drop with 1, but it's a really important kill from Shura in the end. USP of Ren 2 will drop, however, and that will call it 5-0.
Well navigated from Spirit, despite running into the numbers on the A-bomb site. They make light work of the defense. Like you said, important kill coming through from Shiro to really alleviate the pressure and basically hammer the round home. Clean shot there from Tania to finish off the job. 5-0 indeed. Red Canids starting to run out of chances here in this first half. If they can't win this first gun round, then the rot really starts to set in, and it feels like this becomes completely impossible for them if it isn't already.
Yeah, maybe took her just a little bit for Spirit to warm into the game today. Feels like, unfortunately, this third map might be a bit of a damp squib of a map. But I'm hopeful for a closer game. We shall see. Shiro going for the classic towards short, getting ahead of the utility, going for the peek from the sandbags. It's going to be a good nade. And Shiro will go down to Kawe, so that's a change up. Boost coming through with that nade that did perfectly counter it. Banked off of the girder. Tania and Zontix tagged down low.
An opening kill for Red Canids is a rarity here since Mirage, especially one that doesn't just get immediately traded. Now, Magix is going to try and find a timing. This is just dry contact. This is them not wanting to give up the game as to actually what's going on. Magix is going to cross in towards the corner here and probably remain posted in this position. No need for Red Canids to go advancing, though, with that man advantage already in play. They're going to want Spirit to come to them. 3-man set up on the bomb site itself and 1 player in heaven. Donk is hoping that with the utilities dumping in towards that bomb site that he might be able to pull some of the attention away. It's a really good flashbang there, but thankfully for Kawes, he's got Davideus in support to keep him alive. A kill will eventually come back here for Spirit, but it should be too little too late.
Davideus has also taken up the position that Kawes was playing, and that is exactly what works out for his second kill on Tania. Good job from Red Canids. They're in the game now. They're comfortable until you get that first round on the board. It's a cliche, but it's true. And as I said, that's exactly something they put into practice on their B-site defenses yesterday. When they lose that barrels player, they'll creep Davideus into that position. Maybe it could be the other way around on occasion. It could be Kawes. being the one to bait. And we've seen them play head down on that position to hide their player model and try and get a couple of cheeky kills. And when they're going overlooked, that time there was never really any risk in the round, though. It was just a bit of an insurance policy to get Navides that frag.
I've noticed Donk has actually been playing the extremity quite a lot on this map so far. He's often almost been like in a weird lurk role where he's been by himself on the top side of the map. Obviously, there's a lot of space there for him to work with, and that's what you want with a player like Donk, where he can try and force those duels and back his mechanics, try and find some 1v1s. But it is quite interesting to note that he's often been just like left to his own devices to feel out the opposite side of the map to where his team is going to try and finish these rounds.
There we go. Rentu's got one. He's hoping he's going to get some more, a bit more permanently, rather than just the singular. But Zontix has entered Kawes again. Navides playing the same position, but they'll know he's here this time. Lots of mollies in water. It's a very obvious position he will be in now toward barrel. Rentu's here on time. He's got to hit some shots, and these flashes are still going to be very awkward for him to deal with, and they're really encroaching on this position. Drop has dropped in to help, though, and Navides is doing a great job once again from the barrel position. 2 quick headshots. Rentu does hit his one shot, and Shiro is not going to be attempting this one.
Yeah, unfortunately, Spirit actually missed their window of opportunity with the exec there, looking to try and force themselves into that B bomb site. Had they continued to commit after they'd entered the B bomb site initially, it would have only been the barrels player that they had to contest. But because they just decided to slow things down and respect the smokes at that point, that's when we see the rotation start flooding through from Red Canids. They get 2 players on the bomb site, they get 1 in heaven, the util starts to be deployed as well, and they completely stifle the attack. Needed to see a little bit more of a killer instinct coming through there from Spurs, I reckon.
Yeah, a little bit stalled. And we've seen that work before. I mean, there was actually around yesterday that Gentlemates put together, right? Where they just waited behind those smokes and with that patience were able to break through. It was a bit of a gamble. But Spirit, it didn't work on this occasion. Red Canids were fully in control and read it perfectly. Zontix through short already. Short control imperative on Overpass, as we know. And he's already going to put himself in that corner.
Yeah, Spirit have exhausted their funds here with an investment in round 8. If they lose this round as well, then Red Canids should draw within 1, and all of a sudden the decider is well and alive at that point. Couple consecutive rounds going the Brazilians' way. Can they add 1 more to that tally to break the finances here for Spirit? This one's worth 2. 2 for the price of 1. Everybody loves a good special, and this is certainly one of them.
Oh, the boost on the default box for Drop to have a little look, and unfortunately it doesn't work for him. It's a good kill from Zontix to grab. Now Rentu feels like he needs to make a move, and there are many players coming his way, and he could get caught from that connector swing. Shay is there with him. This is going to be a hard flick to hit for Rentu. Bomb coming his way on the back of Magix, and the setup is good, but it relies on Rentu entirely, and he will connect with it. That's a really nice one on Tania. Now we're, of course, worried about some bathroom progression, and he'd be absolutely right to be worried about it, and Donk is too ready for Rentu to swing. It's now on Shay. He'll get 1 in the back. I say get 1 in the back. He's not completed it yet. Finally will, but he's out of bullets, and look at Zontix creeping through. Kawes are trying to make a play. Not going to happen. Magix finds Shay, and Navides is on the smoke near green bin. The bomb now going back toward B with that site being clear, unfortunately in the wrong position.
Oh, what could have been had Shay gotten that kill on Magix. That would have been the bomb dropped and the round thrown into disarray. Magix will hold his own, though, and get that key frag to then create that space. And obviously, with the space being taken by Zontix with getting that kill on Kawes, they realize that B is the best course of action. And Navides, just by virtue of almost being trapped, probably has to attempt this one. They've got some money to play with, so why not? He starts to creep his way forward. Nothing on offer. Magix will eventually swing to get some information. And now Navides wants to try and force the issue because he knows that there was one player towards that A bomb site. So he's trying to isolate the duels, but it's a really good timing on the peak there from Zontix. He knows Navides has just gotten on the bomb. He's probably going to try and tap it there to draw players out. It's exactly what Zontix is relying on as he steps out and gets that kill.
Yeah, it's basic, but no, maybe a lot of lower ranked players would think, okay, we can't lose the round from here, just hide and we'll win the round. But sometimes it is a better decision to peak on those sort of timings when a player's making noise running in, when they're not ready for the swing, when they might be, as you say, in the process of looking to try and tap the bomb. And it worked well for Zontix. Spirit up to 6-2. Red Canids have money via the last couple of rounds they've won, but they don't get a 6-6 half. I am not entirely confident, and really, realistically, if you look at previous games on the map, 6 on T should be enough for Spirit already.
Yeah, they're going to want more. They're 6 inside of 8 here. They're going to want to try and put Red Canids away in this first half, and if they can win this gun round here in round 9, they're basically on the brink of enacting that already, because then they go up 8-2, and that's completely an unassailable lead. What's the game plan going to be? It looks like thick and fast in towards that B bomb site coming through from Spirit. Do they just continue the charge? They absolutely do. Flashes over the top. Donk leading that charge right now. Surging forward. Noise has got players trapped in towards the back of the bomb site. It's really good flashes coming through from Spirit to keep Donk alive for a little bit longer, but it's a couple kills that go back and forth. Taneer's going to start to run out of ammo, but he will get a kill before he does. Cowes trades positions with Taneer, but you've got Magic's on the spot there to get the kill necessary and gain full control. That was all over the place, but it will be Spirit who come out on top.
That was an absolute kerfuffle on B there. That was very hard to track for both teams, really. But in the end, Spirit break through. And as you say, just too much presence too quickly. They weren't really ready for it, and Rentin's about to die. To Shiro. No staring at each other like we saw with Martinez and Shay yesterday. That clip went pretty viral. But as you can see here, Cowes almost made a play. Look at Taneer, had no idea. But just not clean on the kill on Magix, unfortunately.
Some brilliant T sides here from Spirit so far on both Ancients and Overpass in particular. I mean, was it 9-3 or 10-2 on Ancient?
I think it was 9-3.
9-3, I think, right? Yeah, so 9 out of 12 rounds there in the T side going Spirit's way. Here, 7 out of 9 rounds in the T side going their way as well. Got to give Magix his flowers here, especially without the coach. This has been all him with some really good calling, great direction, some good ideas coming into the rounds. And even when there's been some spanners thrown in the works, they've still been able to come up with solutions and adaptations on the fly to figure out those difficult moments. This one here for Red Canids, certainly a difficult moment. A light investment with the round loss bonus behind them means they can dig a little bit deeper into their pockets. And Spirit immediately recognize that this is going to be a lower buy, so their best course of action is to probably try and exploit some longer range duels. Back up towards the A-bomb site they go.
Look, smoke will now come through with that long presence. And Zontix is already up to front bathroom. Bomb is with him, and some of that extra utility will now be used for a proper execute on A. And once again, Rentu is in a very similar position, just not being as assertive, doesn't want to be when all the utilities flying in. And I get it. Davides has a flank, but with an MP9, can he really activate it? It's going to be checked at some point as well, and Rentu is already creeping away, so it might only be exit damage here for Davides. Zontix creeping up. Let's get the kill. Now down to half HP, and they're about to trade in. They're actually running him down for that trade. Taneer wants nothing to do with it. Good entry from Shay, but Donk's going to hold on. That switch to the weapon for Shay to grab the AK is awkward in the corner, and Taneer will help out. They're bouncing off of each other right now. Taneer and Donk, great teamwork. And Cowes is going to give this one a look with damage on Taneer and Donk, but it's only consolation kills, and Donk will not miss, as he so often does.
Yeah, well done from Spirit there in the post plant, because as soon as they identify a threat, they just all immediately zero in their focus on that threat, right? Like you say, see Davides in bathrooms, okay, let's charge him down, let's get that kill. Then they recognize that the next threat comes through from bank. Okay, we just overwhelm any players trying to come through from there. We stack up the numbers, and that works the trick as well. Red Canids never really able to set foot back in that A bomb site. Spirit, 8 out of 10, now just 5 rounds away from surviving the scare here against Red Canids.
And definitely a tougher test against G2 later tonight. They're going to have to be on their game for that one. G2 have looked really good in Rio thus far.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the shock of that first map they lost against Red Canids could serve Spirit in a weird way, just to jolt them all back into action.
Yeah, that's a good call. I need to break the smoke again, but Tanir is going to cross into Con. More of an advanced angle for Ren2 on long. Seems like that's one of his favourite positions to play from with the AWP. One of the safer ones. I don't blame him on his big event debut. Once again, I think Spirit are going to look to run this one back. They know that the executes have been working well. Now Ren2 is going to try and play it from the edge of the site instead. You will find Donk, important opening to grab. Hasn't got much space on truck to work with though. Being burnt down to 45 and the flashes on Shea are really good, and in comes Tanir. Oh my goodness, an absolute wipeout on A again. Even with the opening kill from Ren2, they still can't hold on.
For a team that have been, I was going to say extremely poor with their flashes in recent times, but just straight up barely throwing flashes on the T side, that was a really well-constructed round from Spirit, using the flashes brilliantly. You see, boys, you see how much easier it is to take duels with players who are completely blind? There's a lesson in there. Oh, did you see the observer?
Yes,
He gave it a little nod.
Indeed.
Cheers, mate. It's crazy to see, though, on the stats that have come out recently, how Spirit are, out of like tier 1 teams, the team that by far used the least amount of flashes.
Terrorists win.
It used to be that.
Super effectively used.
Used to be the Nafany way. Not anymore. If anyone who's been watching Nafany on TDK, you'll know that he's completely changed that thought process. Any TDK enjoyers, maybe?
You got one of them right next to you, proverbially speaking, just on the other side of the planet. But
yes,
you know what I mean.
I mean, how many miles is it from London to South Africa? I'm not sure. I haven't done the math.
I mean, I know the kilometers. I think it's about 9 to 10,000, I would guess.
Not bad. I'll walk it. See you in a minute. Quick push in towards short for Zontix. He's going to have control of it already and could catch the jump spot. Close. But no cigar.
Dangerous. It's also really important that Spirit gave themselves so much breathing room here before they go to the CT side, because the CT side is where they've been hamstrung lately here with this team. It's where they've really struggled and been underwhelming, been underperforming on the defensive half regardless of the map. It's their T side where they haven't really dropped off as much. So the fact that they've already gotten 9 rounds here, potentially even a 10th, but I don't think that's going to make any difference in the grand scheme of things, has certainly done themselves a massive service.
And very, I guess you could say, set piece based from Spirit. Now they're doing one on toward B. There've been lots on A, and now they're choosing to finish off the half with a bit of variance. Donk will get tagged on the jump across there. Now he'll know there's a bit of presence in that bottom position. Canids holds on, needs more than the one though, and can't get it. And just like that, both B site players taken down. Site open for business, drop ahead of the utility though. Doesn't want to overpeak until he's got a teammate in support. And not taking a tag to the molly will make up his mind to go for that path. But Ren2 smoked off, and with Zontix taking the headshot on drop, that is going to be that. Ren2 knows this half is over. 1v4, and there's nothing you can do. USP, a team dink coming through, but Spirit won't care one jot. You can see Wicadia there waiting in the background. He wants to play his game, and he might be able to in a minute. Spirit are up and looking comfortable once again. Normal service resumed for Team Spirit in Rio de Janeiro. They had a massive scare on map 1, and Red Canids looked like they were loving life. But now it's a little bit of the opposite, I'm afraid. And Team Spirit should be working their way to that lower bracket to be facing G2 later on this evening. But the game's not done yet.
Yeah, thankfully for Spirit, it's a best of 3. Obviously lost map number 1, did not go according to plan whatsoever. Winning 1 map for Red Canids was extremely unlikely. Going on to win the series felt impossible. A miracle would have been required, and it certainly is now being down 10-2. Feels like Red Canids are a couple moments away from being eliminated from their home tournament. Shiro was devastating with the Julies on Ancient, but this time, he's only going to be able to get 1. So Red Canids at least give themselves a chance here in the pistols. They start to push him towards A.
Magic's behind the smoke. Molly for back dice comes through to block it off, but they are going to be jumping into Magic's, and it gifts him the two most free headshots of his life. And then Donk arrives on the scene. And now they're loving it. Easy for Magic's, and they just get gifted headshots.
Oh, I'd love to see that again in a replay, because that must have been pretty crazy, honestly, with the USP up close like that, with 2 players leaping in on him. That would have been, I think, a very impressive couple of kills out of Magic's, and if the job wasn't done already, it certainly is now. A formality from here for Spirit to get themselves into that match against G2 later on today. Winner of that gets themselves into the playoffs and will play in front of the crowd on the stage at IEM Rio.
Yeah, it will annoy Spirit to have to play more games than maybe otherwise they would have wanted to confirm that arena spot, but look, it might warm them up even more. Who knows? Kinnear holding on with the MP9, about to get jumped on by Shay, but Magic's is there as well. He was helping out on A on the pistol, now he's on B to stop the push. Drop trying to tap his way to victory with the Tech 9, but he's about to go down, and Kinnear will launch himself at him and just absolutely run him down. And Spirit are running down Red Canids at the moment. Comfort 12-2, and yeah, it's just a formality from here, as you say.
Well, thank God they've survived the scare, because it seemed like they were spiraling at one point. And had they lost this series and been eliminated, this would have been the worst loss suffered by the Spirit organization in the past 3 years, and the worst loss suffered by this team since they added Donk into the mix. They haven't lost to a team outside of the top 50 since Donk has joined the team. Not in the best of 3 on LAN, at least. That would have been a completely shocking result, but not going to happen here today. 1 more round is all they require to get the job done and book themselves that date with G2 later on.
Donk wants the speed run ending. Will get traded by drop. A little bit of life left. Spirit shouldn't get too ahead of themselves here. Just play it as you usually would. Finish off the game properly. Magic's accidentally drops down there, and Kratos will lose 8 HP, but you won't care 1 jot.
Yeah, this is what we had anticipated coming into the series for Red Canids, I'm afraid. And you know what? At least they gave us some goddamn entertainment. That was crazy cinema what had transpired on the first map of Mirage. A 13-8 win for Red Canids. I've never seen their players look so sharp. Kawe's had a ridiculous performance on that map, but they've certainly reverted back to the mean since then. Spirit have gotten better and better as the game has gone on. And it's just a matter of getting a couple more kills, and that would see Red Canids exiting the competition.
Yeah, a shame, but I think, you know, Red Canids have nothing to be really upset about. They came in as the biggest underdog. They came all the way from the open qualifier. Nice shot from Ren2. That could open up the B-bomb side a little bit. Now only Zontix is here to try and defend it against 4 players coming his way. Flash to clear Monster, but he gets both Kawes and Drop, looking to hold on. Oh, Ren2, not a clue about what's hit him. And Zontix has deleted them all. Magic's is on site, and Shiro will clear it from heaven. Spirit get the job done. Red Canids have nothing to be embarrassed about. They've played really well in this series, but in the end, we all know Spirit are better, and that's proof.
Spirit survived. That would have been, like you say, upset of the year, upset of CS2 maybe. I mean, there's been some crazy games that have happened, and this definitely would have been right up there with them. However, Spirit will get the job done, go shake some hands, and start to think about that series later on today against G2.
Indeed, and I think for Red Canids, right, I mentioned how it's a weird situation for them to be in, especially for Rentu, playing his first ever tournament at this level, his first ever big event, his first S-tier event. He'd only played smaller lands and online events before this, and only debuted on HLTV in 2026. He's got a lot to work on as a professional, but he's got an incredible memory here, debuting against Zaiwu, and then playing against Donk as well. So in the end, they fought really well. Eliminating Gentlemates was a great result, got them all important VRS points to work with for the upcoming season in Tier 2 South America. But, of course, as we thought would be the case, Spirit were too much for them.
Yeah, I mean, the entire scene would have been set on fire. I mean, it would have descended into chaos and anarchy had Red Canids gotten the win over Spirit. It would have been a field day for the Spirit haters. In the end, though, they do ultimately get the job done. Got to give some credit here to Magix. I mean, without Pally behind him, he was the main leadership figure within the team. He was the one who would have been trying to galvanize the unit after they had lost that map of Mirage to open up the series. He called a brilliant T-side on both Ancient and Overpass, and that would have been a big test for him as a captain, and he passed with flying colors.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, look, it is a sort of personality, Magix, to just not really give a damn about a game like this if they win, because it's only Red Canids. I think the entirety of Spirit probably feel the same. Maybe that's why they struggled a bit in map 1, but yeah, they got bigger tests to come. And of course, Donk in the end did kind of recover some of his form that we all know he can produce. He had a very rough day against Falcons yesterday, dropping his career worst map, a massive shock. But even on Mirage, he was trying to drag Spirit back into the game right at the very end. Then he turned back up again on Ancient, a 134 ADR 2.07 performance, and then, of course, a solid team effort on map 3 Overpass from everyone on Spirit. And they'll be happy. But G2's form with Tak on the roster has really been incredibly decent. So you know what? I actually think G2 might be the favourites for that game tonight.
I'll go against you there. I'll back Spirit. I think after the loss they suffered against Red Canids, sure, it doesn't paint them in a great light whatsoever, having lost map 113-8. But like I said, I think it does just jolt them back in, and it reminds them that it's very important because those games are losable.
Indeed, and I think we've got Tanir ready for a conversation with us in the interview. Hello, Tanir. Thank you so much for having a quick chat with us.
Hello.
Congratulations on the win. Definitely a rough start for you guys. Can you tell us a little bit what the mood was like in the camp and what the conversations were when Red Canids won map 1?
Our mood was good, but I don't know. We just have very bad city side. Probably I very like position A anchor. I'm stuck on this map, but it's fine. After first map, we just handle it and just join to second map because we know we are stronger as a team, and for us, going is very good.
Okay, and tell us a little bit about Sotfik filling in for Hallie and what he's been bringing to the team here as the stand-in coach.
Right now, he helps. He helped for us. Just I don't know how to say. He just trying to find for everyone more comfort and trying to fix our little bit base. Yeah, and sometimes, of course, on some pauses, he just calling some stuff what we should do and trying to fix some problems in during match.
Tanir, this is the first time I've had a chance to interview you after me and Matt have casted you for years and years in Tier 2 on Gun 5 and Heroic, of course, and really growing as a player. What would you say for you personally has been the biggest challenge working your way up from the lower tiers of CS and now playing consistently in Tier 1?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
What do you think your biggest challenge has been personally, yourself, in the server or out of the server, playing in Tier 2 compared to Tier 1?
It's a very interesting question. If we will compare Tier 1 and Tier 2, I think it's same way. It's just more about you have little bit more work because you playing against good players and teams. They have a lot of stuff, and sometimes you should spend more time for preparation, for example, because they also did some anti-strats or something like that. You should trying to understand what they wanna do step by step. Yeah. And if we talk about outsider, it's more about trying to give positive to my mates, trying to share my smile to everyone. But sometimes it's hard. But yeah.
Okay. And now, obviously, last question before we let you go. Your next game is against G2 in that lower bracket final for the group for a spot in the playoffs. What do you think about that game, man? How are you guys feeling?
I think we're feeling good because it's probably, I don't know, I'm tired for real because it's maybe probably third time when we will play against G2 for qualified to playoffs, because it was before on EPL both times, and I don't remember where, one more event. Yeah, and I think it's good enemy for us. Just we'll see.
Okay, well, thank you very much for joining us, mate. All the best in that next series, and maybe we'll see you again for another interview afterwards.
Okay, thank you guys. Bye.
Good stuff. Obviously, like, having not, interviewed Tanir before, it's always a tough one to know maybe what the, English is going to be like. Obviously, I've seen him in interviews before, but, don't want to ask too elaborate questions. I tried to make sure I speak slowly, and I think he appreciated the question, even if it was a bit elaborate from my side. But, yeah, there we go. And I appreciate the answer. He gave us a very good one. So they're through to playing against G2 later, and we've got one more game to cover between us two as well. Aurora versus Bait coming up. Now, a lot on the line here for Aurora. They should be one of those consistent playoff teams. They've been in a little bit of rough form lately, and Bait are by no means a pushover. Who will win it? We'll find out in a minute.
Up against a round with Frontales, manufacturing openings with his team. Well done. Right, that's you're forcing the short players away into exactly that, and they catch him.
Really well done.
How are we going to see a pacey round from Hotsu this half? I think probably not at this rate.
Norbert did study under the school of Jane.
Look at this from Emma.
Yeah, Emma's just running straight up the guard, plays this pole position. Up on the palm by Norbert.
I love this setup.
Hyper aggression. Look at it go. Emma with 2 kills. Makaze responsible for lower, and Kalash goes down.
That just baited in. Hook, line, and sinker. This round's done. Frontales will not be saving his AWP. And Mizu, I don't think he's going to be winning a 1v4. Nade at the doorstep. That's down to 12 points of health. Really nice time for Na'Vi to throw in a little bit more of a limbo setup like that. And Emma delivers. So looking comfortable on Na'Vi. I had this discussion a little bit earlier in the day when we had G2 on our screens. The idea in this matchup, you want to get it done as quick as you can with as little stress as possible. So you can set your sights on the final best of 3 for one of the last 2 spots. We've already locked in 4 teams. Falcons, Vitality, Mouse, and Furia. The hometown hero will be here. And also the world number 1. Mouse return to the playoffs. And Falcons with their goodbye tour for Kixon. So storyline for all of those. Na'Vi want to stay in the conversation with that world number 2. I think Norbert, whack him on a desk, mate. He's out there going, well, there's not really a world 2 or 3 at the moment. It's just Vitality.
Which you can't really argue with.
I think the most exciting final, maybe not based off of the Counter-Strike we've seen from Furia recently, but in terms of the storylines, Furia versus Vitality, now it was starting to heat up towards the tail end of 2025. And just the fact that a Brazilian team having a tough time winning a trophy in Brazil, how many more times are you going to get the Professor in an arena game in his home country?
Yeah.
Where he is in the conversation of lifting, not playing a show match, not here for shits and giggles, here with a real chance.
It was a valiant attempt from Red Canids, but unfortunately not enough to be taken down. Spirit over on the B stream. Rentu, really appreciate you taking the time. Commiserations once again. Tell me about that first map, because it was a great showing for you guys. What do you think happened after that caused you to be unable to close out the series?
Yeah, like you said, we did a great first map. I think we played Ataria's team. Gameplay, communication, everything was good in the first map. That's why we won. And it was our pick because we were confident on that map. And we tried to do something different from yesterday against Gentlemates on Ancient. And I think we dropped the level a little bit in the last two maps. And Spirit were a better team on Ancient and Overpass. I think this is a good opportunity for me playing Atari's event. I don't think I played well today. I wanted to play better. I think I made some mistakes and let my team down some rounds, But that's life, I will play more tournaments. I will get more XP, and I hope I can come back here in Rio to play another big tournament like this or in another country, But I'm very proud of this team. I think comparing the first day to today, I think we are evolving a lot, And I think if we stayed the same level as the first map, we could have won against Spirit and guarantee a spot in the playoffs, against I think it is 3D Max or G2, right?
Yes, yeah, G2.
Yeah, that was our main focus, going to the playoff here in Brazil, right? Because we are a Brazilian team. We hope it's the last thing that dies in our body, But that's what happened. Spirit played a better game today, and that's it.
It's crazy. Whenever I speak to you, it still blows my mind that it's your first Tier 1 LAN because you're so eloquent, you're so mature as a player. I just wanted to ask what you have taken away from this experience. Of course, it's gutting not to be making it to playoffs, but for you to be learning, growing as a player, what's the main takeaway for you?
Like I said, is gaining XP because this is the second time I leave my house to play some tournament, playing CS, and it's an honor to play against Donk, against Zaiwu, the best players in the world, But like when we are facing each other in the server, we are not friends, we are enemies, right? Because everyone is trying to win, but that's life. I think it is a great opportunity for me, like I said, because I was playing Tier 3, Tier 4 tournaments in January against some teams in Brazil, and now I'm playing against the best players in the world. It is amazing, and I hope I can stay with the team and I can start playing better and we can smash some teams in the next events,
Yeah, you certainly haven't had easy opponents here for sure. I'm sure you've garnered a hell of a lot of fans for you personally throughout this run. People wanting to see more of Red Canids. Sadly, you won't be at the major, but do you know if there's any other tournaments coming up for you guys? Is there a boot camp on the horizon? What's happening for the team for the rest of this part of the season?
I think we will play a lot of tournaments in Brazil, like Circuit X, like Bet Boom, those tournaments that gains a lot of VRS points for us. Of course, we didn't make it to the major, and that decision of me going up to the first team was because of that, because they didn't have any chances, so they put me the first team before the time, and our main focus now is going to the hotel. We will talk, we will see the game, what we made of some these mistakes we made in the match, and we will start training. Now I think we have like some weeks to train without any tournaments, and that's what we are going to do. We are going to fix the mistakes. We are going to train a lot to practice against the best teams in the world because they are here in Rio, of course, and get ready for the next season to be in the next major of the year.
Well, Rentu, it's been an absolute pleasure to get to speak to you, get to see you in this server as well. Commiserations, but looking forward to seeing the bounce back from Red Canids.
The Intel Extreme Masters Rio 2026 is brought to you by ESL in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, and DHL.
Beautifully eloquent interview again there from Rentu, and looking forward to seeing more of him in the future. But now we need to focus on Aurora and Bait, and Aurora need to find a focus on how to recover because, of course, they've struggled a little bit in this event in the lower bracket. They're very up and down, usually consistent playoff team, but of course there's that sort of elephant in the room of the Xantares injury, maybe affecting his form a little bit. Matt and Bait won't be a pushover, but they should be.
Yeah, for Aurora, right? You would imagine. I mean, Aurora were previously infallible against teams outside of the Tier 1, against teams outside the top 10. They would basically never lose series to those sorts of teams. It would always be like one of the big dogs that would topple them somewhere. Normally, they were like playoffs mainstays, but they have proven to be beatable by some Tier 2 teams recently. Obviously, they lost to both M80 and Alliance in recent times. So perhaps that might give Bait a little bit of hope.
Yeah, and we'll get into more of our thoughts about these two, maybe in some of the downtime rounds like ecos and such. But for now, we need to get into the meat and potatoes of the pistol. Smoke on stairs already. Xantares from stairs will get a tap, and NPL, first kill of the game, goes flying. Woxic will tap him out of the round. Xantares will get his one playing from bench. Sizzy dropping. And they do have a 4v3 here with still that HE on Major. Essential could try and push forward here on stairs, and he will. He's actually got two 1v1s in a way, but Xantares won't let him win it, and Woxic will find Alex as well. So, good start for Aurora.
Yeah, welcome to the lower bracket, boys. I mean, they look super sharp from the word go. They would have been ready and raring, waiting for their chance to jump into the server. Obviously, the previous series went all three, which means, like you say, we had to blast straight through that pregame and really didn't get to break this one down whatsoever, much like MPL was blasted out of the server in this one. Just gloss over the veto quickly, shall we, with this being an anti-eco. It's Mirage first, picked by Bait. We then go to Overpass afterwards, which surprises me, Trav, because I thought it would have been Dust 2 for Aurora.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they're just a little bit scared about how they've been playing on that map after what happened yesterday. I mean, Hotu made that comeback against them as well, don't forget, when they were 9-1 up and it looked like it was going to be a breeze. Took them all the way to overtime. We're just losing a bit of confidence on that map. And of course, Aurora's map pool has always been a point of conversation, that mainly it's Anubis that they dominate on. But as you said earlier, they have found some losses on Anubis recently, even in these Tier 2 lands like Draculan against some teams like, as you say, M80 and Alliance. So a bit of a surprise there, and it is a worry. It is a worry overall. I think I would argue that the biggest problem right now, as I mentioned in the pregame, is maybe the Xantares injury. Unlucky for Woxic on the Mag 7. And of course, even if he's feeling fine carrying this injury and playing with it, it's obviously a niggle that will always be in his head, which is something that's very frustrating for any player. I hope he's feeling okay, but clearly finding a way to play around it with such a busy calendar is something that he's finding a way around.
Yeah, I mean, he is the star, so you're right that it is a concern for himself and for Aurora in general, with him having been their best player for a long time. I mean, Wakadi has absolutely stepped up his game this year. He's been extremely impressive. But you're right, they've got a super busy schedule. I mean, they even did play at that, was it a Draculan event as well, which I think quite a lot of people were surprised by, trying to guarantee themselves a spot in the third stage of the major. That event didn't necessarily go according to plan for them either way. Shifting the focus back here to round 3, we got our first gun round upon us, and Bait, well, they're not going to overcomplicate the approach with the entire team grouped up outside of apartments and breaching their way forward.
They will hold on against Kenzizor. And they know, of course, that not a secret that Major plays B and kind of always has for Aurora. Trying to attack that early. First gun round off the bat. But they'll be held at bay for now.
Yeah, sends them packing. And they don't have a whole lot of utility to try and figure out a way to get back into this round. That's their last flash that's been deployed for Sizzy to get past Connector. So nothing to actually aid their cause in getting into this A bomb site. Smoking to top con is quite intriguing because the entire team is kind of pathing their way in that direction. Now you got the double angle hold here from Xantares. He can hold both catwalk and hold for a player who may be boosting up here. He's going to spot the head of 2. Brilliant transfer there from Xantares. Takes the head off both, and that should shut the round down. He will be traded, but he's done his job and then some.
Yeah, and Woxic's on the line from Ticket Box as well. Oh, the headshot angle being peaked, though, is a hard one to connect with, and Alex almost takes the kill, but Woxic will survive, then elevate his angle really nicely. It's all down to Essential. He's got the bomb, but he's got no time. He'll be trying to save that AK in under, and Magic could even try and drop on him here. Something to give a go, considering he's so close. Could maybe even take him down after time if he doesn't get around the angle, but just about does. It was tight, but Essential will keep his AK.
Yeah, squeaky bum time. I thought for a second there that Major was about to drop off. Maybe he doesn't commit either way. It's a great start here for Aurora. just breezing their way to a 3-0 start as they settle themselves into the series here. Of course, lives on the line in this matchup against Bait. Loser is eliminated. Winner has to win one more best of 3 to get themselves into the playoffs. It'll be winner of this versus winner, or versus Na'Vi. Not even going to say the winner between Na'Vi and Hatu. It'll be Na'Vi in that lower bracket final for Group B, and that's a hell of a game.
Hey man, that's Norbert Erasure. I will not stand for that.
It will be Na'Vi, Trav. I hate to break it to you, mate. I'm the last guy who wants to disappoint my homie, but surely that is the case. Sentiel, he's the one who kept this AK in play as he highlights, and he does well to at least get a kill. Madge is the last line of defense in on the speed bomb site. Rotations will come through, but Madge has been dealt with, and the remaining players here are locked out in market.
Yeah, and they got that one smoke picked up, but Soulfly will disrespect it and find a way to deny the bomb plant. But Sizzy trades it. They're going to need Xantares, and they've got him. 3 HP, stands tall. NPL, 19 health, but the angle is held by Xantares on the AWP. The quick switch coming over, and Xantares is having a great start to this BO3.
Yeah, he really is. You're bang on. I mean, he's shown up in a big way immediately off the rip, and that's a scary sign here for Bait because it feels like he could just 1v9 this game if he's at his best level. Sure, he got some solid talent on Bait. I mean, NPL, absolutely the best player with that rifle. Sizzy can blow hot, but he's just very inexperienced. And it's normally these sorts of games where that inexperience can be exploited.
Yeah, and Bait in general too, Matt, I think they've just not had a good season. I mean, this might be one of their better wins if they're able to pull this one off today. We know how much they love Mirage. They would love to find an early take here, but yeah, we shall see. And I think I'll get into a bit more about what I think about their season later. But, you know, I think ever so slightly fortunate they still found a way to grind their way into the Cologne Major.
Yeah, true. I mean, that head-to-head between Sizzy and Woxic, oh boy. Feels like Woxic's probably just going to eat him alive here. But, hey, Bait have got nothing to lose, right? No expectation on their shoulders. Already first blood being drawn by Woxic, the Dominator. Sentiel counted out of this one. Bait have got a bit of a foothold in middle, but it's going to be pretty tough to try and transition from here into a bomb site.
We smoke bottom con as well. Xantares is about to break it. Zizzy's on that line, but there are 3 riflers looking to maybe traverse that line. Xantares is ready, but with 30 seconds left in this one, they're going to have to go. Waiting for the fade, maybe, thinking they still have time to do that, and they do. But there's a pretty scary man on the other side. Won't spam it, he will fall back. Now he gets help from his site players, but Xantares might need to do it all. Oh, good crosshair placement on the second, but doesn't get it. And Wakadi will not be able to get more than 1 from short. Now, Maja has a play to make in this 2v2. Can't complete the frag on NPL, but where is that bomb plant? Woxic gets the kill, but you could argue maybe there was a lack of info on the second player in Connector. Maybe he just didn't need to face at all. If he hid CT, maybe he wins the round.
It would have been so tight, right? Trying to get that bomb from Connector. There was 9 seconds on the clock at that point, so he probably would have just been able to make it, but yeah, maybe Woxic could have held that tight angle from CT on the cross onto triple and try to catch the carrier in that fashion, and that would have won the round. Aurora maybe just over-brawling here in the situation. That's exactly what Bait would have wanted, right? Because that was probably their best chance of winning the round, was just by virtue of getting the kills, which is something that they do to open up their account here. And because of the kills that they were able to get in the rounds they lost prior to that, it's straight into force buy territory for Aurora.
Yeah, 3 MP9s, M4 FAMAS. Committing to that second AWP, really, of course, being a main factor. For their money being a bit rough. If we can find a way for Bait to really integrate themselves into the game early. Of course, Bait have had lots of different AWPers in 2026, and you know, while Hedrick didn't necessarily have huge X factor, his stable nature was really the main thing that helped Bait when they had explosive and maybe sometimes inconsistent riflers. Now with Sizzy, another young 16-year-old. See what they've got with him today. In comes the A play, Soulfly under Balk. Flashes coming over. Wicadia looking to try and get his duel, but he can't save Soulfly. He does well to find two, and Woxic is still hiding under balcony. He'll get taken out by Sizzy, and it's a great clear from NPL on Connect It on Xantares. Are they aware of Maja sitting on triple, waiting for one of these two players to commit to the bomb plant? NPL is not looking. There we go, 1v1, and sees Sizzy immediately. Free AK, can he pre-fire Sizzy on this angle? 17 seconds, Maja knows Sizzy has to make a move to look for that plant or look for the kill. And Maja, he gets the duel, but Sizzy will hold on.
Oh, feels like Maja had done all the hard work. He had actually timed it to perfection as he starts to shift out of that position, but Sizzy will hit the shot there. Great job from him to actually save the day for his team and hold his nerve in that 1v1 back and forth throughout the round. Like you highlighted, Keely there, that kill from Wicadia wasn't in time to keep his teammate under balcony alive. Woxic was trapped after he shows his hand in towards the firebox as well. And it's Sizzy who will finish off the job, and with that, Aurora have been condemned to an eco.
Cadia gets a bit of information, but that is all. Kenzazor under looking to push. They will try and take some control around the map, considering they have nothing to work with, and that's why Soulfly will wander into Palace with the Turkish King Xantares. Might not be long on that throne. Hang on, Xanthiel's not looking. An awful timing, because I think he was looking at it for a split second and then looked away as Soulfly will peek forward. So now Xanthi has an AK.
Yeah, he does, but he doesn't have a head. Well done there from Kenzasor. And they have a really good idea that Soulfly's here as well. He's actually, with that 5-7, been able to decapitate Kenzasor to try and keep this one somewhat interesting. Now, weapons not really recoverable as things stand. Time starts to tick. Wicadia, I was going to say, finds good timing, but NPL with his wits about him, instantaneous on that time to kill. And it is going to be Sizzy as well with some phenomenal presence of mind there to just keep control of the opposite side of the map. Only Woxic left, and it shouldn't be for much longer now that he's been spotted.
And there we go. So they have done exactly what we wanted to see from Bait. And if you remember, as I was kind of touching on a little bit earlier, this used to be bread and butter for Bait, this map. It was, I think they got something crazy, like 19 in a row on it in Tier 1.5 lands and some Tier 1 events over the course of their older roster. Pre-Sizzy and pre the Segukawa experiment as well.
Yeah, true, you're right. This was like a stronghold for Bait, right? And I feel like Head Trick was one of the main reasons as to why that was the case, and you used the perfect word earlier to describe his skill set, and it's stable. He was a reliable AWPer. He was a safe pair of hands. He was the kind of guy that if he was holding an angle, you would back him to get the shot 9 times out of 10, but he didn't really bring that X factor. He didn't really bring that sort of playmaker ability to blow rounds wide open. Maybe that's what they want from an AWPer. Maybe trading a little bit less reliability for more playmaking ability.
Xanthiel, Soulfly not ready for that swing. And he was, to be fair, just couldn't hit the headshot. Like he was looking the wrong direction. Maja's got the AUG out. Not something you see all too often anymore, even though it's very viable on long-range maps. Maybe not as much so on Mirage. See the AUG come out a little bit on Train. Even the new Train.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Most prolific on that map. Kind of the only map, like you say. Maja trying to put it to use here on Mirage, and it's not really going to be his job here in this round as Bait start to gravitate in towards the say bomb site. That's what Aurora would be hoping for. They've got a triangle set up here, but it's Woxic who misses what should be his, like you used earlier, bread and butter. That's a basic kill coming through that goes awry for Woxic. Xantari is going to get forced up by the molly. He's able to find a frag on one and some damage on a second, but that man advantage will persist. Bait now working against the clock with Woxic, who continues to apply the pressure that allows Wicadia to activate for jungle, but they've got the breathing room for a plant now at least.
It's Maja and that tagged up Woxic. City's been able to retreat as well to a more favourable angle, playing on the bricks, but Woxic was waiting for it. Low HP doesn't matter when you have that sniper, and at NPL they know where he threw that flash from. 1v2, tap on the bomb. trying to lure him out, trying to get Woxic to hold the angle, but he'll miss, and Maja's not able to trade. NPL with a big 1v2, and once again, Aurora fumbling some rounds in the late game.
Oh, 2 costly misses there from Woxic. Can't get that kill on the initial entry onto the A bomb site. And then he's holding that line there, waiting for the peek to come through from jungle. Not able to hit the shot there, and NPL punishes. He has been the lifeblood of this bait roster. I mean, obviously he was the IGL for a very long time on this team, and he was still putting up really good numbers while he was calling. They then decided to go for somebody who was a bit calmer in the server, I think was the main thing they were looking for out of Alex when they interviewed him a couple months ago. So he took over in that role, and NPL just continues to dominate with the rifle and provide these sorts of moments for his team.
Yeah, NPL for me, I mean, he was one of my favourite players in Tier 2, and it's weird, calling him an up-and-coming player, because he already had that chance on Na'Vi, which you've mentioned previously as well. Obviously, it was a little bit of a tough circumstances for him on that team. We all know what I mean by that, but yeah, I think he was totally revitalised by this bait project, whether it was an in-game leader or now just a plain rifler with Alex on that IGL role. So...
yeah, funny that when you don't have a player who's constantly criticizing you and going into interviews and saying, well, some of us aren't ready to be playing at LAN events, so I have no idea how we're going to do anything at this tournament when some of us are completely inexperienced.
Okay, Matt, we get it.
I'm not sure. Either way, that was a long time ago. I feel like he would have learned a lot from that. Obviously, it would have been a really rough time for him, but... diamonds are made under pressure, and NPL has certainly come into his own since then.
Alex is creeping up short here with a couple of teammates around him. Maja, well, I'm afraid, I'm not sure he's going to be standing for too much longer. MP9 only, it is a half buy. He's seen Woxic on the rotation, and Wakeda tries to come and help out, but Maja had no information on short whatsoever, and maybe that wasn't communicated over to Wakeda, to be honest with you. Maja will get one, he tries his utmost, but Alex gets the kill. Round over, 5-4 the lead.
Yeah, nice call here with the way that they weave their way through the round, up middle without any pressure or any sort of issues, and then just snap right onto that B bomb site, able to isolate Maja, and obviously once they got that initial kill onto Acadia, I think it was just a freebie from there, regardless of, even if Maja got that second kill, I don't think Bait would have had any trouble in actually winning the round itself. Like you say, a lead now for Bait as they go up 5-4. It was Aurora who had come out the gate swinging. It was a 4-0 start for them, but it's a 5-round streak response here from Bait.
Yeah, and in general, there are always incredibly high expectations for Aurora, especially obviously at home in Turkey. Overall in this year, I feel like they've exceeded them and lived up to them, because I think Soulfly was a bit rough to begin with and then really has come into his own in these difficult roles on the team. Maybe playing with Maja back in the Sangal days, helping him with that comfortability on the roster. I did think it would take him a little bit longer than it had, and he's been doing fine in some of those difficult positions, but very clearly Aurora still have those inconsistencies that plague them, even though they do more often than not make playoffs, and they did do really well to get that final at ESL Pro League. When they look poor, they can look like a bit worrying for the entirety of the Turkish fan base, that's for sure.
Yeah, I will say, I mean, Soulfly has completely exceeded my expectations, because he was a player that you and I were covering a lot in Tier 2. Either way, more on that just now, because it's going to be a really important gun round here for Aurora to try and put a stop to the momentum that's being built up here by Bait. Kills go back and forth. A 4v4 ensues and the dust will settle. Now, Bait have been really good at just slowing down these rounds and getting themselves into a shape. Even when they leave minimal time on the clock, they're still able to make it work. Keeping their options available. One player ramp, bomb scooped up, and NPL's going to join up with the Senthiel over towards that side of the map.
That join up going to take a little bit more time, but they've got it to use. Once again, the players on A, but not really playing a position that can affect the site take early. But now as Antara's manoeuvring back towards stairs, that might be a bit of a difference. Sizzy on the line, and there's a swing. A random timing information swing from Xantares works really well, and big nade damage on MPL and Essential. Really good job, and a lovely swing into Con. That is what Xantares is all about. The Xantares peak is back in this round, and Soulfly will hold on from triple. Essential last alive, 20 seconds, and he might just try and slip away. Will he even be allowed to with that AWP recovered? Just about.
Ooh. Yeah, well figured out there from Aurora. They were kind of able to glean what was going on there once they saw the pressure from middle and then some presence over at ramp. It's like, okay, boys, this is the A split. We got to set ourselves up accordingly, and they're able to deal with it decisively to tie up the score line there. Get themselves back in the game. Of course, this is Bates map pick. We know how dangerous they are on Mirage. Really difficult team to contain. They're not the type of squad that's just going to be bringing these set players into each round. And that's what makes them difficult, because you can't just try and like anti-strat them, and it's not like there's obvious tells about what they're going to be doing based off certain sets of utility. They mostly just default their way. It's quite like a loose style that comes through from Alex. There's a lot of autonomy for the individuals, and then they kind of, like I say, build themselves into the round based off what they're able to figure out in the mid-round.
We'll see if that comes to the fore as this series progresses. Bates' season kind of propped up by the fact that they did still find a way to qualify Cologne, really only coming due to winning that Parken event in Denmark, one of those local pop-up lands, which they managed to beat 3D Max and Bestia to win that tournament. Did lose to 3D earlier in the tournament, but they made up for it when it mattered. Got those points to scrape into Cologne.
Yeah, you're right. That was definitely the difference maker, right? Because I don't think they were really on track to make the major if it wasn't for that tournament. Great opening kill from Canids, also frequently the man to open up these rounds here for Bait. Attempts a hell of a lot of their opening jewels, more so than most entry fraggers do. Yeah, for the T side of Bait and the maps that they play. And again, he's gotten the kills. Lox decides to go searching. Xantares wants to try get one back, and he does trade onto Kenzie, but it's a lovely little jiggle peak frag coming through from NPL. Low on health, but that doesn't deter him. He still gets the job done anyway.
What a little pre-fire that was. Xantares will get his one again, but will go down. But NPL, maybe the only way he felt comfortable going for that trade kill, being 16 HP. Soulfly will rotate back into jungle. He's the main man on the A defense, but they are going to get Wicadia over there now as well. Two already out ramp, one on Tetris. And Wicadia's going to peek further forward to look for that, and now sees the gun barrel pop out. How long is Essential going to stand from there? The answer is not much longer. Wicadia, good job, and now Sizzy, it's a very hard trade on that headshot angle with the AWP. A really good repositioning from Wicadia, taking the elevated ground. Oh, beautifully done. Back down into under, that gets Soulfly activated. He finds Sizzy and MPL. He might have started the round, but he will not be able to end it.
Exceptional work out of Wicadia, man. A massive multi coming through from him. And it's only NPL left remaining with no chance. Obviously, just going to have to hold on to his AK to carry it across into the next. And when you look at the finances here for Bait, it's going to be pots and pans pieced around the saved rifle for them to try and work with. Fitting, pots and pans would be if this round was played in the kitchen, which is where MPL is now. Not the best manners for him, standing on the counter. In Counter-Strike, though, we'll let it slide. Hot take, Trav.
Go on.
You ready?
I'm holding my chair right now.
All right, you might need to. Chat, let's see what you guys think. Best rifler for Aurora in 2026?
Well, I'll say it's a lukewarm take from you on that one.
All right, yeah. Maybe I oversold it.
You definitely oversold it.
But it is still crazy to think, though, right? I mean, if you told me that would be the case, like 9 to 12 months ago, I maybe would have laughed a little bit. So it's just amazing to see his evolution and development.
I mean, yeah, I've loved to watch him ever since he came through. Been super enjoyable. He is like a mini Xantares in many ways, and now maybe these days his heir or even his superior. We'll see.
Certainly the air feels that way. I like that way of it being described as there's going to be an executing towards, say, bomb site piece together. Xantares super prepared for that boost up into snipers, and that's going to be info gain because that came silently and he couldn't have gotten up there without giving away the audio cue without the second player in position.
Yeah, and with the dig being heard in ramp from Kenzazor, he's not really got much say, and Aurora know they have full control of it. Shame they had a pretty rough bite at the end of this first half. Always a very painful one for any team when you're on what is pretty much a dig force, and it's the final round of the half. Nothing to grow with. MPL already tagged down on his AK. Now Madger, as we fly into his POV, he's got rotations already coming his way. They know the A-bomb site is clear. There's been a little bit of a check by Soulfly. And Woxic, again, an uncharacteristic miss. But the thing is, Magic is still here, and so is Xantares now. There is no way out of those apartments. Fizzy will give it a go, but now the time is really getting lower, and Xantares is about to be cleared. Almost a double spray down. AK retrieved, but 9 seconds. Has to pick up the bomb and get onto the site to get it planted somehow. He's going to go for a tap to begin with, but surely that doesn't work. And actually a crazy headshot on Wicadia, but the trade is quick. And Aurora will recover a good streak in that half from Bait, but it will be Aurora to win the half, 7-5. See you in a minute. Aurora do well to nudge ahead against Bait and what has always been a great map for the Ukrainians, but I do think there's a long way to go in this one. Of course, Aurora going over to their T side now, where a lot of their troubles have arisen as of late, and we'll see if that will arise once again to stop them from getting themselves over the line.
Yeah, I mean, there was a nice streak of 5 there from Bait in the middle of the half, but it's Aurora who claimed those final 2 rounds to give themselves a bit of a lead here. Noses in front, coming into the T side of Mirage. And we know that Madger is a tactical master, and again, it's going to be an execute here. to try and get the job done in the pistol. Smoke top con, molly deep jungle. Now they have got one more smoke left remaining, and I'm wondering what the intention is for that smoke. There's some room for MPL to play with behind the molly, but you can't do anything about the players actually getting onto the bomb side. It's a plant on the front side of triple, and there's that secondary smoke being thrown deep into snipers. It's going to be a really difficult retake here for Bait with the post-plant positions that have been taken up by this T side, especially with Woxic. Oh, I was going to say going the long way around, but he decides against it.
Alex has got the smoke kit, so that is the one thing going in their favour, but that won't go in their favour. Soulfly will remove the whiffing Kenzazor, and then they need to force their way in, but Xantares has stopped MPL. That kit is now still alive, but it's on the site trying to force its way in, and it just won't be able to. It's on the ground now, and Ascenthiel is caught from 3 separate angles. Really nice pistol from Aurora. There was a bit of a fake info with that early goosh on MPL, which could have come back to bite them later in the round. He did get that little goosh sound cue, but it was only for like 15 damage. In the end, it doesn't mean anything, and Aurora will throw in a really nice T-pistol.
Very well done to boost themselves now coming into the second half here on Bait's map. That's exactly what they would have wanted to kickstart their campaign on the T side of Mirage, where they do tend to struggle a little bit. I mean, obviously, most teams favor the CT side. Sometimes Aurora will have their issues here, so getting the pistol round is a nice boost for them. Full save from Bait Trap, putting a lot of eggs in the basket of that next round. If they lose that next round, then it's, what, 11-5 before they get a reinvestment, and surely that would be an unassailable lead for Aurora.
Alex still waiting in Palace with the Zeus, but let's see if Xantares gives him something. Too far away, surely. Yeah, that's not going to happen, and already sees the arm and knows what's coming.
Job done. Nice and easy there for Aurora, making light work of the eco, and this is where there's a lot of pressure now on Bait coming into the gun round, and Aurora will recognize that. They know that Bait's chances here in Mirage basically hinge on this round. So if they can win this round right here, they've all but put Mirage away. This is where I'm keen to see what Major actually decides to call. What do they try and fall back on? It's a team that very infrequently will just rush in rounds. You very rarely ever see Aurora just go for a straight up B rush from spawn. There's always a little bit of tactical depth to their approach, and this one will be no different. It's going to be a default here to test the defense.
Oh, that's going to be annoying for Ascenthiel. He's 10 HP before he's even had a chance to play round 15. A little bit too wide of a jump spot, you could argue. There are different ways of going about jump spotting on Van, which usually leave you less exposed to damage. I'll get punished for it.
And with that pressure shown into apartments, Aurora are now going to shift their focus away from that side of the map entirely. And because Ascenthiel is so low, Bait are feeling compelled to maybe lean an extra player in that direction. NPL has all but committed, and now they're going to realize that that's the wrong decision, with the util starting to barrel in towards us. A bomb site. Sizzy with a job to do, unfortunately gets blinded up, so he can't do much about the players entering through ramp. It's going to be Xantares to draw first blood as well. Aurora rule with an iron fist as they take control of A. It's another great flash there to enable the Palace player on the swing.
Very good. And now MPL stuck in CT on the bin, not being cleared properly, but as soon as one player peeks forward, that's when Major will be there to trade. Kenzazor trying to save, not able to, and poor old Ascenthiel, who got taken down 10 HP at the beginning of the round with nothing to do, will just go down at the end of the round anyway. Painful, and Aurora are starting to show some of their superiority, and Xantares is having a very overdue great game.
Yeah, I mean, they haven't even broken a sweat yet, have they? I mean, obviously there was a bit of a streak there from Bait in the first half, but Aurora have just assumed full control. It was a really well-constructed round from them, everything going according to plan. There was never a moment where they had to kind of try and break out of the mold and make a play where things maybe didn't, like, there was no spanners thrown in the works, there was nothing chaotic that threw them off their course. Checks and balances all working out perfectly as they cross their T's and dot their I's. Their flashes were brilliant. Just never giving those T's a chance in those duels. And it's now going to have to be a light buy here from Bait to stop Aurora getting up to 11, but I don't think that that's going to work out, not with how good Aurora have looked in these past few.
Yeah, and I mean, the main criticism of Aurora lately really has been the T-side calling, but there's two things that are reality that need to be reminded, people need to be reminded of, I think. Firstly, there is no better Turkish in-game leader out there for Aurora if they want to stay full Turkish. I know we had that crazy rumor from Sponge mentioned recently, which I'm sure some of you guys know what I'm talking about. And yeah, there's just no one from Tier 2 really in the Turkish scene for me that would have any give any improvement to this.
Hold a candle.
Exactly,
to it,
would
right?
give any improvement to this Aurora team. And if you look at where Aurora were as Eternal Fire when they dropped Madja and tried Woxic as the AWP in-game leader, they were a Tier 2 team back then. Like, there's a big difference now, obviously.
There's a reason.
There's a big reason. One of them is Bricadia. That is a big difference. But yeah, as you say, a reason he got picked back up again.
He's also a captain, because there's often the two words become synonymous with one another, IGL and captain. Madja is a leader. You'll often see him taking the responsibility. You'll see him trying to G up the troops on the server. You'll see him often taking responsibility to shield some of the team around him. And that is the job done here against the half-buy. Easy work as Aurora just milk those free frags. And Soulfly for me has also been a revelation. I mean, obviously it maybe would have caught them a little bit off guard that Yotta had left the team. And it's like, well, where do you even go to? Sure, it's almost impossible to replace Madja in this team, but it's not like there's any outstanding Turkish players out there besides xFloud, obviously, that you could just immediately slot into this team. And Soulfly was kind of languishing around Tier 3 for me before he got picked up, and he wasn't really on anybody's lips in terms of players that Aurora would have been considering. But he's taken like a duck to water at this level, which is really impressive.
Oh, nice pick from Sizzy. And yeah, funnily enough, to pick up on your point, I think Soulfly is a player that I've always liked, having watched him since the beginning of his career, really. And he was a one Turkish player that I always felt like deserved one shot at the big Turkish team with, the Xantares and Woxic duo that never got it yet. And I'm so glad that he's playing pretty well with it at the moment. Still consistently delivering at Tier 1 events and doing these hard jobs on the team well. NPL will manage to remove Xantares in this round, though, and they do have a 4v3 here, Bait, on the defense. KD will drop as well, and Madja and Soulfly in a 2v3. They have got a chance to remove NPL from the stairs, but really good movement there from NPL to make himself awkward to hit. Maybe that will change when Anim Graph 2 is out, which is obviously in the beta right now.
Maybe.
But we'll see.
Yeah. Wonder if it comes up before the major. That's one of the big conversations swirling around at the moment. Steps here heard by Sizzy. He's going to be able to post on the angle, and it will be the freest of frags for him as Madja just runs straight into the scope. Was hoping that maybe he had been able to get ahead of the game there with that quick shift over towards B, but it's going to be Bait who hold on and are able to deal with the threat. It felt like Wakadia may have been able to gut Bait out from the back line to that boost up into snipers, but yeah, he was taken down really low, which made his duel very difficult. MPL does a fantastic job here around the stairs with 3 key kills coming through from him. Feels like a lot of the successes here for Bait on Mirage have been born off of big moments from NPL, and that one's no different.
He does a bit of damage on Wakadia, but he'll avoid the brunt of it. Once again, as you were describing, no opening picks given up by Aurora here. One of the main things they try not to do in these gun rounds. No one wants it, obviously, but as you described earlier, the bit of a staple of an Aurora T-side. And NPL, well,
that'll help.
The revenge there. That's big damage with the HG.
And it was actually a really nice bit of movement to throw that nade as well, stepping backwards while throwing the nade to kind of lob it a little bit there. Lands right on target. Now they set their sights in on this B bomb site with a lot of emphasis in towards the middle to try and draw that catwalk player away. Oh, what the hell happened there? Madge tagged by Stizzy, I believe, and Ascenthiel will do a really good job to try and lock these players in on apartments, but Xantares will breach back. It's Woxic on the long line, a flurry of frags. Xantares doubles down on entry duty. Madge in the opposite side of the map has done good damage to Alex. He's got intel in the process as well, and it's a retake required here from Bait if they even want to risk it and roll the dice, because look at their money, or lack thereof.
Yeah, feels like they're just going to let Aurora have 12 here, unfortunately. Nothing much they can do, and again, it wasn't a guarantee that they were going to be able to break through in that round, but that's what Aurora can do when you've got Xantares playing well. 2 quick headshots, 23 and 10 now in the game. The crack in that B-bomb site was taken by him, and in the end, he also cracked it open. That help from Woxic, catching the rotation coming into market. As soon as you can get your AWPer on that line, and you don't have to give up any free kills by jumping into the site, you know it's going to be difficult for the CTs to get back in. And they have double the score of Bait right now.
6 chances for Aurora to go up 1-0 here in this lower bracket second round matchup. Of course, winner of this plays against the winner between Na'Vi and Hotu. Let's get a little bit of a check-in, see what's happening over on the A stream. Alright, well, it's Na'Vi who prevailed on map 1 with a 13-7 win, convincing for them on Hotu's map pick of Dust 2, which has been a bit of a stronghold for Hotu. They get manhandled there. I mean, Na'Vi versus Aurora for a spot in the arena at Rio will be a sumptuous affair.
Oh, for sure. I mean, that one could go either way. We know what Na'Vi have been like lately. They've, lots of people are saying they're the closest contender to Vitality. I wouldn't even necessarily disagree with that in a way, but the consistency is something that they just haven't been able to find, and more often than not, they get drawn into these long games and always go 3 maps. That game against Furia last night was crazy. I very much enjoyed that one in my downtime after covering the B stream. Very entertaining. Crazy comeback from Furia to get the arena confirmed. Alex on site. A little bit of help from Balcony on Kenzazor, but Aurora are just walking out, and that might be a bit unexpected. Great clear from Wicadia. And Kenzazor is stuck on the Balcony. They know he's there. Solvo will try and clear him, and in turn actually get exposed to NPL, and he actually gets a second on Xantares as well. He's about to get peeked from stairs, and he had no idea that was coming. More great work from Wicadia. 3v2. Bomb not down yet, but Sizzy and Ascenthiel are not really in position to do much about it. Ascenthiel big flank, sure. And actually, I thought Woxic was aware of that, but I lied. He was not, and he'll go down. Thing is, there's an open duel to take against Madger, and you thought he was going to get that for a second. Now Sizzy has to get both kills with a USP, 4 and 9 HP. Is there a world? They're dancing around the site, now playing time. Really awkward for Aurora here. There's one. Now Sizzy has utility to use. Kit available. Wicadia's gone all the way around to bottom con, and Sizzy might choose to hold it. Wicadia can't see him, and Bait are going to stay alive.
Can you even believe it? That was all over the place, and then Sizzy just stands still in the smoke afterwards, and Wicadia will get the kill. I think it's almost like he just turned his brain off once he had gotten the defuse. Maybe he couldn't even believe it himself. He just had to catch his breath, Trav, because that was ridiculous all over the place. Well done from Sizzy to hold his nerve. The youngster, the new boy on the block, will save the day. And then catch a hail of bullets, but at least he can still re-afford the AWP in the
brain freeze in end of round time, before freeze time. Oh, that was funny. He won't care. He's won the round and he's still got an AWP in the following, but maybe a slight lesson to be learned there for the 16-year-old.
I mean, I will say, really smart positioning for him in the defuse, right? Because he goes on the opposite side of triple, and you could see Wicadia had no idea of that. I mean, obviously there's a smoke, but it helped him out even more.
Full A exec here for Aurora. Something they usually go back to when a round like that sort of happens. Just brute force their way to victory. They're trying it again, and Woxic will get the entry on Sizzy this time. No heroics from the Bait AWPer on this occasion. It might have to be Alex instead. They got a peek from stairs to worry about, and a peek from bench as well. But Soulfly and Xantares will find a way to delete both of them.
Another 3v2 here for Aurora to try and finish off the job. Bit of utility in play. Incendiary into Palace, and they're going to want to try and make a move while that Incendiary is in play to try and isolate these jewels over at ramp. No kit means that time is of the essence, and Maja has scooped up the orb off of Woxic's fallen body. It's now all on Essential, and it's essential that he is able to win this one. Haha, low-hanging fruit's got to be picked as well, as Essential does find that pick on Maja, but like I said, without a kit, this one is impossible, and it's going to be Xantares who walks around the smoke. Aurora get the job done without even really breaking much of a sweat on their opponent's map.
Yeah, and that's a really important one because I think Xantares, firstly, he was online. That's the most important part for me. He's been a bit up and down, of course. The hand injury is a factor. And in the end, we've seen Aurora choke games before from big leads, especially when rounds get awry, like the Sizzy defuse we just saw. They're able to find a way to close out on this occasion. It's a good sign it was that comfortable, considering Bait have always loved a bit of Mirage. So we'll see how the rest of the series will go. Overpass up next, of course. That is the Aurora map pick. Not D2 this time. That will be a decider if we need it, but we do think that Aurora will be the stronger of the two and should find a way into that lower bracket final to fight for the Pharmacy Arena.
Face-it matches set your starting point. Face-it rating measures your impact as you climb. The soft ELO reset narrows the gap between the highest ELO players and the rest of level 10. Your starting point will be based on your recent ELO in activity. We're introducing Face-it rating, so you can see exactly how much you stack up against others at your level. Face-it rating measures how much your actions have increased your team's chances of winning the match, taking into account the full situation. Season 8 launches April 22nd. Good luck and have fun.
Pull the lever.
Yeah, I think they do have another buy, even if they lose this one. But with 5 rounds already, I think maybe he's saying, okay, well, hold up, donut players. Let's connect with the rest of the team. Yeah. I understand you had all the space. I know that you weren't, but let's just make sure that we're finishing these rounds together. So an MP9 for Frontales, having a tough go with things at the moment, 1 and 7. They're not playing to stop mid, I think.
And they will this time.
Okay.
Clearly booked by the flashbang. Kalash a self-flash, bounces it off the wall and finds Makaze cleanly.
I was about to say, it felt like they're just conceding this territory.
Bits walking out contact A main, but Mizu burrowed behind the toolbox.
This is normally the cave player.
Yeah, it's going to be a jump scare for a bit. Hello. And goodbye. Dips away.
Oh, good pip.
Hima's going to try again, and Mizu will spot him. Staying dynamic on that big box. Realizes that Molotov's coming in, and so dips away to cover.
Okay, well, this is another must-convert round for Hotu, considering the state of affairs. Na'Vi grouped up towards elbow. And this is the right play from Norbert. Just play for info. Don't hard commit to any angles with the big advantage that you've been able to garner.
He's fine just holding red room, to be honest. He can trust Mizu and Kalash, right?
Mizu's on the angle.
This is the fight. Peeks in, nails it. Headshots.
Nice shooting.
Moralized, finds it in there.
Really nice shooting from Mizu there. Wow, you're a dead man.
Throws it out of bounds.
Yeah, cheeky from Wonderful.
Those finances are tight over there.
It's going to be hard for them to piece this together once they run into Donut and realize, well, where's this guy's AWP gone?
Here we go. The search begins.
Yeah, you ain't getting to that, boys. Oh, no, it's disappeared. Well done from Wonderful to at least deny that. So Frontales will just carry through an MP9. But it's AKs for 3 of the 5, and Kalash with that M4. Still, as mentioned, Na'Vi have been able to accrue enough cash for another purchase. So having to get through 3 straight rifle rounds are hot too before they can bottom out the bank balance of Blade's boys.
It's rare to see Makaze with empty hands in middle. Wonder if it's going to deter them trying
So
again.
many flashes.
They'll try again. Pulls us into a 3v3. Nice from Mizu. He dips back. He catches Alexi B's attempt from heaven. Bomb lane. Makaze donut. So who's going to make the move?
I think at least park and wait for all the smokes to fade. You're going to expect the CTs to start searching for information, whether that's grouped up or individually. You hope something comes your way. You've still got a minute 15 left on the clock at this point. And there it is. Norbert and Mizu pair up. So they just stay in cave, or do they want to search forward? Because they don't really have a lot of answers right now.
If they search, that's exactly what Bit's waiting for. And he catches them with their backs turned. The timing of him arriving on the angle. Frustrating death for Mizu. And now Makaze down to Frontales. That's a huge frag. Is second only in the entirety of Ancient. But now Norbert, he's got his work cut out for him. Trying to get to that corner. So that's the shadow advantage, but Wonderful's rifle sings, nails the headshot. Should be set to collect. Frontales going to have a look. Picks up his kit and a full belt.
2,400 lost into the
This
next.
would be such a redeeming 1v2.
I guess the smoke in the kit makes it a little bit more enticing. The long game screams save.
Yeah.
But probably wants to give it a look.
He remains silent, so that clock continues to rot. He's really, really running out of time. And just talking of time, timing.
Great awareness. Right, okay, no one's testing us from CT. I'll give it a look. We'll clear our corners, and a big smile on the face a bit there. Happy with that one. Yeah, just the amount of flashes. This is a great little showing right here. Just the constant stream of orange over the top from Spawn to help facilitate that mid-fight. Needed a little bit extra, did Makaze and Imma, to make sure that space was theirs. Very emotive, aren't they, on the Hotu side?
I mean, Mizu's having a great game. He feels like if he doesn't get 2 kills, he's not going to be around.
Well, they forced.
All right. Fight mid. Oh, down goes Makaze.
A play.
Frontales.
Oh.
Son of a gun.
Oh, I bet he can't believe that guy stopped. Why is he stopping?
Counter strafe. Imma takes down 2. Oh, no. Oh, you finally get your all. No smoke CT. They're crossing.
You're expecting the wide pathing.
Yeah, of course you are. You just hit like a pebble and
stop it on a dime. Call it 7. 7-3. Na'Vi, their map choice, and I'm sure there's been a...
Oh.
Nah. Frontales and Norbert are on the wrong side of the map.
Yep, good point, well made. 7 for Na'Vi.
Another kill for Mizu, up to 14 now.
It does feel like Na'Vi have, been very even in their sight hits. They've spread them out.
Oh, okay, you like a bit of A, bit of B. It's the Alexi special.
The Alexi special, indeed.
Sometimes we go mid.
Oh, Norbert, you'd like to keep your guns, and with the loss of Bit as well, nice extra $300 for Mizu.
Relatively impactful. Wonderful to be able to drop one, but both Makaze and Bit are in that touching distance, so if they need Bit to get util, he will have to buy a Galil. Doesn't mean that Bit will end up with a Galil, but... I think that this is casual for Na'Vi.
It is, isn't it?
It's meant to be tense. It feels casual. It's like...
they want to walk through this.
Yeah, they do. Imma's flash.
Norbert's well positioned, but the flashbang catches Norbert. Test for Mizu, combines with his teammate Norbert, and they've shut down. It's a 3-for-2 exchange.
Oh!
Clips him. Awkward for him there with the incendiary out. Throws himself out his util to try and buy some space.
If he just stays alive...
He's doing that.
It can give Makaze's lurk an opportunity to try and commit.
Oh, he's got 3 of them on the back line. Spots Frontales' orb and jump scare for Frontales. Doesn't want to go down. Doesn't need to give him that fight. Let's Imma now cook. Into for sure.
Yeah,
Clean
so
headshot.
noisy. Emma knew exactly where he was.
Now Makazi throws a smoke he can progress upon, walking straight.
What?
Oh, Kalash going to be head in hands after that one. Just Frontales now in the clutch.
Look
Makazi.
at these sick games behind the smokes, Makazi.
Yeah, he abuses them, walks straight through.
Back and forth. Frontales has lost track of everything.
Yeah, well, Makaze's smoke created so many question marks. He's got a good idea that he's gone back this way, so fair play, but... Oh my God, Makaze is so at home on Ancient. Every fight prepared for. Na'Vi have really found themselves a diamond from their academy.
This is...
academy, excuse me. Na'Vi Junior, it was Na'Vi Junior.
Yeah, but you're right, it was the academy.
It's just I forgot that foot then, moved to foot.
Yeah. Well, there's lots of different academy names, aren't there?
Ares. Ooh, Listerine face for Mizu.
They shouldn't be winning a couple of these, should they?
Okay, him has got an opening.
This is like official light.
Yeah.
Or Prac extra. One of the two. Oh, Mizu swings, and Mizu dies.
Bloody hell.
This is a real disparity between these two right now. Na'Vi considered the world #2 by the rankings, not by themselves, but either way, they're making Hotu look like they're in a whole different category. Flash is too late. Alexi gets that. Norbert's now long side. They swing in. The trade should be there. And it's just Duke walking out middle into Makazi. He owns this side of the map and confirms the 9-3 half. Na'Vi making this quick. They've got a date for a playoff match later today, and they're looking hot. What do you reckon? We got Rookie of the Year right here. Soulfly, is he early contender for Rookie of the Year 2026? He's playing pretty good.
Yeah, he's...
I think, yeah.
You guys to say, like, I think he started the first tournament, I think it was stressful, I think. It was the first tournament for him, and he's the player that he didn't play a lot of LANs, like his first LAN since 3 years, so...
Yeah.
It's something difficult for him. But now I think the most interesting thing is on the stage 1, he has like a 0.9 rating. But when he go to stage 2, when there is Mao's, Falcon, like top 10 teams, he put 120. So I think it's a very good things for him, like playing good against good opponent. And that's very good signs for us. Yeah, I think it's, for me, it's something I like as a leader.
You talked a bit about, you have a play style that you need to suit to your players.
Yes.
What kind of a player is he, play style wise?
He was playing star roles on his last team, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was on T side. He was sometimes taking map control, but when I have Xanteres and also Wikidia, I can't give him that role, So
fair enough.
In Turkey, I like since 7 years, since Space Soldiers, I like of lurker, like a player like Drops, on T side, and I just needed a lot like a B plan, as a leader when I take map control and I have a guy on my other side to give me plan, bro, we can do that now, some voice. I want him to do that. That's why I'm talking with him, like you have to talk much extra. So now his role on T side is more sometimes like lurking, but not always. But for now, it's just been like 2 months, so I'm not pretty sure, just seeing. But he's a player who is really calm, with good mental, and that's very important for us. It's helping a lot.
Also smart. He's choosing the smart way to play, like when he's in Enter as well, like killing one, not going for second, trying to like waste some utilities to come back to people, and nobody told him to do it.
If I'm killing one, I'm going for the second.
No,
Daniel as well.
Me too,
He's killing one, he's going for the second.
The retakes.
Solid as a rock from all aspects of Aurora, and some big words there about Soulfly, of course, and how he's managed to come up from that Tier 3, Tier 2 scene. We watched him a lot on Fireflux, Matt. It was kind of a really cool team to see him on, because Banjo's on that team as well, or was on that team as well, and now over on Focus, obviously, and I think those two were the best players on that squad, and deservedly now getting some flowers in some big events.
Yeah, I mean, obviously a bit of a transition here for Soulfly since stepping up to the Aurora plate, as we hear from that interview where Matt just says, I can't give him the roles that are currently taken up by Xantares and Wakadia. So there's a bit of like an evolution and development required here for Soulfly in this Aurora team, trying to take up a bit more of a lurker role. And then you heard Woxic even chiming in that he's a pretty smart player. He likes to really think about how he goes about his processes, which I think exactly what you want from a lurker, right? Who just applies that extra layer to his game. And he's done a pretty good job so far. A lot of respect from his
Yes,
teammates.
indeed. And now going into Overpass, it might be a bit of a punish pick coming in from Aurora. It's not been a best map for them lately. They used to have it as a really good like secondary or tertiary map in their pool if they didn't get a chance to play Anubis, but it's been tailing off a little bit. Thing is, Bait have only played it 4 times this year and not to great effect.
Yeah, I mean, they did at least get a win over Passion UA on this map yesterday, so they've got a recent rep, and they lost in OT to Foot. So I think that they'll at least kind of back themselves to a degree here. Starting off on the CT side are Bait. They've got a 3-man setup on the B bomb side, and they're going to have a hell of a job to do.
And Zor, not ready for Xantares to already be in, and Xantares will not let up. Incredible map 1 from him. He gets 2 kills on his entry into the B bomb site in Essential. He'll try his best to hold on. But MPL, will he be baited in? He's going to creep in, actually, and try and take these frags now, but he thought he killed the CT player, and that could maybe descend this round into chaos. But Madge has gone down to Sizzy. Still a 2v2, and it looked like it would be much more comfortable for Aurora. Woxic and Soulfly now stuck next to each other in that water position, tripping over each other somewhat. But Soulfly will run down 1 and react to NPL. Woxic survives on 1 HP, and Aurora get away with it.
I mean, actually super well navigated there by Madger and Soulfly, because they realize if they swing that right side, that's probably exactly what Sizzy was holding, and they were completely correct. So instead, they just keep walking back, using those sandbags as cover, and then a big double swing comes through from them. Soulfly flexing his fragging power here in the pistol round with 3 key kills. Even the transition here, basically mid-tap there, he's able to finish off the job and get Aurora off to a good start with a pistol.
Just to avoid the force, MP9s, 5.7s, these close ranges and connector. Might be a scary place to go. A hard clear MPL and pre-fire, and then maybe it'll be a bit safer. And that nade indicates that they might want to try and clear it properly, and there you go. Wakadia does a great job at it, and finds Sizzy strafing in as well. The door will be open, but Wakadia still got his Glock, and he'll get 2 from that. That did not look likely. Quad kill for Wakadia. And Essential, 15 HP, trying to keep the MP9, and Soulfly's about to have a look at the ladder, and he'll be sent straight back down again.
I tell you what, those kills from Wakadia with the Glock are actually extremely important, because if he goes down there like his teammate after getting the initial kill with the MAC-10, I mean, sure, he gets those 2, but it would have been a 3v3. It would have been a pretty good position for Bait with the Force Spy, but Wakadia just goes nuclear. 2 quick kills coming through from the sidearm there. Just basically gets the job done single-handedly. He was so close to getting the ace. That would have been a sick ace from him as well, with those 3 kills in quick succession. Either way, they'll take the round on the board. So now all they have to deal with is these measly pistols.
Yeah, and I can talk over this one a little bit and maybe talk a bit about what I was saying earlier about the sort of mismatch on the map in a way. I mean, sure, Aurora had some really poor losses on it recently when they went to play Draculan. I don't think they really wanted to be at Draculan. I think the main reason they went there was just to try and doubly secure their Stage 3 invite for Cologne. And in the end, obviously, that went a little bit awry. But losing to Alliance and M80, frustrating for them. They lost a Legacy as well on the map a couple of times in Pro League. So I think it's not a favourite that it used to be. As I said earlier, I always felt like it was a really good secondary or tertiary map for Aurora, even when they were called Eternal Fire a few years ago. It was the same sort of thought process. KD will get caught this time, and hang on a moment, there are lots of players on A, and I think they've realised that, thankfully. There's more than enough time to go down con and plant the bomb on B, so I can continue waffling, I think, a little bit. When it comes to Bait, right, as I said, 4 this year, lost a foot in overtime at Bucharest. That was the playoff game, I believe. Furia at Pro League, and then Aurora at Cluj. So Aurora have previous knowledge of how to get past Bait, even if that was like a couple of months ago. They won't have forgotten that, and I think that maybe is another reason why they went to go into... Why are we still going A, by the way? I'm trying to talk about things, guys. Why are we still going A?
So rude of them.
How dare they? But they win the round in the end. And yeah, I think there are reasons why Aurora have gone to Overpass, is my point.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, just to highlight the lack of reps there for Bay, probably one of the key factors that Aurora have read into. And I think it would have been like super obvious, at least on paper, that they probably would have picked. Like, it was a very high probability Aurora would have picked Dust coming into this. So I think Bay probably, once they figured out that Aurora was the team they were playing against, probably would have done most of their prep for Dust and to try and study the tendencies and the way that they like to play on the map, and have put most of their time into preparing for Dust too. So maybe even just trying to shake things up a little bit and maybe catch Bait off guard in that regard.
Yeah, that is a thought process that I think is pretty evident. And if we do get the interview afterwards, which we should, with one of the Aurora players, then we can maybe ask them about that. Big damage on Mercadia with the spam from Kenzizor.
Here's a crazy stat. T-side and CT side win percentages for Aurora on this map. T-side, 52%. CT side, 48%. Teams normally love playing the CT side. It's a pretty heavy CT-sided map. In fact, a lot of people would make the case for it being the heaviest CT-sided map in the pool. I mean, alongside Nuke would be the two in the conversation. So it's a pretty big drop-off for Aurora going on to the defensive half.
Genuinely a weird one, because that's what kept them alive in a lot of the previous games they played back in the Eternal Fire days on Overpass. It was their CT side dragging them through these long halves. But yeah, maybe T-side improving. Kenzizor will get his one on Soulfly. MPL on long is now known about to Woxic, or just gets around the corner, and he'll drop the bomb over to a teammate to get it planted as he looks to try and take deeper control in Bank to get a kill back in this 3v4. Ops on the line, though, will miss a shot, and that means that Woxic will go down in the end because he's got Essential in support, and in the end it looks like Essential is going to be the main man to help out with that support. Bait will get a breakthrough to get their first round on Overpass.
That was perfect there for Bait. Because of MPL's presence in long, it makes Aurora super uncomfortable to try and plant default. They worry about pressure up lowers that would then flank over through bathrooms. So they think, okay, our best course of action is to plant reverse default and then try and fight in towards the back lines, take control of Dumpster and Bank, which would give them really good post-plant positions to play with. However, that's exactly where 3 of the 4 players were coming through from Bait. So they end up just getting these jewels offered up to them, and they don't even really have to try and figure out the retake because they just win these fights.
Yeah, Essential, when he was first coming through and was first added to Bait, which I'm pretty sure it was his only team in his career so far, he was really rough as a youngster, a year or two ago. One of the roughest debuts I ever watched when I casted his first game on Bait. He's grown as an individual so well, and that is a gorgeous shot from Woxic. Door broken open, Kenzizor goes for the jump peek, and bye-bye.
Yeah, he missed some of the easier shots on Mirage, but that's a great one coming through from him, preempting the jump peak. Like you say, Kenzizor going to be sidelined early on here. Bait struggled a lot on the CT side of this map yesterday against Cash and UA. Of course, they still went on to win the map pretty comprehensively. They were down 8-4 in the half, and they won the map 13-9, so it was a really good T-side. So I wonder if those frailties will come into the equation here. Once again, it's only Suzy between Aurora and that A-bomb site. And he's in an advanced position without any option of falling back. So he's going to have to stand and bang them out of the server. He hears all the footsteps, and he actually does really well to get that first pick and then reposition with a little bit of cover to try and avoid the trade. That takes the attention away from his teammate coming through from lowers. Good acceleration there from Mercadia. Instead of hanging around to take the jewel, instead prioritizes the plant. But now there's a chance here for Bait in this 2v2.
Or some Alex there. I wonder if he tabbed out by accident. It's kind of what it looked like because his face changed. That weird timing there. Thankfully, it doesn't go down, but now look at the damage. 8 HP on both and now 0 HP on Alex. If Essential was full health with all this utility, he'd give this retake a go, but now there's no point. Arcadia and Xantares, the two main men on the rifles on Aurora, will figure things out and break straight back through 4-1.
Yeah, fantastic bounce back immediately after losing the first gun round. They'll be able to win the gun round afterwards, ensure their finances remain intact, and they keep Bait in a tenuous position early on here on Overpass. This is how it had opened up. We'll zoom in. We need that extra zoom. Woxic certainly didn't. There was still a good little resurgence here from Bait with this combination between Alex and Sizzy, but Aurora don't panic in and amongst the chaos and get the job done regardless.
Says he still has enough for the AWP. Here we go. So it's going to be important for Bait to get something for a while. I mean, it's kind of funny, right? Because it feels like a bit of opposite day when we cast Overpass. Because we usually would say if they let Aurora get 5, 6 on T side, maybe the game's already over. But we've seen multiple really good T-sides, not just from other teams in this tournament, but from Bait as well earlier on. So, look, Aurora apparently struggled more on CT Overpass. Maybe we have to consider that pretty deeply when it comes to the second half here and reconsider what we think is the minimum rounds for Aurora on T.
Yeah, you're right. Compared to what it would normally be, it would probably be like 5. You'd say, cool, you feel like you've done a good job on the T side, but they're probably going to be more looking in towards actually winning the half here to give themselves a bit of breathing room. Woxic's already gotten an opening kill. He catches Alex off guard, and then Ascential decides to go searching. He suffers the same fate. Woxic doubling down with key kills to open up this B bomb site. They haven't pulled the trigger on actually taking control of that B bomb site, though. Maybe still a chance here for Bait. I mean, it doesn't even look like they're interested in trying to make something happen. It's Arcadia controlling the opposite side of the map. Now, he should be a dead man to NPL. Bomb still has to be recovered. Aurora are so hesitant to commit into that B site, which has had nobody home for like 30 seconds now.
They're being incredibly diligent, right? Going through all their protocols, not just diving in, thinking it's a formality, and that's a good thing. Especially for Aurora at big events. They want to try and keep that a pattern and don't get into any lazy mindsets in those situations. Sizzy, can he keep the AWP? Xantares, misses the shot. Another one to the Xantares tally. And feeding Woxic in the early round really just ended it straight away, didn't it? Arcadia will trade it immediately, and that is 5 very quickly.
Yeah, and it also breaks the finances of Bait on the CT side, so it should be 6-1 before they're able to put up any sort of semblance of a defense. Aurora have pitched up and they look the part. We already know who the team would be that the winner of this game would face in the next round of the lower bracket. Na'Vi made light work of Hotu. In the process of, as I see that game's not done, I thought it was 1-0 map 1 and then 10-8 here on map 2, so maybe Hotu trying to put up a bit of a fight and keep Na'Vi around for a bit longer, but it's winner of that plays winner of this for a spot in the arena in the next few days.
Yeah, Na'Vi versus Aurora has been a great matchup to watch before. Make sure you keep watching the B stream as we finish off the broadcast tonight. We'll be handing over to 2 of our esteemed colleagues, but there'll be some bangers. Oh, and that's a brilliant combination in con. That is certainly a banger. Kenzazor's 5-7 gets 2 as they break the door open. And all of a sudden, Kenzazor's now pushed up in con with that AK. It's not going to affect too much more, but already an advantage. And Aurora need to find a gap to work with. And right now, kind of everything is somewhat covered by Bait.
Okay, this is going to be really difficult for Aurora to try and figure out. That will certainly help. True to the name, Xantares peak, impossible to go up against there for NPL. And if Alex goes down here and long, then that's the door wide open to get into the A-bomb site, and Woxic will be able to adjust. Alex had actually spotted the leg, so he had a good idea of what was coming his way, wasn't able to do anything about it, and now Xantares is playing janitor with him just sweeping in these back lines, looking to try and control these flanks, but actually a really good time in the push here for Kenzie, so with that AK, oh no! He should have had that kill dead to right every day of the week, and I reckon the reaction from Trav is the same one from Kenzasor.
What a shame. that was a great opportunity to make something exciting happen, but look, it happens to the best of us. It really does. Xantares is the man, though, to, of course, recover the round. Brilliant clears in bathroom. Hyper-aware, as always. And Bait did so well with Kenzazor to start that round off. He got the AK from his incredible work to break through connector like he did. Got the reward of the AK, couldn't put it to use.
Yeah, I mean, he could have basically just put the round away if he'd gotten that first kill cleanly enough, or would have thrown it into disarray for Aurora. Gun round here for Bait to try and put a stop to the rot that currently sets in. Great flash play coming through, taking initiative here, looking to try and kickstart their campaign by playing active. And it has netted them an early kill, and they're going to continue to advance off the back of that as well. Kenzie saw... Oh, I don't know. That's tough to justify, mate.
I understand they had a play in mind at the beginning of this round to, you know, dead set, we're pushing Fountain. We're getting control of it early, we're looking for an opening kill. There was no real need to go further than that. They got their reward, and they could have fallen back with it. And, you know, opening kills on Overpass are precious. Very hard for a T-side to recover from 4v5s more often than not against a full gun round. So I'll chuck that one away as well, I'm afraid. Now Aurora will take long control. They might feign it. They could easily go down through bathroom to connector still. It's only a cover from Sizzy at the moment. But they wouldn't want to do that right now because there are 3 CTs on B. So once again, it could be Sizzy, the main man in position to prevent Aurora reaching 7.
Well, there's still some question marks here about the round. Wakadi is in and amongst the thick of things right now. There's 2 players for the CT side, and it's going to be Alex who trying to make a play through the smoke. It's actually a ruse. It's I even just stopped in my tracks there. Alex had clocked that he realizes in time. It was a fake with the attention trying to be drawn. A, the round is still going to end. B, Woxic will see the feet and find the frag on Alex, but there's still resistance with only 10 seconds left. There should be no way for Aurora to win this one. Ascentio has to deny the plant. It's going to be Woxic. Ascentio doesn't see him. He does not spot him. Bomb plant completed. 2v2 ensues, and Woxic will even get the kill as well.
Nightmare. NPL 1v2. Can he recover things? Woxic eventually goes down, living a charmed life in this one. Madja holding on from Pillar. Look how advanced his position is. Surely that's unexpected, but no. NPL will save the blushes of Ascentio. How did he not see the leg on the Pillar? Goodness, I'm shocked by that. And Madja is annoyed that he couldn't take advantage of it, and why not? Don't blame him.
Yeah, because he had made a really smart decision by actually getting himself in behind the pillar there. I thought that was the round-winning play to finish off the job, but NPL is actually able to shift his crosshair and adjust in time to get that kill. My God, Ascentio, you can't even blame that on 4x3, I'm afraid. I mean, there's just so many moments in this round where it's like, okay, there should be no way Bait loses from here, and they got extremely close. Painstakingly close to that one getting away from them, but guess who? It's NPL that saves the day again for Bait.
I'm pretty sure that it was quite evident as well. I mean, look, we always know we have the X-ray, the players don't. It will look a lot more obvious to us from the outside, but I'm pretty sure that was very visible for him on that push forward. It was a split. It was like a half a second, but still, you know, most players would see that. I've seen it before that from that position. Anyway, it's a really important second round, and NPL does really well. That's the second 1v2 of the series, by the way.
Yeah, true. It's got to be the start of something here for Bait. It can't afford to just be one round in isolation, because they get completely financially reset if they lose round 9. And it's almost like then it's the beginning of the end for Bait, you would imagine. Aurora have completely outclassed them throughout this series so far. 8 win for them on Mirage.
7, I think.
Really not much of a worry there. 13-7, in fact, yeah. And 6 out of 8 going their way here on Overpass. In complete control. Job not done yet, though.
Of course, they don't have the most perfect buy ever. They'll have one FAMAS, and utility is okay. Considering they have, you know, decent nades on NPL and Ascentio, but difference in the setup this time. Oh, if NPL wanders forward on a timing, Woxic, is he going to keep trained on it? That is the question. He will. Woxic has been fed a lot of frags in this map so far from just maybe Aurora being a little... Sorry, Bait being a little bit lazy on occasion.
Suzy going to go searching, finds a frag for free as Magic looks to set some utility up, and Wakadian would spot 2 there. Maybe that's the go signal here, but Suzy's doing a brilliant job cooking things up here in towards bathrooms. We're finally getting a Suzy moment with the sniper rifle. And Wakadi has no idea. Should be an impossible 2v4 for them to recover unless Wakadi can get the kill. Suzy, that is a brave way to go about it with the USP. That's a little bit unforced from him. There's actually a path down low is onto the B bomb site here for Aurora, but there's no way for them to know that, of course.
Now, the issue is they know Kenzazor's still around party, and I think they might actually just commit to the save. There's 15 seconds, no time to get onto the A site from long now. So Kenzazor thinks they may have made their way down, but little do they know, they're not even going for this round, would you believe? In the end, the NPL gift on long works out for that Kenzazor flank, which pretty much puts an end to the round, right? Maybe it was by design all along.
I guess so. Couple of consecutive rounds being strung together here. We've seen Suzy commit himself into these bathroom positions before, and that time comes up rosy for him, dancing around with the sniper rifle. Big opportunity now for Bait in round 10. Broken by for Aurora. This is where they could really sink their teeth into the CT side and start to make this competitive.
Very much so. Now confirmed the fact that Na'Vi is the opponent in that lower bracket final. They have managed to deal with Hotu in 2 maps as we thought they would. Fortunately, one of our previous Rio champions, Norbert, is eliminated, but he's had a good event. Hotu haven't done themselves a disservice. Always going to be tough for them. Oh, great pick from Xantares. Kenzazor goes for a little glance and gets immediately deleted, and now just a classic B-take off the back of that. Alex gets 1, and Xantares is still delivering from short. Zenthiel tries to peek to help, but can't even get any other duel than the 1 against Xantares. Suzy will do some good nade damage, and actually Woxic takes a lot to that follow-up. But it is a 2v4, and they need these guns for the following round.
I love the explosive option there from Aurora. I really, really like how quickly they actually accelerate into that B bomb site once Xantares gets that opening kill. Just start flooding their way through Monster Tunnel, let the MAC-10s rip, let them off the leash, and the Hounds hunt the Bait players down. Xantares is the one to continue to control from construction as well, as he gets that second frag to really make sure there's no chance for the defense, and they completely crumble over on that B bomb site, do Bait. And that will get Aurora a lead at a minimum. They'll now have 7 rounds going into the second half. That's what I said would be the baseline for them to feel comfortable. Obviously, that's more rounds than you would normally need on the T side, but as we already highlighted, they do tend to have some struggles on the defensive half of this map. So this is now giving them the boost that they would have needed.
Yeah, very unusually so, because, yeah, I mean, I remember we covered quite a lot of the old Eternal Fire. Sure, it's not the strong team that plays in big events as it is now, as it was back then, but they were really solid in Overpass. And had a period with this exact lineup where CT Overpass was something they would rely on when Anubis wasn't in the pool. They have maybe 2 or 3 maps that I think Aurora do play well, even if they don't have Anubis in the pool. It's Dust 2, Overpass, and Inferno. But yeah, of course, one of those wasn't going to be played, so we're going to get Overpass and D2 if we go 3.
Yeah, which we shouldn't, right? I mean, obviously there has been some spurts of competition coming through from Bait. They had that streak of 5 on Mirage. That was basically the only thing to get excited about at that point. They went up 5-4, and then it was just all Aurora from there. And here they've looked super sharp. I mean, have Aurora had to eco once throughout this series so far?
It's weird you only mention it. I'm not so sure. It feels that way. It really feels that way. It feels like they've always had some kind of a buy. No full hard eco.
Just speaks volumes to how much control they've had throughout the series, right?
Indeed. Flash into long bathroom. Soulfly will clear that. And that's a classic M4. I think that's a Tornado with the LDLC stickers on it. Was it Planet Key Dynamics as well there? I can't see. It's a classic. DreamHack Winter 2014.
It's ESC.
Oh, it's ESC, you're right, with the bear, yes. Actually have a team in CS again, picking up the polls, of course. Again.
They've gone back home, haven't they? Exactly. All right, this is make or break for Bait. If there's any chance for them here on the map, they have to win round 11. Otherwise, it's almost a guarantee it would be 9-3 with them being completely broken, both financially and just mentally. have at least gotten an opening kill. It's the crown jewel of Xantares removed from the T side.
2 players in control of short, so they don't need a monster player because of that. They can focus the rest of their defense on A. Alex will get 1, but Wakadia trades NPL quickly. The thing is, he's being baited in and gets 1.5. That might be enough because Kenzizor is still hiding in the corner of truck. About to entry him, and Watson with the bomb not being picked properly, and they weren't ready for it. Soulfly, good headshot. Chance in the 1v3, 20 seconds, being flanked already. Up middle by Ascenthiel, and the molly is really good. Makes it impossible for Soulfly, and he cannot fly away. 7-4.
And I mean, I don't think the game's over in the first half if they get a 5th here, you know? I mean, I know they were able to come back from an 8-4 deficit going to the T side against Passion UA yesterday, but I don't think that would happen against a team of Aurora's caliber. Obviously, an entire tier between Passion UA, especially with them not having Senzu at this event, and the level you're going to get from Aurora. Especially with Woxic on that CT side, you'd imagine he's going to be more than just a handful with that AWP once he gets going.
If that wasn't an Ascenthiel flank, then Soulfly may have been able to hop away and play from bathroom or play the headshot angle on the grass maybe, but yeah, never going to happen. That is all if buts and maybes. That is not reality. That is an alternate universe. Final round of Overpass first half. Soulfly looking to try and take some initiative up short here. We saw Xantares do this earlier. Actually, we've seen Wakadia do it as well. Now it's Soulfly's turn.
Now, we've seen quite a bit of success from this position being taken up by Aurora in the early stage. Soulfly not searching as much as some of his teammates have in the early stages of the round. That makes sense because the way that the team is set up, it's not like they're really in position to try and capitalize off of him making a play. Instead, it is going to be Xantares to try and poke through Monster. And that's going to cost him his life. Alex will double down. That one at range onto Maja. So Beta finally getting going. Maybe a little bit too late on the defensive half, but at least they're going to give themselves a bit to work
All
with.
in about Soulfly though, but he can't get the second. With Woxic, 26 HP, working their way back in. It does not seem possible with 50 seconds on the clock even. Need a crazy entry from Wakadia. Has he got a gun on the ground to grab there? He's trying to find it, but only with a P250 at the moment. What's happened there?
He'll go back for Majas, I think.
Has he got time to do that? There we go. Okay, I think he was looking to see if anyone had thrown that gun forward into the smoke, but he will take the Galil in the end. Unfortunately, it's wasted quite a lot of time, and now he's got util, but Woxic needs to go crazy on this entry. Actually not ready for it there, Alex. Surely the trade will come through, though, and yes, Ascenthiel does confirm it. Well, if that HE was thrown, that could have found the kill on Ascenthiel. But Wakadia is very stuck here, but the AK picked up now. We'll find the duel on Ascenthiel. 4 seconds for the plant, just about gets it, but in comes an HE, and the charge in from NPL. And once again, Bait stay in touch, but once again, Aurora are keeping them at finger's length. Another banger from the ESL halftime playlist to take us into the second half of Overpass. Bait have made some blunders on this map, but they're still in touch, Matt.
Yeah, they are. With that little resurgence at the end of the half there, I feel like they have kept this campaign somewhat on track. I mean, I think Aurora have done the job by getting themselves a bit of a lead going into the second half, but we have already highlighted that some of these frailties have been exposed by Aurora's defense on this map before. So let's see if Bait can do that as well to try and force a decider.
Sizzy, smoke flash. Alex, smoke flash flash. Asia with the utility for Aurora. Woxic will work his way through from long, though. Very aggressive opening to the pistol, and he's helped out. Oh my goodness. Blinker, you will have missed it. The pistol round's over.
I was about to say, Woxic, what are you doing? Get out of there after you find the opening kill, but that's why I'm talking about the game, and it's why he's in the server. Fantastic mechanics on display coming through from Woxic. Throws the textbook out the window, and he just puts lead in the head of the Bait players.
I mean, so much presence there from Aurora. That is no holds barred. No chance for Bait to even set up what they wanted to do. Split second. CT pistol win for Aurora. And on CT side, we mentioned they have an unusual low win rate from that like Overpass. We'll see if they can change that today. They've got the pistol, and they're going to get the conversion because it's a full eco for Bait. And Woxic is looking for some dollar.
Yeah, 4 for 4 in pistol rounds are Aurora now with that second half pistol half going their way. You spoke about money for the SMG. Well, there's another multi-kill coming through from him. Back-to-back triple kills out of the Turkish talent there. And that will probably... Does he just drop the MP9 here and get the... I mean, I reckon they'll probably play the bonus out, but I think Woxic is going to be a menace here. They need 4 more rounds out of the 10 left remaining in the half, and that would stamp their ticket into the next round of the lower bracket. And Woxic indeed has got the sniper rifle as early as his first gun round.
Shot molly for control. Often you will see a CT side maybe going for the run boost to get across that and get short control early, but instead they're trying middle. All that needs about to break the smoke. Blacadian knows it, but still gets one. And look at Xantares. This is really cheeky. He has not shown himself in playground. Is he about to have a whale of a time? Mage is now coming in to help out as well. Lots of utility still being thrown, and Xantares is hearing this trampling around the T-stairs position. Maj has done really well. A kill and a half. That is when Xantares will activate. Incredible pressure early half here from Aurora.
I love it in this first gun round as well because they know they've got Bait's backs against the wall. They know that Bait are going to be feeling the pressure coming into this round. And so Aurora look to just try and snap the neck of Bait early on in the second half by throwing themselves into the action, finding the kills. And that extra trade there from Xantares gets them the advantage. Now, Senthiel is searching up short, and NPL's gone up the lower stairs. The problem is that the bomb is all the way back at the top of the ladder. Senthiel with the spray not going to go his way, and it's only NPL left who should be able to catch Xantares off guard, maybe. But then he's got such limited time to try and win the 1v2 afterwards.
Oh, now it's known. And Xantares will still find the kill. These little moments in the game for Bait are really unfortunate. It's not the first time we've seen a whiff cost them a route back into a round as well, right?
Yeah, true. And these guys are just so ridiculously good that they will punish you. You've got to take advantage of everything you can get. I mean, the Kenzie Saw was the worst example of all the whiffs so far in this series. Bait down to an eco, and Aurora basically within touching distance of that date with Na'Vi, which has now been confirmed as Na'Vi did get the win over Hotu. And Aurora versus Na'Vi would be a scintillating affair to try and get a spot at in the arena. See what they can do with these upgraded pistols. It's going to be a big burst into this B-bomb strike. Side straight through the monster smoke. Soulfly will spray down one, but there's an immediate response out of the entry fragger. Kenzie saw with 2 out of the tech.
Oh, Xantares and Maja having to work their way back in now, but Maja gets caught even as that smoke is reappearing in front of his eyes. And all of a sudden, 6 for Bait because Xantares is leaving and Woxic is already playing exit kills outside Monster. So that is one that we didn't expect, that's for sure. Alex is on the hunt as well. That Woxic AWP, the Xantares AK might not be alive for too much longer. making quite a lot of noise, and Sizzy has seen him, easily removed. So we've got a bit of a lifeline here coming in for Bait.
Never expecting Alex. Oh, did he see him? I mean, it was so quick when he was moving around. He might not have spotted him. But with that smoke in play, he may have actually created enough space for himself. So, yeah, it looks like that AWP will be carried across. Like you say, a lifeline indeed, a reprieve as Bait are able to win this light investment courtesy of a Kenzie Saw moment, which have been few and far between. He's the hard entry fragger for Bait, and he's really struggled to crack these bomb sites open against Aurora, which is obviously always going to be very difficult against some really talented players. But that is a let-off here as it gives them a way back in potentially.
Nice to see Sizzy enjoying himself in some way, even if though he's not having the best of games and they're losing a map in 10-6. You've got to enjoy it when you're still a young player. Don't be too hard on yourself. I know some players are, even from day one. Of course, maybe some of those players are some of the best players in the world, but you catch my drift.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he's only 16, which is crazy. Unfortunately, Donk has ruined everybody's perspective on how good a 16-year-old should actually be. Kyosuke, another one of those examples, but he still has a long career ahead of him. If you can figure out some of those other aspects of the game, Antares, well, that tree doesn't provide much cover once they realize that you're there. Good first frag in the round here for Bait to start to get things going.
Now, Woxic might have to make a move to creep forward. Oh, that's an annoying miss.
Yeah.
Smoke was awkward for him, maybe taking a little bit of a distraction from it, but he'll go for long instead. Good flash, and honours even. On long, Sizzy will see his enemy, but not be able to take him down, and now he's down to 38 HP.
Check the gamble, Trav. All 4 players for Aurora in and around the say bomb site. Really well poised to deal with what's coming their way. NPL spotted. He's also going to be isolated now as his teammates have been locked out by the incendiary. They've decided to try and go through it straight into the Turkish blender. It's a delight here from Aurora as they find a quick couple of kills. Only 30 seconds left, and it's going to be so easy as they mow them all down.
Oh my word. I mean, that'll put smiles on Aurora faces. That could not have been easier considering they're in a disadvantage. Charging through long, no second prong coming from bathroom, really hurting them there, just having full control and full vision on long. That just really made that such a more comfortable hold. And to be fair, I mean, Nadja saw NPL before he was fully blinded, but he still got the kill during his blindness, and that made a big difference into making that one a lot more comfortable.
Well, I can't say what he just said, but if you're a lip reader, you don't really even have to be one. That one was pretty obvious. Woxic can't even believe how easy that was.
Crazy. Good work from Soulfly. Antares, by the way, went 25 and 11 in map 1 with a 1.9 rating and 124 ADR, and he's delivering again here. It's going to be a really good series for Antares, and I know, Bait aren't on the level of the teams that Aurora want to punch up to try and beat to make the playoffs, with Na'Vi waiting in the wings later, but at least it's a good sign that he's woken up today and is looking more like the Antares we know. With that hand injury that we know he's got, it's always something that could be on your mind, even if you're feeling okay. So, yeah, it's great to see him play well again.
Absolutely. It's always a fantastic showing when Antares is online in a big way. Good spray from Kenzisaw, nearly on the transfer there as well. This is what they need out of him on the T side. Their T sides for Bait are heavily reliant on these opening kills. Kenzisaw attempts like a third of the opening kills for Bait. When he's finding success like that, he makes their lives a whole lot easier.
Another annoying start to the round for Aurora. Now, Woxic is the man to be in Playground on a random timing instead. It was Antares before. A very deep push from him. Antares will... It is, and with Antares getting boosted up... Oh, now leg seen. That is very awkward for Woxic. Do they know it's the AWPer? They might do now. And Antares, as he drops down, still finds one. And I don't quite know how Sizzy hasn't punished Woxic.
Oh, he's completely trapped, but the kills continue to go down on the opposite side of the map, and at this point, Woxic's just trying to stay alive for as long as he possibly can. He knows that they're crunching in on both sides from him on top of the slide. He's having some fun in the playground, but Alex will eventually end playtime. But there's only 30 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, not much playtime left in the entirety of IEM Rio for Bait, maybe, I'm afraid. 20 for this round. got utility, but thing is, look at Ricardia playing a really good position. Already fall back once he gets the information, and 10 seconds is a massive issue for Bait. Bomb is now making its way to the site, but they have to check so many angles, and they can't get that bomb planted, and just like that, MPL is having to run away. 12 for Aurora, and just like map 1, they have double the score of Bait at 12-6.
Oh, it's another opening kill that goes awry for Bait. Nat's just criminal. And this is how it had started, was Kenzie Sword just charging up short, catching Soulfly completely unaware. But unfortunately, it doesn't actually materialize into a round. That gives Aurora 6 chances here to seal the fate of the series and progress forward here in the competition. They've made light work of Bait so far, which is a bit underwhelming, right? We would have been at least hopeful that Bait could have made this a contest, but it certainly hasn't been that way.
Opportunity to go for the boost on the long ledge for Woxic, looking all the way through the diner. Or head seen, and that's good info.
I really like the observing there with the little fly through for us to see how they're stacking themselves up. Shout out to Chev and Jonas, who have been pushing all the buttons as far as the observing is concerned. You're on the B stream, Woxic. Last button 1, not going to connect. Oh, KD will catch them completely off guard. He comes through from the back lines, and he finishes it off in style. Aurora, job done as they will push on into Na'Vi.
Well, that's an apt ending to the entire series there. Don't forget how Aurora won the CT pistol round. That was over in a flash, and that one might have been just as quick. Goodness me, right into that blender. And as you said earlier, it is definitely a Turkish delight. It's created something tasty for Aurora, but there is a lot more things to come, as you say. Bait should have been an easy game for them. It was an easy game for them. And now Na'Vi to come, and haven't they had impressive and exciting matchups in the past?
Yeah, I mean, you're right. That is going to be such a fun game for a spot at the playoffs to get to play in front of the crowd on the stage. One of those teams going to be extremely disappointed not to have been going all the way. Bait, it is the end of their road. It was a meek exit from the competition. I mean, sure, a tough draw for them where they got knocked down to the lower bracket by Na'Vi, and then they were eliminated by Aurora without even really having put up much of a fight.
I know it's a shame for Bait, right? And it does kind of go in turn with how their season is being played out, right? They did make the major in Cologne. That is the main positive. They won that LAN over in Denmark to qualify. But in general, just haven't had any consistency. And just the inconsistency in that AWP role for me is the main thing. Like, you removed Head Trick, you wanted something more explosive. The Head Trick had a stable level, which I think, was good enough for this Bait team. And, going from one 16-year-old AWPer to another, I'm not so sure if that's the answer.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of questions at this point. They're locked in for the major, and then maybe they'll reassess from there. I mean, like I said, obviously very difficult teams that they had to play up against. There's no shame in losing to Na'Vi and Aurora. It was more just about the maps that they lost. They never got to double digits in any of them, right? 13-0 and then 13-4 in the 2 maps they lost to Na'Vi, and then 13-7 and 13-5 here against Aurora, 13-6 rather. They just got completely dominated. We're never really in the contest of any of the maps that went against them.
Yeah, but at least for Aurora's sake, right, it's a really important win to get this one done easily. Because even the game against Hotu, that map 2 that went all the way to overtime when they were 9-1 up, I mean, Aurora sometimes play really long series and it tires them out, stresses them out, and we've seen the tilt get to them more often than not, especially Xantares, to be fair. And yeah, to get this one done cleanly will be really grateful, especially when they know that game to come later tonight, have a little chance to breathe.
Yeah, they're a team that have always, generally speaking, in the past year or so, been very good at teams that are quite far up below their level, like a tier below them. They've always been really reliable in those sorts of series. Obviously, at Draculan, it didn't really go that way with some losses to M18 Alliance. But like you say, such a convincing win over Bait will just restore that conviction that they are way above a team at that level. And that's how we've come to know them, right? Like, always just kind of hanging in and around that top 8 level. And that's exactly what they displayed in this series today.
Yeah, I mean, they had a decent season. We went into the game talking about how maybe expectations for them were a little bit lower because of the changes they made. But tell you what, there is one man who has shut us up on that one, and deservedly so. It is Soulfly, and I believe we've got an interview ready with him right now. Soulfly, my friend, congratulations on your W. That was really clean from you guys. Talk us through the first map and the close first half, but then leading into an easy win.
Yeah, we prepare really well for this B8 game, like both Mirage and Overpass. And Overpass is lately really strong. I feel like we're playing really strong, and they also played well. But end of the day, we managed to win.
Soulfly, I'd like to know about the decision to actually pick Overpass coming into the series, because I did my prep on Dust 2 for the most part, and I was a little bit surprised. Maybe Bait also expected you guys to pick Dust, so can you give us some insights onto the decision-making there for the veto?
Yeah, like in the practice room, we were discussing with what should we pick, and we had like kind of a 3 option, but we decided to pick Overpass because we know they don't like to play Overpass. They're second band. And as I said, we are slowly, step by step, improving on Overpass, and we are in the good level, my opinion. And then we just picked, because we know that they are not good enough to win against us.
Soulfly, this is a question I posed to Tanir earlier, because both me and Matt have covered you for years playing in Tier 2. I mean, I even covered you back in Sangal when you first played with Maja. What would you say has been the biggest challenge for you in that jump from Tier 2 into now consistently playing Tier 1 and flying all around the world?
It's really hard to adapt still. Like, I'm still adapting, and then this Tier 1 scene, I think it's really hard to stay at a high level because it's like all the time whatever happens in the past, it's getting in my head, and then sometimes I'm losing confidence, sometimes playing bad, sometimes taking bad decisions, but I feel like I'm improving, but I cannot show in the game. I'm trying to more vocal on my side, but yeah, it's hard to stay there, and you have to be all the time improve, because it's so like everybody remember you from your past game, previous game. So today it was a good, but in general staying at this high level it's hard, but I hope I can make it.
Well, you already are, mate. You've already been extremely impressive, and there's still a lot of lessons to be learned. You've done a great job. Last question before we let you go. Next opponent is going to be Na'Vi for a spot in the arena on the stage, a team that you guys have really struggled to beat in recent times. I'm sure you guys are looking for revenge after the way that ESL Pro League finals game went. So how are you guys feeling about that series later on today against Na'Vi?
I mean, I don't remember how many times we lost against them, but there is some era to stop, so we should stop this era. I believe today what we showed against B8, it was good, and I hope this time we can win, and we are really confident about playing against Na'Vi, because yesterday we had a long talk about like why we lost, and then some issue we had, but today in the morning when we were eating breakfast as a team, and then I feel like everybody was happy, and I can feel that from outside we're gonna show good game today, and then we showed on B8, and I believe we're gonna show on the Na'Vi game as well.
Well, I have faith too, man. Thank you for joining us for a conversation. Always good to hear from you, and best of luck in that next game. Hope to get to see you guys on the stage in the next few days.
Thank you so much. My pleasure. Bye bye, guys.
Cheers, Soulfly.
Good stuff.
Hot news, Trav.
Go on.
Aurora eat breakfast together.
Oh, well, there you go. I mean, I guess that's why they won today, huh? We know the key. We know the secret. But yeah, it's a really important win for them, and I'm very glad to see them get it, because I think that Aurora Na'Vi game should be a banger. And of course, there are 2 incredible matches to come on the B stream. Spirit G2 to come, and then that Aurora Na'Vi game later. These are some giga bangers, and Neo and Squiv will have the pleasure of taking you through those to see who makes the Pharmacy Arena. Very exciting. For us now, that is it for our coverage for Rio. We've loved being a part of this event. It's been an absolute pleasure. Matt's done absolutely brilliantly in his first ever S-tier tournament. I think you should all give him your love. But for us too, it's time to change shift, and we'll see you very soon. Stick around though for these next two bangers.
The pounding heart of esports beats louder here in Canids. They have to double peek. He's getting his shot. No, unbelievable! Something special to follow this decoy, and that's exactly what happens. Canids, we are back!
Placement matches set your starting point. Face It rating measures your impact as you climb. The soft ELO reset narrows the gap between the highest ELO players and the rest of level 10. Your starting point will be based on your recent ELO in activity. We're introducing Face It rating, so you can see exactly how much you stack up against others at your level. Face It rating measures how much your actions have increased your team's chances of winning the match, taking into account the full situation. Season 8 launches April 22nd. Good luck and have fun.
The Intel Extreme Masters Rio 2026 is brought to you by ESL in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, and DHL.
Welcome back in, one and all. We are moving swiftly into an absolute banger here on the B stream. I got to be honest, we got Spirit up against G2, getting straight into it. I'm so excited for this one, man. I think it's going to be a great game. It really has the potential to deliver. We might have, you know, these two teams not quite at 100%. Spirit have been slowly hemorrhaging over the course of this year. And of course, G2 playing with a bit of a stand-in at the moment. So you can kind of look towards that. But I think this really could be a big game, as it's an important game, of course, a knockout game here.
Yeah, that's it. And you know, with both of these two sides as well, they both have kind of like quite distinct kind of pitfalls at the moment, which is even with kind of attack standing in, it feels like a GT side that could still upset here, right?
Sure.
Spirit have proven that they can drop maps and can drop series and can look a little bit weaker than what we've come used to this side, and probably even what we expected of this lineup when it was formed. On paper, it was like, okay, injection of firepower, slight change in kind of the IGL role and everything, so it feels like this is a team that can build upon this. But if anything has been the other way, and with kind of the major around the corner, this is you know, two different sides who for different reasons want to prove what they can do here. You know, for Rio, for Canids G2, it's kind of like, yes, we've got to stand in, but TAC could be the future of this lineup.
No, that is very true. That is very, very true. I think they're obviously using it as a, you know, opportunity to test the water in a sense. But we do have a little bit of a look at the main man over on the G2 side at the moment. That is Heavy God. He's playing very, very well. They obviously, I think both these teams have a bit of a tough opening matchup, as it were. Yeah. So it kind of makes sense they're down here in the losers fighting for their life in the group stage. But Heavy God is a big, big part of the G2 side, and he has been for a long time.
Yes, no, exactly that. And of course, this tournament so far, he's overperforming compared to kind of his usual, let's say. You know, at a 1.24, he's absolutely loving life in the server. And they're looking towards him for a lot of firepower, right? It is obviously quite a big loss without Hunter, and I think for Heavy God, he's now got to take a real kind of stake here and kind of prove that he can be the hero of this side, that he can step up in terms of that firepower, and he can be a real difference maker. This is a team that have the makings to bring a lot to the server. It's just whether they actually click and gel. And the thing with Heavy God, of course, he's performing so well, but we need a few of the people around him to really step up if this side really wants a chance.
Yeah, no, I think that is true. I think maybe they have sort of lent on him in a big way, that it's like, right, even more freedom, even more responsibility being put onto him here to sort of lead the way. It is a little bit questionable, I suppose, but the big questions are around this guy, and of course we got a little bit of a chance to speak to TAC. Let's check in.
I'm speaking with Tag ahead of your game, and obviously coming into this tournament, you get to play against #1 in the world and #2 in the world as well. You had Zaivu already on your menu. Now it's Dong. How are we feeling before this game against Spirit?
I mean, it's a big task and a big challenge, both yesterday and today. But I mean, we showed yesterday that we can, and we probably should have won the game. So, I mean, we're going to do the same mentality today for the victory, of course, for the playoffs. I mean, it's my dream to play in front of the arena. So, yeah, I mean, I hope we win and show goods yesterday.
Obviously, you are lacking some experience in this kind of tier, but are you channeling that maybe nervousness into excitement? Does this technique help you perform better and focus on all that spotlight that is on you right now?
Yeah, for sure. As I said in the HL2 interview, that all of this energy should be transformed like for the good. So as you said, like excitement to hype the team up and all of this kind of stuff. But yeah, mainly I had nerves on the first day, but by the time we play here, it's going away like bit by bit, and I think now, I mean, I'm confident in myself, in the team, and ready to play the game. Yeah.
And it makes complete sense. I mean, that Vitality game, you held on your own now, you stomped 3D Max. You clearly are showing that there's a place for you, even in these Tier 1 competitions. So this confidence, is it like oozing out of you, or are you just not really caring that much about it? Because some players do not ultimately care.
I mean, talking about confidence, of course, it's one of the main things as a player you need to have going into the game, and it's important to me to feel confident and comfortable in the game so I can do my own moves, not only just teamwork and believing more in myself. But of course, each game I'm gaining more confidence, and it will be, I think, key factor in this game for the playoffs to just be confident and do my work, and this way gain the win over Spirit.
I want to give you a little spotlight here. Any fighting words towards Spirit, maybe towards Donk?
I mean, nothing much. I hope it will be a good game and we win.
All right, not so spicy, but that's completely all right. Let's see how it goes on the server.
Yeah, I mean, excited to get into this one, right? We raise him as well up against Tania here in a little head-to-head, just to kind of give you guys an idea. And, you know, the Spirit conversation immediately springs to mind. I think it's a very, very interesting one at the moment in the way that, you know, Donk is obviously still effective. You talked about, like, an injection of firepower and stuff. I think they definitely have had that since the changes, but it also feels, especially with Chopper leaving, that they've lost some discipline, structure and whatnot, and I think they're kind of playing a style that's like F you almost, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
it's like, we're better, we've got all these great fraggers, and we've got the greatest fragger in theory, at least given the history of Donk, right? Maybe not into this year.
Yeah.
And I think that they've just lost a bit of identity, and yeah, the structure of the team seems to be breaking apart.
Of course, and for Tania as well, I mean, this tournament started quite well for him, right? Against Liquid, he looked really, really solid, but I guess it's sort of an easy game to look solid against quite a weak Liquid, but against Falcons, he offered up absolutely nothing. 0.4 rating for him in that one. So it's interesting as we get live in this one. High stakes for this matchup, and I'm really excited. See what we can get going. Nuts. First contact is him. He spots the shoulder, but he can't really do anything. And Magix isn't forced off balcony.
Yeah, I think a cheeky angle from him, really, on that sideways peripheral angle. Smoke going to go down as well. So really dealing with this quite nicely on the Spirit side of things. Just on the other side of the smoke here, just ready and raring to go. On those Julies, Flash is a bit dodgy, as is the CT flash, but Magix is going to keep them coming all the same. They just cannot take him down. It's too messy over here, and the contact flash has been super effective, and it will be a flawless pistol to kick off for Spirit.
Really nice start, and I think, you know, there's that one big error and issue that we speak about when you're going for these B-pops. You've got to get out, right? That's the first thing. If you get stuck in towards apartments, life becomes very, very difficult, and that's exactly what happens. Those flashes are fantastic from Spirit. They keep them locked in there, and despite being blind, Magix does really, really well with the duel. He's walked away 3 kills as a whole, so fantastic work from him. But yeah, for G2, that is a bit of a wake-up call in towards the opening round of your map pick. The fact that you get nothing, can't even get a plant, can't even get a kill, and you get completely stuck. Spirit side that we're not here to play. So there won't be a buy coming through for the T side. That makes complete sense. Rare that you see the force buys coming to the T side without the bomb plant. This one should be a little bit of a throwaway. Back towards B, it seems. And Magix is there to meet them once again.
It is only him.
Yeah.
They are on the lower weaponry.
They're making noise.
There's that rotation in from short now, though. So smoke goes down, good timing on it, and unfortunately the contact Glock idea has been bailed upon. So G2 going to make us wait for the action in this round. Might have some Impalas here. Nerds. Oh! Knife in hand. Shiro has turned around for a moment. I mean, weird little exchange over there. They're now going to hightail it with that deep palace information back towards B. So G2 are kind of all over the place at the moment. I think it's safe to say. Being kind of annoying, really wanting to force this bomb plant out if they can, but a re-smoke in the apartment. So I think you kind of just have to send it here, guys, and face the facts that the full eco is not going to work for you.
It's good timing on that re-smoke as well. Just to keep that to that 40-second mark. It is really laboured from Magix. He will fall with an 8 or see off some pies at the very least. Zontix gets a second, makes that a third for him as well. Tak will deliver with 1. The question is, can he get a plant? The answer is very swiftly no. So a couple of consolation kills, that'll be that. I guess you're not really expecting anything in that round. You're not too upset with it. Here's the real test. And, you know, we kind of like to call this sort of first gun round the real litmus test of really what's going on.
Yeah.
And this is it for G2. We don't know kind of how deep this is going to go for this side. They've obviously had a pretty tough run, all things considered already. But can they compete in the firepower? T-side of Mirage, this is a chance to really flex the muscles and be a bit loose with it.
Early mid utility comes out here. Stopping the rush. Interesting kind of top mid as well. Trickles down, which also affects the rush. So I think they were really expecting some aggressive movement from Spirit in the early stages. Not quite the case. You can see as well the two players at top mid, quote-unquote, for G2 are actually quite far away from the conventional spots. They're really expecting Spirit to get in their face, which might be the case, but a little later into the round.
All eerily quiet. Deep smoke there from Magix, as they were looking tempted to look towards B once again. Last two times haven't exactly been successful. This time they've got the rifles and the util behind it. There's re-smokes in towards mid. They'll be stuck for now. Looks like Tak will be taking first contact in a second, but it's Donk on the other side. Re-smoking towards top window. He'll just join up with Shiro, who get a tag onto Matties, but it's not enough for the kill. Donk and Shiro combine well, as Nerds and Matties are the first to fall, and they can fall back to site.
Yeah, really good stuff. I mean, Spirit playing confidently, but not playing kind of stupid, as it were, which I think is a bit of a fine line. Some players find himself to be the only one left here, and even with the info, he can't get anything done. It's incredibly clean from Spirit. Like I say, forward-facing, but not early on in the round, not predictably, just nice open angles, working together. G2 really did not have an answer. G2 were expecting the aggression, and it never came.
And this is the thing, right now, Spirit are not being made to sweat, really, at all. They're very simple, they're very basic setups, and they're working really, really well, and there's no complaints. The bomb plan. Nothing to fall back on for G2, so they have to go for another half bite. Pretty simply, should be the fourth on the board for Spirit. You want to make sure, again, that if you can deny that bomb plant, that'd be nice. Just a nice little consistent thing to have. Even though you know for sure that G2 will be buying in towards the next. But a nice nade to open up proceedings. Tagged up low. Nerds will take a tag himself. The Deagle spamming away, can't find it. Tanir will get one before he's traded.
Yeah, I mean, the trade is still decent in and of itself. Missed AWP shot as he just kind of ducks under the bullet there. They are slightly concerned about the state of the A-bomb site, as they'd left it weakened up in the early stages. M42 tempting. Donk will start moving forwards here to try his best. Some Pious. The Deagle looking for a couple of heads, and he was close on that second. Not quite there. It's still definitely doable. Maybe not so much now as Tak gets back stabbed, and they seem quietly aware of the fact that one had made it up into connector, window, that sort of area. Yeah. And indeed, they do hold it together.
A little bit better, I guess, from G2 that we get on towards the site itself and we have a bit of movement there. But this has been a poor start from them on their map pick, right? They've got to set the tone here, really, in this series. On Mirage, obviously, it's one of those maps that we always talk about. Everybody knows, everybody loves. You don't see that much new on it. So because of it, it comes down to how well is the team plan, you know, coming through here? What's the prep being looking like in towards a side like Spirit? And ultimately, do we have the individuals online? And I think that's the key issue at the moment for G2. We're just not looking very sharp. You know, we were singing the praises of Heavy Guard. Obviously, you got this new man of Nerds as well in towards the side. Like, there's a lot of people that you can fall back on in terms of who can really give you a lot of space, bring you a lot of kills. We're not seeing any of that now. So second chance at this full buy for this side, and it really has to be quite stellar, I think, to start convincing us that they're going to have a chance in this series. As much as G2 have had moments of brilliance in this tournament thus far, they still come in as underdogs here. I think primarily just off the base, off the standing alone, to be honest. But even without that, you potentially make that argument too.
Yep. Same sort of nade usage here as the previous rifle round. G2, the approach, not much different. However, they start to move up a lot earlier than they did, both towards top boxes and in the underpass, where we've got Nerds. Seems like it will be an A split in the end. Just a case of where the kills come in. And the utility game at the moment, try and bait a peek out, try and bait some information out, but it's just not really coming. Yeah. However, it is somewhat tactical in the sense there's just a real lack of utility left for the CT side. I think that's an unfortunate timing spam onto Heavy God. Zontix hanging around here, finds information, does get aggressive and loses his head. Donk maybe has enough to work with to hold the line to near. Meanwhile, figures it out. They were indeed bumping in the smoke. It's going to be down to just 2 now for the G2 side of things. Matties is low, and it is just not happening. Absolutely being played off the server at the moment. Nice find in isolation. He does have the bomb. He's got 3 more to get through, and the AWP It's right around the corner, already waiting for him.
It's just another one that's just too easy. Again, right, they're not being made to sweat. They're not being made to work at the moment, Spirit. They're more than happy just to sit on towards the side. They don't even need to get kind of too proactive. You know, we're seeing a little bit of loose mid-control playing around that utility that you spoke of, but they're not swinging forward there and taking this onus. They're just waiting for G2 to one by one walk into them, and they're winning out aim duels. Like every 50-50, more or less, is going the way of Spirit, and this is making life so simple for them on this CT side. It's a real concern for G2, and even more so as well. You call a timeout, you bring Sora in towards play, and have him have a little conversation of what have I seen so far, where are the gaps, and nothing changes. It's exactly the same sort of round, but this is a little better. Nerds will open up with a double deagle as Donk will hit the deck, so numbers favor G2 here, despite being on the lesser buy.
Yeah, I mean, getting the individuality going, playing much more aggressive. It's good to see. And definitely what they needed to inject into the game, whether it ends up winning a round or not, I think just need to knock some confidence out of Spirit if that is indeed possible at this point. Tanir in a good spot, all based on the timing. Two of them with nades in hand. It's rough, but it still works. And the final bullet, it would seem the gods of CS really want Spirit to be winning this one.
He's so lucky.
That is insane. Heavy God, all alone. Clean. Couple more of those maybe on the cards.
50 seconds, mate. Don't count them out. There actually might be life in this. No. Okay.
Yeah, I was going to say he's going to be seen. He gets the bomb, tried to move through it, and that just wasn't the right option. I don't know. Tough to call in that particular situation, but of course, it is Tanir. Right time, right place by just half a second.
Yeah.
They were watching him, and then they were like, right, we've got to get the utility out.
The start of it was really ugly as well, right? You know, spraying and praying, but that's the reaction we had when that third kill comes through. How's he got away with that?
Valid. Totally valid.
Second time out. And again, like, just such a necessity. 6-0 out the gate. It's, again, there's like a small silver lining. Nerds, nice couple of shots. Again, a bit of spacing towards A, but nothing that's really making us feel convinced at the moment.
Yeah. I mean, the game's gone super quick as well. We've only been here about 10 minutes.
Yeah,
and,
true,
it's already 6-0. So it's like the rounds are moving faster than you might expect.
Yeah.
At this high-stakes, high-level game, you know,
and you know why that is? Because we're not getting any post plants, so we're not getting any extension to the rounds. Like that's the long and short of it. We can't even get a plant at the moment. Some pious will open up proceedings. It's out that head-to-head against Shiro. They waited for half a second just for that window smoke, that fight to come through first, and an opening kill to fall back on for G2 in a full gun round. At this point, we'll take any positives, but I do like this move here. Nerds has one dead to rise, looks for a second, and he'll find Donk. Nerds, another double from him, this time with the rifles behind it in a 2 versus 4, surely. First round on the board for G2.
Yeah. Get the gamers activated, man. Give them some more freedom, and I think a lot of what's talked about there is just getting proactive.
Yeah.
Playing aggressive, and I think playing as though it's any other team. You know, don't be worried about Spirit. Don't be worried about the presence of Donk and an informed Tanir. However, things are getting a little bit closer. Certainly closer than they would have wanted, but they still managed to get the round. And at this point, at this scoreline, that is all that matters. So it's now time to string them together. It's now time to build up that confidence.
Yeah.
Comes off the back of a timing pick. And then the reaction to the reaction, ultimately. If Spirit can maybe nullify that, it does take quite a lot away from G2's win con there.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. First on the board, and now that round number 7 needs to be used as a bit of a catalyst. We have to start building up something to fall back on for G2. Poor start. The worst possible thing as well off the back of finally getting around on the board is just get immediate dumpstered in towards the follow-up. If you can't find consistency, this map's going to be over before it even really begins. Control taken technically by both sides. Top mid in control by the T side, but because of Shiro's move, he has coverage towards Unday, or took back in towards Con as that smoke will fade. They probably have a sneaking suspicion there's one lurking around the boxes, but you can leave him there for now.
Decent nade damage. Just feel like there's just not as many opportunities to find picks. Molly goes in. Nerds, though, has avoided it, and there's no flash for this move. He's playing anti. They're going to walk in next to him. Thank goodness they were seen. I worried about him there for a moment. Donk up close, trying to keep them at bay. Calling for a flash! And some assistance. It's perfect. Absolutely brilliant finds. And that's what he does, of course. That's the one factor you're going to have to deal with all series long. An advantage to the CT side. But a B-bomb site that finds itself open. Natty's head on a swivel here. Checks out for one. He might be able to get a bit more as well. And suddenly it's even. Suddenly there is space for that bomb, but there's not loads of time for the bomb. This is the key thing. Can we jump in here? Can we deny it? Maybe that's what they're looking to try and do. Magix goes down, and surely has to be a 4v3 conversion. I don't think Shiro on the AWP, Donk on the 28 HP want to go for this.
No, I think you're right. I think especially considering that Shiro's been spotted. Some pious the pop shot, but I think he had the shoulder just through the shelves. Yeah, they're not giving this one a look. They'll hold for exits, and that'll be as good as it gets. So I say they. Shiro will. He knows he's got a window. It's going to fall away alive. G2 put a second on the board with a hit towards B. Shiro can't find anything on the tail end. 3 stay alive for G2. This is going to give them something to fall back on at the very least. Speaking about how dicey it started and having to burn a couple of timeouts to really get this side activated is ultimately not a good sign, but that's a good round in isolation. It starts pretty poorly. The A hit gets shut down and they still recover from it as well. For G2, this just proves to them that we can contend in, that we can have a little bit of something, and it will force a timeout pretty swiftly out of Spirit.
I think when on that T side, when you're able to give yourself like a solidly advantageous position in terms of like the map control and the flow of the round, and then you can actually use it, that is a very good sign. Right? They might have been a man down, but Matty's had an ascendant position in terms of like, there's no one here, we can get the bomb down, I can control things, I could maybe find a kill from here. And all these potential positives like came through, which I think is the key thing, that they're able to convert that. Then things might have fallen flat because of the man advantage, but you sort of evened it up very quickly by having that control and by him finding that kill. And suddenly the 3v3 looks even, but actually you get like an immediate boost. You know what I mean? You're like 50% ahead off the back of one kill.
It's time a little bit more of a passive control in towards mid by Spirit. Maybe somewhat reluctantly, but they'll give that control for now. Wait to see what the reaction is from G2. Bomb not committed, but probably scooped up as they're going to join back towards the A side. All 5 in this direction. Got a Palace player, Heavy God, about to get the support of Nerds as well. It's going to be a simple dive out here. Donk and Shiro the first lines of defense, and you got Tanir just round the corner. A quick rotation for Zontix. Still make this an absolute bloodbath. So G2 have to be really clean on their entries.
Yeah. Nade. Doesn't quite find anything just yet. Timing's not too off, but they will move in a bit later than he was expecting. There's another nade with Donk's name on it, by the way, in that same position. He opts to break things open. Try and find a fight. Just not one appearing. They've lost control of the A bomb site itself. Bomb plant should come in. It's all a question of whether they can get in on that retake. First fully fledged retake of the map so far as well, by the way. So feeling pretty damn good here. And Spirit looking to test the defenses of G2 now. Donk spotted.
Yeah,
they will opt to drop back. He takes a tag and is finished off. I think just totally trapped in. Can they work around him? There's one more kit remaining for Zontix. They're really playing this slowly though on the Spirit side of things. The AWP misses its shot. That's certainly lucky. Still got to break in. Still got to find the defuse. Ultimately, they don't have like a smoke on it. So it's all going to come down to the kills. And Heavy God finds 2. Zontix will get on it, you know. The molly comes in and it's Heavy God that finishes them off. It felt closer. It felt like they were peaking a bit later than you'd like, but they still managed to get it done.
I think just in the end there as well, the trades from Spirit, they're poor, right, ultimately. And I think that puts you in a pretty tough spot. I think for G2, you've got to commend them for that post-plant. They wait for as long as they can before they have to fight. You know, you have a couple of feelers holding these angles, but Heavy God plays so well. He's just got to wait, bide his time. Bomb planted for him. That's a huge one. You can see what it means to G2. And it will break the finances over towards Spirit. So a third on the board for this T side should naturally move into a 4th.
Yeah, and I mean, it's the second timeout, really, that seems to be massive here, seems to have made the difference. The first one didn't really resonate. Maybe it was more of a tactical conversation. Second one seems like it was way more mental, getting everyone even, building up that belief. And so far, it's done very, very well. Tanir, the only one to have found a kill here. This is also a good sign. Insanely quick, insanely effective, and ultimately very, very clean on the anti-eco. Tanir's aim punch gets in the way and he will go down. So just the one kill, really building momentum to even things up before the half.
Yeah, it's a great round to have. Making sure that those easy ones are, well, fundamentally easy. You know, sometimes when they're a bit of work to get them over the line against the half buys, it's a bit of an indictment on just how shaky things are. That'll shore things up, though, for G2. For Spirit, from a solid start, 6 rounds out the gate, they've let this lead slip. It's a 2-round game now, and absolutely recoverable for G2, especially in this current form. It's the final 2 rounds of play. You feel like for Spirit, you've got to get at least one of them. Just guarantee, with a 6-0 start, you've got to be guaranteeing a lead at the half.
Yeah, for sure. You will be kicking yourself if you're not able to get there. Donk really wants to get there as well, taking some aggressive heads-up fights. Nearly wins 2 of them. It's the AWP as well that backs him up. The dynamic duo crunching in towards middle. Heavy God attempting to find a play with things being against them very, very quickly. Just a slight change up in the approach from Spirit has potentially netted them that key 7 that you were talking about. Just going to be some Pius remaining here, 1 versus 3. They know about him.
Yeah.
There's a flank on the way.
He's not staying alive. He's got a minute.
Yeah, for sure. But it could get a little frisky. They're kind of split.
Yeah.
Magic's will hold, though, thankfully. I thought he was going to get excited. Go peeking in, give him those isolated 1v1s.
Bomb over here, 40 seconds. Surely impossible. Scoop it up as he moves on past TV room rather than in towards it, but if anything, that might work against him. That scope surely heard. Magix might know what up. Some pious head spotted Magix. Patience will pay off for him. Another round on the ball for Spirit. And I think I'm right in saying that looked like the timeout sign. So yeah, G2 are going to use their 3rd and final timeout. A bold choice to use all 3 in the first half. The first 2 understandable, but we've already got 1 more round of play that kind of can have an effect on.
Yeah.
A bold choice not to save it for that second half when it might be actually a little bit more useful for more than just the 1 round.
Yeah, sure. I think it's just like pure course correction.
Yeah. And I guess also, if you're looking at this and you're saying 8-4 with their NOS kind of moving on towards our CT side, like maybe we need the 5th to kind of have any chance in our mind, just for confidence sakes.
No, it is true. I think we have a pretty strong CT-sided team here, though, honestly. So I think also a lot more belief in their CT side, trying to give themselves as much of an advantage as you would. But yeah, the 3 timeouts in 1 half is not completely unheard of, but it's certainly unorthodox. And I think if things spiral in that second half, you know, you lose the pistol, you lose the first rifle, kind of just screwed. I mean, scoreline-wise, and the fact that you just won't be able to hit that course correct, like I say. So it's a lot of chips into this first half, and then a lot of belief in just the general effectiveness of their CT defense.
And let's put it this way, you know, with how much you've kind of invested in towards this round, outside of like the buy itself, but obviously with that 3rd and final timeout, you better win it. If you don't, that's going to really knock the confidence. Shiro's going to re-aggress here. He knows there was a bit of jiggle peeking between himself and Tak. He'll hold, he'll wait, can't find the flick, and Tak is very lucky to still be alive. Very rare that we talk about Shiro missing shots like that.
True. Lightning going into the underpass. Mid-control comes round for G2 here. And certainly curious what they opt to do with it. Usually there's a fight. They know there's a fight. They're not normally given this much room. Far back flash. Donk on the edge of the smoke watching for like a walk through. He himself somehow is able to get away with that. I thought he'd just surely get seen, but that is crazy. Inane sense of timing, of course, as that smoke goes down. Massive 2Ps coming in. Shiro has missed some shots here, but maybe enough work being done by the rest of the team to hold this round. up on its own. Sunpire's going to be the only one left. And triple kill required for him. He's back turned to Tania, and he will get taken down. So the dreaded, it would seem, 8-4 coming in for Spirit. And now a timeoutless G2 go into the CT side of their own map pick with a 4-round deficit.
Despite using all 3 timeouts in that first half for G2, 4 rounds is all they can get in the first half of their map pick. So potentially some concerning times for G2, that is for damn sure. Spirit, while not looking completely clean, still cleaner, and that's really all that matters.
Yeah, no, I think a very, very big deal for Spirit. G2 just could not really get a foothold in that first half. I think some decent rounds, but it just felt like Spirit are ready for them to be contacting, ready to take a lot of the fights, and looking very, very sharp, as you would expect from some of them. I mean, Tania, 16-7, you know, this is a guy that has maybe been freed up in the new iteration of Spirit. Matty's nearly stopping them in their tracks, but not quite. The banana, sorry, the B-apps, I don't know why I'm saying banana. The B-apps here,
thankfully
looking
we don't have that map.
really quite clean. Tania wants more fights, though.
Running out of ammo.
And the bomb has not been planted. He is kind of bailed out. It's left in the 1 versus 3 now with the Jollies.
Impossible. He's got armor. That's a nice side note to have here, but no kit, no utility, no chance in hell. He'd have to hit some ridiculous shots. And it's Magic who bails them out of both of them as well. That first kill in particular that he gets kind of moving through apartments, massively kind of important just to give them space to plant. And then, of course, the one to close it out. But it's dire times for G2. It may seem still quite early in towards this game. You're 9-4 down. You don't bring a lot to the table here. You can potentially force buy-in, which is actually what they're going to go for. But because they don't really get that many kills, they can't bring really anything super scary. We've got a scout out for some Pius who's been looking okay. And Tak, a stand-in with an MP9.
It is potentially, as we say, a non-starter here for G2 if things continue on the way that they're going. Tak, though, on that automatic weapon, does find good timing. And Sun Pius takes ahead, as well as a tag. Maybe a couple tags, actually, by the looks of the HP bars. They're all tagged up here. They will all find a kill, though. Pretty incredible. Bringing it back into a 3 versus 2, but definitely not a winnable one just yet. It's moving in, 5-7 out. He's got the MAC-10 should he need it. As soon as there's any kind of peek, it's an easy find for him. That's an info trade-off, though. Zontix goes early and does indeed confirm they're both coming in from short. Donk has only got that MAC. It's all going to be on Shiro here with his unfavorable AK. Trying to play at range for the first. The gap closes against Nerds. Oh, and it looked like he had the drop, but not quite. And the HP makes a difference. Nerds is one bullet away. One good, clean bullet away from death. But all those tags from the scout, saving them.
Yeah, that's absolutely huge. What a force buy to be winning. And what a time to take a round of that for G2. That's going to flip the script quite a lot. We were already building that narrative that time was running out and things were looking quite dicey. And the force buy wasn't exactly fantastic, but it's just how much damage. Like, some Pius gets 2 huge tags, which are then traded out, and they find kills behind it. It's just brilliant work. Unfortunately for sure, right idea, just wrong execution. The good news is, because of another bomb plant, there is still a little bit of residual cash to fall back on. You can see it now with the double AK that come through. Magic's dropping one of them, so and there can be armor with it as well. Tnir and Donk loading the AKs, both of them having fantastic maps so far. Definitely can't count it out just yet. Shiro has his moments with the Deagle too. In the same vein that we gave kind of G2 a bit of respect in that previous round, not going to hold off on it just yet for Spirit.
They've put all the resources in the right place. Yeah. I think that's definitely safe to say.
And they got enough utility for an execute here. Smoke, 2 mollies, 2 flashes, HE.
Just want to kill first. And they nearly find it there. I love the idea of the boost above that smoke. It does not happen. The AKs will slowly walk away to make sure they stay alive and in the conversation. So yeah, it potentially does come down as a simple execute here, the bare bones of it. Magic's on that lineup, ready and raring to go. Some Palace presence with Zontix on his Deagle, but it's all about these AKs who are again leading the charge, and they're slightly ahead of things, you know, up quite quickly to try and do their job. Nice Molotov from Zontix, but it costs him his life. Donk turns away from a flash, and he too will fall. So Tnir going to have to go absolutely crazy here. Heavy God's got himself into a very good spot, but it's Shiro who is very late in Palace to find the trade on him. Back down to a 3-on-3. Magic's finding an AK of his own. Tnir waiting to burst forwards, but he just does not have the HP to take the risks, and they will see it off. Some slight bits of damage, but it is time now for G2 to close the gap.
Yeah, there was a brief window there where things potentially could have opened up for Spirit, but nice work. Shutting down that A site, and I think not only just shutting it down, but the quick rotation's over, just to make sure they have the numbers, right? Be able to trade effectively. You know that that buy is going to be funky, even if they are bringing a couple of AKs. The support around it's going to be dicey. You have the advantage here as G2. They play with the confidence of having said advantage. So nice work. They will get broken around 16. G2, they should be making this a 2-round game without breaking that much of a sweat, to be honest. It's Glocks across the board, no armor, no utility. This should be an easy one to put to bed.
You would assume so. Again, though, around where you look to try and force out the bomb plant, as G2 did in a couple of their Glock rounds.
Also feels loosely like an existence timeout here.
Yeah, for sure.
Timeout about calling one, just shell up and have a bit of a conversation on the lesser bite.
Yeah.
And late in towards the round, after you've figured out what you want to do in towards your next gun rounds, then you dive in somewhere and hope for the best. And, well, it looks like they're going to be diving in towards B momentarily. First find for Matties. just as that smoke was pluming, and some Pius will catch the lurker in through top mid. Should be easy stuff. Matties has made noise dropping down. This might tempt them forward, but he's ready here to meet them. And Matties gonna find both. Donk will get a trade, and AK scooped up, but surely impossible. 40 seconds in a 1 versus 4 with no armor. It's always scary taking fights against him, but the MP9 will swing to see him off. And the eco puts to rest at only the 1 casualty. Not too upset about that.
Yeah, still comfortable, still in a very good spot, but looking to continue it from here. And their lead is severely under threat, right? If they cannot get this gun round, I think we start to, especially without a bomb plant, we start to talk about G2 evening things up very, very quickly. And we theorized a little that they would have a confident and perhaps in their minds cleaner CT side. Seems to be the case, despite losing out in the pistol. Still able to win 4 spies and fight back pretty well when their backs are against the wall, at least to begin with. But this is the first proper test, you know. A lot of early utility coming out from the T side. And this reads like a G2 round. Maybe they have Donk tucked away, but they too are preferring a much more passive start into these T side rounds.
Yeah, agreed. The smoke phasing towards lower. The boost is a nice idea. I don't really think it's going to be tested. Tanir's too far forward in towards apartments, at least for now. And he's just jump peeking. Tanir's waiting, hoping that he can catch a fortunate timing. Sort of jiggle peeking against each other. Different timings. Same idea. Under a minute, and no real movement be made by Spirit, but a flash in for Heavy gotta be good. I can't believe Donk loses that out because he wasn't actually blinded up. He just loses the raw aim duel to a moving MP9. He doesn't even tag him.
Yeah, wild. Tanir, though, has found a lot of space on B, and Matty's caught off. Tanir at range. Takes down some Pius. It's a little all over the place here as there's another kill towards the A side of things. Okay, so we've lost the man advantage somehow despite Tanir's insane 2-piece. Some mistakes from Spirit for sure to allow kills to come back around for G2, but they are kept in the mud a little bit. They are so stuck in terms of this retake. All very split, all very far away. Not a lot of time here. And they have this contingency. Magix, in my eyes, just has to play as safe as possible. And I don't think he can really lose this. Tanir looking to do it all himself. But there's just not enough time. They have to very quickly guess. They have to fake him out. They have to take him down. They're going to smoke on the bomb. That's the round. That's all Magix had to do. Oh, maybe I speak too soon, though. Oh, my goodness. That is hella close. That is so very close. I thought it was a bit further along than that, but Heavy God comes right down to the wire.
Yeah, within millimeters there. That is so unbelievably close to stealing one away and being such heartbreak. But it's fundamentally a 2 versus 3 converted, which I think is kind of the main takeaway. Magix does really well with this first, but look how close this gets. God.
Yeah.
Don't blame him.
Rightly so.
Yeah,
mate.
that's how we felt watching it. Right down to the wire, but finally around back on the board for Spirit. Now 3 ahead, 3 away from taking G2's map pick and Mirage and kickstarting this series well. And again, similar to what we said at the halfway point, it's not exactly the cleanest Counter-Strike, especially by their standards, but if they walk away with this map intact, all they'll really say to themselves is a win is a win.
Yeah, no, for sure. And again, just hitting heads a little bit better. It might be Tanir, it might not be Donk necessarily, but, you know, it's kind of funny to say he's, what, 15 and 11, and it's funny for us to be like, oh, yeah, that's not a usual Donk performance.
Yeah, expecting more out of him.
Yeah.
To be fair, though, I also would say, especially on a map like Mirage, it feels like a map in which you'd really sometimes just get the best out of him. Like, he can just hold W.
Yeah.
God waits behind that smoke. Again, Spirit like to leave this late, but yeah, Unorthodox and Heavy God playing front side of Tetris. He'll now tuck up close left. He could be nicely placed, and it will do a little bit of a tag. Body spotted as some pipes open up proceedings. Down goes Tanir, but Donk on the swing and the find. That's what he does best. Send him in towards the fight and see what he can come up with. One is good, Shiro quick on the trade. The A site now under serious siege as that C4 will go down. Sampayas can't deny it either. Kind of know about him too, but he nails a shot on towards Donk, which will give the numbers towards G2.
Yeah, I mean, Sampayas has done really well, I think, to keep them in this. That initial entry, the confidence to move forwards to try and find another. Shiro on the reposition as he feels he's been figured out, and he would indeed be correct. He also can't guard the bomb very well from Palace. Smoke on top of the bomb, not really ideal. Magic's perhaps going to have to go first here. There's kits in play. He's completely off the mark. Oh, man. He does manage to find him, though. He does manage to find him second time of asking. And again, I think has maybe just bought enough time, even with the kits. And Sampayas goes down to the bomb to add insult to injury. That is tough. Magic's thankfully on a bit of a recorrection. But it's the moments like that. I think this is where these new habits of like moving while you're spraying and things like that, I think you really need to be precise when you're trying to take people down on the bomb and correcting and knowing where your bullets are going.
And it's back-to-back rounds and Magic just bailed them out just as they're going for defusers. And he's the guy to make the difference. You could see he'd lost track of where they'd actually planted for, and I'm assuming it was probably getting commed over. That's not where it went down, a little bit to the left, and that recourse will net another round by the finest of margins to Spirit. And you can see, because each and every round is quite expensive, it is having a knock-on effect to their buyers. Despite the successes, they're still coming in with awkward investments. Couple of Galils, same as last round. This time they got an MP7 here as well, but Tania does not care. The less than premium rifle will find the head of Sampayas. It's a force buy, of course, for G2. It's generally where teams like to lean here. Force buy here rather than playing for overtime. Hasn't started well. At the very least, tackle reaggress, and he'll level the playing field for a piece. Who's on ticks? He is alone here, but he's got the drop.
Oh, he's checked it. Yeah.
And A-side's open, no one's here.
So good that he checks it, I think, because Heavy God really could have been devastating on those Ram players. Nerds smoked off, opting not to spray through, so wants to keep his location a little bit of a secret.
I think they might just save the last two.
Yeah, Magic's finding Matty's at like top mid.
Yeah.
So with that, they're also cut off. It's like the only place they can go is Con. And they just do not fancy that.
I don't blame them. I just don't think it's really worth giving it a look into. And I guess they'll have a little bit of loss bonus to fall back on for that buy into what is most likely the last round of play. But for G2, well, she feels like they've just gone out with a bit of a whimper on their map hit. They've just not offered up enough. Spirit, say it again, it's not the cleanest by their standards, but it's still enough. They've still got an extra 10, 20% on top of G2 right now. And that's all that really is required. Tania's having a very good map, which is good to see. We kind of spoke about it. That, you know, he's had the ups and downs. Like the Liquid game is great, but then the Falcons one wasn't. 0.41 for him across that series. This is a really good map for him to get in towards his sort of comfort zone. And, you know, considering where we're at as well, where we're not getting those like kind of super shine lights across the board, or we're not getting kind of this like donk wonder map, right? It's nice to have somebody to fall back on, and for it to be Tania, especially because of, you know, he's had a bit of a spotlight on him.
Yeah, looking very good here, I think, to take this one over the line. G2 with some moments, but just never had control of this game. And I think that's going to remain the case until it does go the way of Spirit.
I think, unfortunately, as well, the rifling core over towards G2 just never got going, right? You know, like, Nuts, he's had a couple of moments here or there, especially in kind of clutches and retakes, but Heavy God and Matties have looked pretty weak by again, their standards, right? And it's been tough to watch. Donk, you know, swinging for the first on Bias, caught Blackton. It's a big person to find as well, and Donk will deliver on a third! Head on a swivel, the 180 from him is magic, as Tania nets another. Heavy got in the ground, and Matty's now on a 1 versus 4 to keep them alive in this map. No chance in hell. That is for damn sure. A smoke, no kit, and an MP9. He needs a prayer from the heavens to have any sort of a chance that he's seen of. Donk has delivered on a monster round to close out Mirage. And he may be a little bit quiet by what we expect of him, but he picks his time to shine.
Yeah, and still able to do it. This is the thing. It's not like he was missing. I think it maybe comes down a little bit more to Tania just taking that limelight away from him, right? With perhaps a couple more multi-frag rounds, but I think they will be competing for the series towards the end there. Donk brings it within 1 or 2 kills on that scoreboard. So, you know, they were very, very close, looking pretty effective. But at the end of the day, Spirit able to take it extremely cleanly. And for me, it was all about them the whole way through on G2's map pick. Maybe where the stand-in road comes to an end. Unfortunately, they get some luck on their sides in places, but looking very, very consistent.
And I think as well, you know, it's something that we brought up throughout that map. Just the close moments, the 1vx's, the 1v1s, they all go the way of Spirit. And it adds up, it compounds, and it leads to a 13-7. Map number 1, that was G2's map pick, not the way they wanted to start it. We've got Spirit's pick of Dust 2 coming up next, and it might be the end of this series. We'll have to find out after the break.
Side, but kicks and walks backwards through the palace smoke, drops Robs, and smoke pushes for Vitality have not been nice to them.
I mean, these rounds have been getting cleaner and cleaner for the Falcons. That's the other worrying thing. It's been a long time since Vitality have had them even close to kind of feeling the burn, feeling the stress.
Just going for it now. Live and let live.
Surely not. Surely not. Even now, still good for a double. High stress situation, you wouldn't know it. And Apex can't do a thing. Falcons, map point in their favor.
Higgs can. He just got the last bullet kill as they dropped in. That is unbelievable. How many times? He's still negative on the KD, but his impact in the CT side cannot be overstated. Another multi-kill in a new position for the captain of Falcons. And a frustrating T-side for Vitality, who just cannot get back on the board. 8 rounds straight. And this is where they kind of were against G2 the other day, and they still won from a similar position. I doubted them there. Do we doubt them again? Vitality just always seem to dig themselves out of these spots, but this looks so hard right now. Falcons, everything has been going right. Every round has been clean. m0NESY's barely had to use his AWP, and now he strikes onto Apex. How do you win this round? Is it Falcons with the first map of the series?
Flames trying to ignite something here with a double. Keeps this one hot. Flames finds one more on the top of that smoke. So you asked for it, you said they always seem to dig themselves out. Can Flames be the guy? Kickstand throughout this entire attempt at the T-half has been the problem in these A plays. So often good for the multi-kills. If he could do that again now, that's going to tee up the Falcons. It's only Robs remaining. Kickstand can't be stopped. Mr. Multi-kill. Falcons captain seals it with a 3K, and they lock in this opening map. They were down. You thought they were out. 8-4 down as they moved in to this CT half, or they walk away. 10 is all Vitality get.
You wanna come with me? I can see it in your eyes. It's a feeling that you can't deny. I'll bring you high so deep, so we can feel alive. Leave the world behind. Let yourself go. Enjoy the ride. And if we fall, don't forget to just go with the vibe. Let yourself go. Enjoy the ride. And if we fall, don't forget to just go with the vibe.
start a Korean Valorant now.
Да это сядь, ну, блядь!
Это что такое?
I'm a fucking medic! О, нихуя это!
Ой, ебать.
Oh, bro. I can build a wall, wait. He's counting. What is this? Is this Rainbow Six or what's happening, bro? Long one.
2 mid.
Next chicken in 50 seconds.
2 mid, 3 mid.
Guys, wait on banana. I will send another.
Dude, there's a fucking camera, bro! They're rotating in.
On side.
What's this?
What is this? This doesn't look good.
Между туалет. Там два, еще был.
Что-то на полу появись. Хорош. Залезаю к тебе.
Banana.
Long, I have something ability.
Banana, bro.
Who built the wall?
Не слышу. Не слышу. И тут все обилки такие звуки.
Туалеты.
У нас туалет. Chicken, bro.
А я могу стенку на стенку поставить?
Ой, видим, ВХ.
I know what's happening.
Это кто просветил его?
Это я.
Это собака в фейт была.
All of boost. Это что такое?
Блять, а ты можешь потом стенку поставить?
Да. Сейчас.
Давай.
Стой.
Ставь.
Да я подожди.
Блять, не работает только ограничение.
Дима курицу запустил.
Там Б.
Волха включил. I see them! One more, right! Еще два. Еще два.
Отъебал.
I give you guys wall hack.
Bro, who turned that wall hack? Yeah, that was sick.
It's me.
Do it again. Wait, wait, it's the trap, bro.
Yes.
Давайте. Становитесь.
Нет, просто
Садись. Я не вижу нихуя.
Go play after the chicken long and see if they're long. If you don't see long, we'll go long. Охуенно.
Yeah, wait. I'm going chicken long.
It died, bro. Oh no!
Kill the chicken, bro. Курица бежала, я убил.
Flashing left side.
Флешка. Бежали, убил.
Да, спотил, душевая.
Всех убил.
Yeah, I'm walking up. Build the wall. Wall hit. Top of the wall. Bro, what the fuck? This wall just killed 100 FPS for me, bro.
Го на плюсе стенку поставим, запустимся, чтобы монстр смотреть.
Да, давай СВП. Бустани меня, да.
Разберитесь сами, парни.
Андрей, я покажу, да, я покажу.
Я понял.
All of boost. Это что такое?
На плюсе поставь.
Вот
туда. Да, давай.
Я ща монстр в рез буду.
Да это сядь, ну, блядь!
Тут
выше ящик.
Бараж гранат.
Нет.
2Б, зиг, парни.
Wait, they're boosted. Yeah. Motherfuckers. Nice, David. Okay, we can all go B. They just put the wall there and hold B from there. That's why they didn't smoke monster, bro.
Ваши 9.
И шел как будто по 9, ребят.
Is that a camera up to the right? Up to the right, there's a camera, no?
That's a real one. It's the real cameras. Bro. I can run in. I have extra life, you know.
Во, прям на тачку становитесь, на тачку.
Да, вот тут.
Ага.
Сломайся. Go.
Flashing dildo. Banana, flashing.
Один Б пропрыг.
Dildo, dildo?
Нет, там ничего нет.
Там не видно было.
Здесь хп бупори поближе, Дим.
Shot my camera, one city.
Is your fucking wall there? I just broke your wall, bro. One more CD.
Как он стенку ставит за атаку.
CD1, I'll get on. He saw me? Nice. Fucking chicken! Oh, what's happening? But yeah, 4 rounds somehow, let's go.
У тебя это не флеш, у тебя что ВХ дает, нет?
Это фейк флеш какая-то, блядь.
Нет, у тебя ВХ по идее дает.
You love it, you wear it. That's the perfect line for this content.
Ты можешь тагать с камеры еще.
Нет, не могу. Могу.
The fuck is knifing me?
That's what I see.
Нихуя себе. А как я должен был это разобраться?
Out short.
What's the sound?
А как я понять это должен был, что это так работает?
Ну, в игре так работает.
I don't know, someone knifed me, but I don't know who knifed me.
Underground.
One out short. Left side. I died inside.
Дай флешку Бориса Гланда.
Парень, сейчас потрекаю их тихо.
Not a bad half, man.
Я над монстром ставлю камеру. У меня дэш теперь, парни.
Undertaker, это кто?
You were choosing 2 at the start.
One CT.
Yes,
Okay. I only chose one. I'm a fucking medic! I cannot even boost anything. Fuck this shit.
Короче, я... О, ебать.
О,
У меня самое бесполезное
Смотри.
вообще в истории.
А это я поставил? Ебать, подождите, дайте она откадешится.
Монстр.
Уходим, уходим, фейк флэш там, погодите.
Дай, подожди, я сейчас поставлю.
Они байнд, парни.
Готовы? Поставил. Ага, понятно.
Two monster. Пип-поп, пип-поп.
Го.
Почки. Ну это, блядь, вообще
Да
хуйня.
хуёво, тут...
А, голубь без забила, короче, просто.
That's the... Oh, bro.
Я, блядь, сука, не понял, как она ставится, блядь, дальше хотел.
Bro, Magix is teleported into in front of my eyes, man. Why the fuck do I have a heal? Crash, crash.
Monster, I said. Monster.
It's monster. Nice.
I didn't want to text to him. He shit his friends.
My fucking ability is amazing. I wish this ability was real, bro.
Actually, maybe I will start a career in Valorant now. This is awesome. Exciting. I heard some sound on A.
On A. Only one.
The best.
Fail the smoke on A.
Слева, ТП.
No, he saw me. Two banana.
Okay, flash banana. No flash. Bank. He teleported bank.
Banana low.
Попа бежит.
Banana low.
Плохо прям.
Охуенно.
Походу мы нашли, как их обыграть, да?
Ребят, есть план. Отвечаю. Смотрите, я себя дамажу хаешкой на 50 хп и начинаю хилить. Вы рядом со мной бежите, вы тоже будете хилиться.
Давай, хилиться.
Давай.
Пошли, погнали.
Holy.
Поехали. Блядь.
Two more B, they will rush. One mid rush.
Почти получилось.
Да не, ну это самый беспонтовый, блядь, скилл.
What is this?
Я хуйня была.
У меня тоже хуйня. Даю флешки, дай. Дай, даю флешки.
Жди.
I can flash over monster for you. Oh shit. Ping over. I'm blind. Could be out.
На, иди.
Давай в молик, похуй.
Careful, one is behind you. I'm dead. One outside B. One teleported.
He teleported in the smoke, no?
Я зарашили монстр.
That guy was A.
Еще монстр, фанера.
No, this guy killed you, no?
Он ушел.
Этот скилл, кстати, имба. Он очень долгий.
Nice.
Wait, I heal you. I need to use it.
Oh my god. Thank you. Okay, my AK, bro.
Да ну на.
Давай.
Don't throw, we can win in two rounds.
Under, 200, both.
Это мой. И чтоб к нему ротировался, Мирослав.
Careful Magic's teleport, bro. I don't know when his ability comes back.
He can't teleport that long.
Прыгай, ТПшься.
Teleport!
Full eyes.
Хороший, блин.
I even called it, man.
No, my teleport can't be that far.
One ran A behind you guys.
Yeah. I'll breach. She doesn't know I know. Breach dead.
One's A behind you guys. Yeah.
Holding heaven.
Oh! You're sick, David!
Азараш.
Should be heaven.
He's up heaven.
Oh, it happened already.
Нихуя себе.
What is this dash?
That guy monster received the dash, bro.
Dude, you outplayed him. Fucking sick. Crazy.
Heaven's taking picture right now.
Why did his flashlight?
I was like, blind.
Oh, what?
Nice.
He gave up.
Easy. W all around.
Let's go. We won one of these games. Fucking sick, man.
Locking in for G2 Spirit here, map number 2, of course, coming up. Just 2 coming up, and I think pretty worried for the G2 side of things. They just never really got into the conversation on map number 1 is the big issue, and I think they will kind of know that. They used all 3 of their timeouts in the first half, and they didn't have any left in the second half, and the second half also didn't really go to plan, even though they won a force buy. Like, they just really could not get things going in their favor.
I don't want to say we slightly foreshadowed it, but we kind of did. We were saying, oh, it might be a good idea to keep 1 on deck.
Yeah.
Like, just in case that second half starts a little slow, like if you lose a pistol, you lose kind of the force buy behind it. You want to make sure your first gun run goes well, but they didn't have any timeouts to fall back on. And, well, Spirit aren't going to give them one, so they ran away with things, and now we're looking towards this map number 2. Of course, Dust 2 is the pick of Spirit, and all expectations now that they should be taking this 2-0. It's such a good map for Spirit. It's been such a pocket pick for them for a long time, and I mean, outside of statistics and outside of maps and all the rest, they just look so much sharper as a team, especially that rifling core.
Yeah, I mean, there's just no real way of sugarcoating it for the G2 side. They did not have the individuals to match up. It's not like the tactics were super deep. And especially straight out of the gate, Spirit were just able to read them off the park. And I think, you know, it came down to some timeouts. It came down to we need to change things up big style. And now we're on the Dust 2, which is Spirit's home map, has been for quite a while. And they find themselves in a really good position in terms of the map. It's no pushover for G2, that's fair, but it's going to be tough here. Shiro takes the first head, and straight up short they will go, looking good to get that bomb down in a matter of moments, especially with some smokes backing it up.
Yeah, wow. Matties get one back and tackle, find one through the smoke. Matties! Okay. Just when it felt like things were looking pretty good for Spirit, they're now on the back foot, and Tanir probably dead to right in a mere moment. Knife out, Nerds will catch him, but it's Matties who bails them out of what was looking like a bad spot there towards that A side. Fantastic work from him. And that's what they needed. Kickstart your Dust 2 with a nice solid CT pistol, and then you can scale in towards your opponent's map pick.
Yeah, I mean, we were all in there. Maybe even Spirit a little bit too much themselves, right? Their spacing breaks down, so the trades are pretty tough onto that USP, but I think everyone felt, got the opener, look at the state of the A bomb site. Okay, they should be able to get in. At least get the bomb plant. They don't even get that. So going to be a hard eco here with a couple P250s in play. But G2 should move up to 2 pretty quickly, and Spirit immediately have the wind taken out of their sails.
Yeah, unfortunately not really a lot they can do in a round like this. There goes deep in towards Longhouse, but too deep that I won't really do anything towards Shiro. Couple of P250s, that is about it. Behind the first, maybe bit of an oversight there. Matties didn't really need to move on forward. That'll cost him his life, and I'll give over an MP9. And Shiro can stay there as well.
Yeah. Opting not to do so, they will look to join back up and trying to make a decision. Generally speaking, when you look at this like brute force, try and get the bomb down, it is A short on this map that has the most efficacy. It spots them out, but you know, fear put into you a little bit. You don't want to be the next one to go down when you've already lost the man advantage. He does a lot of damage, to be fair to him, just not all on the same target. Tak gonna run out of ammo here as a lot of it gets expended, but it doesn't matter too much. Some Pius backs him, and he will stay alive. That's the key thing, really. So just the one kill, nothing else happening. Needed those P250s to double dink somebody, but
yeah,
not to be.
Some Pius does really well there. He bails Tak out. Tak had a little bit of a laboured spray. He looked like he was maybe under a tad bit of pressure, and he just didn't want to fall either. But some Pius as well. His 2 kills give him time to pull up the pistol, re-peek in on that low player, and just like that. Second on the board, and now in towards that first gun round for Spirit. The T side on Mirage looked excellent. Tanir all the way throughout, but especially Donk at that tail end. Absolutely flying. So they're hoping they can tap back into that. It will be AKs across the board, bar Magics. He's gone for the Glil to bolster up the util a tad. Let's go around to see what Spirit are all about. We've already spoken about it. We've really sung the praises. This is such a good map for them. Sort of expecting an immediate response in towards your first investment now.
Coming off of the tunnel aggression, but a lack of presence is still information. Just got to be careful. Zontix has heard all this going down. He's gone for a look himself to just see if the tunnels are compromised or not. And it is the latter. Smoke's coming in at the extremities though, so Spirit not really going to have too much to work with going into what would be their attack.
45 seconds. They don't have a lot of time here. Smoke down as well. Tak playing behind it. Matty's up close. Potentially could be overlooked there. He should get at least one, and he does. How about the second? He'll find that too. Don can't turn around in time. Tak had made a move forward as Shiro falls, and well, it's all falling apart, unfortunately, for Spirit. It's left down to the leader, and there's nothing Magic can do. All he can opt is here to just shell up and save and keep this AK alive. It's a really nice shot down there by G2.
Yeah, just over-the-top contact from Spirit. Really seem in this series both teams are leaning into that in a big, big way. And I think it means they're not able to check those corners, like you say. They're not really leaving themselves a lot of time.
Yeah.
Just puts needless pressure. Also, very awkward team damage there as Tania spun around, didn't quite get the crosshair around, dinked his teammate, then died, and then his teammate's on half HP because he's taken a dink. So
happens to the best of us.
Yeah, well, I don't know that it does. That feels like a pretty rare turn of events, unfortunately. But yeah, run out of mouse mat. I definitely have that one once or twice. Or you bang your keyboard, you know? We don't have the perfect setup like these guys.
I do that. I end up swiping and kind of like punching my keyboard.
Got to get your keyboard on like the 90-degree angle.
I know.
Maybe that's a big part of why they do it.
I also enjoy not having carpal tunnel.
Yeah, that's fair.
That saved AK. He's going to be dropped over towards Donk. I mean, fair enough, to be honest. But he's yet to get on the board. Ooh, Zontix takes a tag. The nade might actually see him off. Just about survives that as well.
And the second nade's too deep.
4 HP. Lucky man to still be alive. So now you've got two very vulnerable players over towards Spirit in this round. You've got Zontix on single-digit HP, but Shiro without any armor.
Yeah, no, for sure. We've still gained a lot of ground, though, and I think that the CT side are unsure of what the approach is. Could it be a force? Is there something funky going on? You would expect an eco out, but it's
they get a plant.
Always possible. Look at that bomb down. Molotov coming in a little late. And we look at Donk here. Post-plant. Players coming at him. Can he take any down? Lovely little boost to get the first. It cost him a fair chunk of that HP. But the bomb is really ticking down now. He wants someone else to take it who's a bit healthier. Certainly not feeling himself, you might say. There's trades coming in, though, with these Tech 9s. It's down to the one-on-one. Sunpius does manage to find it. Zontix, however, in all of this, was just so far away from the bomb site, and with him just not revealing, hiding away, he's going to win the round out. Sunpius just didn't want to get in there. There's not enough time. That is wild that Zontix just completely takes himself out of the round and is able to win it like that.
And Donk's done really well. They needed someone to fall back on. You can see that maybe slightly surprising, kind of lacking confidence. Generally speaking, you'd opt him to be like 14 HP, I'm still better. But he does drop the gun over, and then he re-picks it back up, and then gets another kill behind it. But like you said, Zontix, he just doesn't show any presence. They lose track of him, as does we, and he just hides in the smoke in towards CT. The Spirit, an unlikely first on the board for them. That might be something which they can use as a bit of a springboard to kickstart the C-side properly now on their mapping. For a wake-up call for G2. Donk deals so much damage to Tak. Those bullets look like they are millimeters away, and with his final one in the chamber, he'll catch Tak, but Donk is left reeling at 11 points of HP.
Yeah, I mean, good to see. Maybe he senses it in himself that he's like, oh, I'm feeling a little less confident, maybe trying to play a more selfless game.
He just remembers, hang on.
Wait a minute. Yeah.
I'm Donk.
Indeed.
He locks in.
A moment in the mirror with himself. And indeed, he will find a big find. And now onto the AWP. Bogdan's Law. So we'll see what he can do with that. But looking for that entry, able to get that entry. They will force Sunpius now off of the corner angle, and he cannot get anything going. I feel a save for G2 absolutely brewing here. Heavy Gods nearby if anyone comes his way, but with that CT smoke, it certainly starts to confirm that they're not going to go crazy mode.
Yeah.
5 versus 3, converting into the second round for Spirit.
Oh, Zontix. Comical, to be honest.
If he hadn't have stopped, I think he would have caught
I think he would
Heavy
have
God looking the wrong way.
I think he kind of just didn't really realize how much it had plumed.
Yeah. Well, this is the CS2 smokes, isn't it, really?
Yeah, volumetric and all those buzzwords they like to throw at us. But in the end, Heavy God, he can't get out of there. It will just be Matties and Nerds. Staying alive, M4. And a FAMAS for them. A second back-to-back for Spirit. And now the chance to scale. There will be a reinvest to come through for G2 at the very least, but you lose this round in a similar fashion as the last two, and that's where money will start to run a bit dry, and that's when potentially you might see a timeout come through.
Certainly see communicating between each other at the moment as we get into an important round. There's still some kind of presence coming in. Oh, big tag onto the AK. Perfect guy.
Well, not anymore.
Especially if your name is Heavy God. He's like, yeah, give me that. Give me that.
Over the hands together. Thank you very much.
And he will do some work with it. Can he get a bit more than that, though? Is the key question. Very confident move. Had it in the previous from Donk. Got it again here. So maybe something that G2 can open their eyes to is like Donk looking for entries.
Back. Just to come in to round this corner. Matties will swing. No one here. But information or a lack thereof gained for G2 as we creep towards that minute on the clock. It's a pretty interesting fight. It feels like it might brew here around short on the swing because Zontic's had Util in hand. Down he will go, and same for Tanir, but they're walking in towards Magix. There's two to him. He looks for three and he gets the dink onto Matties. It's not enough and the clock can't see it off. It's all on Shiro. And he should know where both of them are. And he also has plenty of time. But it's where is the third remaining player in all of this chaos. He knows the two guys that aggress through in towards short. Does he have the idea that there's a last man lurking towards B of all places?
I think he should surely expect it.
And he was there at the start of the round,
yeah.
right?
But we now enter into the conversation. Is he just saving?
Which it feels like he is.
Yeah, 25 seconds as we cut to these replays. He's all the way in T-spawn, walking around, so I don't think he is going to be going for it. And he should get away with that save. It's the big thing, isn't it, right? He wants the AWP, of course. Yeah. Doesn't know how low some of these players are.
Yeah, it's that unconfirmed damage. I think there was only one of them in towards short where they understand like we dealt some damage there.
Yeah,
they weren't 100% sure with like what the molly had done either, but yeah, I think it's just not worth a fight. So first time out taken by Spirits.
Yeah, the other way than we were expecting.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. I will say though, I understand kind of why you want to go in towards this. I think for Spirit, you don't want this, you know, this back and forth and kind of trading of bits of momentum. I want to dip back into what we saw in towards Mirage, where it never really felt in doubt. Like we kind of spoke about in that first half when Spirit on the CT side, for the majority of it, never really felt like they were made to sweat, really. There was a couple of rounds here, there, a couple of hiccups where it wasn't, again, the cleanest as we were putting it, but they never felt like we're like, oh, okay, this is actually a bit dicey here. You still close out the half 8-4, and they kind of ran away with that T side. It doesn't feel the same here. This half's a lot different than what we've seen in terms of the early approach. G2 look a little bit more comfortable. We're seeing a little bit more depth from them, and I'm glad to see it. They haven't really taken a knock in terms of their confidence to fight from Mirage. There was a world in which they were just losing a lot of aim duels, and I was worried they were going to sit back a lot in this game. They haven't, as we saw in that previous round. But that's a lovely way to start things off for Shiro. That save thought comes in handy immediately.
Yeah, big. And they are back with a vengeance here, looking to just stay hot on those heels. And a key starter like that is going to leave G2 in a pretty rough position. I feel the 5v4 early conversions like that are really, really good on Dust 2. So Spirit will certainly know how to close out from here. Going to need a miracle hold on what we would presume is A, given the posturing from Spirit.
And it might be a very simple short dive as well. You can see no one really in the direction along right now, but we've seen this a couple of times already for Spirit, even rounds lost, where they take this short control, they plant 4 short, and they just fall away. They don't really want to set up with any sort of long. They're more than happy to give that off and leave it, because they can just play, as we saw when Zontic stayed alive in the smoke, these sort of gimmicks that you can get away with. We're going for a late move back in towards mid. Now, this is a big risk. There's a lot of bodies here, but the trades are good. The thing is, do you expect 2 more round this corner? And I think, smartly, they're going to retract.
They are indeed, and maybe force them to come at you. However, Matties is in behind, and I think he's expectant of a player in the lower tunnels, the Mac 10 making all the difference there. It's back into a 2 versus 2, so G2 have kept this competitive despite going down to the early frag. Oh, the anti-flash.
Bad time to turn.
Heavy God was the healthy player. The main man gets taken down. Matty's left to clutch up. He's deep into the Lion's Den here as he is looking for that first. He will get it. Spots out the second, and it's going to need the double dinker. He doesn't have the HP. Tanir takes him easily, and it's a valiant effort from G2, but not valiant enough.
And he didn't have the ammo either. Only 4 bullets left in the chamber for him, so he had to be more or less absolutely picture perfect, and if it wasn't the case, that very nearly fell apart. That flank is a nice move that comes through. It felt like the initial idea around mid could have and should have, if they committed to it, completely crumbled that T-side round. But thankfully they pull back and they go for the round that we were hoping they would go for. Just take short control. Numbers advantage, use it, goes a unit, move on through, play in the close spawn. And thankfully that is the case. And poor Heavy God as well. He's turning to looking towards short, expecting Donk won around from that position earlier. So you're looking over there to see if he can catch ahead. And he gets caught back turn. But speaking of, Heavy God will open up proceedings here. It's Donk to fall. Shiro will get one of his own, but the B site is lost. We know how difficult this site is to take. Little messy there by Magic, but he'll get the kill nonetheless.
Oh my goodness, the wall of smokes. Oh, it seems giving you a path, but straight into the barrel of Tanir, ultimately. Shiro will waltz forward for that final kill, but I think it was locked in. 1 on 4 it would have been. And the B burst works effectively. Problematic for G2.
You know, as well, it's one of those things, it's a really nice thing, I think, for yourself, if your Spirit, just to prove, we've got to be hitting the locker there, right?
Yeah, for sure.
And that just sows the seeds of doubt now in towards G2. They've always got to be really kind of attuned to this. We've caught, even in this kind of tournament on the B stream, a couple of these B hits where they're so janky that they just stop going back to B. And then it actually makes you really one-dimensional, really readable, and really easy to shut down on this T side. The fact that Spirit have got and are kind of proven to themselves, okay, we can actually take that site with really decent efficiency. That's where it keeps this map so open for you to maneuver around.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think it's quite clever as well that it comes at the time that their economy's about to break. So kind of subconsciously as a player, you might be hesitant with your nades. You might be looking to keep them for the retake, right? The important things in the round.
Oh, hang on.
Spirit hit you with a simple B-rush. Yeah, this is going to be a super heavy stack. Could be very dangerous indeed. Hopefully, you would assume the stronger weaponry going to get things done. Any damage is good, but it looks to just be the 1 kill. Attack on the USP. Goes a little hidden. The flash gets him at the very last second there, unfortunately for him. But Spirit to see it off, and Spirit to take the lead now.
Yeah. Now they're starting to build. Donk with a nice little 4-piece. Gets that lesser buy, but you take him all the same. Stats are stats at the end of the day. And the first time mark going to be taken here by G2. Kind of the flip side in terms of the timeouts for them. Obviously, they were 6-0 down to starting towards Mirage. They burned 2 timeouts really early to then finally get their first on the board, and they used all 3 in that first half, and we critiqued it. It did come back to bite them this time. You could even maybe argue held on to a little bit long. I think maybe kind of a sword just wanted to see how it plays out, but you've now lost the lead, you've lost control, and you're still at risk of putting up essentially the exact same half scoreline that we had on Mirage. That 8-4 is still absolutely a possibility for Spirit, who really feel like they're warming up in towards this game now. This T-side starting to get a really decent read on what G2 are throwing at them, and they're not being caught surprised.
So a big turning point here, a key round for G2, I think, to keep things even and stop that 8-4 scoreline from creeping through right into the back of your mind.
It's huge for their morale.
Yeah.
You lose this and you actually start to enter into a position of a lot of pressure.
Yeah, I think it really could be the case. They've expended a lot of utility early on. T-side, meanwhile, has got loads left.
Yeah.
Simple stuff from them thus far.
We kind of saw this on Mirage as well. This is what Spirit love. They love leaving these rounds late. You draw that CT utility, you get a little bit of a read, but it gives you so much in the post plan. And we've even seen in this map how many rounds they've won just by chaining smokes.
Up to Bay on short for now. It will be a heavy B stack from G2.
I'm going to say, it's quite a bold call, hasn't it?
I'd like to see them get aggressive over there, which they will do, right? A bit of a backup, maybe a flash. Yeah, okay. So it feels like things are pretty solid over there. They've got 2 smokes left, one of which does find its way towards A, the other in towards mid. It's a flash for some Pius to have a look. So they're trying to take the aggressive stance, but unfortunately costs them a player. Smoke will still come in. Going to buy even more time. And with nothing in the upper tunnels at about a minute in the round, with some presence shown on A, it does appear that Spirit may well be walking into a trap here if they're not careful.
Yeah, you're absolutely spot on. Sub 30 seconds as we're making a move in. Break on that smoke to try and send them forward. But Heavy got here, ready to meet them. The issue is trades go favorably for a brief moment towards that CT side, but it's still a 2 versus 3. Numbers in favor and already starting to get really quite concerning. Back and forth into that 1 versus 1. And with 7 seconds, there's just no real time here.
Wow. Kind of crazy that they get away with that, but I think ultimately, as we said, it was telegraphed, it was predictable, and it's that one last little smoke coming in that makes all of the difference. A deficit situation, but some info moves from G2 absolutely paying dividends, and they're able to work from that deficit because they knew what was going on. Spirit credited them for holding the utility and taking it a bit slow, playing to their strengths, but unfortunately, it does fall flat in the end.
I'm out, Snip. Should have won dead to right, and will. Matty just gets caught by the flash. It's a nice move, a nice idea, but Fortune's timing was just a little bit off. But that Spirit been pretty good with getting that opening kill and then freezing.
Yeah, for sure. It doesn't work for them in the previous round. So again, they just have to be a bit careful. And I think they have learned from their lessons. It's like, let's send one contingent out, and then we've got another one on the other side of the map.
This contingent's found that B side's open.
Yeah, just having some proactivity, and you see Nerdsy gets the molly in. I mean, Bond goes for it. I don't even know that he necessarily needs to, but he's just fully trying to get attention towards him, I suppose. As, of course, we knew Zontix had slipped through. So that'll be the round.
You can't even really blame Nerds as well, because he's there's a slight window where they've been caught and they've moved across, and he has no idea that they're actually out. Magic's in the back lines. How about 3? No, just stolen away. And Pius denies him of that little clip at the end, but the question is, can he keep the AWP alive? Thankfully for now, looks like he's not tempted to swing. There's so much time left on that bomb, and eventually, as he does make the move, Shiro is there. He's going to win that fight out every day of the week. And an immediate response from Spirit. And it all just starts by 2 players who just go for a contact out towards B, and to their surprise, no one's home.
Yeah, no, for sure. But I think, like I say, it's very similar to some of the moments that we've seen from them, but instead of all 5 players then getting together in the 5-on-4, not even been like sending someone out mid to have a look there, right? Use the advantage, use the fact that there's going to be a gap somewhere on the map. And they do just that. He's nearly finding Magics. He's ahead of one of them. Gets hit by one. Oh, it's a dodgy flash, maybe. So they find themselves blinded, but 1 for 1, you'll probably take that on a lower buy like this. You get your hands on an AK now. Get that into some healthier hands, the former Nerds, and try and put up your best fight here to keep things as even as possible.
Timing on that smoke in towards short, but I'm kind of surprised that when Magic spots a lot of presence out towards long, they don't really take any other space. They don't try and move to find other parts of the map. And then hands for Magic's. A call from the grave here, my friend.
Oh, he's hiding his mouth while he's talking.
Just in case we can lip read him.
Yeah, this is crazy depth, to be fair.
They don't know what I'm saying. There's no way.
Yeah.
Some bias. Up close. They do have a molly to clear. He's going to go for a peek. Oh my god. Surely dead here. Donkel swing. Tanir gets 2 though. Makes up for an earlier mistake and keeps the numbers in favor of this T side. Looking to close out the final round in style with a lead in the half. And they're doubling back towards B. Heavy gun, I don't think, spotted. And he can land up a couple here. Gets 2. And a dink on towards Zontix. A 1 versus 1 against Nerds. And he can get this C4 down. Opts for the tap, 20 seconds, doesn't have a lot of time. Second time of asking, numbers punched in, but Nerds has the advantage on the HP. Does he have the advantage on the swing? Just about. The difference in HP is what makes the difference in that round. And by the skin of their teeth, G2 will tie up this half, 6 apiece. We're gonna see you after the break.
Welcome back in. We are ready for the second half, of course, as Dust2 getting well underway, but remaining competitive. It felt like on map 1, Spirit were in the lead and had control, and G2 relying on some lucky moments, but there was a genuine game out there from G2, so potentially keeping things alive here in this knockout series.
Yeah, exactly that. I'm really kind of interested now as we move in towards this second half. What changes for both these sides? I think for G2, like, they've proven enough already from that first half that they can contend and they can bring a little bit to the table. But for Spirit, you'd argue there's just a couple of rounds that they let slip sort of for nothing, right? And they can clean up a couple of those moments. I still value them as the side for me. We got the full belter util on towards Magic to near a little bit himself. Dooley's out for Donk. Raid boss for him. Molly, Shiro will play behind. He's got a nice little gap to contend with, but after a couple of missed shots, he'll fall away.
Yeah, plays it safe. They won't be able to stop them gaining bits of short control. Smoke's about to go down. They're not necessarily up on Xbox, so indeed G2 are like, ooh, we might get caught with our pants down here. Try and and go for a different approach, and it will be more of a mid to B play here.
It's a great flash.
Keeps them all at bay. Magic's on the right lines, but not quite able to land anything just yet. Shiro going to find the first. Donk dealt with. And it's down to just Zontix on the site. He gets flattened. Bomb should get planted here. 3 versus 3, and I mean, it's more about the retake. There's not really a lot of threat to it for that Spirit side of things. Tanir coming in from tunnels, and it just, I don't know, it just doesn't look good to me.
No, I agree. Just whether Tanir can find the back plat player. Some Pious, he did have a little peek. Oh, that's quick by Tanir. And he's looking for more as well. He gets the second. Shiro will dive out, but they can't find him. He's just staying alive, and Matties might have bought enough time. How in God's name does he stay alive for as long as he does? There's no kit. There's no chance. And Matties, shake of his head, but he bails them out there. A hero in that round, despite Tanir's antics from tunnels.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Tanir has run out of ammo. Is the problem. Yeah, well, because he was running out with his knife, which just doesn't make any sense.
No, you're probably right then.
And I think from here, that's it. Yeah, it doesn't go in for the reload, right? It doesn't go in for the automatic reload. So, yeah, he runs out of ammo, and that kind of screws them, really, because they lose that man in the side, and it becomes about the time. So, a really big find for G2 that it felt like indeed they were in good position, and then all of a sudden Tanir absolutely gave it to Spirit, but they just couldn't convert it in the end, unfortunately. Going to go in for the force buy now. I'm curious to see what Spirit might have up their sleeve on the brick wall of the Dust 2 CT side.
They lose this, and there's a nice little pathway for G2 to build a wealth of a lead. Scaling up in towards short. The early portion, they've got more util to kind of fall back on, especially now that they've taken this space. Just drop a nade, just to try and slow down the roll, and a molly behind it as well. Scared about that diving towards the A site. But there is 3 towards A now. 2 in towards long. Magic's on ramp. So exactly, you know, a pretty awkward hold for G2 to kind of contend with, and first and foremost also just figure out.
Yeah, but that's sort of what they're doing, I suppose, sending the feelers out there. The smoke comes in a defensive manner. Just trying to keep them distracted enough, but not quite all that loud, right? The B player's not going to move. There's a flank coming in from Tanir as well. So very ready for the B here, as ready as they can be. Magix goes rushing through, finds one with his 5-7, will be dealt with. Oh, man, it's a lovely little setup. The bomb's going to spill. The AK picked up, but Zontix denied anymore. Tanir they know about. Shiro will make himself known with a kill, though. So 2 versus 2. It's definitely doable.
Just no kit.
Shiro moves up onto an AK, so I like how this looks. And what's he thinking? Is he fully rotating around? Are we really doing that? It looks like that is what he's going to go for, but with no player in the tunnels, I think this just wastes your time, to be honest. And I think, like you mentioned, no kit, it does become a soft save. So, yeah, I don't know.
Hey, it's a good exit play, though. They should be at least getting one more. Late dive, keeping attention drawn. Shiro should be able to see off the remaining 2, or a C4 get the last. Everyone dies.
But he loses the AK.
Yeah, with that being a force, I mean, I don't think G2 are too upset with that, to be honest, because they know this next round's a bit of a gimme.
Yeah, I think you just do it. They won't have great money built up themselves, so I think we're going to have like Galil, maybe a Mac 10, something like this, but...
Which is the flip side is a couple of good pistols.
Yeah, I know, you should be able to make money off of this buy. So I think you just send it, man. I don't know, if you're not saving the AK, if it's not like, I'm going to do something with this next round.
And try and do something in that round.
Yeah, bang. Exactly. I think you just go for it, man.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Early nade damage. We'll catch Nerds and Tag. I don't think they're too bothered. They're scaling once again in towards short in the early round. Xbox smoke just faded. Atty still needs to cross. It's a nice move here by Tanir. The unfortunate thing is just that no one's really going there at the moment. Heavy God's waiting for a swing from them. And at the same time, they're moving quite quickly now in towards the A side. Molly down back ramp. They've still not seen any sort of response. So the cogs start to whir and they realize that actually no one's home.
Yeah, so it becomes once again about doing damage for the side of Spirit. They really, I think, wanted to capitalize. A few more upgraded pistols than you might expect. To near 2 rounds in a row, by the way, he's been able to walk out long like that.
I think he heard Heavy God rotating. It looked like he moved immediately when Heavy God started stepping to join them towards A.
Yeah, but certainly something that G2 are going to have to bear in mind is that Tanir has got a great sense of how to run things over there towards long. Quick break. Oh, going to happen on short, unfortunately. Another one, though, for the 5-7, so couple of kills. Magic sticking around. Again, one more would be great. I don't think he's quite going to get it. No one coming his way, unfortunately, so yeah, he will look to back off. But it keeps the econ way down for G2.
Yeah.
The 3-round lead could close in an instant if this next round doesn't go that way.
Yeah, it absolutely keeps things manageable. And I guess that's the main thing for them. Even still, nice little buffer to have. At a 9-6, 3 rounds ahead. Even if your money's a little weird, just having that breathing room for G2 on your opponent's map pick is pretty huge at the moment. Times are still pretty tough for Spirit on their own map pick. They're not looking super comfortable at the moment, but now's a chance to really get into it. First proper gun round where they can start building up a bit of that CT side and showing what they're all about. Shiro in towards the AWP and rifles alongside it. Akko continues to wield the MAC-10 here with Matties on the Galil. I guess worst case scenario, if this round is to fall flat, they've still got money to buy in towards the next.
Big damage onto Matty's hip. Nice little start for Spirit, but no kill as yet. G2 really slow roll from them, right? They're playing very far back and not wanting to show themselves in those usual spots, mid, short, without pretty heavy utility, actually. Whereas Spirit were less afraid to contact in and take the risk. Really good nade onto Tack, so they continue to be softened up here.
Once again, 3 in the direction of A, 2 immediately on the site. And Tanir, who's been a bit of a nuisance towards long, will hold for that contingency. Nade over, lands at the feet of Nerds. He can't find the head with just a pixel to work with above the box. But now they know what's going on. Magic, Shiro combine as he looks for another, and the AWP will deliver. Potentially even a third to fall back on, but he is tagged. He doesn't need to overfight, and the rotations are sharp by Spirit. There's that third by Shiro. And the last man, Magic's will drop. Beautiful stuff.
And again, it does really speak to, like, you see the whole plan kind of unfolding that, yes, they lost the pistol, but the way that they played it was for this rifle round. They find it very cleanly. They've got a great read. Maybe they play like the antithesis of what they would usually do, and G2 are not prepared for that. And it ends up being a flawless round. And you see where the money goes for G2. So win out this force buy, which is, we would give them that advantage. Been a couple of force buy conversions here, so it certainly could happen for G2, but Spirit win that, and then it's an eco, then you're 9-9, you got one more rifle, and you can start knocking on the door to the 2-0, right? So, one round really has made all of the difference here, and they're just holding the line beautifully. Again, very well read. G2 with the quick burst towards middle. It's been waited for and successfully held by Spirit.
And a nice change-up, because Tanir's been that kind of long pit player
very
the
true.
entirety of the CT side, and this time, just based on his spawn, you know, he knows he can get out in through door and set himself up and towards short. It's nice work.
It's honestly the dynamic nature of Dust 2. You might not think it, might feel like a bit of a flat map, but you can just heavily play off of those spawns. You can change up your position. You can go B for a round if you want, even though typically you find yourself in pit or as an A anchor. You can really change things up depending on the direction of the wind.
And the thing is, he's making up for what at the moment is Dontix, who's struggling to really get involved into this, 4-11 for him, but also Donk, who by his standards is missing, right? He's really not looking as kind of sharp as what we usually expect. So Tanir's finding a lot of form. Him and Shiro have been excellent. Magic's had a nice couple of moments too. It's keeping Spirit in contention for this map and the 2-0. Alpha G2, quite a damning position. Of course, that save AK will come through. I don't think Heavy God's going to be hunted here at the tail end. But you are looking at now what is no money to reinvest in towards the next round. That was a force by the force flat. And this lead is going to be all but lost, most likely. I'll be looking at attack timeout either in towards this position here or in before that kind of next investment.
But it just goes to show, I mean, Spirit, a world-class team on this map and very much proving it.
Yeah. And the thing is, even at 75%, like, they're still difficult to put together.
Yeah, no, for sure. Really playing well. And the one key thing you look at here is, again, Donk is not frying and lighting up the scoreboard. If anything, he is a little bit detrimental.
Yeah.
You know, please don't come after me. But he's not having a lights out performance.
No,
so that's
agreed.
another thing that Spirit are kind of having to deal with.
That's a huge find. That's the Danger Man dropped early. Tanir, we've kind of spoken and sung his praises about how much of a nuisance he's been towards long. Now he's fallen flat. Magic's just going to overlook this. No, he's not. Thankfully, he does give it just a little glance, and Nuts can't deliver anything. But you've still got Heavy God on that saved AK. Now an M4 scooped up for Matties. It's still a little dangerous in a 4 versus 4, but from a position like this, especially considering there's only one guy with armor, you shouldn't be struggling. It looks like Donk will be tested in due time.
Yeah, I mean, we called him out a little bit on Mirage, but when put under pressure, he seemed to thrive, so might be another opportunity to show that, or are they going to sadly pivot away? I think they are indeed going to pivot away. Heavy God's gotten himself out long. He does get dropped. I don't think there's much else to this then. Just really looking for a cheeky, unlikely gap. And you know what? Zontix was nearly it. He does go down, so there's damage done. Some Pious maybe. Not going to happen for him, though. So I'll see it off. 9-9, the big round on the cards now. And as we said, we want to see a timeout coming into this one. For G2, it's very, very important. They will indeed. That timeout going.
One thing
and it saw on the mic, I was just kind of waiting a second to see, you know, if he was going to be more vocal or not.
Yeah. I mean, I think they really kind of look to him. I mean, of course, especially with the absence of Hunter, like he
this is
then
true.
becomes like the complete leader, right? In a sense, like we're really looking to him to dig them out of this hole. One thing in that previous round, I just want to mention that Zontix's timing when he doubles back towards B to re-smoke, and it just forces them to kind of pivot away. They know they don't have the util to pop through that smoke. It's just a death trap. So really, really nice work from him. It's something quite subtle, but it just changes the game plan. And then they're just caught in transition. They're like diving out mid, late in towards that round with no real game plan. It was a low buy with the saved AK, so we're not going to expect loads. But of course, with that saved AK and then nothing really found in that round, Heavy God's only got a Mac 10 here as we are tied square, 9 rounds apiece. Off the back of their timeout, G2, you lose this round and you're actually in serious trouble. And it doesn't start well. Donk on the secondary will open up proceedings towards B.
Yeah, still wanting to get into the conversation, and he does it on the big green. Trying to move himself up, but a really big kill. Heavy impact. Is the top fragger gone as well?
Yeah.
From the G2 side, so looking really, really effective, and I think should be able to convert from here. You would assume G2 going to have their work cut out for them. On again, that slightly lesser buy. Missing all the extras around the edges. They're still going to try and hit B.
So much util as well. Over towards this CT side. There's where some of it can come through. A lurk smoke comes down, you just drop a molly in behind. Slow them down immediately. A smoke to go deep in towards tunnels again, which is something they're going to have to work around. And the more time they waste there, the less effective their lurk smoke is, which is now starting and has faded. And with Zontix's spam that catches some players, that's the game plan gone. I think you just have to save here.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, look, it stinks because you've got Donk on like a contact AWP, just catching you on an aggressive angle.
Yeah.
Sure, a small oversight, but it's like there's no flash. It's not something they go for. It's not something that even like Shiro likes doing as an AWPer, are those types of plays. So really quite clever from Donk in that sense. And then you get spammed through the smoke for the second kill.
Agreed.
So it's like, great. You know, what can I do about that? What have I done wrong? In hindsight, I maybe could have held the most passive angle possible in upper tunnels, but like,
yeah, it's just
it's really difficult kills to deal with.
Yeah, it's two really small things because, you know, that first one, you know, essentially, ultimately with those is like, you know, shit happens, right? You go into a peak, and it's like, it's the first time we've seen a secondary AWP come out from Spirit. So it's like, it's unfortunate, it happens. Then that second kill, that's just so unfortunate. So it's things you can't really kind of like account for that much. Maybe the first one a bit more so, but that second one, that's just that's unlucky. But even without that spam kill, there was just still so much util there. Molly, smokes that would have been replenished. It would have been such an awkward dive, and they spent way too long. You get your lurk smoke out on towards B, and then you don't do anything with it. So it just fades by the time you can even make use of it. You have to see, but either way, break on the smoke. Shiro take a shot, but it doesn't quite connect. Another break that comes through, but as he gets blinded, he'll shoot and try to, well, what I thought was going to be fall away, but maybe even slightly re-aggress, but he needs to be careful. They look tempted to dive through the doors here.
They've opted for short instead, though, as the point of aggression for this round. I think Nerds will be lurking out the doors if everything goes to plan. But of course, it can be a big if here. It's going to be difficult to say. Oh, man, just getting away. I think maybe heard, but it doesn't really give you all that much. You know, of course, they're going to be hanging around Xbox. It's pretty conventional. It's just a question of how many of them moving up into these angles. 45 seconds now, not a lot of time. And Shiro digs, loses his head as Tak spotted him first and takes him on the second, but there's still just not a lot of time, and a couple players not quite in position just yet.
It's a good molly, though, and a second behind it that'll slow down to
That's
near.
the kill.
Now, that's the one that changed this round. It'll come through towards short. It still should do a decent amount of damage. It does, but it's surely in a spot like this not going to make a difference. And as Magix falls, that's the round itself falling into place for G2. The real mistake there comes from Tanir. An overextension and basically an unnecessary swing there. And that's it. He's meant to be the insurance policy to cut rotations. Instead, he gives them the pathway to shut out that A site. Matties will fall, but it doesn't make a difference. An overfate, an overfight. That'll be G2 tying this game up 10 rounds apiece.
Sure.
There's life still left in this side.
It is definitely safe to say. I think it does feel like individual mistakes, but more of a round that Spirit lost. The kills came to G2. That would be my only kind of nitpick criticism. But yeah, I mean, maybe, look, you know, Tanir also has activated from long quite a lot. So perhaps your read there is to just make sure that you've always got a player over there looking on the timing, which they seem to have really down as Nerd takes that peak. But it's just all out of whack, you know. You've got Tanir pushing, you've got Magix hiding on the site, Shiro on like a contact or really, really, really risky move. And they're just not together in any way on that A-bomb site.
Yeah. Bonk will keep hold of that secondary orb. Not opting to get him on towards the rifle and get proactive, but at least from the shot we saw earlier, the issue is they're just not really going to be. So Dong's not being tested all too often. And it looks like, once again, they're just not going to head in his direction. It's kind of similar to what we've seen in the past of where you just avoid the danger man a little bit, but that is a absolutely fantastic nade. Basically max damage on target.
Yeah, but I mean, it also comes off of the same timing as last round. G2 have opened this one up with the flash and the aggression at short with two players, which, you know, I don't think Spirit are necessarily going to know, but they heard that flash, they clocked it. Someone's made a mark of that. And indeed, they get that nade down at the absolute perfect time.
Yeah, and then a second behind it as well, just to add insult to injury on Heavy God.
It's brilliant. It really is.
Makes them so vulnerable in this round now. I mean, Magic still has another HE. Speaking of,
oh, here it is. Look at a kill.
Touchdown onto Tak. Brilliant. The util so far has been sublime from Spirit. There's only 30 seconds left. It looks like they might have just sort of slightly panicked, but a late dive in towards A.
Yeah, Molly in the way. They can get a player down and into CT just about. They are going to quickly pivot back towards B, but the B players are ready. Donk with the miss on the orb, the uncomfortable orb, potentially. They're going to close that gap. Tanir goes down, so the B hold really does have to find success. Matisse falls, and that's the big kill. It's all the rotators that are going down, man, but they cannot break into B, and just about able to hold. It's Zontix to bail out Donk, who misses a shot, and even to him, it's like, whoa, that was a big one. That was a sitter, which I don't usually do. And also, the fact that I miss it means that they really close that gap into B. Zontix, the quiet man, the journey man, the pack mule at times of this team, bails them out in a key round.
Yeah, really important kills from him. And as well, not even just a sitter miss by Donk. He's then posted on the angle and towards tunnels and then gets swung and deleted. So I think he's now like, I'm done with the orb. I'm going to go back to my comfort, right? Back on towards the rifle, and he gets the AK as well, which is even more of a benefit to have. Third and final timeout for G2. They know for damn sure that they are running out of time.
Yeah.
Not only in this map, not only in this series, but in this tournament. A loss here means elimination. Win means, of course, booking your spot in towards that quarterfinal.
Yeah, I mean,
Stakes are high.
The big thing for G2 as well is, I think, that's been read is their control room, as it were, their pivot point is short. And I think that they won from there in the round prior to that one.
Yeah.
And then in that round, they just go there again. It's far too predictable. They've upped the pace massively here, though. Out in towards middle. Donk somewhat ready. He does find one. Zontix in a great spot, and Heavy God walks straight into that crosshair, or rather jumps straight into it. Zontix still around, as to be expected. Sun Pius finds his, and Zontix no heroics this time. 3 HP on Nerds. Might be the only difference they need. It's Sun Pius, though, the annoyance in towards middle, making the difference. Would have been a great nade, but Magix opts not to release it at this time.
They've got money to buy in towards the next round. I'd be giving this a go, and especially now with that nade. They still don't look convinced, and they're so worried about a flank. We've got to buy in towards the next round. I'd be giving this one a look in.
Oh, just a bit faster. Just a little bit faster. They're waiting until they feel absolutely ready, and unfortunately that gives too much time to G2 for that Sun Pius flank. I think bang your flashes over the top and get in there, but we know that. They'll now know that that was the move, but unfortunately just nervous getting into that site.
Also, just what a ballsy call to make off the back of that tech timeout. You are flying out double doors. No Xbox smoke, no door smoke. They hadn't even got the CT smoke down.
Just eyeballed it.
Is sent out as a mercenary and to try and do what he can. And he does excellently. You fly on towards the fight. You go for a real punchy round to split in towards B. It's a big call to make. It's super bold from G2. But it'll tie this game up. Zontix just an MP9 for him. Shiro gets his orb. Rifles across the board for the rest, and fair decent amount of util as well. The issue is, when you look at both sides' sets of finances, we generally like to consider this a swing round here.
Not the best flash, but they managed to work their way out. There's nobody around anyway. It's Shiro on the corner angle here, who needs checking. Those flashes do not get anywhere near him. Is there a molly with his name on? Not quite yet, and he will keep on fragging. Shiro does not miss. You have to force him out of his hidey hole, and they will burn him alive. But I think enough has been done. All on Nerds. He's alone. He's found out, and he's finished off as Spirit will be the first to threaten the map series and knockout point against G2 here.
That is huge. And even more so as well, not even just getting the round, it's the fashion in which Spirit get the round. No bomb plant for G2. I said coming in towards that round, this is what we consider a swing round because it means that the residual cash left over is not great and a few things really have to go right to be able to squeeze out a buy to follow it. Man alive, you can see what the knock-on effect is, and Shiro full blind does not affect him. Matties will hit the deck. 4 alive, 2 Galils, a Deagle, and an AK-47 in the hands of Nerds to keep G2 alive here in IEM Rio 2026. But Spirit, they might just pip them at the post on their map pick. It wasn't exactly the most comfortable of showings, but late in towards this, similar to what we saw in Mirage, they've picked their time to come alive. Is there anything left in the tank for G2? Anything left in the locker? Especially in a buy like this. 1 minute 10. CT cross smoke, but simultaneous with donks to keep them pinned in towards door for now. So, no surprise, they go back to the default of let's just pivot around short and hope for the best.
Last time they met, it was at Krakow on this map. It went to overtime.
Oh.
So I think we may well have the possibility of it, as G2 will believe in themselves to take it. They did lose it, but they could take it to the overtime once again. Can they do it from behind, though, is the problem. It's all about the A bomb site. It's all about the short approach. They've been big fans of it. The drop into CT, though. They go for this move again. Faking things out. That smoke will work for them. The B-hold looked good last time. Will it be the same here? It's Donk you've got to get through, not the guy you want to be dealing with. And the CT smoke went down from behind. And they will be demolished for the 2-0. It's heartbreak for G2. And they will be knocked out here. Playoffs secured for Spirit, however. I think they did play the better Counter-Strike throughout. It's just unfortunate D2 comes so close for G2. They will be kicking themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. Credit to them right at that tail end for Spirit. They find the form required and they see off the series. We have to bid farewell to G2, but Spirit will book their spots in towards the quarterfinal. Now that question still arises for them. How deep can this side actually go at the moment?
Yeah, no, I think it's a very fair question, as things are, you know, difficult to predict for Spirit. We're seeing some interesting things come in, you know, in terms of like Donk, in terms of Tania stepping up, but also I think some of the calling and certainly how to use the pieces has changed. And has it changed for the better? I think we're still the jury out on that one for sure, but they take down G2 here in 2-0 fashion. That's to be expected. One close map, that's to be expected. And G2, unfortunately, the reality of it may be that if they had Hunter, if they had a bit more prep time on the stand-in, etc., it could have been a better showing. Because for those that don't know, Hunter like just wrecked his ankle. So I don't think it was necessarily one that they would have been ready for in terms of standing. Sometimes you do know way ahead of time.
No, exactly. I mean, even with kind of like Passion UA and Senzu not being able to play, it's like they probably would have got a decent bit of heads up of, okay, this is not going to work. We do need a stand-in. But yeah, this was probably somewhat last minute. It's a little bit unfortunate. I don't think Tak did bad. You know, he's playing kind of tough roles. He's slotted in probably semi-last minute here as well. And I don't think this tournament, considering the, you know, all the narrative around it with the stand-in and all, I don't think it's terrible. Like, you know, for them, they showed some decent moments. You know, they take down Gentlemates, granted, dropping a map there is probably not what we want, but you take a map off Vitality. That's not terrible. And, you know, you even push them the distance, Spirit there on Dust 2, which, of course, we know how generally quite scary they are on that map pick. But ultimately speaking, I don't think they probably had the highest expectations. Like, if they got to playoffs, that'd have been, oh, great. Like, you know, we made it to playoffs with a stand-in, minimal amounts of prep to slot them in towards these roles and whatnot. Obviously, quite big shoes to fill. Not only, obviously, with what Hunter does for the calling, but he actually does bring a lot in terms of the numbers department, too. So it's a big guy to lose. So I think for G2, as much as obviously he's going to be annoying, not going in towards the playoffs and not being able to play in front of the crowd, I still don't think it's a terrible tournament for them, considering the circumstances.
Yeah, no, for sure, for sure. They won't feel like that in the moment, but they can definitely step away and kind of be happy with how things have gone down. They win the games that they're expected to win, and ultimately, like you say, take a map off of Vitality. So you can kind of be happy. It's just tough the way the format works, that you do get gut punched by probably the two strongest teams. Maybe Falcons have got more form at the moment than Spirit, but ultimately looking good. Meanwhile, we do have an interview ready to go here on the Spirit side of things. Excited to get into it and kind of hear from Magic. Thank you very much for giving us some of your time. Congrats on the win. Congrats on the playoffs, of course. And I just want to kick things off. How are you feeling against G2 there? Obviously, it's been maybe for you a tougher tournament. You lose a map against Red Canids and get knocked down by Falcons earlier on. How are you feeling after the G2 win?
I feel like that we're extremely shaky at this point, like right now. But, you know, we just got owned against Falcons. but overall form of the team is pretty fine and it's okay, and we're capable of playing the game. And what happened in today's morning was the first map against Red Canids. Oh, I mean, I was so mad at everyone involved, but we managed to like get our shit together and win the 2 maps against Red Canids, and against G2 we also came, we lost Mirage against Red Canids, but we have beaten G2 who won Vitality on Mirage. That's pretty weird. But overall, yeah, we just played pretty decent against G2, especially on Mirage. On Dust, it was kind of shaky in some places, in some moments, because they were playing pretty good. But yeah, we won.
Yeah. I wanted to ask about today as well. Obviously, it's kind of a somewhat rarity that you get kind of a double game day. So what is it like for you guys in terms of kind of preparation? Obviously having a little bit less time to kind of get ready for this one. How did you feel kind of bouncing off the back of that Red Canids game? Like you mentioned, kind of the drop map. But then after that, the series had some nice moments from you guys. And then coming in towards G2 with, somewhat minimal time to kind of get ready for this game.
Well, personally, I do hate the game days with 2 matches. It's only happened to me. It happened to me like twice or 3 times, I believe. It happened in Krakow. It was bad, but we made it through the groups. It happened at some EPLs for me as well in the past. But overall, it's a bad thing. And the bad thing is that usually when you're doing so, is you have an early game. Usually. Or what happened with me, it was extremely early game, and after that you have to play the game in the very late. So, and your kind of schedule is kind of fucked. Yeah, everyone can say about the preparation stuff, but it's also bad. But the worst thing is that you're playing one game, and after a long time, usually, you're playing the other one.
Yeah, I get what you mean. Like, you're not quite in the flow of things for that second game, I suppose. I just want to zoom in on you. How are you feeling with the changes in the team, with the new responsibilities? It's been a good 6 months or so now. So how are you feeling around, Magix as the captain, I suppose, of Spirit?
Good.
Yeah, nice.
All right,
fair enough.
Yeah,
last one for me. I just want to touch on how you boys feeling, now that, of course, you've booked your spot into playing in front of the crowd. We know what kind of Brazilian crowds are like. They get really loud. It's always kind of a fun time playing out there in Rio. How are you guys feeling about, obviously, being in Rio, really, really cool place to be, and, of course, for kind of the Counter-Strike world, but then, of course, now to play in front of what is a super, super loud crowd?
Oh, first of all, it is extremely cool to make the playoffs, because the group stage is behind us and we made the playoffs finally, and I hope we're gonna play better. We just have to do it, and that's cool because the pressure is off, because losing in the group stage is bad. And about the playoffs, I remember I've been playing in quarterfinals in Rio Major, and yeah, that was loud.
Yeah, exactly that. Well, brother, I won't take any more of your time. Thank you very much for joining us, and congratulations on the win and booking your spot in towards playoffs. Best of luck, mate.
Thanks.
Awesome. Always good to check in. Of course, here's the results for Spirit off the back of what was some nice moments throughout the tournament, but also some shaky ones too. I think in particular, that Falcons game dominantly defeated there. Yeah. But around that, they're beating the teams they should be beating, right? They take down G2, which of course you kind of put them with a standard, especially at a level below them. Same for Red Canids, same for Liquid. So it kind of feels like all these results make sense, right? There's nothing really out of the ordinary here. This is a Spirit side that are still maybe not at that kind of level of kind of I'll call them the contenders, like your Na'Vis, your Maus, your Falcons in particular, right, who actually might be able to really kind of push the distance against the Vitality side. Obviously, no one's really able to contend with them at the moment. That still remains to be the case, whether that will change in this tournament. But generally speaking, I think the Spirit, they win the games they should be winning. They lose the game that we would kind of expect them to lose, to be honest. Now it's the case of, can we actually find like an extra 10-15% in towards playoffs? Can we use maybe a bit of the crowd to fire us up? We know Donk likes playing with the people around him.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's kind of interesting as well, though. Magix comes in, I asked him how he was feeling on the win, like the general kind of question, and he just, after 2 wins today, he was like, I don't know, we're kind of shaky, I think.
Yeah,
so obviously they're not like super happy with how they're performing. I think they expect more. I think they want more. Losing a map against Red Canids is probably going to wake you up in a way of like, we're just not on form. Like they probably expected to just walk over that team, and it wasn't that easy. So yeah, still a lot of questions from Spirit themselves, let alone what guys like us have got to say about them. But they do indeed make the qualification in the end.
Ultimately, that's all that matters. They've booked their spot in towards playoff, but that is just our 3rd game of the day. We've got one more to bring you, which we're very much looking forward to. It is Na'Vi taking on Aurora here, which has all the makings to be an absolute banger. We are really looking forward to this one. Of course, another game that comes through with some stakes. That's how we like it. Winner will advance to those quarterfinals. Losing team is eliminated. It's about to get really spicy. We're going to throw it to a break as we get things ready for our 4th and final game here on the B Stream.
A lot of damage, but looking to get their gun round out in number 4. Oh, big nade. And they know Apex is up top as well. Vitality need these kills more than Falcons do, so they'll pull back to CT spawn.
And I like that you're just not making it easy for them, They're kind of trying to tempt you in with the pistols out in the yard. Hoping that you just come gunning for the eco kills, but that's not what you deal them. You play back, don't let them make it expensive. So Falcons get out with 4 alive when all is said and done. No issues here on the conversions.
Nico's had a bit of a tough series. Had some good moments on Mirage, but Dust 2 was lacking. I feel like this is one of his best sides, though, or at least has potential to be. CT side on Nuke. Going to see him starting main most of the rounds. Sometimes assisting Kyosuke on ramp. But for the most part, dealing with outside and this door pressure. Breaking the smoke. Vitality not crossing behind it on the first volley. Taking their sweet time. They're allowing the cross, but they're still playing for information. They want to at least know. But as another wall of smokes comes down, ooh, that actually falls short. That is not what they wanted.
Ugh. Oh, that's really awkward, yeah. Forces Apex to try and brute force something. Didn't have any more smokes to kind of replenish them out in the yard, and that could prove to be a costly error. Monacy caught out, gets away with a big chunk of damage before he's dealt with. Backstab here for Rops. Needed Kicksan to get gun on. Trade secure, but a lot more still to do. Low health on these main fights, and Tessez holding the line. Been a great start to this game for Tessez. And Mezzy at 2 HP. A far cry from winning this. Bomb dropped back in main. And that's just the beginning of his problems. Will have this route down the vent, but it's heard. Falcons can now give chase.
He used his molly. If he kept it as well, he could have burnt vent and actually bought time, but I don't think he can win this one right now. They're going to have him at least after the plant, if not before. And so not even extra money for Vitality. Holding that Molotov would have made all the difference in that 1v2 clutch with Tessez low. And double CT vent. Can't say I've ever seen that, but it works well for the Falcons on this top hold.
Dude, you've got to acknowledge the game that Tesses is giving us to open this up. He's 8-0, topping the charts for Vitality. Got a big 3K in the pistol. Pulls through in a big way for them in that round, right? Stops the split in its tracks. Shuts down the entire main component on his own.
Yeah, to think that one little miss smoke kind of ruined the whole round for Vitality. They would have had Falcons in the dark in terms of being down secret. They could have even made it themselves, but they lost a player advantage from that smoke alone.
Now towards ramp. Kiyosuke on the chopping block. Just gives him the space. So does m0NESY.
Will he wallbang? Apex is stuck. Looks like they want to flush him out.
Playing heavy to resist out in the yard and heavy down at lower as well. They know they've got Apex trapped out here behind red, but taking a lot of attention away, allowing his boys to creep up through hell. Trying to close in on these Tech 9s. Falcons doing a good job of keeping them at bay.
Ooh. Wow, okay. First time that fight's ever been taken. And last time here for Vitality, because 2v5 make it just Saiwu on low health, whittling away right now. Nicely done outside. m0NESY triple kill on the AWP. He joins Tesses at 8 kills, top of the server.
Yeah, they've been talking about how they've been trying to kind of refine things as a team, right? Make it a bit less individualistic, playing off of each other. I think you've noticed that a bunch in these early rounds. Like, no unnecessary risks, no kind of giving Vitality what they're wanting on these pistols, just playing the range game, backing each other up. They're playing these crossfires out in the yard that were really hard to get through. Because, you know, you had m0NESY and Kiyosuke at ramp. You could have played for that space earlier in the round. You could have tried to contain them. But it's nice, you know, low-risk CS on display out of the Falcons to open up nuke, and it's doing them well. Now, last gun round for Vitality, it was one miss smoke. Felt like it cost them everything. So how will they fare now that everything's gone picture perfect? Rops barreling through the doors, securing entries out into this top site. And that throws you through a loop because Rops, this spinning top up in A, pulls the wool over the eyes of the Falcons. m0NESY might arrive at lower, but he's not long for this world. He is out of there.
When the lurk goes so well, it's like an entry, triple kill top site, and in fact, Falcons are closer to B. Vitality do get that bomb down, and Falcons look to walk away. Well, I say that, Nico, inquisitive in the vents. I will hold it down, and that will send m0NESY back to spawn. Excellent. Little pump down lower. And nothing Falcons can do about it when they get laid to waste on upper. Oh, Robs may have heard that. Doesn't look like it. And he won't let you save that AWP, so picks it up for Saiwu, takes 4 kills here and puts Vitality on the board. It's not too late. It is never too late, as we've already learned.
Robs has just been having a really, really good series. Won that one MVP, and he likes the way it felt. So keen to get back there. Been a real driving force here for Vitality. It's a step in the right direction. There's still a ways to go. Aggression for m0NESY on the AWP to open this one up. Deep angle out towards the hut. Likewise, Kiyosuke looking to get stuck in over here at ramp. So looking for lobby info, looking for lobby fights. But nothing will be given to the Falcons with Rops in this position, m0NESY to back him up. It's passive right now. This is all the while Apex has been roaming in the yard.
And in-game leaders 1v1 on lower at the same time, so m0NESY is not missing right now.
Good man to remove as well. Everyone breathes a little easier when Rops is out of the picture. Apex going to get caught, knife out in at lower.
Not today. Dead on arrival this round. 3 on 5. Rob's gone, no lower control. Flames is in a decent position, but Falcons are well aware of this, and the timing peak for kicks and catches. Flames looking astray. Mezzi and Zaiwu. I would see what Vitality walk away in this, and yes, up the roof they go. So Falcons not only get a round, but get a flawless round when they already had a bit of money left up. It's going to propel them on this CT side, making a very convincing case right now. And sure, you know, keep in mind, like, both these teams already in the playoffs, quarterfinals at worst case for the loser of this game. But there's more on the line for Vitality, and it's not even just the streak. It's the fact that, you know, Vitality don't play quarterfinals. They are not used to this, right? Sure, the last time was Chengdu last year, where they got out of the lower bracket in the group. But for the most part, this is a team that always win this seeding game and go straight through to semis. What does that do? That gives you an extra day off. It gives you a chance to rest. Something very important for a team that always play tournaments out to the final day, who always play a BO5. You know, other rosters are traveling after group stages. Vitality are longing out every single event. And so, sure, the streak being broken is one thing. They've set a higher one than that already. But it just means more days of play for Vitality if they're going to lose today. It makes that run harder towards the Grand Slam. Can they level up right now? 6-1 for Falcons, full control. Everything going well.
You're feeling very content with this early lead you've been able to amass, but you can never get too comfortable here. Won't take a lot for Vitality to get very threatening again, so...
Pegs spammed.
He spams the connection for Monacy, all of it goes a long way. And already, you know, there's been a bunch of rounds like this for Vitality where it just kind of feels like there's not a lot left to do anymore from the word go.
Yeah, and, you know, it's one thing Apex pulling his knife in secret and getting cleared by Nico, but that's just random smoke spam. And it's put Apex down 0-8. It's kind of killed the round. And yeah, this is a good answer for Vitality, just going together and going into this top site. But you already know in a 5v3, there's going to be ample players here. Tess is in a great off angle.
And he's been red hot to open up this map. Tess's convincing shutdown, lines up the double, and there's no more issues. Zaiwu's just going to bow out of this.
You don't really have a choice. This is why, this is how Nuke can feel constricting sometimes on the T side. You need a lot to go right. Your early staging util has to hit. Your smoke's outside. Your vent smoke. Pressure early in the round. And then get a player down secret. Then you can start mid-round and you can start using your pieces. But if you're just stuck in the lobby and you're getting massacred outside like Vitality are, what are you supposed to do?
Oh, not even the save is guaranteed. Going down to the wire. Zaiwu will get out. So the ult maintained, but I mean, you know, what does that really serve here for Vitality? They're going to need something. Something's got to go right. They've been getting wrecked in lobby. They've been getting spammed out in the yard. List of problems feels never ending. Meanwhile, for the Falcons, just going from strength to strength. And I'm loving the way these rounds are looking. That's the thing. They're very pretty rounds out of the Falcons. It's very considered. Everyone's on the same page. You're being aggressive, but not in a way that you're risking loads. I even thinking of some of these Monacy angles where... felt like it was going to be a Monacy opener. They've given him a second chance at redemption. Can't make it happen. Dead on that peak. Zaiwu able to deal with him. So finally results out in the yard. A 5v3 for Vitality.
Apex says, pull back right now, everybody. Right, we've been given the chance. This is what we've been waiting for all game right now. Let's actually get to play out one of these advantageous positions. So no one to die. Vitality go all the way back. Tessus is making a nice move, but it's a high-risk one. because the trade feels inevitable from Rops. Messi gets it done. 4-on-2. Sigh of relief here. 2 top performers of Falcons failed. A 4-on-2 for Team Vitality. They breathe. They give ZywOo some more time, but they're getting set up for this A split.
Kiyasuke is going to be here, but has a lot of responsibility, fully alone. Kicksan playing for lower. And the option would be to fly up through the vent, or hope they bring it down to him. No reason to do so for Vitality, so as to get in behind them. It's Kicksan arriving. Gets out with his one, but the trade is right there.
Yeah, very well done for Vitality. They slow it down at the perfect point. There was a bit of a miss for m0NESY. A kill that would have absolutely changed the tune of that round, but ZywOo goes on to win it out. Look how close this was. ZywOo jumping over, even hit the leg and finished what he started.
Feeling good you've been able to kind of stop this streak from amassing again, but it can't just be a one and done for Vitality. Sentences you're not really used to saying. This is a squad that's always lethal. So let's see if they can go on a bit of a streak here to close out this T-half. They're a round away from breaking the Falcons' money.
Oh, and this is what's been good about Falcons. Every round, it's something different. It's a new idea. It's a new starting position for m0NESY. It's Nico now getting aggressive and up and over. Sends ZywOo down. m0NESY has his back. And this terrifying twosome outside is knocking Vitality out of this half. That's more like it from Nico. Very quiet series.
Yeah, I mean, they know they lose that last one based on the fights out in the yard. So m0NESY and Nico say, no way, not happening again. Been these very active starts for the Falcons. And another round that's over before it even begins for Vitality.
It's very hard for Apex to call out of this situation because it's just they're setting up to the round they're getting destroyed in. Nico's pushing through the outside smoke, jumping up and finding ZywOo. Audacious moves being made by Falcons.
I mean, you know, we talk about pressure with this Falcons squad, the idea that they always seem to give you your best work when the pressure's off. This is maybe like the least pressureful match on paper, because playoffs are already a guarantee, right? Like you said, coming into this is between quarters and semis. You're also playing Vitality, best team in the world. And there's the Kicksan rumors swirling. So they're giving us a fantastic game. It's rare to see Vitality look so stumped. That is a real rarity. You don't get this. Like you said, it's in the early staging of the round. You know, you're not getting across Secret. You're not getting to play a mid-round. The rounds are so decisive against you.
Yeah, it's these two game plans clashing. For Vitality, it's pretty standard. It's we want to go outside. We want to get Secret. We want control in yard. For Falcons, it's we're going to disrupt all of that. And they've done it perfectly. Think about how we haven't seen an A-pop. We haven't seen a single bit of contact on ramp since the pistol. And so, Falcons calling a great game right now and holding up their side of the bargain. 8-2. It's never too late. Double wall, all fake. They don't want outside anymore. They've had enough. And so this is where Falcons, after a bit of a breather, have got to be ready for everywhere else on the map. Kiyasuke, no support right now.
I mean, you think about how outside focused this game has been. There's next to no one here for the Falcons. So Apex's little ruse he's tried to throw in hasn't exactly worked. There's plenty of guys nearby to help out ramp side, m0NESY being one of them, hoping they can bait them into Kiyasuke for a bit of a mowdown. Dispatching guys to go and deal with Apex. They'll deal with him on this secret lurk. That's just a great read of what was going to come their way in this round.
Oh, it falls short. Dude, these smokes have just been getting caught on little lips. It's the outside one that bungled them earlier. This falls on the line. and they just go swinging in together. It doesn't even matter. Double kill for Mezzy, the bomb can go down.
All right, this would be a huge boost to Vitality. 2v4. And a double kill on that transfer out of Mezzy's giving them a fighting chance. m0NESY and Tessez, the two top performers right now for the Falcons, have to try and recover this. And that bomb is ticking away. Time running low. Robs with that. Beautiful transfer and a 2v4. Mezzy and Robs combine.
Oh my. Never count them out. We already know about it, but Vitality dig deep in a very important round late in this half. It is a recoverable half with 4 on the T side, but so much has to go right there. Huge spray down, and Rob saves them just as well. Grabs Iwu's orb, and Vitality look to put it to use straight away.
That one ends with a stalemate. Any time you can get m0NESY firing that AWP with no opener is a win for Vitality.
Ramp is completely empty in this round. It's not Nico lower, it's Kiyosuke who's gone all the way down secret. m0NESY takes ramp back, but Vitality are about to go in. This could be awkward timing for m0NESY. He's going to have to hit some close shots.
Combat AWPing. One under flames and then just backs out of there. Meanwhile, Kiyosuke is firming up the defenses outside, confirms that these smokes are just a fake, so a very good picture on where Vitality could be in this round.
Or it's a trap or it's a trap. Which one do you want? Both sides cordoned off. And the longer you wait, the closer Kiyosuke gets. Vitality don't know. They are on the clock right now.
Props loves this little position back at the door, and so Kiyosuke thought about going further. Robs with the check, and now a route opens into the top site.
Intel Extreme Masters Rio 2026 is brought to you by ESL in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, and DHL.
Here we are again, keeping the Counter-Strike coming as we move into our final game here on the B stream. Another qualification, excuse me. Na'Vi into Aurora. It's too much.
The prospects of Na'Vi Aurora.
Yeah, it's just blowing my mind.
It'll do that to you.
And indeed, we are back for a little bit more Counter-Strike there as Na'Vi Aurora, I think, really could be, you know, the previous game didn't quite deliver for us. I think this could be a very, very close one. We've got an in-form Aurora. I think they look all right, to be honest. And I do feel that Na'Vi, you know, maybe going to be able to meet that head on.
Yeah, and there's moments here where Na'Vi aren't always kind of like, you know, super clean. We saw them drop a map to bait as well, which may be a little bit of a concern. But this is another game with really high stakes, of course. That Vitality Falcons game is currently going on, as we just saw. It's in towards that tail end of kind of the first half of map 3. We've just seen the Group A concluded, though, from that lower bracket. Spirit 2-0 over G2. Pretty clean stuff, all things considered, but we're now moving back over to Group B. Fury Miles will be coming up on the A stream after that Falcons Vitality game, and we've got another really important one as well. That game into the top bracket, both of them are already qualified. It's just who goes to the semis and who goes to the quarters. This one is for qualification. Winner of this books a spot in towards the playoffs. Loser is eliminated. So another game similar to Spirit and G2, where it's a game of really high stakes here, and I mean, it's so hard to call out the gates.
No, absolutely. I think that, you know, Na'Vi obviously want to be contending in the playoffs, want to be contending for this tournament as they maybe find themselves on a hot run coming in. But Aurora on the other side of things also have a chance. We've got a little bit of a check-in with Wicadia on that Aurora side.
I'm standing here with Vacadia for a little word and chat. I wanted to talk a bit about your rise in this team, because when you were joining this team, it was kind of like Xantares powerhouse and Xantares this, Xantares that. It was the Turkish Terminator. But right now you're developing into really all-rounder and star in this team. Can you share us? Can you share a little bit of info? Why is that?
We have a lot of experienced players, and I'm learning a lot about from them. And we are playing a lot, so it's kind of developed me as well.
I mean, you're not having these star roles as well, and you're putting up insane numbers and insane impact. So does this help you that Major or Xantares or other guys, experienced guys, are kind of helping you out with this?
Yeah, of course. Like they are playing for a really long time, and also our coach is helping me a lot.
You don't need to share too much, but can you tell us what is your personal kind of like weakness? Because as I said, you can do anything on the server. You're lurking well, you're anchoring well. I saw you pick up double op as well, and you're insane with it. So what the hell is weakness of Vacadia?
For sure, I can say it's my mentality. Like when I start weak to the game or something like this, I can't get myself up. Yeah.
So you're kind of like relying on these good starts to the matches. So you're kind of fired up, right?
Yeah, kind of.
Okay, and what would you consider a success here in Rio from the team's perspective? Is that a playoff run? Is that a trophy?
We are a team like consistently playing playoffs, so I think our success will be maybe semis or finals, or maybe trophy.
I mean, it is every time you're having these deep rounds on the tournaments where there are no Vitality, no Falcons, but right now they're here. So this is kind of like a different task for you, right? Do you have any comment on that? Like, why is it so difficult against these teams specifically? Because you're consistently like not getting deep rounds here.
All of the teams are here, I think, like top teams, so it's gonna be harder than the other tournaments. But I think we have a good chance today. If we beat Moz, we will be on same quarters, at least.
At least, yeah.
So hopefully we will win and go to quarters.
You can secure this playoff right away, and we will see how that one goes.
Yeah, I mean, looking very, very good. Of course, it's nice to check in with Vacadia. I think an interesting player to pick up there as Stiko is highlighting the fact that he's kind of this like Swiss Army knife in a way for this team at the moment, especially more so at the moment because we've got Xantares with this injury, kind of. Like, we don't rightly know the ins and outs, but that's obviously what they've been talking about. Is that hindering his game? Does he just, you know, play a little bit safer? Or is he, like, jam-packed with painkillers, trying to just ignore the fact that he might have a bit of an injured wrist or carpal tunnel or something like that? We don't know the inner details of it, just the fact that there is a wrist injury.
Yes.
So Vacadia, maybe they're having to lean on him a little bit more, and he seems cool with that, but also a bit open about his own experience and his own weaknesses, which is always pretty good to recognize.
No,
I
it's
think.
good. And knowing as well, you know, mental is one of those hardest things, really, at kind of this sort of level to try and shore up, right? Because it can be so inconsistent depending on the day, depending on even something like the maps. And speaking of the veto that we've got, of course, for this game, Inferno to kickstart things, that is Aurora's pick as I'll start on that T side. We then got Mirage to follow up, and if we need it, Dust 2 is our decider. So very puggy set of affair here in the veto, and well, looks like Aurora want to set a bit of a tone. They're going quick. They're moving forward in towards mid. Makaze with that first test, and he will get his kill. It's a little laboured, but walks it quick on the trade.
Yeah, moving fast here, as they do actually call a full pause. I think there was a thought for a moment, an intrusive thought to go rushing through their own smoke. Oh my, and they just find the timing here on Wonderful. What are they going to do with it? I think they were expecting another player to be around here, so perhaps a bit confused themselves that a kill has not presented itself. They're going to be tracked down. This is just such a weird game state to watch unfold in real time. Noise being made, though, of these flanking players coming in. Woxic very ready. Maybe they were expecting them to be further ahead than they actually were into that B bomb site, giving the game away slightly early. Bomb going to get planted. Still got the coffin / church control, but the shots are just not landing for Na'Vi here. Lexi Bill will manage to find one, but I don't know, man. This is, for me, initially, not looking great.
Yeah.
But they have started to find them. They've got that kit as well, importantly.
Is there a gap on this? There is. Antares. I thought there might be a gap. It did look like it didn't really bounce off the wall properly, but it's all on the captain now. Mad just got to bail them out, and he now has to reload. How is he still alive? And he stays alive for long enough to make it not surely enough time. That is unbelievably close. Is he going to steal it away at the end? He will, just as it goes green. Oh my god, that is so close, and such a sigh of relief. But Na'Vi will steal away that pistol. I thought with them struggling to kill Magic, that wouldn't be the case.
No, for sure. And then like some missed shots and missed opportunities at the kills. It just felt like Aurora were fully in the green. I mean, the bars disappeared, guys. You know, that's as close as it gets. But yeah, really wild that Na'Vi are able to come out on top. Talked about the mental for Aurora. That's certainly going to affect it negatively, it is safe to say.
Still a pretty good force, though, right? We got an AK out, a couple of Khalils, Mac 10 as well. It's just Majo who takes a hit with only the upgraded pistol for him.
Yeah. I think another key thing Wakadia mentioned, just to keep an eye on him as an individual, is that if he gets off to like a slow start, he struggles to get back into the game.
Yeah.
So keep your eyes on all these things, as Na'Vi may well have noticed that as well in their travels around the Counter-Strike world.
It's true. Moving up towards mid here, they'll take this control. Utah behind it, they're going contact for the initial fight. Looks like Antares will be the first to really have a battle. He's waiting, Wakadia playing anti, and there it is. Wakadia will be the one to fall, but Antares quick on the trade. Now they can start wrapping through in towards A, but there's still two more players here to meet them. Bit and Wonderful reside.
Yeah, playing very, very patiently, it feels, on that T side, waiting for a peek to come their way. It does. Wonderful, it's unlucky. He lands a dink, he takes one. Not much more than you can do than that. Antares will go down. They look to retake in towards this A-bomb site, but the one fooling factor is that there was quick presence from Long. And I think that's made Aurora think that it's like, okay, they must have been playing one on the corner, one on Arch, and then one in Pit.
Yeah.
So Bit, who's not made a peep, goes completely unseen. He's still got control of the site, drops the player down. They have maybe overcooked things ever so slightly, but there's not a lot of time to get this bomb down.
They can get it down.
But there's just enough if they get that kill, and they did.
So one small thing there, Woxic feigns the presence of running away, which can be heard from the site. They might just salvage this round. It's a 1 versus 2, but Majo will fall, and Woxic going to play up close. Surely there's no way Makazi's going to expect this. He might use the nade to break this smoke, though, which will deal a bit of damage to Woxic at the very least, but again, still not fully cleared. And he does it! He's gonna get a knife! Are you kidding me? Oh my god! Woxic is just dismayed by that decision. Makaze, a bit of fortune. He's diving around the corner. And all you can do if you're Makaze is laugh. You know how fortunate that is. Just steal away that round, but oh, that is a tilter for Aurora. Another tilter as well.
Yeah,
the
yeah,
pistol
two in a row.
was an annoying one to lose. That is more so annoying. With a knife that was just, honestly, him just trying to move around the corner to set himself up. But the panic click, you can see just the shock on the faces. I still want to say, despite losing the round though, a nice idea. Woxic runs down mid, the 2A players then over-rotate and start running back towards B. He then doubles back, and they split in towards the site and catch the guy in towards Big Box, completely back-turned. So the idea is really nice, it's just, that's just unfortunate.
Yeah, well, I mean, unfortunately, it might be 2 rounds in a row where they're not necessarily going to look to blame themselves.
Yeah.
As a team, especially.
And that's honestly where you look towards someone like Madrid and just say, just brush it off, like, you know,
Still
that is
early.
annoying. Yeah, exactly, but it's fine.
Yeah.
Last time these two sides played on Inferno, all the way back in Cluj, and it was an overtime thriller, 16-12 in favor of Na'Vi.
Well, we'll see. That lesson's been learned.
Yeah, very similar Vita there as well. Of course, that Mirage also came into play. That was a 39 for Aurora. Dust 2 was played early finals.
Oh, man, it's a rough flash, but Alexi B is still able to get something done with it. They just were not ready for his presence. They got caught up in another fight. That's 3 kills without taking any damage, by the way, between the main B players. Bit has got them locked in from behind. So 25 seconds, you kind of want to die here and get your loss bonus. That's exactly what they're going to do, but it's a flawless round from Na'Vi. So we've had 2 very tight rounds. They stomach that one, as you would expect, given the bye from Aurora, but ultimately starting to pick up a lot of steam. And on the Turkish side, they're going to have to be very careful about how they approach these next few rounds.
Yeah, you're spot on. Nice little buffer zone to get to start things off. 3-0 for Na'Vi. And it's, you know, technically speaking, it's all that bonus buy, right? You know, why would you really upgrade here? You can keep the FAMAS, keep the MP9 in play. That scooped up AK is always nice too. Even if you don't win this for Na'Vi, if you can make this round expensive, that's really going to help things out. For Aurora, not only a must-win, but it's kind of a must-win where you'd like it to be pretty clean at that too, just to give yourself on that C side just some sort of thing to fall back on to fall forward.
Are they going to look to keep this banana control now, I suppose, becomes the question. They have been given it quite easily.
You can see actually why with doing that, Alexi's going to rotate away. He was going to support them, but they've not even got in towards banana, and there's less than a minute on the clock. So worst case scenario, like now, if they start moving back in late in towards the round, he's got plenty of time for him to fall over, and the opener will come through for Wonderful, and he actually wants to stick around for a second.
Meanwhile, fight on A goes successfully for Na'Vi as well. Looks to be more presence in towards that B-bomb site, and Wonderful, I think, indeed, will take some open angles if the opportunity presents. They're looking to burst, kind of, but now they've put a pause on it. Wonderful does well to keep control of the site, but 2 moving into CT and then 1 bails on it. Like, Aurora themselves don't quite know what they're doing, so I think it's making them very hard to read. Wonderful looks for another kill, unfortunately loses his head. Bit not able to take down that planter, so the 2 versus 2 does not look healthy for Na'Vi. Great start for them into the round, but Aurora remaining ever unpredictable, I think, should be able to net this one. Him thinking about it. I do like this. There's plenty of cash to go buy in. Why not try and take some guns away? And why not threaten the round? He doesn't have a kit. Taps onto the bomb. Maggia needs to come and die fast. It's not the case. And he will miss the window on the round itself. Nearly takes him down. Not quite, but makes it expensive in the end.
Nearly another round, though, where it's right down to the wire, and if it had gone the way of Na'Vi, furthermore, where you could be a little bit tilted if you're Aurora, but it's nice to finally get one on the board in towards your first gun round, but it is still very expensive, and what is ultimately a bonus buy is, you know, the guns brought over from that round prior, so Na'Vi will call for their first time out, an opportunity for Blade to discuss what he's seen. I don't think you're going to be too annoyed by that round loss for Na'Vi, just by how expensive you've made it. You've kept that T-side economy in check, and that's what we see, right? 2 Galils have to come in for Maggia and Soulfly here. Flip side, Alexi does have a FAMAS. So it's not all sunshine and rainbows in terms of their buy. It's very close here. Even like Bits trying to, you know, shots he's trying to find on the planter itself. If he gets like 1 more tag there, it could have been the difference maker.
Yeah. It's close, but Aurora will take it against the odds. There is a response from Na'Vi here in terms of the buy, but still looking for a lot more success from Aurora. They have to turn that boon into a string of rounds. Alexi B eats some nade damage. Makaze not necessarily forced away at this stage. There's not really any follow-up on the back of these nades, though, from the T side, and Na'Vi going to try and abuse that fact. Playing it super safe here. Ooh, a little spot, but Zentara, there's not much you can do about that. Light bits of banana control. Na'Vi doing well over here, but no kills as yet, despite, you know, so much presence, so much back and forth, and all that utility expended from both sides, actually.
Yeah. A lot of spam, but nothing to be found from it. Imma makes a move, and Wakadi will hit the deck. Nice way to open things up. It doesn't even take any damage, so a nice find from him. I'm not committed. It looks like they want to double back for a second attempt at the A site. I How about this 40-second mark? Because they're looking to move in. IEM has actually rotated off long. And that is made to feel all the more worse as a motor smoke comes down. That's control they have no idea about.
Wonderful, not really forced off. Too easy for him, it feels. And he's able to hide away. They look to now play that crossfire. Wonderful. A known quantity. The flash is brilliant, though. Oh. And he will keep them coming so quick. A player that really needs to come out of his shell for this team to do well. And I think into 2026, it feels like he's got a bit more confidence to him.
Yeah, no, agreed. That's a lot more like it. I love that call for the supporting flash as well to give him the confidence for that second peak, and it's a really nice find. Really speaking in this head-to-head, Na'Vi have had the upper hand. So far, that is how things are looking. 4-1 now for them, back in towards a half buy for Aurora. Tech 9's out, and it might be a bit of a quicker paced one here. Might even go for something as simple as an A dive. But here's those steps, and he wants nothing to do with that as he'll fall off. There's two other players here in support for him.
Yeah, I think smart. Quite passive, in all fairness, so there's gaps to be exploited. But Aurora not really looking to press their advantage. Smoke and flash will change hands, maybe? No, I think I just kind of drop them, pick them back up. Maybe a bit bored over there.
McCarthy's got another smoke, so as this one fades in towards Deep Banana, he could throw another. Or you could keep hold of it and try and keep them locked out of the sight for that later part of the round. It looks like it might not be required. As with 50 seconds, they're moving back towards A. We're about to get an old classic waterfall here. There's one flash, one smoke. There's the smoke, and the flash will follow it.
Oh, smoke is quite late, though. That allows two players to go firing in onto this waterfall. It's just not going to happen. They absolutely get mowed down far too easily, you might argue, but around the, you don't expect to go the way of Aurora. They just want to get a return on that investment. Not going well here, Neo, as they will bring a timeout in. 5-1. Yeah, it's the T side. Yeah, you might say this, that, and the other, but they're just really not keeping up.
Oh, you're spot on. Things are looking a little dire. That goes without saying. As Faber enters the fray, and a lot for him to talk about, to be honest. Things are looking a little bit dicey. Na'Vi, it feels maybe ever so slightly akin to what we saw in that kind of G2 Spirit game in that first map, where kind of the way we were putting it, especially from that first half, was they're just not being made to sweat that much. Like, we're not seeing anything that's really making Na'Vi super uncomfortable. Like, they're not forced to go hunting for information or burning a lot of their utility in towards a round. Like, they can just sit back on the site, invite the pressure in, and kind of soak that pressure in, and they're able to overcome more often than not. It's where the real worry starts to come forward. The trade of util, but that deep banana smoke is the big thing here.
Looking to trade it back, looking to maybe take some fights even, but Makaze going to find the first head. Centaurus does drop Alexi B, costs an awful lot, but maybe a needless kill. Seemed like they were on different pages about standing and fighting and dropping back. So it gives a kill back towards Aurora, but they have again, lost the banana control. It's pretty common at this point, unfortunately for them.
Wonderful. Had the right idea with the holding towards Boiler, but he'll come off the angle. Lee clears the position. That'll give Soulfly the confidence to move on out. I get another round where we get to about a 45-second mark. They're looking to move towards A. The last few times weren't exactly pretty. Last attempt, wonderful to find. That is such a quick shot from him. And Bit gets one of his own in towards short. He'll tuck his head back on towards the A site, in which he'll lose, but Wonderful's there to bail them out, as he did in the previous round, and he's doing again here. And he doesn't even need to overfight. You're more than happy to play a 1 versus 3, and especially because that bomb is dropped. It's all on Wacadia, and it's Wonderful to close. He's looking really good, actually. Very confident, very sharp. And it just feels like Aurora can't do anything to make his life difficult.
But just knowing where the line is as well, I think we're going to be pretty happy when we see a move like that it's like, he's got the hot hands, he's found a couple of kills. He could have gone for the reface, but he opts to drop back, group up with the team, play the bomb.
Yeah, complete reposition.
Not
there
giving any chances to the 1v3.
He easily could have fought. He could have been like, I'm actually frying.
Yeah, and a lot of times you will see that.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
that first player goes down, and then we go, ooh, dangerous, and you know they lose the 1v3, but you just play the trade. Really, really well done.
Speaking of dangerous, that was a slightly dangerous move by Bit to go in for seconds there, but he will net the kill nonetheless. And unfortunately, that move through under from Wakedi was just a little slow, so no trade there. Very quickly down to 3 for Aurora in this half buy here with it's a bit more of like a hero AK. Eddie has to do something special. Got a bit round this corner on the right hand side. Long, there's 2 players who reside there. Surely next to impossible. And there it is. Imma ready for it. Okadia falls. Wonderful then peeks in. It's just perfect teamwork. And Xantares, you get one. It's a consolation kill, but an immediate trade. And we'll say it again. Na'Vi aren't being made to feel uncomfortable. This is very simple stuff on the CT side, and it's working brilliantly.
And this is almost like the prophetic T side, unfortunately, in the way that Aurora have just not managed to get into this game. There's been a timeout. It's not really helped.
Yeah.
The one round they do get is very lucky. I think they create their own luck in it. They had this crazy move like through the smoke and catching players off in towards CT on the B side of things. You know, if maybe you are just joining us, try and give you a picture of that. But ultimately, ultimately, they've just not really done very much.
Yeah.
And you could argue a round that Na'Vi lost is all Aurora have been able to find here. I think it was 5v3 at one point in that round.
Yeah, and it's a guaranteed lead now at the half, but on top of that, it just feels like it should lead to at least a couple more at this rate. Because Aurora really aren't... I mean, they're barely getting to post plants, right? And this is where we paint quite a bleak picture on a map in which, in the past, has looked okay. Now, granted, it's been a good few months has come into play between these two sides, but it was overtime last time they played. Bits struggling, yeah, very much so. And it's Imma only able to get one. 2 versus 4, surely a round to be taken here. Alexi's got other ideas, but that move by Xantares should all but shore things up. Alexi in a 1 versus 3, does have a kit, but no utility and half HP. He's got no chance in hell, and I think he might just tuck his tail between his legs and get out of there. Give up the round. Aurora will take a second, and there's no point for Alexi.
He's halfway sticking around, though. Maybe just for that AK that was informed. It was Mikaze's at one point.
They got plenty of money as well, right?
But he will look to save the AK. On the chance that he can. And Aurora will be back in as soon as we kind of call them out. They do manage to just squeeze it out, despite, you know, the presence of 3 players, a quick rotation with Alexi B being there. A lot of sharp shooting gets it done on A.
Yeah, exactly that. So you get up to a second. You still need to use this as a springboard for more rounds for Aurora. And we've seen some shakiness. We've seen the best and the worst of Aurora at this tournament from, you know, even just us casting them. We look back towards that Hotu game, right? You know, map number 1 on that Mirage, fantastic, right? Pretty effortless as well for them as they coast around. But that Dust 2 was really, really wild. Goes into OT, never even should have got there. There was a real chance and a real world which, you know, you can make the argument they kind of should have lost that map as well. We should have gone to the decider, but they were able to recover. But we kind of can see where this Aurora side can check out a little bit, and the mental state is obviously so important for them. I worry that morale is at a bit of a low at the moment. It's nice to get that second, but if it's a flash in the pan, that's really going to hurt. That's a great timing on that nade.
Yeah, he dishes out a little bit to the B holders. Oh my goodness, wonderful with the tag bit with the finish. Soulfire going to be kicking himself that he does not manage to find either of those. KD are out long, spotted now. There's a lot of chips taken out of the Na'Vi health bars, but no kills, and that's what Aurora need, especially in this situation where they find themselves on the back foot with very little control to work off here as well. It's just not looking good.
like a group back towards B. There's 2 players to meet them, and Alexi with more or less a full belt. And the longer he holds this smoke, actually, the more effective it becomes, to be honest. He actually has missed a window. Oh, hang on. That jiggle piece works against him. He's missed a window here. Oh my god, Xantara can do this alone. Yes, he'll get the second. That's so unfortunate for Alexi. He's jiggle peeking there from CT, but he just misses that small margin where Xantares crosses and gets up close. And it costs Makaze his life. But even with Imma finding that kill, this retake is probably still not going to happen.
I don't know, they're on the way. Imma picks his HE up. There's not going to be loads of time. I think with that kill, they'll be like, okay, see it, yep. Actually, we'll go back to saving. But they were on the way. They were on the way, I think, to give him a bit of a hand. If he managed to find more space, which he doesn't. Yeah, that's really unlucky. I think you could also look to Makaze. It's kind of both players making tiny mistakes for me. I think Makaze playing so infoless is quite dangerous as well. But it is unlucky that he missed the timing. Yeah, just both players completely caught off guard, which is not good. You can maybe argue as well, did they both have nades out at the same time? I think it's possible.
Yeah, it looked like
he was on a quick switch. So, yeah, totally caught with their pants down.
Most likely holding a flash to kind of like dot in towards pool, but it's a really fine margin there, but nice work from Xantares nonetheless. Injury feels like it's having no effect on his individual ability at the moment. But also around the play here in this first half, what was a really poor start. 7-1 down. Aurora, a couple of rounds in a row might just give you a chance. And Makaze finally finding fortune on that spam. He's not really been getting too much with it, but now he will. And another opener for Na'Vi, which feels like a bit of a consistency each and every round.
Certainly more often than not. Maybe far more often. Toxic. Eats a nade as well, so from bad to worse. And it looks like a lockout over in the short area. Yeah, they're backing off. They're giving it up. Yeah, they're going to move into the crosshair of the AWP pit. Not feeling great about this one. It's wonderful in actually a good spot, but he does get taken down.
He's had to open here. If they go quick, they actually might find a gap.
It's very possible. Makaze smoke in, but they know that comes from CT. They know that says there's not really anyone around, but they maybe scale a bit too quick. He still gets there in time. He'll eat a nade, but to no effect. Still alive, still standing, still looking for fights, and the ace now comes into question. He's denied by the fire, but his bullets are true. They will see it off in the end. Na'Vi to net 8, but Makaze with a hell of a hold in the nick of time.
Yeah, he has absolutely saved them in that one. A wonderful falls. They scale so quickly in towards B, which is absolutely the right call by Aurora. It's a really nice way to go about it. If they ummed and ahed about that, it would have been too simple for the rotations to come through. They don't. They step at the pace, they fly in, but Makaze has gone absolutely huge. It was just having that one extra bit of utility, a smoke or a molly in towards coffins. That round's theirs. They get a plant, they're in a post plant, and all things should slot into place. But he just catches two swinging across in towards the site, goes in for another. It's brilliant. So second timeout taken for Aurora. Heading into the final round of this half. You'd argue that 8 already, by most metrics, is enough, but it's kind of that thing of 8-4 feels like there's a bit of a chance. 9-3 really feels like there isn't.
Yeah, definitely in agreement. Definitely in agreement. They are looking to maybe send it back to basics. Is it a full rush? It is, at least for one of them. Maja to open, but he will lose his life. Alexi, a trigger pull, could have done God's work, but he opts not to go for it, waiting for more aggression to come his way. Not the case. A quick pivot back towards the A-bomb site has also been read pretty heavily by the Na'Vi boys.
He's working towards long. Where's this molly gonna go? Cadia. Got Imma on the other side of this smoke. Who spots who first? They realize they're running into each other.
Oh my God.
How does Imma come out on top in that fight? It felt like Arcadia had the drop, but even still, Immo wins it, and then wonderful trades to keep the numbers in favor of Na'Vi. Under a minute once again, and Xantares and Soulfly have to save them here. Wonderful pop shot, doesn't quite connect, but Alexi's reclaiming space in through brackets. He might have them both lined up and dead to right. 9 for Na'Vi at the end of that half. It's a fantastic start in towards their opponent's map pick of Inferno.
The 9-3 half, and now maybe more applicable how they were kind of shades of that Melbourne final. You remember in that one, Monacy saying afterwards, you know, it's a final he'll never forget. He'll always remember it. And that feeling of, you know, letting Vitality back in after a dominant half, being, what, 12-6 up. It's rare that you get such a parallel to try and have your revenge, but that's what he's looking for. Monacy means business. Shot on the smoke, and Zywoo's round is over.
Banger move for Monacy. Caught him on the jump and just waited till he had the guarantee. Tesses again. He is so cheeky. He walked through the ramp smoke last round, and now he's down the vent. If Vitality think they can rotate safe, they don't know what lurks below. Down secret with the bomb. Monacy still looking for another kill. And he doesn't know how close he got. 2 players moved past his crosshair. But he can still play later in the round. His team have great control on lower. 4 players shifting to B, and Vitality have no reason to gamble on this lower site. They have yet to be given a single cue, let alone to know that 4 players are here.
And you're going to have to play a really quite, you know, out of position, man down retake. Rops does what he can, right? Throwing caution to the wind on a charge through that Molotov. But you were really hoping he could find some miraculous multi-kill. When that doesn't happen, still a tricky spot. Apex has at least secured an even odds battle here. Bob makes it in. Plant for the Falcons, and cover provided by that Monacy AWP. Catch on the vents. Tesses finally gets rewarded. And that'll leave it on Mezzi then, late to the party and in to that Monacy AWP.
I mean, it's one thing to lose from a 9-3 scoreline, but it's another thing to still drag it into overtime and win out. That is back-to-back rounds for Falcons here in OT. Shocking. They are still here in the lead.
Dude, this Falcon scoreboard, you know, it's kind of the dream setup right now. You've got Nico and Monacy top of the charts. Monacy, you can really tell the impact he's had the moment this one's...
A severe struggle for Aurora, it is safe to say, as it has not started well here on Inferno, a map that came super close the last time these 2 teams met. That was a couple months ago now, and it seems Aurora have not changed things up too much since then. They really are paying the price. 9-3 at the turn of the half. Now, the game you were just watching there, Mr. Harry Russell did very nicely tell us that was also a 9-3 to kick things off, and now it's gone to overtime. So maybe we might be on for an overtime here. What do you think?
To add even more, last time they played Inferno, it did go to overtime. All the signs.
I wouldn't mind it. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, a bit of sustenance in this game would be nice.
If the divine powers of the universe can give us a nice close game here for that playoff spot.
Just something to get our teeth into. It felt like that first half was, you know, pretty simple stuff by Na'Vi. You know, we keep saying the same thing in the sense of like they just didn't really have to work too hard for a lot of those rounds. And even when Aurora were finding a bit of success, it was, you know, just momentary flashes of it. There was no consistency to come through. So, Na'Vi, we're looking towards the A site here, and in comes the whole Belder utility up close. Wacadia, he felt hard done by not to get a kill, but it's Imma to open up proceedings, and Xantares on the side should be dead to rights. He gets one before he falls, but it's not enough.
Yeah, and holding the backside as well, looking very, very good. Alexi B gets a free one. They're not going to be able to track and refrag him, so it feels like it is all over in this pistol and maybe on this map as well. Crack angle and back and forth fight. Woxic does manage to find it. I'm going to be honest, guys. I mean, it looks like, yeah, but like, just give it a go, man. It's Inferno A. I understand it's in your DNA by this point, but you're 9-3. I think you just go for it. What are you going to get? Woxic with some armor in the next round? Like, I don't know. I don't know what you're really excited about saving for. Yeah. So it just kind of goes to show that I think they are maybe conceding things a little bit. Woxic gets some kill bonus towards the end. Sure. Maybe I eat my words slightly. We'll see what he's able to bring into this round now, but
he likes the scout. We might even see the scout come through for him. Scout, armor behind it. Which he actually already has armor, so he doesn't even need to kind of reinvest it. He has only a mere pixel to work with there, but it was very false.
Just firing at like the muzzle flare.
Let's see. Looks like probably dropped over the M4 to Xantares. He's going to wield the Deagle. And a couple of MP9s behind it. But no, they're inching closer and closer to that finish line. On your opponent's map pick, in pretty emphatic fashion. Double digits already, you're 7 rounds ahead at this point. If you take down this force buy, this map's a write-off for Aurora. There's surely absolutely no chance. Or towards A, though.
I think they'll still dig for information in Banana, maybe all the way up towards B, actually. See how far they can get before they meet resistance.
I'll go and have a look.
But yeah, just got to be careful of the A side of things. That's what we're after. That's what we're worried about. And the M4 of Xantares is sort of dotted in between this really nice defensive triangle. Working his way through. Maybe not going to reveal immediately. Stacks on top with Madja. Could get messy. First revealed, it's clean from Bit. And they have to be somewhat wary of a setup of a stronger buy. But Xantares has got the perfect angle. Does not miss a bullet. And the ace not going to happen for him. It was right there. Alexi B denies away, but all the same, Xantares has given them a huge lifeline. Alexi will go down and Aurora begin to close the gap.
That's a huge round to take. Xantares, so well done by him. And with that being said, now, chance to open up the docket a little bit here on this CT side. He does so well in from short. For Na'Vi, it's a gut punch, because unfortunately, if they'd actually gone for a little bit more of an information, kind of poke and prod over towards top and Ana, and a bit more patience, to be honest, because that smoke comes down just above a minute on the clock from the one remaining B player. If they just waited it out and had a little look, even if they didn't want to commit to it, they could still rotate between the sites and whatnot. But unfortunately, that's where it comes down. They want nothing to do with it. They walk in towards the stack. And of course, they walk into that man, Xantares. Up to 14 now for him. No real choice for Na'Vi. You have to go for a forced buy and response. You double eco. Gritter pistols across the board, and that's it. It's a nice nade to start things off for Aurora.
They'll trade a bit back. It's more of a tickle, but still maybe something to work in the future. Are they going to boost on this half wall? Arcadia's got half an eye on it. Molotov comes in. That forces them back. That will be Tick's Herd as well. Arcadia going alone here. Only gets one despite a good flash.
A lot of info, though.
I don't know. I worry a little bit. They're going to pick up a gun. They're going to gain some ground. Aurora have rotated 3 over here. And there's still plenty of time to pivot back towards A if they choose. What will they choose, I suppose, is the question.
The thing is, they can afford to have 3 pivoted over here because they've got a mid player holding for the rotation out. So they're going to know for sure, because Soulfly, whether they're wanting to double back towards A. Hence why they're more than happy to keep the numbers Drained over here. Woxic will be flashed, so he just tucks back in towards the smoke. They're diving through in towards the site Madger. 1-for-1. Bit finds a second. It's labored, very labored by Xantares, and that'll give them the B site. Numbers advantage. Bit's 3 kills have given them a lifeline in this force buy, and it's all now on Soulfly. A full belt of utility and the kit to work with, but a tough 1 versus 2. There's the first. Imma goes down. Now all on the shoulders of Bit. But Soulfly asks himself, where is he tucked? Where's he hiding? Nade will go to dark. Wrong position. He does have time to clear, but he's back turned, and Bit will deliver. It's a quad kill for him off the back of the quad from Xantares, and Na'Vi steals such an unlikely round back.
Yeah, I mean, really well done from them entering in. It's brought a bit close by a couple of the individuals, but I do think that getting into that bomb site, despite 3 as well, is so well done. Just a bit curious, you know, why he thought Bit was really on that right-hand side of the site.
It's got to be
maybe thinking that, like, the guy Nubox was the planter who was Bit, kind of thing. I'm not quite sure.
It's just unfortunate because he actually had a bit more time to work with there. Like, he had a kit.
So, I just want to display this out for you as well. The timeline of this map so far, or this half, I should say. You've had Na'Vi win the pistol, Aurora win the force with like a crazy individual moment, and then lose out the force. Yes, to an individual moment, but I'm just talking about them at this point.
Yeah.
Where it's like they cannot convert a simpler round. I don't think, given that, you really deserve to win this map.
Yeah,
you know, you're not winning the rounds that you should, and you have to lean on Xantares going crazy to get your only round thus far in this second half. So, yeah, I just think it keeps pointing towards
It's a question we bring up every time, right? When you win a round, is it replicable? No, you can't rely on Xantares to do that each and every round. And sure, you can't expect the same thing for Bit, but Na'Vi have won in other ways. And that's not been the case for Aurora.
Yeah.
So I think you're absolutely spot on. It's unconvincing, is essentially the nice way to put it. Imma, 2 for him. The peeking out towards long there, ineffective. And the last man of Acadia, no real chance in hell. He's loosely going to give this a look in, but, I mean, if you didn't already know, with Inferno, we like a lot of saves there, and I would assume he's going to abide by that.
And he signs his own death warrant in a way. The interview earlier on becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Yeah, if I
struggled to get into this one, and indeed he struggled to get into it, and I think he's a key component at the moment. Soulfly doesn't have the punch. They can't lean on Woxic as much as that AWPer. He's very inconsistent with his performances.
Oh! God damn, Imma, that is so nice from him. The first 2 are pretty clean, but that's a real statement shot.
But yeah, it's tough, man. When you speak things like that, you sometimes speak them into existence.
Yeah.
And I think certainly has been the case.
Oh,
we have a small update.
Just had word that
from
over on the
other side,
that was 9-3 at the half. Falcons have won against Vitality. Wow. So they are beatable, but
that was your semi-final lock.
Yeah, semi-final quarter. They're both going to still be in playoffs, and for Vitality, maybe saving strats for the big thing. We'll have to see. Or have they actually finally been figured out? Back to the game at hand here, though. Na'Vi looking to close out this map. And Bitch being chased as Imma will reclaim the space. Gets one, instantly drops. So, Apartments Control still not gathered. That is a great nade. Near perfect.
Xantares still wants to stick around. Wants to be the hero again. Here's Bit jumping up, I believe, as he turns around to take him down onto the AK, looking for a few more fights. He eats.
Second time he's been hit directly with Util.
They seem to have a bit of a homing missile on him at the moment. But, yeah, will survive with that AK, living to fight another day.
General Acadia up close around top car. But Makaze shot. How about the second? Oh, are you kidding me? The knife in the first half, the jump shot in panic in the second. Twice. The Counter-Strike gods have favored Makaze. And it might be enough for Na'Vi to close this one out. Alexi will spam the smoke. Down goes Soulfly. And Xantares, he's been the only real lifeline for Aurora in their map pick. but it's not been enough. While he's had a decent map, no one else has been there to support him. And despite nursing an injured hand, he's had some nice moments, but this 1 versus 3 has surely got no legs behind it.
He will have to go for the sake of dignity. The unbeatable boosted spot, though, as Alexi B will see it over the line. Super one-sided stuff. Again, not what we were expecting. We wanted competition here. We wanted it to be close, and Aurora have not really delivered in that way. This is their pick. This is their home map at the moment, and it does not happen for them at all.
Yeah, just spot on. It was just a non-starter, unfortunately. They can never really get into it. You know, it was a little bit scrappy out the gates, but Na'Vi ran away with that first half. They gave themselves all the foundations required to see it off. And we said it plenty of times about the map itself. Na'Vi were never really made to work in this first map. And who knows whether that's going to be the case for the series, because for Aurora, that was so unconvincing that I'm worried that I could see in towards this second map coming up in just a second. It will be Mirage. And yes, we've seen good moments from Aurora at this tournament on this map, but a lesser side of Hotu isn't exactly what they want to fall back on. Na'Vi look clean, and they got their map pick of Mirage up next. Times are looking bleak for Aurora. But for now, we're going to throw this one to a break. We'll see you soon. Double peek, he's getting his shot. Unbelievable!
Something special to throw this decoy, and that's exactly what happens.
Canids, we are back!
I've been feeling quite away from you, but the time has done its thing, and I feel better. Eden in my heart is open. Eden in my heart is open. I found the dark side of your silhouette, but then your tables turn, so place my bet. Eden in my heart. Desire, higher desire, follow the choir. Who's the decider? Since that night, my uncle has not been the same. Nor have I.
Moses' youngest nephew. He may be the answer. The question is, can we control him?
Face Rotha. He's psychotic.
We present a special treat. 3 bots of House Aurora.
That bot is bugged.
That bot is entirely speaking. You should consent to fight.
Don't spoil my nephew's show match.
Have you ever had a dream about your first jump?
Be simple. Be direct. Nothing fancy.
Do Na'Vi have the capacity to jostle back for control?
Alexi.
An uncomfortable retake.
An impossible retake.
It's unbelievable! How is this reality?
I can't believe the scenes that we are witnessing right now! He's got time!
I'm not sure! Oh my god!
Na'Vi! Consider what you're about to call, Alexi. Abomination.
Hoping for a bounce back for Aurora, they really did not present at all on their own map pick, a map that came very close last time these two teams met on it. But this is a matchup that's gone back and forth quite a bit this year, actually.
Yeah.
They have met a number of times, so I think maybe Na'Vi is starting to get a bit of the download and ultimately the upper hand against them in pretty much every single matchup that they've faced this year, but it's getting quietly more and more one-sided, you might argue, and
Yes.
this could potentially be the pinnacle of it. Mirage will tell us if that is going to be so.
Yeah, last time they met, it was 2-0. Granted, it was a very different kind of veto. The last time they met on Mirage was back at the Pro League Finals, right? And 13-7 Na'Vi. It's not exactly painting a pretty picture for Aurora. And now the question for us with this side is, ultimately, in this space here and now, a map down after a non-existent start in towards this series, does Aurora have the capacity to take down Na'Vi? That's the question we ask. Do they actually have the chops to be able to reverse sweep this sort of a series? It is a big ask, but with so much at stake, let's see if that's going to be the case. They're starting on the CT side here on Na'Vi's pick of Mirage, but after a 13-4, it's safe to say that obviously the mental state's going to be a little dicey. They need a pistol. They need a strong start just so they can alleviate some of this pressure.
Yeah, for sure. And we talked about it quite a lot. They talked about it in their own interview, or at least Wikidia did for his own game. They don't like starting slow. I think they like starting in front. They don't like playing from behind. Not that any team really would prefer it, but, you know, some teams are going to be more capable than others, I think is what I'm saying. And Aurora maybe falls into that latter category. Zantares trained in for the first, resets for another, gets blinded off. He's still alive, but they are going to be after him. Madja, though, is the one from short. Takes a second for the comms to even come in. He finds 2, and that feels like enough kills to start knocking this round together. Him are going to fall thinking he was hidden in the corner. It's going to be bitten. Alexi B. Alexi has a very slim window to get the bomb down. I think he has missed it, unfortunately. And the nade certainly helps out Aurora to get the pistol over the line. I think playing a beautiful counter to what came at them.
Yeah, it's a really nice start as well. Only the one casualty. You're pretty happy about that. A really nice fight. I think Madja's 2 into short in particular are really, really important. Because like you said, I think the comms were a little cluttered, so it takes them a while to turn around that corner. The nade onto Alexi by Madja was also fantastic. Drops into 6 points of HP. That's what we want to see from Aurora. Not only a good round, but getting fired up. That's where they do their best work. If this side can start really getting lively, getting vocal, that's when we feel like they've got a chance to take down Na'Vi. We saw a really good map here from them against those two, right? We know that they have the ability to look clean, but so do Na'Vi. That's a nice shot from Akaze. The side's open, but the bomb is so far away.
No, that is true. We'll see what they can kind of do to hold on, if at all. Trade there. Sounds very strange. And yeah, the bomb is even apprehensive to try and cross. They'll recover both the guns.
Long arms there from Alexi.
Yeah, a little bit. Get the bomb down. Alexi looking to take another fight. Didn't quite get it. The Eagle of Wonderful trying to chime in. One in the apartments. Woxic is very low. So, I mean, we'll see. This could get dicey if one good, clean kill goes the way, but I don't think it will. And Imma's aim punch just going to be a bit too much. So they get the bomb plan. I think Na'Vi, honestly, they don't realize how good they have it if they just sort of turtle up a little and try and play the trades. I will look towards Madja, though. He's alone on B. He goes for a late move into the apps, or late-ish into the apps. Very costly, very risky, and it was the first domino. They didn't knock the rest of them over, but it was the first domino to winning that round for Na'Vi.
No, yeah, I agree. And I guess, you know, if you're Na'Vi, you're not really too upset about that. A couple of kills in a bomb plant in a round like that where there's not loads brought to the table. That was an eco, ultimately. They don't go for the force in that round, and now they can have a nice, true full buy. You know, we sometimes see when you come into a round like this, the full buy does require somebody to pick up a Galil to have the full belt to util. AKs across the board. That's nice to see. The question is now, what can they do with it? Can they kickstart this campaign on the T side and get back to their winning ways that we saw in Inferno, where they looked so calm, so collected? We're going to dive out towards A here. Molly, he just singed the toes of Soulfly, but he's able to get one. And with the support of Xantares, they're shutting down this A move quite well.
Yeah, very clean so far. Hoping that that continues for them. I mean, what an Na'Vi do here, really? Do you continue moving forwards? Imma, he found the first as well.
Hold on.
The second was clear. That first one, I didn't even clock.
Hold the phones.
What is going on?
There's a round here. Imma.
I mean, they could pull away. They could go B.
They've got plenty of time,
I think that's what they want to do. Bit is checking it out.
I'm really worried about Wakadia here. If he is to fall, being quite aggressive in the way that he is, they can scale in towards B quite quickly.
But they're not going to give it to him. They're just baiting the fact that they could be going B, spreads the defense, and Bit will look to join them from mid. And he finds a head while doing so.
It's so quick.
But it opens the door, doesn't it? It's like, oh, well, is there anybody behind him? Are they maybe up short to B?
Soulfly's half HP here as well.
This does not look good. Soulfly has to find this, and Bit's played this almost to perfection. I think the AWP might take him, but no! Wakadia on his uncomfortable gun misses the shot. He gets the Julies out there, a bit better for him. Into the 1 versus 3 overall. Down to 2, AWP back out. Looking to try and just get one more before he fully enters the threshold into the site. Not going to happen. And Na'Vi will steal away the 5-on-3. Imma with a hell of a round.
Yeah, again, he's done so well there. But also just so fortunate, but you can't really say anything else. Fantastic way. It's just 2 shots in the smoke. What can you even do, really, Aurora? I feel bad for them for that kind of microcosm of the round. But even in the 3 versus 3, poorly played. Slightly over fought in terms of towards mid, but also spread quite thin. Bit's first shot towards Mad just really nice. It does really well. It's going to follow it up. Wonderful. I'll open up proceedings. Pass the parcel with this AWP, to be honest. Wonderful wants a little bit more. Of course, a force buy for the CT side, but this could be uncomfortable as Imma again with a sharp shot from him will find Xantares, Soulfly or fall, and we're down to 2, an MP9 and an AWP in a 2 versus 5. They haven't even done a point of damage yet.
Wakadia hidden away. I can see him getting 1 for sure. Maybe 2. Ooh, the smoke went down perfectly for him. He just didn't realize in time. Just the 1 kill. Madja on the backside here with the MP9. Does he want to hold this into the next round? Does he want to try and make some money, take some guns away? Obviously looks a bit funnier on their server side than it does on our relay. But yeah, if that's still the way it's done, I don't really know, to be fair, moving into a new game and everything. It's been a while since I've been in the admin side, but that doesn't really look worth looking at. He's just kind of dead. Whereas it felt like Bit was like sat on top of him like, haha, look at this, guys.
Yeah. I mean, I've seen a few. I think sometimes we get like that, like slight spectator one where it's the body's gonna fly up, but they don't see it on the server.
Yeah. Smokes used to be different in Go again. The
they're
intricacies,
not now, though,
I don't
I'm
think
pretty
so.
sure.
Yeah, but depends on how it's done. I don't know how the sausage is made anymore, you know, because I don't have to do it myself necessarily.
I'm technologically illiterate, so
yeah.
Either way, the hunt does net something, or at least the hunt, the aggro exit is probably the more apt way of putting it. An upgrade on the MP9, but it's still a really nice round for Na'Vi, nonetheless. Tied things up. We've got that AK save by Maja, but that's it. Really decent position to put yourself in now. Maja, and that AK, he's going to go searching. And will net one, but an immediate trade, and unfortunately that AK is now dropped in a really unrecoverable spot and is no support.
Yeah. I mean, you have to try and create something with it, really, so I do understand that.
I kind of like when they move with the pack, though.
It does feel a bit better. Sometimes you get, like, the saved AWP going off on its own, trying to find an opening pick.
I think with a rifle, though, I like it where it's like the pistols draw the crosshairs away, a bit of a human flashbang type thing.
Yeah.
But going alone, like, would need something miraculous to make this round a possibility. And now that AK probably not going to be recovered unless they go for a late attempt at the retake towards what looks like it's going to be B coming through under, then they can scoop it up potentially. But Arcadia's dead to rights, which he is. Makaze will find him. And now they start moving forward. And as we can see, absolutely no one's home.
Yeah, it looks good. I mean, as to be expected. No hiccups is what you want, really. AK finds one, then it's traded. Fair. But you just don't want to be losing any kills or guns if you can help it to these pistols.
Is that AK still there? I wonder, did it get shuffled away?
I thought so, that it would still be here, but someone's come back. Someone's come back for it. It was for a little while. Somebody definitely came back for it.
Oh
no, it is. It is there. They've actually... Huh?
They got two.
Oh, yeah, Immers. They got Immers. Okay. So they've definitely done... Yeah, for a second, that confused me as well.
Oh, McCarthy's got him, though.
Yeah, they're all good. But they did not get rid of them.
Yeah.
But they did get a good read on the timing of, like, let's make sure we deny the AKs away.
Yeah, I couldn't see them on the floor. I wasn't sure if there's, like, a brief window we missed where it's like they'd, like, shuffled them up the stairs and thrown one over or whatnot. Either way. Nice round to be getting.
Bro, for like half a second, I thought they just invented an AK out of thin air, to be honest. Because we were looking for one AK, and then suddenly they had two.
It's magic.
Him donating for just a moment. But yeah, they take the one-tap potential away, which is going to be a good feeling. And again, it's Na'Vi in full control, guiding the proceedings here. Straight out on towards A. Smoke actually just gives it away. It wasn't necessarily a volley for down below. Soulfly does very well to find one. Classic break of the smoke not quite working. The person who broke it. Imma, late in con, finds a pretty big kill, gains him a lot of room now. But CT left open, flank as well brewing. And you know, they'll think they've got a handle on this because Bit is in Palace. Bit was having a look. Wicadia trying to really take as much as he possibly can. Huge. And he will absolutely demolish them there. Clean in on the ramp. Very well played. Him are the only one left. Takes a dink through the wall, so he's slightly healthier than you might expect, but surely not long for this world. Does take one with him at the moment. Could maybe get the bomb plant as there's a lot of room given across. I don't know that Woxic would necessarily want to peek into this. The window is closing. Wicadia coming in from the side in just a moment here.
Woxic waits, and he just jumps in the air, gives it an easy one. That is all down to Wicadia, though. That flank, the timing on it is absolutely perfect, and the trigger discipline as well to wait for that second player rotating in rather than just dropping the bomb. Make sure you get both. I thought Imma's move alone would be enough, but they actually take a real age to commit to moving forward in towards the A side. Like, it felt like with where Immer's position was and with how quickly he moved through Con, killed that guy in towards around kind of front bench, and then taken jungle control that they could plant for essentially top Con and play around there. But they just take so long with that kind of bomb on the back of Makaze. It takes ages to move forward. They're so unsure, and that uncertainty is what costs them in the end. Aurora, fight back, tie it up. There's a bit more on offer here, it feels. Like, again, we spoke about this so much in that first map that it just never felt like Na'Vi were made to work. They are now being made to work for these rounds. And this is where Aurora can start hopefully opening up the bank a little bit to give us something in this map.
Crazy timeout call as well. I have to respect that massively. You know, not crazy as in confusing, just in the sense of like getting ahead of everything and really proactive, which is what we often like to see. But it does feel like a timeout that you might not necessarily need. So Blade trying to get really ahead of things. And maybe it is going to work for them here as they're hitting out on towards A. Woxic, though, finds himself in the perfect spot with Kadia chiming in. They're just very, very ready for this. Kadia will make a quick move. They've got to recover the bomb is the big thing for Na'Vi. There's some low HP bars, but they will absolutely eat the nades. 2 HEs, and the fire is the big thing. They get stuck. They get slowed in the fire on the ramp, which it feels like a lot of effort to get away from it. Wonderful's the only one left. So timeout's cool. There was an idea there. Go fast. Get in the mixer. Again, spacing not quite good enough from Na'Vi, allowing multi-frags to come through.
Yeah, and then when things start to fall apart for Na'Vi, Aurora just dumped the entire kitchen sink at them, right? Yeah. Every bit of util we've got, throw it in towards ramp. We know that we can split up the pack here and cause even further issues. Yeah, it's fantastic work. That silver lining is that the AWP will stay alive. 30 seconds to save here, so maybe presumptuous of me to say it will stay alive. You might have to fight for this, and there's the first. Magic dropped. They now know for damn sure he's not going to be giving this round a go.
Yeah. But I don't think they want to go for it themselves.
Yeah. They just don't really have the residual cash to fall back on to risk it. Like, if Arcadia and Woxic, even just one of them was to fall, it's still going to have a bit of a dampener in the mood.
Well, I think it still is, to be honest, with that kill from Wonderful here to bring it down to just 2.
Lost bonus has not been great because they've been chopping and changing around.
Yeah.
It still might be a little bit awkward. But at the same time, same thing will be here for Na'Vi.
Yeah, so in theory, a hopeful chance for Aurora to build some money. But we have seen efficacy on those force buys. Maybe Na'Vi think about it, but no, they are going to eco around the AWP. Tiny bit of utility brought up is what turns my crank, but other than that, you're not expecting too much yet.
Nope.
They'll get there. They'll get there.
Fourth out of asking. We'll get there. Oh, yeah.
Yep.
That is a really nice shot from Wonderful. Just the head to spot out there, but it's enough for him. And there we go. The pistols doing what they need to do to facilitate that AWP.
And you know the AWP is there because he saved.
Yeah.
What is around it? There's an air of mystery in terms of the buy. Have they forced? Are they doing something slightly heavy? Even like Tech 9s and light armor. This is very much with that eco bouncing around. Like you said, I think you kind of give it a call of like, they should be eco.
Yeah.
It's not a definite thing. And you might also slip in, they could be half bought, right? It's hard to fully track the econ. But they will be ready for this B hit coming their way.
Oh.
However, Wonderful keeps slotting himself in. It's the rotations that you have to worry about. Wonderful has done everything he absolutely can in this round. It might not be enough, unfortunately, and Alexi B just gets taken down. I mean, fair play from Wonderful. Again, keeping their econ low with the 3 kills.
Yeah.
But maybe if there was just a pistol kill in there, that really would have been on for Na'Vi.
Yeah, it's really not a bad effort by any means. Now this should be, at the very least, where, again, now for Aurora, you can properly build upon this. Because you can see Wonderful, because he saved the round prior, but then had the AWP there. He only has a Deagle and armor to work with. The rest of the team can buy as the eco the previous. The funds, the finances are a little weird for Na'Vi. And I think with Wonderful looking quite sharp, it's going to be a bit of a miss to not have him on the AWP. He's been pretty confident with it.
Yeah, that is true.
And it feels like, especially so far in this series, he's been winning up that head-to-head against Woxic. Woxic didn't offer up a lot, to be completely honest, and towards that first map. It was basically only Xantares. Now we're getting a little bit more, especially from Wakadia, who we kind of critiqued and spoke about. Got in his own head in towards map number 1, but he's looking a lot more comfortable here so far. And to be honest, for Aurora, you found round number 9. There's a 6th there. You probably then break the economy as well of Na'Vi once again. So you should get a 7th behind it, guaranteeing a lead on the CT side. Like, you could very quickly at the tail end of this half scale to actually building up a really decent first half. So a fair decent amount of pressure on Na'Vi.
Absolutely. And certainly the case of this series, of this map veto, map pool between these two teams. They've got so much tape against each other recently. Great. They have very workable pools. Madja, the next line of defense, will go down instantly. That could be your big difference maker, but Soulfly chiming in, taking the player on short. He's in a 3 versus 3 in a severe lack of utility. That window smoke is also not great. Good nades here. Wonderful survives on just 2 HP as they look to mount the comeback into this B bomb site. There is a boost up, which is always effective. And I think they just have to play the patience game around said boost. Wonderful knows that he has to take some chances here, given his low HP. And he will indeed find Xantares. That now starts to force them onto the save. They don't know how low those players are. They don't know how good those 2 nades were. And so Aurora have to give it up. Na'Vi will stay close to them.
Yeah, really nice round. I love that boost, even though it wasn't required. It might be something that they try and utilize a little later down the line. Wonderful with his 2 HP. Will be far enough away that he's fine. So he survives. And that's a good round to take back. Especially considering the start. Wakadia getting one right early in towards that round. It feels like it puts you in a decent spot. But Makaze's entry on towards that B site is immaculate. That swing from him is so unbelievably good. And then wonderful even this find. It just gets a little fortune to catch Xantares tunnel visioned in to a different spot. So Aurora will call for their first time out as they know Na'Vi are breathing down their necks a little bit. Very, very big round for Na'Vi. You find this here. We kind of spoke about them. That previous round was so important. They lost it. Money's broken. Aurora can scale. Script is kind of flipped in towards this round where it's the opposite side. Aurora, you lose this round, money broken, and Na'Vi not only tie the game up, but actually they should be taking a lead, and maybe even for the half itself, which to do that on the T side of Mirage is pretty huge.
Very, very back and forth. And I mean, it really has come close even in the streakier portions for these teams. So, all very costly, all very unsure. No round is like set in stone, even though the buy is not great for Aurora. Woxic going to get aggressive. Finds the opener onto Makaze. A quick attempt at tracking him down. They have actually looked to massively pick up the pace as they feel they've got good space on short, but Woxic, too smart for them. Xantares will help out with a spam through. Woxic misses a shot. Doesn't go down to the nade, just about. It's all going to be onto Wonderful here, 1 versus 4. I think Woxic is the man that we watch, but his teammates have done a very good job of chiming in, working around his space. Wonderful looks very clean, but cannot get it done. And a key one for Aurora, as you say, does go their way. So really difficult to split these two teams right now.
Back and forth, back and forth. Neither side really, at the moment, able to get a proper stranglehold on momentum and run with it. And he's making for some exciting CS, but for Woxic, does so well. That first hit in particular is really good to get, but it's also such a good information gather. But how in God's name he stays alive at the end there, I have no idea. Should have fallen, but doesn't. And it now means that Na'Vi have to come into the penultimate round of play in this half with a bit of an awkward one. It's a hero AK for Bit. If he had armor, I'd be letting Makaze utilize it here, but we'll see what Bit can do. He's been a little quiet to start off this map, though. Might be a little bit of a pass the parcel, though. He goes in first, he dies, someone else takes it, and well, it was again exactly that. Bit might get boosted in here. Oh my.
Torres spotted, and they're after him in one way or another. Kaze going to move quick, gets his hands onto the AK. Lovely bit of movement here. It will be heard. Maja though does just about get the catch on him. He's quite lucky.
Wow.
Looking decent himself, but again, it's a team effort here. Aurora doing a very good job of just picking players off, working very well together here on this CT side. They will take that mathematical lead. Still space for Na'Vi, of course, to close as much as they can, but Aurora are opening the door to map number 3, potentially being needed.
Yeah, they are. Already up to 7 is great. If you can make an 8-4 half out of this, Aurora, you put yourself in a good spot. 7-5. Feels like a bit of a handshake considering this map being relatively well lent towards that CT side. Feels like a somewhat even meeting ground. They're going really quick towards mid, and it's going to work. Oh, is it going to work? Wakadia for 2. Soulfly's flash in towards top mid is sublime, and that gives him 2 easy fights. And he looks for more, a little late bit there, but Wakadia will net the 3rd. And in a matter of mere moments, it's all on the shoulders of Ima and Bit to bail out Na'Vi in a 2v5 turn 2 versus 4.
Can they pull off a miracle here? Would be a hell of a thing, but feeling very unlikely.
Katie is 17-7, by the way.
Yeah, he's going crazy. I mean, certainly felt it after the previous map. They've had that pep talk in between, and they're doing very well here at, well, yeah, just looking much, much better. Kadia does lose out. Funneling in, but he's spotted him. That is the key thing they know about him. Teammates able to deal. It's all going to be on Bit here, who may well have been heard running in. Little elbow spotted up to cover the cross, and he will indeed go down. So 8-4, feeling pretty damn good here, Aurora. The energy definitely picked up, and they are looking to keep this series going, keep themselves alive here at IEM Rio. We will catch you in a few. The culmination of Mirage.
Aurora, they've laid down the gauntlet in that first half. 8-4. Generally speaking, it feels like it should be enough. They get a strong start towards the second half, and we could be turning our attention to discussions of a map 3. And in a game like this, let's be honest, Harvey, I feel like it deserves it. This is such an important match with elimination on the line, but qualification to playoffs. I'd love a decider.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, definitely in terms of the stakes, it would be great. I think Na'Vi, though, would not want to let things reset again.
Sure. That Dust 2 is really interesting as well. It's a map with both of these teams like at the moment. That could be quite spicy. Being unconvinced by this Na'Vi Mirage at the moment, which is surprising because they've looked all right on this map.
No, it's true. And I think a big change up from Aurora is the key thing. Maybe Na'Vi feeling like they had enough of a download on this team. Kazi with a big one through the smoke, though, to kick us off here in the pistol. The break that comes in little catches. Is there any headshots for Makaze? The answer is no, but he's spotted a lot of information to work with at the very least. Meanwhile, deep CT control here from Aurora. Certainly an interesting smoke. I mean, it's pretty telegraphed, isn't it, that they're going to be behind it?
Yeah.
They get their own CT smoke out on the Na'Vi end to, like, try and split them up, maybe?
Yeah.
Doesn't really work, because Wakadia in particular on the Glock goes crazy. I think Na'Vi just needed to send it together in good time. They don't land the headshots, and a really big steal. I think Makaze finding the early kill and the information is a lot, right?
Yeah.
And it just doesn't even come close.
That's it. I was a little worried about Madra playing talk to the left-hand side. When the smoke dissipates, you're just like a dead man walking. But it's fine. They have the numbers and, of course, the individual. Yeah. Too right, Sunshine.
Yeah.
Get into it. We said this really early on. What did we say? We said it after the pistol in the first round of this map. Woxit got really loud, and we said, that's what we want. Get fired up. That's when Aurora play their best Counter-Strike. We are seeing it now. Imba spotted and now smoke in his face. He's under a lot of pressure, and he's dawdling in this position. It's Bit and Makaze, though, that will open up proceedings to a slight overface. And look at the damage dealt towards Aurora. The remaining two, 28 and 27 points of HP apiece. And now in a 2 versus 5. Surely absolutely dead to rights here. And Bit will make sure of it. Soulfly, the last man, with a Mach 10. And no chance in a 1 versus 5. So maybe coasting a little bit too much in this one. They are a little bit overconfident. They overface and they pay the price. Na'Vi, they might be struggling a bit in this map, but they're still sharp.
Sure. I mean, just a complete con rush for the most part. I think with a little bit of a lurking presence on short or whatever, like one player taking his time. And really Na'Vi just playing the perfect setup to counter that. So Azim is looking a little awkward. The reason he doesn't put the smoke down is as a scout on toll booth. So I think he's a little bit like, if I smoke this, my scout won't be able to see.
Yeah.
And so he's maybe thinking halfway whatever, and maybe someone even tells him to smoke it, because initially it looked like he wanted to move away and just leave the space open.
Yeah.
And it does end up working. The scout hits 2 tags, and I think that's just where the whole panic came in, and then the crunch from the rest of the guys in mid while everyone's trying to focus on this scout. So really well found. A big one for Na'Vi. And another force by win for them, by the way.
Yeah, exactly. They're so consistent on them. It's just their mentality, their approach is really good. We do get a force back in response, and Wakadia has slipped the net here. Oh, hang on. It is going to get double checked. Thank God it does. There was a real moment that could have been dicey. Alexi all fine, Wakadia. And now just 3 Tech-9s remaining. 1 smoke to work with. It looks like they're going to dive back in towards this B site. Best of luck. 2 players here to beat them. One of which being the Mach 10 of Alexi, which could print a little bit of cash for the end of this round. And it's a decent spot to be in. Yes, the loss of the pistol's bad, but if anything, the win of the force buy is even better. And it gives you a bit more of a runway to work with, and we can, of course, see it here.
I mean, deadly serious. Like, if they can't get bomb plants and things, I think Aurora could be in a really dangerous position. Alexi B with a late jump peek, though. Does lose his life. Makaze holding the line, drawing them in, trying to buy time for his teammates, and he does very well to deny more kills and deny that bomb plant, right? Even if he gets 2 and he goes down quick, there was probably a plant happening. So really, really well done. And I think if they can just starve them out of the econ on that T side, it can be pretty hard to get those plants going. Really good stuff from Na'Vi here to continue this on, but it's difficult. Could come crumbling down. Probably not in this next round, but the one following, the AK's come out.
Yeah, it's smart. It really is. So a throwaway round, unfortunately, here for Aurora. Na'Vi should be making this a 2-round game, getting up towards that 7th. In a round like this, you just want to make sure, A, that it's not expensive for Na'Vi, and B, also just denying the plant. Just make life as difficult for Aurora as you can. Really constrict that T-side economy as much as you possibly can in terms of your influence. That bomb's going to move back over towards A, leaving a lurking presence of Maja towards B to hopefully try and draw rotations over there. And speaking of, actually, they're going to double back to B. I wonder what Maja's heard or seen that has really drawn them back quite immediately.
Yeah, maybe just trying to keep them guessing, keep things confusing. Looking to contact through the smoke here, maybe. CB will move up. He's this front anchor, which is kind of interesting. You would maybe call him the anchor, but he's very much trying to settle Makaze, who seems more posted in on the site, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So, Alexi, you'd maybe call the anchor, but like, you know, Makaze is the defensive line. I don't know. It's a little hard to describe, but it's slightly different, I think, from how the anchor might play more commonly, you know, and the way we saw Maja, who was like left on B, and they really sent players up short and whatnot. And Maja was sort of making the mistake of overfacing a lot on B, I think.
Yeah, and they're leaving big gaps. But you kind of get the other side here where Alexi's drawing attention and trying to give Makaze favorable fights, which has happened now a couple of times in a row. Like, he's taking fights as they're swinging out, focused on jail and focused on wherever Alexi's playing. That's working. It's just going to be a battle of reactions or a battle of patience. Who moves first? Generally speaking, whoever moves first should lose. Let's see, who starts to get giddy to look for information? Wonderful. Slight movements from him do worry me. Stay posted.
Yeah, just try, you know, bob and weave as everyone is these days. Feels like it should be Soulfly to go first, but I don't know.
Yeah, he's locked on this angle though, isn't he?
Yeah, and it does feel like an anti-push type.
Oh, here we go. Whoever moves first, I think, will lose. And it looks like that'll be Soulfly, and that is the case. It's a battle of wits there. It's a battle of patience, and Wonderful wins it out. There's the opener, and Imma will get one behind it as well with Arcadia falling.
Yeah, Na'Vi all of a sudden coming alive once the guns have come into play, man. Wonderful with a massive reposition here, but still feeling very, very confident for the open angle. Shot does miss, but he puts up the wall. You know, he says, I am here, you've got to get through me.
Yeah.
And that'll slow down this roll on towards the A bomb site. It's not going to happen. A flawless one from Na'Vi. And Aurora, as I said, starve them of the bomb plant, starve them of a way in, of that confidence on this T side, and just the small switch in your brain that's like, okay, we can win, we can get rounds. How did we find that other one? How do we work off of it? You're still banging your head against the wall here. And although the scoreline is against them, it feels like Na'Vi are the team that are winning this game.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah, they're in control, and they're starting to streak really well now. They're starting to snowball in a position which is getting really dangerous for Aurora. So no shocker that we see that second timeout get called, but unfortunately, it's a timeout called where you feel like you can't really have that much effect behind it because there isn't going to be a buy here. That was another attempt at a buy, which gets immediately shut down flawlessly by Na'Vi. No plant behind it. I mean, a horrible spot. You've maybe got a bit of a gimmick in towards this round, potentially Aurora, but generally speaking, it feels like it should be a simple one to put to bed. So you're hoping that a large portion of that tack timeout, and getting Faber on the mic is talking about this following gun round at round number 19. Because you lose that, and then we actually are saying it's getting to do or die territory.
Yeah, definitely. Bursting in here, Aurora opting to go for a quicker route, and they've opened a path towards the palace. It's a big break of that smoke. It's going to stop the bomb going down, but it's getting a bit weird here in Con. Makaze keeps his head screwed on straight. Zantares finds himself the only one left, and there's still enough chaos going that I could see him finding a kill or two, but there's a lot of players to get through. That was very, very dicey in the Con. Makaze does really well. They deny that bomb plant, I think, is a huge deal here. It's an interesting idea from Aurora. They've obviously gone deep into the strat book here with the jungle push Con plan. Very original and creative kind of strategy. Just doesn't work.
Yeah, it's unorthodox for sure.
It's maybe something that Na'Vi have seen, because they were really adamant on breaking open that smoke to try and deny the bomb plant.
And I like that as well from Makaze to kind of take a few steps back and sort of invite them in to chase him. 9-all, tied game. But it's wonderful to open up proceedings. He'll find the first one towards Woxic, who got stuck in towards Delpan, and Zantares will fall to the hands of Makaze. So another double opener from Na'Vi, something that's happened a few times now on this CT side, and it leaves Aurora reeling. A 5 versus 3, where they really don't have a lot of information to fall back on what these CT side setups are looking like in this round specifically. They've got 1 minute 10 to try and figure it out. From a numbers disadvantage, we're in trouble. If they can't somehow salvage this round, especially if they don't get a plant as well, only broken again, with Na'Vi then on double digits, then probably the 11. For that point, you've got, at this trajectory, there's one more gun round for Aurora to play to stay alive in this tournament.
I think it's just over. I feel like I've seen enough, to be honest. Like,
they look so checked out.
Yeah, and it just, Na'Vi are each which way, pillar to post, just pulling them apart.
Oh,
a bit of team damage, that was the back of his head for sure. He will be planted. Arcadia does push forwards, and you know, Na'Vi have got to be careful that job's not finished, and could certainly slip through their fingers here. 2-on-2 in the CT itself. Makaze, clean trade, but neither player wants to go in. They were trying to use the man advantage to threaten things, and it's not happened. It's not happened at all. Makaze here, 1-on-2 now. Got to clutch up to save them. He's got the information that he needs to work with. They line up for the double swing as an idea. Works well for Aurora, and they pull that one back from a 5-on-3.
Yeah. 2 quick opening kills that come through. It's wonderful Makaze who combined to start this off, and then it crumbles. That's a tilted to lose for Na'Vi, but credit to Aurora. We were worried that they were checked out, that they were already a bit of a lost cause. That's a huge recovery.
I mean, yeah, you speak about like checked out. Yeah. I think that's maybe what Na'Vi have a little bit, that you're like, okay, we got the opening 2, nice, rounds 1, you know, it just wins itself from here. Not the case, but they're still back. They're still not thwarted. Ima gets aggressive in a similar vein to the previous round, and yeah, again, finds an opener.
Kind of, it did look like Woxic's crosshair was on there, but to beat. So, Aurora being that first side to just tick on over in towards double digits, it's a nice bit of breathing room to have, or a bit of just a sigh of relief, because it looked like they were on track to really just fall in so unbelievably flat. But it's another round, as it feels like it's happened so many times now, where Aurora have got to play from a numbers disadvantage. And yes, it worked in that last round, but you can't rely on it.
Little flash, little miss from Zantares. Re-smokes in. Look to build up. It's going to be the B split here. Soulfly leading that short move. Does go down, but Zantares not expected. Starts to reveal itself. It's still just that slim advantage, and Alexi B traces the outline of Maja. Ima's here, though, to try and stop them from getting into the side. It's all going to be on Zantares. There is fire in the way that spreads to Ima. So all of a sudden, Zantares has a newfound confidence, I would imagine. He spotted one. Was he seen, though, is the question. And Bit has a little look, loses his head. Wonderful on the AWP. Wonderful on the AWP. Trained in and underneath the crosshair to take him down. Another near clutch Another close round, though, as we hit double digits for both sides.
And another near catastrophe for Na'Vi as well. That was so close to a pretty huge fumble in back-to-back rounds. Yeah, I think a timeout. I think both sides will be appreciative of a timeout now. Just need to take a beat, take a breather. But in particular for Aurora, you come back into the buy, but as we can see on that left-hand side, it's not exactly favorable. A double Galil has to come through with the MAC-10. It's the lesser buys that are there to alleviate the lack of utilities. And Taurus can pick up a little bit with his AK. We are getting down to the wire here. 10 apiece. It's always that one narrative that just lingers in the back of your mind. There's never been a consistent econ to fall back on for Aurora for a long time now, because they've been struggling with bomb plants. And even with loss bonus, it's tough. And then even when they have won rounds, they're still so expensive.
Every round is kills winning it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, there haven't been any diffusers or any close timeouts. So they've had the bomb down, but they've not necessarily built loss bonus with the bomb. Or extra cash with the bomb, I should say. Gonna find an opener here, though, as they look to create that. And Wicadia takes matters into his own hands. Again, player that is just begging for a bit of support from the rest of the boys here. And Zentara is close, but, you know, they need a little bit more, I think. And
I mean, close to loose term, to be fair.
Yeah, I'm clutching at straws, but a key opener, nonetheless, and Aurora looking to pivot that advantage towards B.
He's a bit of a one-man army at the moment. Let's see. Speaking of B, just threads the needle. Nutmegs, then misses the shot here. And the third time I'm asking, sees him off. Alexi fighting for his life, and by the skin of his teeth stays alive at 1 point of HP, but he will get his kill before dropping. He's then seen off by an HE of Xantares to keep the numbers in favor of Aurora. And now with that bomb punched in, I think if you're Na'Vi, you just save it.
They've got cash. They're feeling themselves for it. They really just want to try and take guns away. I mean, the HP bars go so low, to be fair. They've got plenty of cash, and I think if maybe they had the AWP in hand, but it was deep in the sight, so that's really your only weapon that feels worth saving at that point. I will mention, though, 2 missed shots. You know, imagine that comes down to a 2-on-2. Is where it would have been. Unfortunate for Wonderful. He's had some great moments. That was not one of them. Having that happen at 10-10 is unlucky, to say the least.
Yeah, you know, clutch up from him in the previous round, and then...
Yeah. And he was debating. He was like, do I re-peek that? I think he should have peeked towards short.
Yeah. Also,
taking
as well,
a totally different fight.
It's like small things like the double scope there actually really cost him because he couldn't flick up in time. But it's fine. No point dwelling on the details. Vantage Aurora late in Na'Vi's map pick. Still not there just yet. Another moment where both sides are very appreciative to have a moment to take a breather.
Yeah.
The rounds themselves are so punchy, they're so pacey that it feels like you just need a moment to relax and think, what has actually just happened there?
And some very talkative coaches on both sides as well, which I think will really help you just take some pressure off your own mind.
And the beauty is both these sides have a lot of voices in the teams themselves, where they can kind of trade ideas and figure out what they want to do.
Mid presence here for Na'Vi. Kind of 20 seconds later than you usually would. Aurora, meanwhile, scaling up, gaining some ground. Not quite enough just yet. It's a lovely nade. And a re-smoke of the window as well to go along with it.
Bit of a homing missile was following him through the jungle. He couldn't escape.
I think it's fighting that instinct, isn't it?
It's going to go forward in a way.
Moving backwards is getting away from something. But actually, in that case, he should have gone forwards. But even then, he might have walked into a crosshair. He never...
Hang on.
Oh, wonderful. It's close. He was nearly out of his scope FOV there. Zantares will manage to take down that window player that he'd softened up earlier. Wonderful has fully conceded the space, leaving Bit on an island all by himself. So big sacrifice. And Wonderful actually just goes back into the jungle position. So panic for this guy. He's been doing a bit more. They've maybe opened him up more into this year, you might say. Previous round misses a few shots, and in this round he's potentially lost his bottle, as I think they wanted him in the jungle area. And this looks very strange now.
They're taking their sweet time and Magic starting to flank. However, if Woxic falls, Magic's flank might be useless. It's a little labored. He gets instantly traded, but look at the time. Again, on this defuse, there's not a lot to work with. Wonderful. He's got the kit. And I think he's got the time as well. It's going to be mighty close, but he's going to do it. Wonderful. What a round for him again. And there's been so much talk about him in this side. He is making up for it in a massive way here, deep in towards map 2.
Might catch a bit of it here on the replay. I don't think because we don't have the side hood. Wonderful gets his kills. It was Bit that had the kit. And Wonderful, as he's just moving in, finding the kills, it's not intentional because there's not a lot of time, picks up that kit.
Yeah.
He's just walked over it because his teammate died next to him. I'm so sure that it was Bit that had the kit at that moment. I mean, that is just wild. That is wild.
What a way
because
to tie that up.
Bit goes down to the flank, and I was like, the round's just over because that was the kit guy.
Yeah.
And they don't have time to like fumble and pick it up and, you know, all that. But it just fell perfectly for Wonderful.
Crazy.
Yeah.
11 apiece. The game that keeps on giving. What did we say? We said we wanted just a map here of Mirage that we can kind of sink our teeth into. Now the Counter-Strike gods have answered. We've got that and some. And this is a map that potentially could be far from over. 11 apiece. Remember, 8-4 at the half. It felt like it was all in a nice spot. Then the pistol taken by Aurora. You go 9-4 up. We're like, that's it, surely. Maybe we are starting to talk about that map number 3. And then it's the force by 1. And a bit of form and consistency that comes through for Na'Vi. A good chain of rounds. And Aurora, it really feels like despite the scoreline staying the same, they've just constantly been playing catch-up in terms of momentum of this half specifically.
Wonderful. Looking to be forward-facing here. Some very big rounds from him.
That's himself.
Oh, he misses here. He misses here. It seems the harder ones. It seems the ones under pressure. They were so confident in him, they left him alone. Kaze's here in good time, but he's taken a lot of damage because he'd already gone in for a fight. Bit traded quickly. It's 2-on-2 though. They're still keeping the trades coming on this CT side. So somehow they're competitive, despite first kill going massively against them and the bomb plant just absolutely unstoppable. It is into the 2 versus 2. Alexi B's going to get a peek that comes his way. Imma was right there for the trade. It's down to Soulfly here. He will be spotted, and that bomb is not planted for him. Tap comes in, and Soulfly, although panic, will still get it done. Imma cannot confirm what is happening in this game. The unlikeliest of rounds, the unlikeliest of kills. Aurora are the first to hit 12.
Yeah, that is mental. Just a few small moments there that cost Na'Vi in that round. Soulfly, that crosshair trained. Look what it means to them. Look what it means. Map point, and Soulfly will open up. A second for him as well. Sublime and Soulfly, the clutch in the previous, the opener here in towards what potentially might be the last. Oh, wow. He's picked his moment to come alive as there's 2 left. Make that 1. It's all on the captain, Alexi, in a 1 versus 4. And the 5-7, it's desperately trying to find something, but it's not enough. Aurora survive a scare in that second half, but a third map is required to see who is going to the arena.
Yeah, absolutely crazy stuff here, guys. I mean, wild. Na'Vi with the comeback after the 8-4, and then they just go on this run after winning the force buy on the CT side to take back control, to feel like Aurora would just never gonna get anything else on the T side of things, and then all of a sudden, Pandora's box opens, man. Just absolute pandemonium every single round that you can think of, and in each way, we got clutches, we got crazy diffusers, we got just wild, wild clutch moments, and it's so unpredictable. Maybe things will continue on to map number 3. It's that Dust 2 coming up, and again, who's gonna take it here? There is only one way to find out. We will see you for the culmination of this series.
Face-it matches set your starting point. Face-it rating measures your impact as you climb. The soft ELO reset narrows the gap between the highest ELO players and the rest of level 10. Your starting point will be based on your recent ELO in activity. We're introducing Face-it rating, so you can see exactly how much you stack up against others at your level. Face-it rating measures how much your actions have increased your team's chances of winning the match, taking into account the full situation. Season 8 launches April 22nd. Good luck and have fun.
Viva a cartola, viva a candeia, viva a cuíca do mestre Marçal, viva a portela, viva a mangueira, viva o fundo do nosso quintal. Viva a cartola, viva a candeia, viva a cuíca do mestre Marçal, viva a portela, viva a mangueira, viva o fundo do nosso quintal. Viva a cartola, viva a candeia, viva a cuíca do mestre Marçal, viva a portela, viva a mangueira, viva o fundo do nosso quintal. Viva a cartola, viva a candeia, viva a cuíca do mestre Marçal, viva a portela, viva a mangueira, viva o fundo do nosso quintal. Viva o samba de partido alto, de enredo, de roda, de choro e canção. Viva o batuque no couro, no aro, na faca e no prato e na palma da mão. Viva o samba de partido alto, de enredo, de roda, de choro e canção. Viva o batuque no couro, no aro, na faca e no prato e na palma da mão. Viva a
Anubis ban and a Train top team. As soon as that swap entered the map pool, they must start playing Dust again, and Nuke they haven't won this year, so it's been a bit of a ropey one for Mouse, and that Mirage was certainly so. Furia, with wind in their sails, with semi-finals on the horizon, might just fly towards it unless Mouse play their best game yet here on Dust.
They had a great game on it versus Aurora yesterday. But like we said on map 1, that felt like a bit of an exception to the rule for Mouse on Dust 2. This has been a very strugglesome map for them since the changes you talk about and them having to take to it again. Well, Fury are very proficient here.
This could be weird. Oh, he missed the smoke. And Jimmy just punishes him walking in. Oh dear.
It's kind of ruined the whole pistol, hasn't it?
Yeah, in a way. In every way. What do you do now? Gulp.
The fact that Jimmy even has a smoke to block, like that just means this should be over, surely. Spank's going to get the info here from back of Plat, and there's that smoke falling in. Jimmy allowed to work his way up close with the dual Berettas. They won't commit to the push. Got the info on 2, and so a last-second change of direction for Furia. This is a nail-biter of a pistol as they try and course-correct the 3v5.
No excuse, Mouse.
Had a miss-smoke in there, and that threw the entire plan through a loop.
Nice.
This one goes nowhere quickly for Furia. Molodoy, he had to die. Dropping down was his best bet.
I like that. It's a better idea than just going for the ramp player who could just run away. Molodoy just forcing the death. And Mouse taking the pistol. Okay, reassuring. And even more reassuring, I think that Furia don't bomb plant because we saw Mouse win CT pistol Mirage and then Yakinda happened. Double Galil entry, winning out Furia force buy. They're going to get a scout on Fallen, but for the most part, this is Eco.
Dude, this Fallen scout hits crazy hard. Like, there's a scouter and an AWPer on Furia, and they're not the same person.
Yeah, true. I'm not letting you Krabeni me right now, Harry. I'm not buying in. Mouse aren't throwing this round.
All right, let's see. There's just something about it when he gets this gun in particular.
Okay. With these positions, though.
Yeah, it would have to be a Krabeni type moment from Fallen. There he is, nailing it.
Not bad.
Hell of a pickup on his Sphinx.
Mouse run away.
Even a dink on a Jimmy, softening him up.
Oh, the gun. He's got it, he's got it. Back up Cat, and they're crunching middle together. Oh, no.
Oh, they're leaning B. Second player board over.
Sertion should have this. Smoke can be disrespected.
Oh, another tag, but just cut down. It's a crisis averted there for Mouse. No issues.
Phew.
That was just a solo scout round. The real buy's coming now.
And how does Molodoy have an AWP in round 3 with no bomb plants? Life finds a way.
Well, Mouse hear that AWP rattle off, and they might be asking themselves the same question. Glass cannon AWP for Molodoy. Torshi also has his.
Oh, okay. They don't have bomb. Back to B here for Furia.
Yeah, you're in a bit of an odd spot because like, Mouse haven't really gone looking for any space, and they've held on for a long time to all of this util. Starting to dump it in now as the time runs lower. But you've been re-smoked in at upper tunnels.
Got one more smoke still at B, and it's 40 seconds. There's one up right now. I mean,
this is a big problem.
Furia are going to have to go through one eventually. Great flash, but oh, he sneaks in. Oh my goodness, Keserato. Very blind.
Recommits to that is wild. Had a chance to get out of there. They play through the smoke in the tunnels. It doesn't pan out for them, and now you've got this glass cannon on Molodoy. The only thing left in the clutch.
Why not?
Should be no way he can win this. 3 players. They can play the trade. Aim punch plays into this as well.
Can't miss a shot. 3 bullets.
Got to be flawless for Molodoy. And that first one at swing and a miss. Iced out. As Mouse with the third. They collect that one.
The MP7, oh my god. I don't know how to play with the gun.
Cleanly done here for Mouse. Zertian starting stronger on this map, 4-0. Gets a double kill there. Doesn't let Molodoy get out of control. That was very scary. Barely took a bullet there up close. And as you said during the round, good on Mouse to hold on to that util.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it did, especially because, you know, even thinking back to Mirage just moments ago, like the early calling from Fallen when they swapped halves was very, very pacey. And if you remember, like, Mao's tried to go for the same type of thing in that first rifle round there. They were light on the util early. They were trying to hold on to it late round, and they got dealt a really, really pacey play out of Furia. But here, just anticipating it's a little bit slower. It comes with the territory of Dust 2. And so no one used anything. And that's while they didn't really have a lot of information. So nice early read and feel for how Furia were going to approach that round. It's a solid first step for Maus on this CT side.
Oh, flushed into the orb, but Torshi can't connect, and now corridor smokes. Is there room to breathe in the middle? I have to rotate car and help out on A. As it feels like a fake, but it's not. They're coming through the mid doors right now. Many players stumbling through. Spinks, important double kill. Does that prime this mid to be? It's only Jimmy in position. Ikinda running at him through B.
Yeah, you got a pincer on Jimmy.
Oh no.
Ikinda with an important pickup, and Yuri's cut down exertion on his rotate. This mid scrap sacrificing players to get past Spinks. Left Furia in a very good position. Bomb planted, 2v2. Low HP on your Kindar, so you're looking at Molodoy. Can't afford to get nothing done here. Kindar might be in the spot to try and clutch, but doesn't really have the facilities for it. Brolin. Already out, but a lot of time ticked off this bomb. Kindar gets his, now it's on to Molodoy. Back of the site, swings out wide, and seals it with the clutch.
Great patience there for Molodoy. Doesn't move a muscle. Lets his teammate take all the contact. And Maus are just walking in, but they don't have the time to walk. Forced to swing into that last player. And Furia get on the board after an eco, no less. That was Tech9's running out mid. Despite a double kill from Spinks. Early issues, and Cyclone gets on the mic, making sure Maus don't crumble, because, you know, while this is statistically a map they've been struggling on, it's also their most played, maybe in part due to teams picking it against them. But in the last 3 months, a lot of experience, a lot of learning, a lot of losses, but it's a chance to improve upon them. They went on a 7-loss streak to start this year. With the exception of that win against Falcons to make it to the playoffs of Krakow, yet to beat a truly top team.
We're back in, a little bit of a knife round for you guys here, of course. I know we do have a few fans, but I don't know, there's a lot of standing around that goes on these days, to be honest. You know, maybe knife rounds have been min-maxed to a bit too far, but either way, it's good to see who gets the side choice, and it is on the side of Aurora for us here, who, of course, have kept the dream alive, man. Super, super close in order to do so, but they do manage to find themselves that second map. So both teams trading each other's picks, and we end up on the Dust 2 here to decide this one. A real keen rivalry, I think, therefore, has set itself up between these two teams over the past couple of months. They've met an awful lot. And generally speaking, it has been Na'Vi. In fact, every time it's been Na'Vi taking it.
Yeah.
The D2's made a bit of an appearance, but it's not a common one, let's say.
Yeah.
So interested to see how it pans out here.
Last time they played on it, back at the Pro League Season 23 Finals, Dust 2 was taken by Na'Vi 13-9. So, let's see. It's a really good decider for both of these sides. We caught Aurora on this map yesterday, O2, day before, but it was all the days kind of blend into one, but it was, we kind of simultaneously in that map saw the best and the worst out of Aurora. First half was fantastic, the second half...
I believe day one, wasn't it?
Yeah, second half was pretty woeful. So let's see. We're underway, and it's Woxic to open up proceedings as Makaze will fall.
But probably a few lessons learned from that one, you know? We got to speak to Madger afterwards, and he was like, we were just sort of a bit asleep, and we felt good after the first half and just didn't fully stay locked in, as it were. I think here against Na'Vi, it's going to be quite the opposite. So maybe we can see them in the ascendancy with the recent map in their favor, actually find another clean showing here. First kill is good. Things slow down a bit. Na'Vi are going to go flying in, try and work their way down. There's a flash that makes life awkward. So they've been fully spotted out here. Bit from Long does find both the kills. He was the key moment, and indeed he does deliver. So Bomb going to go down 3-on-3 now with very little control for Aurora. They'll be corralled in exactly where Na'Vi want them. And the headshots right around the corner, but it depends who for. The Julies get involved here. Bit on a USP. Alexi B up close on the Glock as well, looking for a couple more, and he's going to get them. Bit and Alexi doing all the work.
What a huge round to recover as well. Woxic opens things up. It feels like from that spot alone that you're put into a really good position, but the scaling towards short is excellent. They've got to thank Bit. Getting both of those kills out towards Long is monumental. And turning this round on its head, Alexi plays so well up close.
Nice, Valera. Nice, Alexi.
Yeah, you can see how much it means to them to get that strong start. We'll get, we'll get a force. So trained on Alexi, the wonderful swings in and nearly gets a tag off there.
Straight out Long, though, where there's much less of an Aurora defense being put up. They will have heard plenty of utility over here, so I'm sure we'll give it a bit of a look. They're ready and raring. The header comes in, and it will completely screw this smoke, like massively, dude. Not usually that effective, so there's a huge gap for this Force Buy to now work with. They're looking to press the attack with a great flash. Get the advantage. Kaze and Imma still got this automatic weaponry. Wonderful's actually moved up onto a Galil as well. They'll concede the bomb plan, but Aurora very concerned with winning this round as they look for a reposition.
3 going towards Long. Wonderful to hear this. He'll hear all of this. 2 for him is Wakadia as well, who's also here. As the bomb will get planted. Wakadia is now a known quantity on that flank. Soulflam out of a small window, but small is the operative word as he'll fall. And that'll be that. Nothing Wakadia can do here from 1 versus 3. May have one dead to rights, which he does. Makaze just quick switches onto the knife. That'll cost him his life. But it will not alter where this round's going to go. It's Na'Vi who take a second. And being that a failed force, the third should be found pretty simply. They've only got one thing to fall back on. That saved Galil in the next round. I don't think they'll be buying around it.
And that's it as well. He doesn't have armor.
Yeah.
So it's like, does he want to spend the cash? Not sure. Maybe, yeah. Armor, maybe. I mean, with the kill and everything, right? Just give yourself a little bit of a tryer's chance. Otherwise, the Galil's not really going to do anything for you. But Na'Vi starting strong. Na'Vi looking to try and bounce back after the previous map. Some wild moments for both sides, to be fair, but they are the ones that pip to the post. So, yeah, just looking clean slate, right headspace, and get this Dust 2 rolling.
Get an MP9 out for Centaurus. Small amount of use on the CT side. At least there's a little bit of firepower around. That saved Galil, but it's still going to be a very difficult round for them to convert. And once again, it looks like they want to look in that direction of A, but everyone is here from Aurora. They gamble stacking the A site. It might just be the right call.
Wonderful, leading the charge here. Does indeed find the entry. It will be pretty far ahead. Flashes come in. I mean, you've got to be spinning around to find these kills. Soulfly does a decent job of it, and there is Woxic with that Galil.
Bomb dropped.
Making things very, very competitive. It's messy. Even if they do win it, it's already a bit too messy for my money. So Aurora staying in the conversation for every single round. Bombs still not picked up just yet. Imma trying to clear each and every angle. Find the heads that may be over-facing. Got one so far, got another. Imma looks clean to bail them out. Maja will be the only player that remains here for Aurora. Quick rotation around towards long. Something that Aurora have been doing quite a lot of. Very much enjoying the immediate, okay, I'm out of there, I'm going long, I'm getting the catch. And now you can see he's doing the same thing, but in reverse. To just get the catch off. Imma saving the round, clutching the round now. And he get it done. Maja on the MP9. It's not the weapon that he wants. Head spotted on both sides. Imma repositions to take him down. And a really big round from him.
Yeah, it bails them out. They were looking really uncomfortable there. So nice work from him. But it's still very expensive considering really the lack of investment, to be perfectly honest, from Aurora. That's a silver lining in a bad spot. Yes, you lose a round, but 4 to 5 kills is not bad by any means. If only an MP9 brought in towards that round, a little bit of util on top of that save Galil. You hit the argument that advantage is towards Aurora here, firepower-wise at the very least. That 4th round. Especially with the open play for Woxic, that could be huge. Alexi's had to dip back in towards a Mach 10.
Flashing towards short, gonna get the info over there. Kaze actually on the edge of the Molotov, looking to try and find a head. Zentaris nearly gives it to him. Singe of the toes will give his position away. Takes a bullet or two and looks to back off. So more of a B lean here. I think it's safe to say that bomb is maybe as close to B and as far away from A as you could possibly get. So I think that gives the game away for you. Mid-split coming in. They're ahead of the smoke, though. Beautiful timing from Alexi B to find that kill. Now they have to fight back in towards mid, but Alexi B's getting it all done by himself. He will be traded. The teammates nearly failing to bail him out, and I believe it was Woxic's AWP that just gets one on the edge, maybe? Boosted, maybe? Or perhaps just a spam through, but all the same, it's a 2 versus 2. A very doable retake here.
Oh, that might change things. Now all on Maja does have a kit. And they'll know Wonderful is tagged. They may not know how much by, but they know he's taking a shot. But it won't make a difference. Wonderful sees it off. Just a small gap for him to work of in towards window. A huge round to take again for Na'Vi to keep things ticking on this T side. Alexi does so unbelievably well. These first two are fantastic. There's that slight gap on the smoke by a bit. Beautiful work. Quite an aggressive post plant. But it feels kind of a bit of a necessity as well. In that 2 versus 2, they've got to get information on where they're coming from. It's a nice work. Back into a bit of a half bite for Aurora. You got a rifle out for Wakadia. But aside from that, 3 MP9s and a scout.
Yeah, I quite like it that they're still able to put up some presence here and, you know, working it down the middle with the MP9s. I think we know how busted this gun can be in the right hands. So Aurora, having come close in a lot of rounds, even the lower buy ones, look to do that again. Difficult spray at range. I mean, Mikaze doesn't take much damage.
That's no one died there.
I know, it's very rough. I think a lot of damage maybe through like the edge of the box type thing, or the sandbags or whatever it is. Rice, I think, did we find out?
Yeah.
Either way, the kills do start rolling in for Na'Vi. Kaze blinded, but stays alive. Madja seems to be pretty proficient on this MP9.
Oh, you were saying?
Gets 2 more, but there was a round, you know, he was finding them at range a couple rounds ago. I don't think it's going to happen, unfortunately, but I mean, he keeps the damage coming on this MP9, man. Very close to another kill there. Not going to happen. 5 in a row for Na'Vi. And Aurora really... There's some closer moments, but just nothing convincing enough. They're always on the back foot. They're always looking for a clutch. They're always looking for a flank that goes unseen. And they're not on the board just yet, so they can't be playing like that the entire half here.
No, exactly. So they will call for their first tack timeout. Fabo will get into a bit of the depth now with this Aurora side, kind of probably putting a lot of onus on them, saying, you know, time is really running out. You know, we cannot afford to fall flat in towards this next gun round. We've got to have a real idea. And we are seeing some quite quick rounds in Na'Vi, and that might be the sort of counter for Aurora. Fight fire with fire. Try and take a bit of space off from them. Be proactive, as we like to call it. How does things change? Back into a full buy. Making it pretty close on the lower investment, so you assume there's a chance here. The flash is good, but a flash in response will force Wonderful off that angle, and on control completely taken by Aurora in the early part of this round.
Kaze always looking for this first pickup towards shore. And he's always close to the mollies. He quite likes that idea. Maybe got his settings perfected for playing around the fire where not a lot of players do. Nonetheless, will be more of a late long hit, which is curious. Not all that common, but I think Na'Vi after the timeout feeling that they need to keep things fresh.
Yeah.
Fake out in mid here. And it will pull one away from long, but there's still... Oh, Madja, but he's just thrown a smoke. I think they know where that's come from. It still doesn't matter. Such a great angle, and just like one that you don't necessarily get much practice against. Zantares finds another. That starts to hammer it home.
Just double checking. It's all right, Zantares.
It's just a wall.
Look at him laughing.
It's just a wall. I think he saw like a barrel.
Yeah.
He either saw a barrel or Wakadi was like, I'm hitting something.
Yeah.
It's like, it's the wall, man.
It's laughing at each other.
Shooting shadows. Going crazy.
Him is shooting heads. That is a real long-range shot. As he taps away to find Madja. They've got a little bit of room here. They've got a small window, but the dive through shot is fantastic. Wakadi does not want to give them anything. And he denies that plant, denies the round as Aurora find their first, which is good to see. First round found. Immediately off the back of attack pause, back in towards a reinvestment. That's what we want to see from them. So it's so funny. You can just see.
I gotta know. I kind of want Aurora to win just so I can specifically ask what happened in that smoke.
I feel like it's one of those as well. It's either one or two ways. It's like it's been commed to Zantares. Someone's here, and his family's like, no, they're not, dude. Like, what you got to say. And or Zantares is like, my bad, man. Like, I really thought someone was there. Like, I didn't mean to psych you.
It's pretty funny. It's kind of like the Scooby-Doo movie where they like
going for the doors.
Yeah, walk through, and then they're like, get it off me or whatever, you know. And it's like, there's nothing on you.
Yeah,
just relax.
You're good. Chill out.
You know. But no, I like the idea that it's Wacadia, and he's like, someone, I'm bumping into someone in the smoke. Kill him.
Kill him. Kill him.
It's like, there's no one there, bro.
I was like, nah, bro, you're all good. Out towards B. Oh, soul flight. Shaky from him. He'll fall to the Mac 10 on the drive-by. And speaking of a drive-by, Alexi will have one of his own as Bit delivers on towards Madja. Wakadi is the last line of defense, and there's too many fights to be had. Like a deer in headlights, didn't know where to look. And it's all up to Woxic, and let's be frank, in a 1 versus 4, he's not going to give this one a look in. It's exit frags at the very most. As Na'Vi bite back, instant response off the first bit of success from Aurora. That's a great way to go about it.
Right, so we've got a guy playing Car, also known as Closet, over on B. Kind of the perfect spot to stop rushes. He dies pretty much instantly. There's a guy with an instant flank. He's being watched over at long.
Yeah.
He dies instantly. There's a guy in the lower tunnels who is being watched for. He dies instantly. So every single advantageous little moment and spot for Aurora just gets completely flattened by a low buy. So Na'Vi are really playing very well, and I think up to the peak of their individual game, in fact.
And you hate to sort of single them out, but I just think Soulfire's got to do so much better here. Like,
oh yeah, that's
that
like they're on the rush. I will give it, there's maybe not a guy like playing window with him right away. It helps if you have a distraction or a flash to come over.
But he's got to
that's like a double kill spot, because everyone's got to like readjust their crosshair because there's a metal pillar in the way of the car. It's like the most annoying spot on this map, I think, for a lot of pros.
No, I agree. I just feel like you've got to be getting at the very least one and then get traded, but then, you know, maybe buy time for the rotations to come through. He just gets nothing. Just gets completely...
Did he not even get one? I thought he got one.
He just gets run down by a Mac 10.
Damn.
So...
that does stink.
Yeah. Kaze just flies in with that Mac 10. And then at the same exact time as our Lexi swings on towards Antares, the Tech 9, catching that late kind of tunnels rotate coming through.
Because I saw this kill on the minimap that was like just in front of tunnels as they were entering. And I suppose my brain clocked that was surely the guy playing in a closet. So that's crazy that he doesn't even get one.
I don't even know what happened. He just gets, you know, crosshair goes skew whiff all over the place. Na'Vi, the very fast starting towards this T side. And already up to 6 is fantastic. Any more they find from here on out is just the cherry on top of what is looking like a really, really good first half under the cider. For those who are maybe only joining us kind of late through this series, we've been talking about just how important this game is. Lose and you are eliminated. Win and you go to playoffs. And this is...
yeah, damn.
This is looking like my Prem teammates.
Oh, yeah.
Boost me, boost me. No, boost me.
Was a roof in the way?
Yeah. It's all right. Got there in the end. All for naught, it might be the case.
It kind of just goes to show that I feel Aurora, like the fatigue factor maybe is coming into play. It's just so very rough. And I don't really know what to make of it, to be honest.
This is the thing, you know, both of these sides have played series, you know, already today.
No, that is true.
Yeah, Maus against
Na'Vi
Aurora.
with the bigger break? Like, how do you want to break it down? You know, like, who do you want to give? Well, they might have even played at the same time, actually.
Yeah. And I guess Na'Vi's was a little bit more by the book, a little bit more easy, you know, against Ho2, where on the flip side, of course, for Aurora, it was that defeat to Maus. This is a bit better with Cadia. Soulfly for one. We spoke about him in that previous round not doing enough. Surely now it is. Well, maybe enough. No, it won't, but Bit is going to deliver. And now that bomb can come down. He'll play up towards the car himself, and he'll hit another shot. He as Xantares will fall, and Makaze re-aggresses. That is a huge, huge round to take for Na'Vi. Number disadvantage. They're struggling to even get in towards the site to plant. And it's the 1,000-yard stare of Woxic, which sums up Aurora right now. That is a horrible round to squander.
Hey, it's absolutely perfect from Bit, though.
Yeah.
I don't think the kills get any better than that. He doesn't even take a point of damage on all three. It's insane from him.
2 versus 4 as they're diving out on towards B.
Yeah, that's B as well, you know, like just so hard to go into that bomb site with a deficit. They're angry here, Aurora. There's some forlorn faces for sure, but at least they are keeping to their game plan. Getting aggressive here, trying to force out a lower buy round. It does come close in places, but unfortunately, I don't think it's going to happen. Matcher does find himself tucked in the corner. They'll check for it. And I mean, Na'Vi, yeah, they just can't put a foot wrong at the moment. Every decision they make is working. They're in that flow state. And even right down to this, the flank holding the flank is just perfect.
Him is a great round. He was under pressure. Those first 2 kills, like he is getting run up by the MP9. He delivers in both instances.
It's a bit weird on the Aurora side. I'm reading that there's just a lot of like acceptance almost that these rounds are just like, oh, okay, I guess we're just not winning that one. And I don't know, you know, there needs to be a little bit more get up and go. Perhaps that's why the timeout comes in here, that, yeah, you're going into a bye, but I think this is more of a vibe change within the team.
And I feel like this timeout might even be a bit of a vibe check. Like, guys, come on, like, I know this frustration is going to creep in, and I know there's a bit of tilt, but It's do or die. This is essentially a best-of-1 brawl to see who goes to playoffs. There's no time to get dejected. We have to find the second wind to bring us back in towards this map. Na'Vi are just reading them like a book at the moment, and they are making it so simple. It's looking a lot more akin to what we got in Inferno. And granted, that was such a long time ago now, especially in the scope of this series, but making life so horrible for Aurora. And in a similar vein, maybe some closer rounds, but does feel like Na'Vi have got every little advantage. Woxic so unfortunate to get the leg, and then he goes through the flames, takes so much damage, and is the first to fall to Makaze.
I mean, I like the idea. Do you call it confidence? I think it could, stage like this, be a bit of blind frustration.
I think that
he hit a tag,
yeah,
and then he goes in again. So I think it's just even more annoying. This I'm trying to get this first kill. It's just not happening. So there's a lot of moments where they might put it down to like, look, like, how is that not a kill? How have I not found success there? But man, like, Na'Vi are just doing whatever they want, and it's just working.
I think that previous round screams to me that they're frustrated, and it seeped in towards the gun round here. So I think you're spot on. I think there's these overfaces that come through of just, you know, pure annoyance. But they can see in real time their playoff chances are slipping through the fingers. Wonderful holding. Just in case a pit player goes for a late look. I mean, he's got the right idea. Little does he know. Oh, yeah, Molotov forces Soul fly off. No way he was surviving. The flash is fantastic. Imma, look down. Look left. Okay, he does in the end. Oh, my God.
I think Matt's shown up on the minimap a little bit, like, while he was halfway blind.
He probably got calmed over like, hey, you saw him.
Yeah, yeah.
Great round, though, again. It's just, they're using Aurora's tendencies against them. And we speak about the frustrations. We kind of saw those forlorn faces. They're quite dejected at the moment, Aurora, because of how poorly things have been going. But again, you would kind of get a bit annoyed because some of these rounds have been so annoyingly close or squandered. Like that 2 versus 4, for example. You are going to get a bit tilted, but it's creeping in towards these rounds, and this is the worst possible time for it. A leg on towards Antares on the cross. It's a force buy here in the penultimate of play, but you lose this, we could very, very much be looking at 11-1 half, and surely there's no chance of recovering. Even if it does go to 9-3, I don't know if there's any chance of recovering.
Yeah, no, for sure. It does seem that way, but we like to keep things unbiased, as not to be accused of anything. But Woxic trained in for the headshot, doesn't quite happen for him. He does get to survive, does get to trade off. It's like they've taken the site, but I'm keeping long here. Are they going to be able to get the retake going themselves? A smoke to maybe create some space, but also could just work for the T side, honestly. Wonderful. Looking to take the fights, and the all better than the scout, of course. Wow. He will net 2, and the hold in towards short is effective. Not going to happen. They are just still throwing themselves at it, you know what I mean? Like, Wicadia really trying his best, but it's just not getting off the ground in any of these rounds now, man, you know? Force buy can be a bit different because you can change the rules of engagement. You can maybe ignore some of them, you know, push yourself through like a madman and get an opening kill. But it's just not happening. Na'Vi aren't losing any gunfights right now.
They are not struggling. So the last round of play in this half. Double digits already secured by Na'Vi on this T side. Unfortunately, it's just been non-existent, but it's Antares to open up proceeding. Soulfly can be tested, they're diving on through. He will get 1, make that 2 for him. Running low on ammo, only got 2 bullets left in the MP9, and he's desperately spamming E and hoping that he can scoop up some sort of upgrade. He can't find it, might just have to opt for the reload. There it is, now finally gets the AK. And a 2 versus 5, surely an unsquanderable round.
There you go, there's a word for you. And he
add that to your dictionaries.
Damn. Didn't know you were so serious about the words, man. I was going to say like any crossword gamers out there. And you just didn't realize it.
That'd get you some crazy points on Scrabble.
Yeah. What's it? Countdown. That's the one I'm thinking of.
Countdown.
A bit of a British coded show.
Yeah, I can say, is that even a show outside of the UK?
Probably not. I don't know that any other country in the world would watch that. It's like 4:30,
daytime
pensioner,
TV.
you know, like nothing happens. Oh, what does that word mean? And then there's like a lady in the corner with a dictionary. She's like, invented in 1250. This word, you know.
And then you got that one maths round.
Yeah, yeah. I don't think there's a very select few people that enjoy that show, truly.
Yeah.
But it is just so British coded. You know, it's very much like, oh, I've just put the kettle on for a tea.
That's
some
it.
scones, now I'm going to watch Countdown.
Oh, wonderful. Nice shot. I thought this round might be a write-off, but there might be legs behind it. I speak too soon. Closed out, so a small sigh of relief, but this is a very tall task to get back in towards this game. 10-2 at the half. We'll catch you after the break.
Na'Vi looking like they are going to lock themselves into that playoff spot, and I think rightfully so with the 10-2 half in their favor. Aurora just really not getting in the conversation. Maybe the T side gives them the ability to direct the game, as we like to take as a narrative between Neo and I, but unfortunately I don't think it's going to be the case here. There's maybe the steepest uphill battle you can possibly imagine. Even if it was a 12-0, the difference really is negligible at a scoreline like this. You've got some breathing room, but the pistol is still a must.
Yeah. In a weird way, and we don't normally say it too often, but pistol does feel like it is do or die, really. I mean, you lose the pistol, Na'Vi up to 11, especially if you don't get a bomb plant behind it as well for Aurora. you're probably stuck in towards an awkward spot, like force buying out the rest of the rounds and never having a proper set full buy, unless you want to play for OT, but no one ever wants to play for OT. So sort of now or never, all this Aurora side. Very tentative as they move up towards A, but in comes the flash, and that'll send them on forward. There's 3 players here to meet them.
Ooh, lovely little touchdown flash there to just push these players away. The bomb is not necessarily committed in. They've tried to reposition towards middle here.
Oh!
And Bit is going to find 3.
No.
Oh, my goodness. Madge are the only one left.
He's 1 foot in the grave.
It's 10-2. I don't know. That is the most insane overcook, as we like to say. I think you just go A, man.
Yeah, they 2 flashes to send you in towards A, and then Soulfly gets a kill. Just commit with them.
I think it was 3 in the end. I think it was like 2, and then someone came around that corner to throw like a little touchdown flash.
Yeah, Soulfly underarmed one.
Yeah.
As he dived in towards CT, and he was kind of popping himself out along. But like, even still, like you've put so much into that, and yeah, I think you should put it.
Just get the pistol. Like the pistol doesn't have to be advanced.
Oh, it's gonna
just need something that
get
works
one more.
for you.
Quad kill for Bit, and that's that. You can see the dejection over there, but Bit, what a round from him. 3 quick kills with the dualies in towards Bit in the 4th just to seal the deal with a cherry on top. I mean, they just make it too easy. Don't swing together properly. Oh, so easy. 11 for Na'Vi. And like we said, this is kind of the only decision you've got here, really, Aurora. Just force buy out the rest of the rounds and hope for the best.
Contacting up middle here to give it one last go, it feels like. We'll be given a lot of room. No early fights, no risky moves from Na'Vi, which you might expect a scoreline like this. They will look to play it conventionally and with a lot of respect.
IEM just gave away his smoke, which obviously would be nice in a spot like this to slow down the short pop. But now he's just going to have to fight. He's got no utility for this. He's going to be flashed into these engagements, and the first is good. Molly down front sight. No plant for you unless you swing this Goose player. That is a risk in itself. The Deagle connects for 1. The Scout will see it off. So Acadia also finds one with the Mac 10, but he needed more, and he doesn't get it. Madja trying to deliver with that Tech 9. How about a second? Oh my god, it's not exactly a bad effort, but a 1 versus 2 for Watsick and the Scout.
It's not going to happen, and that was your moment, unfortunately. But again, they set up very, very well, and I think Na'Vi just realizing it's like, let's not give any fights, let's not give any early kills. Drawn back, pulled away, and playing very, very well in the end. There were some moments, you know, the Mac 10 also found Alexi like immediately. He was coming in as the support of IEM, and he just gets slammed. So, you know, there were a couple moments, but again, Na'Vi, it's similar to the first half already. Just can't put a foot wrong, man. Like, they're always able to find the winning moment.
And you can see how kind of bleak the picture is here. It's as we hit the 12-2 scoreline where we've seen the first player from Aurora go into double-digit kills. Like, we've just then got Wakadia up to his 10th. That's as good as it gets. We look at the flip side, and it's everyone bar Alexi.
How did IEM ever get there, man?
Just pushed up short, but...
No, there was a guy. Look where this guy is. He must have come lower tunnels, and they've just not, like, checked each other at all. And you see Wakadia fully catches off the Na'Vi defense.
Okay, all right.
There you go. He gets himself a highlight moment.
We're not dead just yet.
But yeah, there was, I think, IEM comes through lower tunnels. Maybe looks short, but they missed each other. They definitely missed each other up.
There we go. That's a second time where we can talk about our newfound phrase of the hair effect.
Yeah.
You get to...
You'll be hearing that one for years, guys.
Yeah.
Okay, we've been looking
just let it know
for a phrase.
Neo and Scriv started it.
Yeah, okay. All right, we heard it from a producer.
Yeah, but I
don't want to give her credit.
Casted it, you know what I mean?
Yeah, we're getting it out into the world.
Yeah. Give it a year and I'm claiming I invented it.
Just fully.
The hair effect, though, is, you know, when you get to that finish line, but maybe take your foot off the gas a little bit, get a little bit too comfortable, overconfident, however you want to put it.
So I feel like when we're doing, you know, tier 2 games or whatever, we see it
all the time.
Maybe every time.
Yeah, it's
like,
insane.
You know, 1 in 100 games, it just doesn't.
Yeah.
It doesn't happen, and they close it out cleanly. And it might be worth something, you know, just get the notepad out, get the tallies out, and see if it's the case at the top level as well.
Yeah, that slight mental checkout or thinking, yeah, it's done here.
Especially on a scoreline like this.
Yeah,
you know, maybe you do test
to.
one of the riskier angles or riskier flashes that you might have.
Yeah, because you know that ultimately, like, their chance of them getting back in towards this game is all but 0. Alexi, what have you got for us? 1. Not quite the second. Information gather on towards Antares, but might just fall into Wonderful and the Scout. Surely we're not losing to this round. Surely not. Bit backside on towards the ramp. Scout will fall. Bit needs something a bit miraculous, but will they expect the second player in towards Goose? They are going to clear him, thankfully, as Zimmer falls. So there was a brief moment there, a little window. Makaze tapping away, but he just can't line up the heads. A sigh of relief to stay alive for Aurora, but it was a moment that could have fallen flat.
Yeah, even in, like, the lost round, I don't want to say the losing round, because there's not really been any of them. But even in the lost round, Na'Vi are there. Na'Vi have presence. But we are going to be going for a little longer here. I think, again, the chance of the gap close is all too likely. Aurora with the consolation rounds feel slightly better about themselves. There's no future tournament to come. No future map to come. Wait a minute. There's a lot of them here. There is a lot of them here. Oh my goodness. Makaze with the deagle coming in from behind as well.
Oh no.
Oh, it's happening. How have they won it like that? I don't believe it. I mean, that sums it up to absolute perfection that Aurora just did not know where the winds were coming from, and they were a total shadow of themselves on that third map. Insane, absolutely insane. Na'Vi playing a great game there, and, you know, when they're on form, it's a very scary side. So, yes, there's a conversation on the higher level. We saw Falcons beat out Vitality. Where were you when streak ended and all this?
Yeah.
But Na'Vi, I think they could be a dark horse-ish, given the form of this team at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, just insult to injury, rubbing salt in the wound, however you want to put it, losing to a full eco. It was 1 deagle and 4 USPs. Like, that is such a poor round to lose. But it's also a really kind of poor series from Aurora. You actually kind of zoom out a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
Map number 1, they got destroyed. And then the same thing happens towards map number 3. They have a close map 2, sure, and there's something in terms of stock to take away from that, but in the more macro side of that series, there is a lot more to want from Aurora, and man, they got out of a whimper, right, towards the tournament. That's really awful. They would have wanted, in their mind, that early goal for Rio, get to playoffs, and then let's see what we can do from there on out, and they can't even tick off the first box.
I think the average game from Na'Vi throughout the series is a lot better. Yes, they lose a map, and it does come very, very close. I think there were a lot of mistakes made, and we'll definitely, you know, get the opportunity to ask about it a little bit. But I think Aurora have, like, given it their all onto map number 2.
Agreed.
They really had to bring their level up, and perhaps just stressing themselves out and a lot more energy than they were maybe wanting to expend or expecting, and it just leads to some indecisiveness and some very messy rounds on map 1, but into map 3, like, it was just insane. Every single round had Na'Vi written all over it, and then maybe Aurora were able to, you know, find an individual that had a flank or the lucky miss in the smoke or something along those lines, right? But I don't think there was a single round where you were like, okay, Aurora, great, 5 versus 3, 5 versus 2. There may have been one of them if, you know, people want to correct me out there, but it just didn't feel that way throughout.
No, I think you're absolutely spot on. Really, really well done by Na'Vi. And I think what you were kind of talking about, like, I would consider this side one of the major dark horses for this tournament. Obviously, you've got a Falcon side that are looking very scary. You've obviously got Fury and home soil that you can never discount, and that could be really, really interesting too. But Na'Vi quietly cooking, and it's actually, you know, so far a really decent tournament, all things considered. Yes, they lose to Fury. They still take a map off them, and it's a Fury side that, of course, have a lot more at stake, you know, for them specifically on home soil with this tournament, but also a side that are also really scary. So I'm really interested to see how they kind of pan out. I'm liking what I see from Na'Vi. Makaze's looking so sharp. Like, he's relentless on those T sides. Bit was brilliant as well, especially kind of the brief that window that we got on towards that CT side. Wonderful, looking quite clean. Of course, he's been a real point of contention with his Na'Vi side, but I thought he had some really good moments. But in the end, you know, fantastic work from Na'Vi all the way back, even from this first map. It was just such a dominant display in this 13-4, and I mean, that was painting the picture for the series, really.
Yeah, no, 100%, 100%. And it's a little bit of a shame to see Aurora capitulate in such a fashion, but I think that at the end of the day, the Na'Vi team is just that more complete package, and Aurora are lacking some of the punch that they had towards like the start of last year. But once in a while, we do get to see it, you know what I mean? Like, they make a final, you know, they're able to maybe use the bracket in their favor at Pro League, but ultimately it doesn't happen for them here in Rio. We do have an interview ready with Alexi, I believe, so very much looking forward to getting to pick his brains. Yes, thank you very much for joining us. Congrats on the win. Congrats on a really clean finish there as well. Talk me through this Aurora matchup for you guys. Obviously a team you've met quite a lot in the past couple of months, it's safe to say. So what do you make of them in general? What do you make of them in this series?
First of all, thank you. Second, I think that there's just something that we have against them. Maybe it's mental. That I feel like when we win an important round, they might feel twice the pressure. Maybe they understand that it happened too many times that they lost against us, and they're getting super frustrated about losing important rounds. So I think we are just kind of steaming on the momentum, and for them it's very hard to come back into the game. At least it feels like that from my perspective, but who knows.
Talk to me about Mirage as well. Like, such a close map. Obviously there was a very, very near kind of comeback as well, right down to the wire. But what were the feelings as that map was progressing of Mirage? Very back and forth. I felt like neither side really got momentum for a long, long time. But then also to follow that, what was the talk like in between Mirage and Dust 2? Because it looked like we got a completely different Na'Vi in towards that decider.
Yeah, I think we played maybe a tad bit too fast on Mirage T side. The game was 3-3, I believe, and we kind of played super fast rounds, and they ended up, you know, having the right stack. I believe they played 4A 2 times when we went there and completely shut us down. They were not overthinking. I think they just sent 4 players there at the start, and they just thought that we're going to hit the side, and they were correct. So looking back into the T side, would have wished that we played a bit more slowly, because I feel like the slower rounds we were kind of in control. Yeah, we ended up trying to make a comeback on CT, but they closed out the map. But when we went outside, we spoke that, hey guys, it's pretty rare that we win these guys 2-0, and overall this tournament we've been dropping a map on every series, except for Hotu. We understand, like, we played a lot of maps against them, and a lot of matches ended up 2-1. So it's the same thing now. It's 1-1, and we are always a step ahead on the decider, and that's what happened again. I think we were fully in control, like you said, on Dust 2T side. Maybe we always need that extra momentum of winning the first pistol just to get things going. But yeah, it just seems to be a tendency for us that versus them, no matter the decider, we seem to be one step ahead.
Yeah, definitely felt that way. I think even, you know, in moments where they were getting back in, it was rounds that you guys were sort of letting slip a little bit, or you always had a presence in kind of thing with retakes, etc. I wanted to ask like a more general question on how you feel Na'Vi are doing at the moment. Obviously, you've bagged a win this year, and you know you're looking in good form. But then when you meet one of the scarier sides, you know, you've met Vitality in the BO5. Sometimes it can be difficult for you guys in those types of matchups. And now, you know, we got this Falcons that are maybe coming up behind people a little bit with the kicks and dead team, whatever. Like, how are you feeling with Na'Vi in general?
We're feeling pretty confident thus far. I think that we have a lot of things up our sleeves. And I think the final boss for us is Vitality. We ended up beating Falcons last time we met them. Right now, they seem to be more solid, ended up taking Vitality. So I think our next match is going to be against Vitality, actually, and we need to be... I think for us it's a good thing. Like, if we want to win this event, we need to win Vitality. And I don't care which part of the playoffs we play them. So better earlier than later, I feel like. And yeah, we see a couple more teams playing with better CS than we saw on previous matches. Furia has been playing well. Mouse kind of like they both reached the playoffs now. And as you said, Falcons seem to be super strong here. And yeah, we're going to play Vitality next, and I think it's going to be an interesting game and a rematch from the grand final.
Yeah, really kind of spicy side of the bracket as well, with Furia waiting behind. I wanted to kind of ask on my side, how are you feeling heading in towards the playoffs, right? Of course, we always talk about Brazilian crowds and kind of this sort of tournament specifically, the love for Counter-Strike out in that country. What does it mean for you guys, and how excited are you to get to play in front of what is, one of the loudest crowds that we get in CS?
Yeah, we are excited. I mean, we lifted the trophy here 2 years ago, and it was something special. I feel like the crowd is just something extra, something you have to play in front of, and something you're waiting to play in front of. So that's super exciting for us, and I hope they're going to cheer for us when we play against Vitality. And I hope we're going to see a stronger Navi than we saw in the previous grand final. Ended up losing 0-3, even though we had our chances, but now we need to be more confident and try and go into the game without second-guessing ourselves.
Yeah, awesome, Rob, brother. Thank you very much for joining us. It's an absolute pleasure to have you on, as always. Congratulations on the win and booking your spot in towards playoffs. And buddy, best of luck. I'm really excited for you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. See you.
Yes, take care, man. Always good to check in. Vibes seem very good. Counter-Strike seem very good, but he knows it. Everybody knows it. Right now, enemy number one is Vitality, and for that to be the first round in that quarterfinal, oh, that's good. And not only that, is then you follow it with Furia, hometown heroes.
Yeah.
Like that side of the bracket, no disrespect to the other side, but this side of the bracket is the cool side. Like that is an insane start to things. Na'Vi, arguably kind of one of, if not the best contender that we've got at the moment. Of course, we know what this side can do against enemy number one, and then Furia waiting in the wings in the semi-final. That's sick.
I mean, it's just crazy, though. It's like the perfect 6 teams, It
is, yeah.
Maybe you might want the Mongols in the conversation a little bit, but obviously, not the tournament. And I think really it's like these are the teams that Vitality are all the way at the top. They've just taken a loss, still in the playoffs. It was a semi-final game, whatever, right? You talked about saving strats a little bit, maybe. But, I think that all those teams there, they're all capable of winning this. Which version are we going to get of certain teams might be asked. So, yeah, it feels like every single game in the playoffs is going to be an absolute banger with the crowd as well. It's fallen very, very nicely for the world of Counter-Strike, I think it's safe to say.
Yeah, this has all the makings to be, honestly, potentially one of the best playoffs we get, maybe even all year long. Like, we very rarely get such a stacked playoffs, and especially with so much at stake just prior to the major as well. This could really be an absolute barn burner of a playoffs. But with that being said, matey, we hate to say it, we really do, but that's the B stream done. It's honestly an absolute honor that we get to kind of round it out. We've got some really good games to see out the day as well, but only a quick B stream here as we move in towards the playoffs, of course, and that arena, we know how good the Counter-Strike is there. We're very, very excited to watch from the wings, but thank you very much for joining us all throughout these last few days. It's been an absolute pleasure. From myself, Neokai, Scriv, our wonderful production here on the B stream, it's always an honor from us. Thank you for joining us, and until next time, take care.
Você, quando diz que é pra esquecer, tá dando desculpa pra deixar as coisas do jeito que elas são. Esperança ao resto do chão. O teu mantra é deixar pra lá. Se alguém faz do teu corpo peão, te tira do eixo, faz girar, tremendo nas bases, solução você põe na contramão. O melhor é deixar pra lá. Pingo nos is, tintim por tintim, meticulosa particular. Na falta de um pormenor, se espiche e aumenta a questão. Melhor deixar pra lá. Venha gambiar pra inquietar teu coração. O duvidoso foi mais longe que o certo. O improviso é mais que o teu mantra falhar.
The Intel Extreme Masters Rio 2026 is brought to you by ESL in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, and DHL.
Really making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of matches got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Ziz, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win out.
And it's all done. I'm Strollin's winning. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic. And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Natus! Give it up for your end.
Clima tá pegando fogo. A giga no corpo é só jogo, jogo, jogo. 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 Tá pegando fogo. A giga no corpo é só jogo, jogo, jogo. 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 Jogo. Jogo.